For 300 years, Qin Luo stood at the edge of extinction, bearing sins no one understood. He was cursed as the demon emperor, condemned as the butcher of cities, and finally sealed to die by the very hands that once called him father. Chapter 1: Desiring Death, Turning to Ashes. Host, you're about to die. Are you scared? Inside Qin Luo's body, the system asked curiously. Are you scared? Qin Luo shook his head. He has been on this planet for 300 years, and he has seen all kinds of storms in his life. His mundane and lonely life every day made him want to leave this desolate world. Now, he is about to die inside the meteorite tower set up by his daughter and others, which can be considered as his wish being fulfilled. Qin Luo looked out of the meteor tower, where his daughter and disciples had gathered to see him off to his death. Qin Menglan, Qin Shanqian, Qin Shenru. Even if he were to die now, he should be content. My daughter and her apprentices are all very talented. Even without him, humanity on Earth would not have gone extinct. Qin Luo, death is nothing to me. You should know very well that I don't belong here. But host, if you were to transform into the dragon god, you could easily shatter the meteor tower. Humans would be no match for you, you wouldn't have to die. The system spoke within Qin Luo's body. Moreover, there are some things that absolutely cannot be known to others. They should live happily in this world, instead of having a terrible father like me. Qin Luo closed his eyes. There are some things he cannot say, and can only keep them silently in his heart. This is simply a father's silent love for his daughter. The system sighed silently. Blue Star, Xia Kingdom, Region B, Yangzhou City, Martial Arts Alliance Branch. The meteor tower stands silently here, its body shimmering with starlight and radiating a powerful aura. At the foot of the tower, the crowds were immense, and the atmosphere was bustling and lively. Many people came to witness the final scene of the Dragon Emperor's fall. Qin Luo, the strongest of the 4 demon emperors, was a tyrannical and wicked monster who destroyed countless cities, slaughtered billions of humans, and committed countless evils. Now he is trapped inside this meteorite tower, and in a few more minutes, he will be completely reduced to dust. Whether it's Qin Luo's evil deeds or his identity, this scene can be described as a historic moment, and it would be a shame to miss it. The demon race deserves to die, they are all beasts. Qin Luo, that monster, destroyed countless cities and committed numerous evils. In the end, he was abandoned by everyone and fell into the meteor tower to be refined to death. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Monster, kill it. Kill it. Outside the meteor tower, there was a crowd of resentful people. At this moment, under the refinement of the meteor tower, Qin Luo's limbs exploded first, and crimson blood mist sprinkled into the endless flames. Their father, Master, committed many evils and was cold-blooded and ruthless. His current predicament is simply retribution. Many people connected with Qin Luo were filled with nothing but hatred. Inside the meteor tower, even if it burns you in flames. Many people were amazed by his endurance and willpower. Why would the usually cold-blooded and ruthless Dragon Emperor show such an expression? Everyone was puzzled. But at this moment, the meteor tower accelerated its refining process, and Qin Luo's body exploded, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, a gruesome sight. No one thought about that strange look anymore. Seeing Qin Luo's miserable state, everyone's faces showed pleasure, and they cheered and clapped. Qin Luo's former friends looked deeply saddened. Qin Luo's 3 daughters and apprentices all turned their faces away, unable to bear watching. But when they thought of Qin Luo's tyranny and his crimes of slaughtering humans, the women's faces hardened with determination. Qin Luo must die. This can be considered an atonement for their sins, as well as for the people Qin Luo had killed. Host, you only have your head left, and it's going to explode in about 30 seconds. Are you really not going to resist? Or, host, why don't you just give up being human? Since nobody treats you like one anyway, wouldn't it be wonderful to join the demon race and become the ancestor of all demons? Actually, you could become a lord who governs a region without joining another faction. Host. Inside Qin Luo's body, the system was still trying to dissuade the host, who was contemplating suicide. However, Qin Luo still did not react. As the intense aura of the meteor tower swept over, Qin Luo's head exploded like a delicate wine glass, and his divine sense transformed into a pure essence, gradually dissipating into the world. Qin Luo is dead. They truly disappeared from this world. Good. Good riddance. Monsters like the demon race should have been wiped out long ago. It's a pity he died too easily. He was blown to smithereens in one explosion. I really wish I could cut off his head and use it as a ball to kick around, and then use it as a chamber pot. Good riddance. Alas! Seeing Qin Luo die, the people were overjoyed and spoke up one after another. Without a doubt, if Qin Luo had left behind a complete corpse, these people would have rushed up to eat his flesh and suck his blood. Inside the meteor tower. The system did not disappear immediately after Qin Luo's death. It can also observe the outside situation. I feel that Qin Luo's 300 years of life were not worth it. Since that's the case, and this system is going to be gone anyway, let's use all our energy to expose these 300 years of memories and clear the host's name. The system extracted particle fragments from Qin Luo's mind, then reassembled them into memory images and projected them out. Accompanying the system's actions, the meteor tower emitted a dazzling light, and then a screen of light appeared in the void. Outside the meteor tower, people were shocked to see this sudden change. What's going on? Could it be that the monster isn't dead yet? If he gets out, the entire city of Yangzhou will be trampled into ruins, and we won't be able to escape either. The crowd gathered outside the meteor tower was completely panicked. The expressions of the Xia Kingdom Martial Arts Alliance's high-ranking officials changed drastically, and they were filled with fear. Even Qin Luo's daughter and disciples looked terrified. Even the slightest change in the name of Dragon Emperor Qin Luo is enough to terrify people. But the terror they imagined did not come. Instead, a screen of light appeared, almost covering the entire sky, and projected strange images, like holographic projections, in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked by this scene and had no idea what had happened. Humans, take a good look at the people you call monsters. What have they carried for the past 300 years? How much have they endured to protect this world? And Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, Qin Shenru, you three ingrates, take a good look at what the host has done for you. The system's intermittent voice came from the misty cloud peaks, rang in everyone's ears, and then gradually disappeared. What happened? Could it be that this is the memory of that monster Qin Luo? Protect this world? You're kidding, right? This is a monster that has slaughtered countless humans. The so-called memories are all apocalyptic scenes. I have seen the scenes of alien races slaughtering cities. It was an absolute bloody battlefield. As the Demon Emperor, how dark must Qin Luo's memories be? Perfect, I want to see what secrets the memories of the Demon Emperor hold, and how many sins he has committed. The crowd stared at the dazzling light screen, discussing it amongst themselves. Some martial arts experts discovered that this light screen was completely indestructible and untouchable, and could only helplessly watch the images play. And so, Qin Luo's memories began to be revealed to everyone. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen. The first scene is of a peaceful and tranquil city. Under the shade of trees, cars and pedestrians pass by on the streets at a leisurely pace, and life moves at a very slow rhythm. Compared to those who face constant catastrophes and struggle for survival 300 years later, the tranquility in their memories is incredibly beautiful. It is so beautiful that it is an indescribable luxury for everyone. And Qin Luo's youthful and vibrant figure appeared in that distant era. At that time, Qin Luo looked like an ordinary person. Those who witnessed this scene were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. My God, the days before the anomalies on Earth and the invasion of underground monsters, how I miss them. Humans back then didn't have to worry about being invaded by alien races or the darkness of catastrophe. It was so easy. It's something to look forward to. Working from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, sob, I'm so envious. People were all surprised when they saw the memories Qin Luo revealed. Many people are born into this chaotic and collapsing world and have never seen the blue planet of 300 years ago. Unexpectedly, I saw that beautiful world in Qin Luo's memory. Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru looked at the young figure of Qin Luo in the memory and were filled with nostalgia. At that time, Qin Luo was still human. They never degenerated into demons, nor did they destroy cities, nor did they collude with other races to slaughter civilians. At that time, Qin Luo was still a good person. Later on, Qin Luo gradually turned into a demon, committing heinous crimes that forced them to unite and suppress him. Qin Luo's disciples also saw Qin Luo's figure. At that time, Qin Luo's backview was not so imposing and tall, and his eyes did not have any majesty or sharpness, but were full of kindness. But who could have imagined that their future master would be so ruthless and insane? Besides destroying cities and slaughtering humans, they also wiped out their relatives and friends, acting like demons. Make them feel like strangers. Qin Luo's eldest disciple, Song Yuni, spoke with emotion. As Qin Luo's eldest disciple, he possessed immense strength, reaching the dragon level. He played a crucial role in suppressing Qin Luo this time. They too had suffered Qin Luo's harsh treatment and harbored hatred towards him. I never imagined that Qin Luo was here 300 years ago. Back then, he was still a human. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that he would later become the Demon Emperor? This memory is truly nostalgic. His name is Morong Yunshan. When he was young, he and Qin Luo were best friends who hit it off immediately and were also brothers who shared the same heart and soul. The two once protected the Xia kingdom together, venturing deep into the wilderness to slay monsters and protect the people. They truly cherished each other. Unfortunately, Qin Luo later fell into demonic ways, becoming the Demon Emperor and slaughtering humans. If I remember correctly, this city is called Linjiang City. Not long after, a strange change occurred, and monsters poured out of several underground cave gates, eating people everywhere. I've heard Qin Luo talk about his past. He was also involved in the events in Linjiang City and risked his life to protect the people. It seems that there is no mistake in the exposure of this memory. What? The demon Qin Luo protected the people? You're not kidding, are you? That's impossible. He's a ruthless monster who kills indiscriminately. How could he possibly protect humans? Senior Morong, you're not mistaken, are you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. People shook their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. In people's minds, Qin Luo is portrayed as extremely gloomy, tyrannical, and even capable of transforming into a giant dragon. He is a thoroughly demonic being. If you don't believe me, just watch this light screen go down and you'll see. I'm absolutely not lying. Everyone continued to look at the light screen. In the scene, Qin Luo is alone, wearing a blue and white tracksuit, exercising in the park. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats and stand-ups. In reality, people couldn't help but sneer as they watched Qin Luo exercise. Could this be some kind of cultivation? I never imagined that the Dragon Emperor, who would later be so infamous, would be so weak, not even having mastered cultivation. Because there was no spiritual energy revival, the people of Blue Star were all ordinary people at that time, so it's normal that the Dragon Emperor was very weak. I heard that people 300 years ago, under extreme anger, could only slide tackle to kill an ordinary tiger and armbar to kill an ordinary bear? That's really weak. Just as people were talking, a violent tremor suddenly occurred around Qin Luo, as if a major earthquake had taken place. It's here. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The great upheaval on Earth began here. Everyone tensed up and watched the scene in silence. A sudden, massive earthquake struck the surrounding area. Qin Luo was also shocked and looked around in confusion. But the vibrations quickly disappeared. A mutation occurred. People suddenly discovered that strangely grotesque monsters had appeared in the city. Some monsters have fish heads on their upper bodies and human legs on their lower bodies. Some were covered in scales, with gaping, silvery teeth in their blood-red mouths, looking like ugly clumps of mud. Some of them share characteristics with the strange creatures in the game, such as dragonmen and hellhounds. These monsters are all very tall and strong, some are 3 or 4 meters tall, and some are more than 10 meters tall. In the eyes of humans, they are like terrifying behemoths. Moreover, the monster appeared suddenly, without any communication or interaction, and directly grabbed the humans around it and ate them. Horrifying, bloody, like a nightmare. Everyone was gripped by panic. This is the earth-shattering cataclysmic event on Earth that shocked the entire world. Looking at that hellish scene in my memory. In reality, people clenched their fists, their eyes wide with fury, filled with grief and indignation. This is not a movie. This is a true story. Just 300 years ago. Even now, monsters still roam the wilderness, devouring passing humans. But the so-called wilderness, once the land where humans lived, is now occupied by monsters. Shame, hatred. Kill. 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 Kill all these monsters. People roared in grief and anger. But someone sighed, alas, it's no use. Humans are too weak in front of these monsters. They are no match for them and can only become food for them. Everyone sighed. Yes. 300 years ago, before the spiritual energy had been revived, what could humans use to deal with these monsters? Even today, with three martial gods, Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Shenru, and numerous dragon-level heroes from the Martial Arts Alliance, humanity still hasn't completely defeated these monsters. That era, which had just undergone a cataclysmic change, was destined to be hell. Now we can only watch as these monsters run rampant, devouring humans alive. This is the darkest age, without light. Bang! Just when people were helplessly sighing. In the memory, a sudden explosion was heard, followed by a cloud of blood mist, and a huge monster's body fell to the ground. Everyone looked up in shock. The image displayed on the light screen was of a 5-meter-tall monster whose head had been blown apart. And the person who blew its head off. It's Qin Luo. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Holy crap, what happened? What terrifying power. As Qin Luo smashed the monster's head with a single punch, everyone around was shocked. After a long while, everyone came to their senses, utterly shocked. Hiss. What's going on? Why does this demon Qin Luo possess such immense power? Blue Star hasn't even seen a spiritual revival yet, how did he acquire such incredible strength? Holy crap! That's outrageous. People were all dumbfounded and baffled when they saw that Qin Luo's slender physique could unleash such powerful strength. Before he could even speak, everyone looked at him as if he were mentally challenged. Can you become this strong by doing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run? Are you kidding me? If this were useful, wouldn't the martial artists present do 10,000 good deeds? But it's pointless to do it. It's obvious that the problem lies with Qin Luo. Those simple exercise methods only work for Qin Luo. As expected of the Dragon Emperor, he has too many secrets. He actually mastered the power of cultivation ahead of time. Compared to Qin Luo's strength, I'm more surprised that this demon would actually step in to save humanity. Has the sun risen in the west? Everyone was astonished when they saw the scene in the memory projection. This is not too surprising, after all, the Dragon Emperor at this time is still human and still has humanity. The sins Qin Luo committed were all done when he fell into becoming a monster, these things will happen later. Despite their hatred for Qin Luo, in that era, someone stepping forward was like a ray of light in the darkness. Therefore, it is not appropriate to insult Qin Luo at this time. Just as everyone was talking. In the picture, Qin Luo began to recall his long battles with monsters. A great upheaval occurred on Earth, with the underground caves invading. Linjiang City was like hell. Countless monsters emerged, wreaking havoc throughout the city and feeding on humans. This bloody scene shocked everyone. Qin Luo, on the other hand, has been hunting these monsters. Judging from this memory, it can almost be described as madness and bloodshed. The screen of light showed Qin Luo's figure, which appeared to be completely insane. He was all alone, and he rushed towards the monster whenever he saw it. Fearless, undaunted. However, if it is a monster of the general level, it will take some effort. You can only try your best to fight it off and then find an opening to kill it with one blow. Fortunately, there weren't many general-level monsters. Qin Luo had only encountered it 3 or 4 times. But each time, the fights ended in bloodshed, numerous wounds, and even broken bones. On one occasion, Qin Luo was even at a disadvantage, struck by a white light wave spewed from the mouth of a general-level Dragonman monster, and was on the verge of death. This scene left Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Shenru, the 3 daughters, utterly astonished. How could he possibly risk his life to protect the people? She never knew that her father was such a kind person at first, who disregarded his own safety and fought monsters to protect the people. These are things that only people with a sense of justice, greatness, and righteousness would do. Seeing Qin Luo covered in blood and on the verge of death, Qin Shanshan felt a pang of heartache. Such a kind father. Why did his personality change so drastically later on, becoming not only selfish and self-serving but also tyrannical and cruel, slaughtering humanity? He cruelly tormented the 3 sisters, showing no fatherly love whatsoever. Is this really the same person? Tell me, what is the purpose of this? Is it merely the pursuit of power? You're still using your daughter. You don't deserve to be a father. You robbed me of love from childhood and made me live in a cold hell. My soul has never been redeemed. Qin Shanshan broke down, covering her face and losing control. But seeing the memory projection, I never expected that he used to be so passionate and had such a righteous side. It was truly unexpected. And why is he so cruel, torturing his own daughter? After the 3 women finished speaking, they all quietly watched the light screen. Faced with this family's conversation, no one around dared to say a word. That demon Qin Luo is also formidable. Not only is he the Dragon Emperor himself, but his 3 daughters are all martial gods. Having such an outstanding daughter, I can die with a smile on my face. Not to mention he also has quite a few disciples with dragon-level strength. Qin Luo's sect is simply terrifying. Even so, he betrayed humanity, degenerated into a demon, and committed all sorts of self-destructive acts, which were difficult for everyone to understand. At this time, with the revival of spiritual energy, many humans have become awakened, and Qin Luo no longer needs to shoulder the burden alone. But compared to these awakened individuals, the city is mostly populated by unarmed civilians. It was precisely because the city was inhabited that the Xia Kingdom government dared not use large-scale thermal and nuclear weapons casually, and could only send soldiers to the front line to rescue civilians. Inside Linjiang City, radio broadcasts echoed from the building. Linjiang City has been attacked by monsters. All awakened people and civilians are requested to assist the army in resisting the monsters and seek refuge in Rongcheng. Everyone heard the broadcast. In reality, that's right, that's exactly it. At that time, the most attention-grabbing person was probably Lord Lu Feng, the Shadow of the Blade. He rescued hundreds of thousands of people and successfully killed a dragon-level monster, the Blood Demon Sky Wolf, which was truly earth-shattering. The man spoke with great emotion about that glorious battle, expressing his deep admiration for the Shadow of the Blade. Back then, I was lucky enough to defeat that Blood Demon Wolf by half a move. At this moment, an old man with a weathered face and a chilling aura of swordsmanship spoke up. He is Lu Feng, the Shadow of Blades, a dragon-level martial artist, and currently ranked 11th among the S-class heroes of the Martial Arts Alliance. I wonder if that fiend Qin Luo participated in this operation to save the people? All eyes turned to Lu Feng. During the great evacuation of Linjiang City back then, all the martial artists who had awakened their powers stood up and fought bravely to protect the people, but Qin Luo was the only one I can say with my hand on my heart that he was definitely not among them. Lu Feng's words were resounding and powerful, leaving no room for argument. Everyone's expressions were somewhat strange. Judging from Qin Luo's upright and dignified demeanor just now, it's impossible for such a massive evacuation to be complete without him. Qin Luo actually stood by and did nothing? Does that mean Qin Luo's sense of justice is all hypocritical? The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Yes. It was all a pretense by Qin Luo. How could a monster who slaughters and harms humanity possibly have a kind heart and protect humankind? A monster is a monster, selfishness is his nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into the demon race. Damn it, I almost fell for his tricks. As everyone looked at the memory, expressions of disgust appeared on their faces. Pooh. This kind of monster should be trampled on the ground and despised for all eternity. To expose its memories is simply an eyesore. If it weren't for the fact that the exposure of this memory was so bizarre and impossible to erase, I would have destroyed it no matter what. Lu Feng then issued a denial. The group launched a fierce attack on Qin Luo. There was absolutely no thought involved. Perhaps this is the normal thing. No one wants to see a demon doing the work of a savior that doesn't fit Qin Luo's character. People only want to see what they want to see and hear what they want to hear. All Qin Luo did was kill a few monsters. Rather than protecting the people, it was more like he was arousing his bloodthirsty and cruel nature. In my opinion, this so-called memory exposure is nothing more than one monster cruelly slaughtering another group of monsters. What is there to be moved by? Goodness. My goodness. Upon hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but give Lu Feng a thumbs up in their hearts. That old man is awesome. How dare they curse Qin the demon? Keep in mind, Qin Luo's 3 martial goddaughters were watching closely. He's practically courting death. Hanging. Judging from Qin Luo's later infamous reputation, his brutal killing of monsters was very likely to satisfy his twisted psychology. Thinking about it this way, it's exactly the truth. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly, nodding as if they had seen right through it. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Qin Menglan, who was standing to the side, shouted, "Shenru, put down your sword." Hearing Qin Menglan's warning, Qin Shenru had no choice but to put down her sword, but she still glared at Lu Feng with wide eyes. If everyone could get away with all the bad things by doing just a little bit of a bad deed, that would be too easy. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I, Lu Feng, am the first to disagree. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his back covered in hideous scars. Even now, when I think of those compatriots who bravely faced death in the face of those endless, towering monsters in the underground caves, I can't help but shed tears. If Qin Luo had protected the people of Linjiang City with many awakened individuals back then, as long as that one thing exists, even if he is later condemned by thousands and commits numerous evil deeds, I would not speak so harshly to him. Lu Feng took a deep breath, his words filled with utter disgust. In fact, everyone understood his thoughts. It would be one thing if Qin Luo hadn't displayed such great power, but since he possessed power in the early stages of the Great Anomaly, he was selfish and didn't stand up to protect the people. This makes it difficult for people to think highly of him. Having experienced the Great Retreat, Lu Feng naturally despised Qin Luo's behavior and subconsciously looked down on him. You, Qin Luo, only killed a few monsters, who knows what your motives were? Other awakened individuals bravely stepped forward to protect the people during their evacuation. This is their true merit. Do you think you can clear your name just by killing a few monsters? Dream. Everyone, keep criticizing. Although Qin the demon died in the Meteor Tower, this punishment was clearly not enough. He should be infamous for eternity and be despised by people for generations. Spot on, a direct knockout. This is the devil Qin Luo. Trying to whitewash himself by exposing his memories? Don't even think about it. Qin Luo may be able to fool others, but he can't fool me, the great Songming. He is a demon who increases his strength through killing. In the early stages, he killed monsters, but when there were no more monsters to kill, he actually massacred cities and killed people. It's simply outrageous. Look at Qin Luo, he actually possessed power before the spiritual energy revival. He might have secretly killed someone, a crime deserving of the death penalty. This is the truth. Your wisdom is comparable to that of Zhuge Liang, and your calculations are so meticulous that even I, Fengchu, am humbled. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. They all clearly expressed their absolute support for Lu Feng's words. Public outrage erupted immediately. Some people listed the various crimes Qin Luo had committed and suggested casting a stone statue of Qin Luo, kneeling in a latrine, being drenched in excrement and urine day and night, so that he could truly be remembered for his infamy for 10,000 years. Someone shouted, deep-fried stinky tofu. Deep-fried stinky tofu that's even stinkier than Qin Luo, that devil. It's only 1 yuan, you won't regret it. Everyone come and buy some. The storyteller continued, the story goes that Qin Luo was dragged into the mud by a dozen big men one day and beaten. They even fed him excrement, but he ate and ate happily. The surrounding conversation made the three Qin sisters turn pale with anger, their delicate bodies trembling. Enough! Qin Menglan shouted loudly. The aura of the god of war suppressed the entire scene, and everyone instantly fell silent. I absolutely do not believe that my father was such a selfish person before he fell into the demon race. There must be something else going on. Anyone who dares to gossip will have their tongue cut off and fed to the dogs. Seeing Qin Menglan's menacing gaze, everyone shut their mouths in fear. Although this world still upholds rules such as human rights, the premise is that you shouldn't do something stupid and offend martial artists. Especially for god-level martial artists like the three Qin sisters, if they really kill someone, the Martial Arts Alliance can't do anything about it and can only tearfully send a compensation payment to your wife and children. However, Qin Menglan could temporarily suppress the crowd present, but she couldn't suppress all of humanity. There's a saying that it's easier to prevent people from speaking than to prevent a river from overflowing. In the future, people will still say what they want to say. The more you suppress it, the more terrifying it will be when it explodes. Qin Menglan clearly understood this principle as well. From now on, as long as nothing bad happens after my father's memories are exposed, don't blame me for turning ruthless if you continue to talk nonsense. Lu Feng sneered, but historical records have proven that Qin Luo did not exist at that time. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines from her icy gaze. Only then did he remember that Qin Menglan's title of martial god was Blood Rose. Although she hated evil and killed countless monsters in the underground caves, it didn't mean she hadn't killed people. If Qin Luo also spoke up for the people and protected the people during the mass evacuation of Linjiang City, this one thing alone is enough for me, Lu Feng, to kneel down and kowtow to admit my mistake, and to erect a monument and guard his tomb for 10 years. I'll stake my word on the name of Blade's shadow, and I'll keep my promise. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. If word got out that Lu Feng was erecting a monument and guarding a tomb for a demon, he would be drowned in the spittle of the world. No one expected Lu Feng to act so impulsively, as this was a matter of personal reputation. However, this also shows that Lu Feng is confident that he can completely destroy Qin Luo. Could anyone know the situation back then better than someone who experienced it firsthand? Qin Luo has definitely never done anything good, his character must be that of a demon. Kill! In the scene, Qin Luo roared and smashed a monster's head with a single punch, splattering blood on his face, but he didn't care. Qin Luo's face was cold and stern. After dodging the monster's attack, he swept out with another whip kick, directly kicking off the head of a wolf-like monster. Boom! Each of Qin Luo's attacks was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if creating a sonic boom in the void, blasting the monsters apart. Although no one would admit it, they had to say that Qin Luo's killing of so many underground monsters indirectly bought humanity a lot of time and reduced a lot of pressure. After all, for every underground monster killed, a few more people in Linjiang City might survive. But Qin Luo still did not participate in the evacuation. According to the timeline, the awakened ones had already gathered to protect the people as they moved to Rongcheng, and were facing a dire crisis. Qin Luo, however, continued hunting monsters in the city as if nothing had happened. Father, have you really never done a single good deed in your life? Have you been a devil from beginning to end? She hoped to see Qin Luo have a positive image while he was alive, and not be a bloodthirsty demon for the rest of his life. Qin Shanxian and Qin Xianru were both staring intently at the light screen, their expressions tense. Don't worry, Qin Luo was a decent person before he fell into demonic ways. At this moment, Morong Yunshan laughed. I still remember when Qin Luo was still human, he and I protected the city together. We fought almost to the death. To protect a child, he even dared to use his body to block a monster's deadly attack. Sometimes I even suspect that this upright and courageous person was possessed by a demon, which is why he became a demon. The three women of the Qin family all unleashed terrifying killing intent. If the memories reveal that Qin Luo was indeed possessed by a demon, then the demons on Blue Star would probably be the first to disappear from this world, one way or another. Morong Yunshan's words calmed the three women down a bit, and they focused on watching the memory projection. Despite their deep hatred for Qin Luo, they still wanted to see the good side of him as a human being in their memories, rather than the terrifying and bloodthirsty demon they remembered. If possible, the three women wished that Qin Luo could rest in peace after his death. You could say he is very filial. Linjiang City. The city is in ruins. The once bustling scene has vanished, leaving only desolate ruins as far as the eye can see. Occasionally, one or two grotesque monsters would walk on the streets, searching for lone people to eat, creating a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. Qin Luo walked out of an old house. Since the mutation, houses have become worthless, and there are empty houses everywhere in the city. Qin Luo can live in whichever house he wants. Qin Luo walked down the street, casually killed a dog-headed monster, and then carried half of the monster's body on his shoulder. We haven't liked dinner these past few days. Unlike the others who were trying to escape from the monsters, Qin Luo started eating them. After the Great Cataclysm, food will definitely become very scarce. Qin Luo adapted to life after the apocalypse ahead of time. Moreover, the system says that eating the flesh of these monsters can improve physical fitness and strength, which is a win-win situation. Recently, a cave passage appeared here, and monsters have been coming out of it one after another. I have killed nearly 200 monsters, but the number has not decreased and seems to be endless. Hopefully, the awakened ones won't be too useless and will be able to successfully lead the people to evacuate. Qin Luo seemed to be in a bad mood because he couldn't leave. As they were talking, Qin Luo spotted another monster. Without a word, he charged forward and engaged in a bloody battle. In front of the light screen. People looked at each other, all of them quite surprised. What's going on? Is Qin Luo unable to go and protect the people because he has to guard the underground cave? So this is the truth. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Eradicating the monsters in the underground caves can be considered a contribution to humanity. Have we misunderstood Qin Luo? Was the demon Qin Luo truly kind at the beginning? As the memories were revealed, everyone was completely dumbfounded, feeling as if their understanding had been completely refreshed. Qin Luo seemed genuinely focused on protecting the people and did not exhibit any strange behavior. Everyone turned to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked puzzled and shook his head, saying, "Impossible. There's no underground passage where Qin Luo is. He's lying." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. As someone who experienced those times, every word Lu Feng says carries significant weight. Moreover, there are clear historical records of underground passages, and there was indeed no underground passage at the location where Qin Luo was. Could there be a hidden underground passage in Linjiang City? Or perhaps Qin Luo was really lying, then what is his purpose? Everyone looked puzzled as they continued to stare at the light screen. In the picture, as Qin Luo carried half of the dog-headed monster's body back, a series of crackling lightning bolts suddenly came from not far away. A dark dimensional portal appeared there. Immediately afterwards, a wolf-like monster with blood-red fur, as if bathed in blood, emerged from the passage. This is Blood Demon Sky Wolf. I'm not seeing things, am I? It really is the Blood Demon Sky Wolf. Everyone was shocked. Compared to ordinary monsters, Blood Demon Wolf is a dragon-level monster capable of easily destroying a city. More importantly, it was Lu Feng who became famous by killing the Blood Demon Wolf and escorted hundreds of thousands of people to Rongqing. But now the Blood Demon Wolf has appeared on Qin Luo's side. What exactly happened back then? Everyone was confused and even more bewildered. How is this possible? The Blood Demon Wolf could not possibly be here. I clearly remember that I fought the Blood Demon Wolf by the New River and killed it. How could it be here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was also bewildered by the images that had surfaced from his memory. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. However, as soon as Qin Luo finished speaking, a series of crackling electric shocks came from the dark cave entrance, even louder than when the blood demon Sky Wolf appeared. Holy crap, besides the blood demon Sirius, there are monsters too? Everyone in front of the light screen was completely stunned. A dragon-level blood demon wolf is scary enough, but an even more terrifying being is about to appear. How did Linjiang City manage to successfully relocate its residents back then? How did Lu Feng and the awakened ones manage to fight their way out of these terrifying environments? That's incredibly awesome. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Feng. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Feng stared blankly at the memory projection, his jaw dropping to the ground in shock. Clearly, he was unaware that this situation had arisen at the time. This is truly baffling. How did this clueless guy survive back then and even become an S-class hero in the martial arts league? Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru looked at the memory scene with worried expressions. The terrifying pressure of a dragon-level monster can be felt even through the screen. At that time, it must have taken immense courage for Qin Luo to face such a perilous situation alone. However, why did Qin Luo later fall into the trap of becoming a demon emperor and slaughtering humans? What is the purpose of all this? All three women were eager to get answers and dispel their doubts. The sound of an electric shock subsided. Immediately afterwards, a dragon man, entirely blue in color and wielding a halberd, emerged from the underground passage. Compared to the blood demon Sky Wolf's bloodthirsty and murderous aura, this dragon man was instead wreathed in incomparably domineering lightning, as if a thunder god had descended. As the dragon man emerged from the passage, the blood demon wolf involuntarily lowered its head, revealing a submissive posture. Clearly, there is a significant difference in strength between the two in terms of their respective levels. What terrifying lightning! This is a monster at the peak of the dragon realm. Upon seeing this dragon-man monster, people in real life gasped in astonishment. Now the demon Qin Luo is in danger, huh? He's going to get beaten to a pulp by a monster at the peak of the dragon realm. Many people burst out laughing. Shut up. Be serious. Many more people, however, showed dissatisfaction with those who were mocking them. No matter what, that dragon man is a weirdo. Although Qin Luo will become cruel and tyrannical in the future, at least his current actions are protecting the people of Linjiang City. Could they possibly express such filthy thoughts? Isn't that no different from being an animal? Even if you want to laugh, you have to hide it and cover your mouth to laugh secretly. What kind of person is that? Honestly. Impossible. Why would a monster at the peak of the dragon realm appear in Linjiang City? That's absolutely impossible. There was clearly only blood demon Sky Wolf at the time. There must be a mistake. On the other side, Lu Feng seemed to have lost his mind, muttering to himself. He couldn't accept this scene. No one was in the mood to pay attention to him. At that moment, a terrifying battle erupted in the memory. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo's expression finally changed slightly when he saw the dragon man. But that's all. Kill. No one knew where Qin Luo's confidence came from. This was a monster at the peak of the dragon level. And there was also a blood demon Sky Wolf nearby. How did Qin Luo dare to launch the attack? Are you out of your mind? The battle has begun. In the picture, the group discovered that Qin Luo also possessed the ability to fly briefly, which meant that Qin Luo had at least the strength of a dragon. Unlike ordinary monsters, the dragon man held its halberd horizontally in front of it, actually blocking Qin Luo's attack. Lightning burst forth, and the entire scene was filled with incandescent light, making it difficult to see clearly. When the scene returned, Qin Luo and the dragon man had already separated after their brief encounter and were standing on opposite sides. Even the blood demon Sky Wolf could only stand by and watch from the sidelines, unable to get close. That's strange. Why doesn't Qin Luo, that demon, use his demonic transformation? Look, Qin the demon is injured. Where is his demonic dragon body? It's unbelievable to see the Dragon Emperor in such a sorry state. When everyone saw Qin Luo fighting the Dragon Man in the scene, his body was struck by lightning and turned completely charred. They were immediately incredulous. In everyone's impression, Qin Luo is revered as the Dragon Emperor, possessing a near-immortal physique. Once he transforms into a demon, he can freely become the Dragon Emperor's body, capable of destroying all living beings, a truly nightmare-like existence. But in the memory, Qin Luo had no physical constitution whatsoever, and he didn't even release his most proficient dragon breath and destructive light waves. Clearly, Qin Luo is indeed human, without a trace of demon blood. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. How exactly did Qin Luo fall into demonic ways? Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru watched the memory scenes with heavy hearts. Because Qin Luo's situation was too tragic. When have the three daughters ever seen their father in such a miserable state? As the Dragon Queen, Qin Luo reigns supreme, ruling over all demons. At the slightest provocation, she transforms into the Demon Emperor, destroying everything in her path. Compared to the current situation, it's truly unbelievable. The key point is that Qin Luo was actually willing to sacrifice himself to protect the city, which is like a dream. But it is precisely this Qin Luo who fits the image of a father in the hearts of the three women. I couldn't help but worry about Qin Luo. At this time, inside the light screen, Qin Luo has already started to fight desperately. He didn't have any special tricks, he just relied on his unwavering will to wear down the Dragon Man monster at the peak of the dragon level, while also having to deal with the blood demon Skywolf's sneak attacks. Qin Luo withstood a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a bowl, his body charred black and crackling with electricity. Then he lunged forward, piercing the Dragonman's chest with a palm strike and tearing out his still-beating heart. He still won. The price was being covered in wounds, looking as if he had been pulled from a pool of blood, making it impossible to tell which blood was from the dragon people and which was from Qin Luo's own body. Immediately afterwards, Qin Luo fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. At this moment, Qin Luo seemed to have forgotten about the existence of the blood demon Sky Wolf. As Qin Luo fell, the blood demon wolf rushed over, its bloody maw snapping at Qin Luo's throat. Seeing this thrilling scene, everyone even forgot to breathe, staring intently at the light screen. However, Qin Luo seemed to have anticipated everything, and a smile appeared on his face. Only then did everyone realize that the man was so radiant and confident, without the slightest hint of panic, as if everything was under his control. Qin Luo looks incredibly handsome in this picture. As the blood demon wolf charged forward, it used its last strength to flip itself out of the pit and kicked the blood demon wolf directly, producing a crack sound of bones breaking. Unfortunately, Qin Luo's strength was greatly weakened after the battle with the Dragon Man monster, and this attack only seriously injured the blood demon wolf, not killed it. Blood demon wolf was severely injured after taking a hit from Qin Luo and fled in a sorry state. Oh no! If this monster escapes, the civilians of Linjiang City will be plunged into disaster. Seeing the blood demon wolf escape, Qin Luo was about to give chase, but he was too weak and collapsed to the ground. Even moving a finger now feels like 1,000 pounds, leaving him powerless. In reality, watching Qin Luo fight to the death, kill the Dragon Man monster, and even outmaneuver the blood demon wolf in the end, everyone's feelings were indescribable. Especially when the blood demon wolf escaped, Qin Luo's first thought was not to worry about his injuries, but to worry about the possible deaths of the civilians in Linjiang City. Such a magnanimous spirit can be perfectly described as upright and righteous. If Qin Luo hadn't intervened, allowing this dragon-level monster to appear on the front lines of Linjiang City, humanity would likely have been wiped out. The awakened ones, led by Lu Feng, were no match for the dragon-level monsters. The memory has already proven Qin Luo. His contributions were no less than those of other heroes. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Outside of memory projection. The moment the truth is revealed, everyone sighed with regret. Because no one expected that the demon Qin Luo was such an upright and selfless person in the past, silently dedicating himself to protecting the people of Linjiang City. This behavior is so different from his later insane slaughter of humans that it is hard to believe. Everyone fell silent. No one around made a sound. A long time. Morong Yunshan sighed. Qin Luo was really kind back then. He had great power but used it to protect the weak. His personal charm was very strong. I even regarded him as a goal to follow back then. Morong Yunshan still sighed deeply when he recalled that scene from back then. If it weren't for his demonic transformation, Qin Luo's future in the martial arts alliance would have been limitless. He could have even become the strongest hero and a legend among humans. But all of this shattered the moment Qin Luo betrayed humanity. It took Qin Menglan a while to come to her senses. She couldn't understand why Qin Luo, whom she remembered as upright, brave, and honorable, would become the cruel person he was later. Why can a person change so much before and after? Why is that? Not only Qin Menglan couldn't understand it, but everyone present was baffled. All of this needed to be revealed through the exposure of memories. At least at this moment, everyone agrees that Qin Luo was indeed a good person when he was born. I never expected that the devil Qin Luo would have such a kind side. It's true that everyone has two sides. Indeed, I never expected that Qin Luo would go to such lengths to protect the people. It's such a pity that such a righteous and kind person could fall into becoming a demon. It's truly lamentable. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Everyone felt that Qin Luo used to be righteous and upright, and they acknowledged his contributions. As for the crimes of destroying cities and killing humans, no rush. Since that's the case, that pressure then fell on Lu Feng, the shadow of the blade. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Lu Feng. Don't forget. Before this, Lu Feng, the shadow of the blade, had confidently declared that as long as Qin Luo had protected the people, he would kowtow and admit his mistake, and even erect a monument and guard Qin Luo's tomb. This is big news. The keyboard is about to be unsheathed. Keyboard, please. No, that's impossible. Impossible. Qin Luo is a demon, he has always been a demon, that cannot be changed. This must be a lie. This memory revelation is fake. He refused to acknowledge Qin Luo's sacrifices, and even went so far as to question the exposure of his memories. Everyone around shook their heads. Every scene that appears in this memory revelation confirms the great upheaval 300 years ago. It cannot be fake. For Lu Feng to say something like that, he was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. I never expected that the S-class hero ranked 11th in the Martial Arts Alliance, known as the Shadow of the Blade, would actually break his promise. You don't understand. If you lose a game that you were sure to win, of course you'll be completely bewildered. That's outrageous. It turns out that the Blood Demon Wolf had already been injured by Qin Luo, which is why Lu Feng was able to take advantage of the situation and become a hero. In that case, Lu Feng's contribution is not as great as Qin Luo's. At least Qin Luo not only seriously injured the Blood Demon Wolf, but also killed a monster at the peak of the Dragon Realm. Now that things have gone wrong, the former hero has only managed to reap the rewards. I could have done it too. Everyone responded with sarcasm and ridicule. Puff. Hearing the whispers around him, Lu Feng was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Some people can create a disaster and ruin a person's reputation as long as they have a little bit of dirt on them. But who could have imagined that the exposure of these memories would lead to such a bizarre development? This was something no one could have predicted. Lu Feng realized he was wrong and felt some regret. He shouldn't have been so confident and so skeptical of Qin Luo. Was I really wrong? Lu Feng muttered to himself. Shut up. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fierce appearance, dressed in martial arts attire, stepped forward and shouted. His name is Huang Tao. He is a hero of the Martial Arts Alliance, a 10th-ranked S-class hero, and his title is War God's Roar. As for the proof. Since the area was reduced to ruins and there was no living creature except for Huang Tao, all the credits belonged to him. Upon hearing that it was Huang Tao who spoke, everyone quieted down and dared not say anything more. Lu Feng's oath was just a slip of the tongue, it's a trivial matter. Let's all be more understanding. It's not a big deal. Don't take it too seriously. Everyone has their own difficulties. Let's put ourselves in each other's shoes, take a step back, and try to understand each other. Let's think about it carefully. Huang Tao looked righteous and spoke eloquently. Looking at Huang Tao's figure, it seemed to be radiating boundless light, like a bodhisattva descending to earth, and the surrounding area resounded with chanting. Seeing that everyone had been persuaded by his words, Huang Tao looked smug. It's always so satisfying to stand on the moral high ground and issue orders. The people around nodded. At this moment. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen. Qin Luo was seriously injured. But he gritted his teeth and stood up unsteadily. No, if the blood demon wolf escapes, it will surely cause disaster. I must destroy it. With this thought in mind, Qin Luo's eyes hardened, and he took a step in the direction where the blood demon wolf had fled. With each step Qin Luo took, the sound of his muscles trembling could be heard. But Qin Luo persevered and held on through sheer willpower. The escape of a dragon-level monster would be an absolutely terrifying disaster. It's unimaginable how many people would die. Qin Luo, concerned for the common people of Linjiang City, disregarded his injuries and rushed out. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and incredulous. They never expected that even after being injured to this extent, Qin Luo would still be thinking about protecting the people. The severity of the injuries was immediately apparent to everyone. Even so, someone who still wants to kill the blood demon wolf, does such a person really exist? I never expected that Qin Luo's sense of justice and perseverance would reach this level. It is truly admirable. Perhaps it was this kind of perseverance that enabled Qin Luo to subdue the demons and become the demon emperor. Such a person can thrive anywhere. At this moment, Lu Feng also came to his senses. At that time, the awakened ones and I led hundreds of thousands of people and encountered the blood demon wolf in the New River. After sacrificing many awakened ones, we finally killed the blood demon wolf. Is that really how things went? The crowd looked at Lu Feng with some suspicion. If someone were to say at this moment that Lu Feng did not kill the blood demon wolf, the crowd might believe it. After all, Lu Feng's reputation and credibility have now fallen to the ground. After saying these words, Lu Feng felt a sense of relief. The concerns about reputation and face that I had been struggling with before have all vanished, and I no longer feel ashamed. The world has changed dramatically. The underground caves of Linjiang City were invaded. Qin Luo guarded the underground cave, killing nearly 1,000 monsters, including a Dragon Peak level monster. Even the blood demon wolf was indirectly killed because of him. His many achievements have truly protected so many people. There is nothing shameful about erecting a monument for him and guarding his tomb. But having resolved his inner conflict, Lu Feng was completely relaxed, and the gazes of those around him no longer affected him. At this moment, Lu Feng was simply looking intently at the light screen. He wanted to see what else Qin Luo had done for humanity. Inside the light screen. Clearly, someone has been eaten by the blood demon wolf. Although the Xia Kingdom government has dispatched troops to work with the awakened to rescue the people trapped in Linjiang City. Qin Luo sighed inwardly, but he couldn't hesitate any longer and continued to chase after them. Soon, he caught up with the river. This is the New River. Linjiang City got its name from its proximity to the Nujiang River. Across the New River lies Fuzhou. At this moment, Qin Luo could already see that on the border of Rongqing, the Xia Kingdom government had set up layer upon layer of defenses to resist the invasion of monsters. There was a gap in the defensive line, which was the passage for refugees from Linjiang City to enter, and it was densely packed with people. The refugees from Linjiang City flocked to Rongqing like madmen. Qin Luo was somewhat relieved to see that the Xia Kingdom's official defenses were very strong. His gaze fell on a four-legged monster treading on a bloody, malevolent aura downstream of the New River. That was none other than the blood demon Sky Wolf. By this time, it had already fled to the banks of the New River. The awakened ones who were escorting the people also discovered this uninvited guest and went forward to confront him, preventing the blood demon wolf from getting close to the fleeing people. Qin Luo arrived a step too late. Kill. Even so, awakened individuals continued to charge bravely towards the blood demon wolf. The blood demon wolf must not be allowed to approach Ronqing even a step. This scene from 300 years ago was recreated in the memory projection, shocking everyone. Tragic. Tragic. Words simply cannot describe what I was seeing. This was someone who experienced it firsthand back then. 300 years have passed, and most of the awakened ones from that time are probably dead. Only awakened ones like Lu Feng, who have cultivated to the dragon level, have such a long lifespan. 300 years ago, Lu Feng was probably only a general, yet he still dared to fight the blood demon wolf. His courage deserves everyone's respect. No wonder Lu Feng had such a strong opinion about Qin Luo before. He would defend this honor to the death, whether for the departed awakened ones or for himself. Qin Luo is qualified to share this honor. After learning all this, Lu Feng let go of his remorse and willingly erected a monument and guarded the tomb for the deceased Qin Luo. This is not an admission of Qin Luo's later crimes, but a commemoration of a hero who protected the people in the Battle of Nujiang. Everyone understood. Tragic, utterly tragic. I never expected that the blood demon wolf, even after being severely injured, would still possess such terrifying strength. These awakened ones are all heroes, too many have died and too much blood has been shed. Without comparison, you wouldn't know how terrifying the blood demon sky wolf is. The dragon man monster that Qin Luo killed must have been even more terrifying. Qin Luo is too strong. That's a monster at the peak of the dragon level after all, only one step away from the god level. How could it be ordinary? Everyone sighed. With him around, humanity has a pillar of strength, and given time, they will surely be able to drive out all the monsters from Earth. But Qin Luo betrayed the human race and fell into the demon race, which is truly regrettable. It's Blade's shadow. Lord Lu Feng has made his move. In the scene, Lu Feng, who still looks young, is holding a shadow blade. He stands on the river, stirring up huge waves, and rushes towards the blood demon wolf like a dragon. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Hiss. Lord Lu Feng's strength is quite frightening. He must have reached the peak of the general level. No wonder he could fight the blood demon wolf to a standstill. I heard that before the great upheaval, Lord Lu Feng was just a pig butcher. After the spiritual energy revived, he single-handedly cleaved the world in two. Awesome, no wonder he's known as the shadow of the hero's blade. In any case, Lu Feng is an S-class hero. Putting aside other factors, his status is still quite high. Look how exquisite this move is. The control of power is simply perfect. His movement technique is also superb, allowing him to move freely in front of the blood demon sky wolf. Amazing. Seeing Lu Feng display his skills on screen, everyone couldn't help but compliment him. He's just a mere general, nothing to brag about. He couldn't even take down a heavily wounded blood demon wolf. He's let down the people's support. Lu Feng sighed deeply. Although he appeared calm and composed, he was somewhat pleased with the compliments he received. After all, who doesn't like to hear flattery? Especially in such a large-scale live broadcast, with so many people trying to curry favor, no one can control the situation. Hey, look, Qin Luo seems to be saying something? At that moment, someone staring at the light screen suddenly spoke. Everyone quickly looked at the memory screen. In the picture, he didn't want to expose himself. Because he possesses a system, taking action in full view of others would attract unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the awakened one intercepted the blood demon wolf, allowing Qin Luo to avoid being exposed. Qin Luo frowned immediately. I'm so frustrated. I'm furious. No awareness, no skill, no power. What kind of awakened one is this? So useless. Qin Luo stood at a distance and angrily cursed. In front of the light screen, everyone fell silent, an awkward silence descending upon them. The tables have turned so quickly. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Feng, who was over 300 years old, blushed as red as a monkey's bottom when he heard Qin Luo's words. He wished he could dig a hole like an ostrich and bury his head inside. This is so embarrassing. Is it really true that my combat awareness has absolutely no merit? Faced with Qin Luo's guidance, Lu Feng could not refute it. Because this was a scene of exposed memories, Qin Luo was just talking to himself. Moreover, from Qin Luo's perspective, Lu Feng's combat awareness might indeed be quite poor. After all, Qin Luo was able to kill a dragon-level monster, so his combat awareness was definitely strong, far surpassing Lu Feng's. Don't be discouraged. It's not shameful to be compared to a monster like Qin Luo. Beside him, Morong Yunshan stepped forward, patted Lu Feng on the shoulder meaningfully, and comforted him. Clearly, he also recalled some embarrassing memories. As for Qin Luo's three daughters, Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru all watched the memory projection quietly, their expressions as cold as ice. They were eager to see why Qin Luo had fallen into depravity. I'll probably go crazy if I don't figure all this out. Why did their father betray humanity? And why did he treat them so cruelly, committing a cold-blooded massacre and annihilation of their entire family, ultimately becoming a demon? Inside the light screen, Lu Feng was still fighting the blood demon wolf. However, everyone could see that Lu Feng had narrowly escaped death and had reached his limit. He wasn't lying, he truly fought a bloody battle and risked his life. Even so, they still couldn't defeat the blood demon wolf. It's not that Lu Feng lacks ability. Seeing Lu Feng vomiting blood and retreating while fighting, Qin Luo, who was in the distance, couldn't help but cover his face, his expression extremely helpless. Finally, just as the blood demon wolf unleashed its ultimate attack, its entire body shrouded in boundless blood-red aura as it charged toward Lu Feng, Qin Luo quietly made his move. He threw a punch from a distance, and the entire space seemed to tremble for a moment before pausing. A great opportunity. Lu Feng didn't know why the blood demon wolf's momentum suddenly weakened and it was spitting blood all over its body. He guessed that it had finally given up after fighting for so long and its injuries had worsened. Blood demon wolf, die. Good. As expected of Lord Lu Feng. Upon seeing Lu Feng kill the blood demon wolf, the surrounding awakened ones roared excitedly. Countless honors and accolades fell upon Lu Feng, making him an instant celebrity. Far away. Seeing the blood demon wolf dead, Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, clutched his chest, and dragged his broken body back along the original path. His back view was desolate. March 2, 2022. The underground caves have invaded, monsters have invaded, and over 1 million people have died or been injured. 3 months later, spiritual energy revived, and awakened beings stepped onto the historical stage, cooperating with the Xia Kingdom government to guide the 320,000 surviving civilians of Linjiang City in a massive evacuation. September 21, 2022. Awakened Lu Feng, single-handedly, slew the dragon-level monster blood demon wolf on the banks of the New River, rescuing hundreds of thousands of people and enabling them to successfully evacuate to Rongcheng. He was awarded the title, Shadow of the Blade. 300 years later, Qin Luo's memories are exposed. Before the scene in memory, everyone fell silent. This is the truth. It turns out that we can still live peacefully in this world, it's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden in the darkness. The desolate figure of Qin the demon leaving was like that of a lone warrior, fighting silently, unknown to others. He left without a trace after accomplishing his task, concealing his merits and fame. This is the justice of Qin Luo. He really sacrificed a lot to protect the people. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo at that time was truly admirable. Looking at Qin Luo's desolate yet upright back. In reality, people have mixed feelings. Even among the heroes of the Martial Arts Alliance, few are as virtuous and righteous as Qin Luo. Did Qin Luo, this demon, fall into demonic ways because he endured 300 years of obscurity and could no longer bear the darkness? Could it be that he couldn't stand seeing other heroes standing in the sunlight, enjoying the halo and support from the people, and that's why he chose to betray humanity in a fit of anger? Everyone began to ponder. Qin Luo is upright, righteous, brave, kind, and honest. He protects civilians and has countless shining qualities. That's how he later fell into becoming the Demon Emperor? He was tyrannical and cruel, killing countless people, massacring entire cities and families, and was cold-blooded and ruthless. He even tortured his own daughter and disciples. Such an extreme change in a person is truly remarkable. Heh, a demon is always a demon. You're all so easily moved. Do you think doing one good deed can cover up all the bad things he'll do later? We're not Buddhists, we don't believe that putting down the butcher's knife will make you turn back to the right path. No one bothered to pay him any attention. Everyone knows Qin Luo will become a demon later on, so why would he need to nag him? People are just curious why a righteous and kind person would turn into a demon. So, the moment I finally killed the blood demon wolf, it was Qin Luo who secretly intervened. The truth is actually like this. At this moment, Lu Feng let out a long sigh, his expression desolate. He originally thought that he had killed the blood demon wolf all by himself, but he never expected that Qin Luo had been silently contributing behind the scenes from beginning to end. What right does Lu Feng have to question Qin Luo? How can I face those compatriots who sacrificed their lives? I will keep my promise and erect a monument and guard the tomb for Qin Luo. After saying that, Lu Feng left, no longer caring about other people's opinions. As for what changes Qin Luo would undergo in the memory projection, he no longer cared. Incredible! That place is already a forbidden zone for the demon race, yet Qin Luo still went to the dragon pool after the mutation. I'm so envious. We ordinary martial artists can only stay in the city. Who wouldn't be terrified and cautious when venturing into the wilderness? Is this the world of the strong? To roam freely across the blue star, coming and going as one pleases, is truly enviable. When will we be able to drive away these monsters and go out to see the world? We have the Martial Arts Alliance and 3 Valkyries, so we'll definitely have a chance. When that happens, I'll travel all over the world. Everyone stared in amazement at the scene. At this point, 8 years had passed since the anomaly in Linjiang City ended. During this period, underground passages sprang up all over the world, and monsters invaded almost every country. Large countries like Xia were better off. With unity of purpose and thorough preparation, they successfully resisted the monsters' invasion and established a human sanctuary. However, some smaller countries and island nations in the surrounding area were not so lucky. If any random underground cavern were to appear, a general-level monster could emerge and flatten these tiny countries. One of them, Japan, was sunk by a group of monsters such as hydras and tengu, and hundreds of millions of Japanese people perished at sea. After the battle in Linjiang City, Qin Luo did not return to the city and continued to live in the wilderness. After all, those monsters couldn't hurt him, and the abandoned wilderness was full of empty houses that he could live in without paying, which was obviously more suitable for him. Qin Luo once encountered an awakened person who poured out his grievances to him. Due to the anomaly, the city was overcrowded, and most people could only live in dirty bridge arches. Left with no other choice, he went to live in the wilderness. After talking with Qin Luo, the awakened one set off alone. After the mutation, the living environment for humans became extremely harsh, whether in cities or wilderness. Qin Luo sighed inwardly, but was powerless to change anything. In the picture, he was walking on the vast snowfield. But when they arrived, there was nothing there. Instead, because of the harsh climate, the monsters that could survive here were exceptionally ferocious. Along the way, Qin Luo dealt with several monsters, which took a lot of effort. After the spiritual energy revival, humans were able to become awakeners, and the ferocious beasts that originally lived on Earth also evolved, becoming no less powerful than those underground monsters. The current state of Earth can be described as a chaotic struggle for supremacy among countless races, resembling a barbaric wasteland. But nobody noticed. I seem to have a vague memory of this place. I lived here when I was a child. In her mind, there was a hazy memory of a graceful and elegant woman carrying her, still an infant, hurrying through the snow. But this memory is too blurry to recall at all. Qin Menglan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone around her was taken aback. Great Martial God is the respectful title people give to Qin Menglan. Qin Shanxian is a second-ranked martial god. Qin Xianru is one of the three martial gods. The Qin family has 3 daughters, and each family has 3 martial gods. I lived here when I was very young. Could it be that in the future, Qin Luo will revisit this place with the great martial god, who will still be an infant? Speaking of which, who exactly was Qin Luo's wife? Why is there no record of her at all? Someone asked curiously. The crowd immediately started gossiping and discussing it. It's really strange. Qin Luo has never had a woman by his side. Even when he betrayed the human race, he only took Qin Manglan, who was still young at the time, with him. Later, he became the Dragon Emperor, infamous for his ferocity, but no one ever spoke of his other half. If Qin Luo doesn't have a wife, where did the great martial god, the second martial god, and the third martial god come from? Everyone looked at the 3 women with curiosity. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. From as far back as she could remember, she and Qin Luo lived in the wilderness. That was the happiest time of her life. No matter what she asked for, Qin Luo would fulfill it, giving her all his love and care, even making up for what she owed her mother. Later, Qin Luo took her back to live in a human city. In the city, she met her best friend, and they had a lot of fun together. She also has teachers who love and care for her, and who teach her knowledge. But one day, everything changed. The change came so suddenly and unexpectedly. Qin Luo suddenly transformed into a demon and slaughtered all the humans in that region, including her friends and the teachers who taught her. Not a single one was spared. Then, Qin Luo took her and betrayed the human race, returning to that bloodthirsty, savage, and cold wilderness, far away from the city and human civilization. A world without light. From then on, Qin Luo seemed to have become a different person, always gloomy, never smiling, and cold-bloodedly tormenting her. In Qin Menglan's mind, before the age of 8, Qin Luo acted like a father, but after that, Qin Luo turned into a beast, more terrifying than a devil. Her beloved teacher died, and her best friend who played with her also died. The whole world collapsed on that day. She was like an abandoned orphan, without a mother or a father, having lost all warmth and love. Father, why are you putting on an act? You don't deserve to be a father. Seeing Qin Menglan's absent-minded expression, everyone shut their mouths and dared not gossip anymore. Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru quickly stepped forward to comfort their sister, as their experiences were similar to Qin Menglan's. Look, Qin Luo's memories have changed. Moron Yunshan spoke. While everyone was talking, new changes have also appeared in the picture. Amidst the biting wind and swirling snow, a series of dragon roars suddenly echoed from the direction of Dragon Pool. Immediately afterwards, a huge white dragon flew down from the sky. Jialong. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The hateful demon race. Thinking of this, everyone felt even more resentful. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo was also startled by the enormous dragon. It was no longer a monster, but a true demon. During the invasion of the underground world, there are many races, including monsters, demons, and countless others. This white dragon flew over from here. Qin Luo stepped forward to check and confirmed that the white dragon was dead. He was about to turn around and leave. In my mind, the system notification reads, Host, there is dragon marrow jade within the belly of the flood dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo immediately took out the alloy knife he carried with him and began to cut open the white dragon's abdomen. If time allows, he might be able to set up a pot and boil water right there and enjoy the meal. In this respect, Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford are nothing compared to them. I don't know how this white dragon died. It fell from the sky and died instantly. I have to say, Qin the demon is really careless. He actually went up and dismembered it. Wow, they're really that bold. The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat serious. The being capable of killing this white dragon must be at least close to being a god, if not a god. In such a dangerous environment, Qin Luo showed no fear whatsoever and even went up to dissect the white dragon's corpse. What was he trying to do? Everyone was puzzled by Qin Luo's behavior. Someone suddenly sneered. Moreover, Huang Tao has quite a few supporters. Huang Tao, as an S-class hero in the Martial Arts Alliance, is highly respected in Xia Kingdom. With him leading the way, everyone's attacks are more powerful and they won't be a disorganized mess. Everyone must remember that after Qin Luo turned into a demon, he destroyed many cities, leaving countless people homeless and dying in fires. All of this was the work of this demon. Some people echoed this sentiment, and subtly mentioned the bad things Qin Luo had done. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped for breath, their hearts filled with desolation. He was clearly persuaded by these people. Qin Luo's title is Dragon Emperor. After being transformed into a demon, he will become a demon dragon. So far, no one knows how he transformed from a human into a demon dragon. It's not uncommon for monsters to devour each other's flesh and blood, leading to mutations. Could it be that Qin Luo really ate the flesh and blood of this white dragon and mutated? Thinking of this, everyone perked up and looked at the scene in their memory. Qin Luo did not go and eat the white dragon's flesh and blood as they had guessed. He's not stupid, even if he eats monster flesh, he always cooks it first. After Qin Luo used the alloy knife to cut open the white dragon's abdomen, he groped around among the bloody organs, searching for the dragon marrow jade mentioned by the system. Before Qin Luo could make a further move, the membrane suddenly tore open, revealing what was inside. Qin Luo was startled when he saw what was wrapped in the fleshy membrane. It was a chubby baby girl with rosy cheeks, her eyes closed, her expression serene and very cute, and she was holding a piece of green jade in her arms. She seemed unaware of what was happening outside, still clutching the dragon marrow jade in her sleep, her chubby little feet kicking randomly. System, host, grab the dragon marrow jade and leave quickly. A god-level life form is approaching. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in Qin Luo's mind, bringing him back to his senses. What happened on the light screen left everyone in reality completely dumbfounded. Everyone screamed in surprise. How is this possible? Why would there be a baby girl inside the white dragon's belly? Yes, I don't understand either. That baby girl seemed to be a human infant, not a demon. Could it be that the white dragon swallowed her beforehand? It's quite possible. It's not uncommon for demons to eat people. Perhaps this white dragon ate the baby girl, was then severely injured, and eventually died. Fortunately, it encountered Qin Luo, who rescued the baby. Do you think this baby girl could be the great martial god? The dragon had a child hidden in its belly and survived a great calamity. The great martial goddess is a woman of destiny. It turns out that the great martial goddess was just an adopted daughter of Qin Luo, not his biological daughter. No wonder he was so cold-blooded towards her later, torturing her relentlessly without any pity. For a moment, everyone was discussing it and looking at Qin Manglan with amazement. Therefore, the baby girl in the white dragon's belly is very likely Qin Manglan herself. No one expected that Qin Manglan's birth would be so bizarre, emerging from the belly of a dragon. It was like something out of a novel. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. However, Qin Manglan turned pale, unable to believe it, and shook her head, saying, Impossible, this baby girl is definitely not me. How could I have been picked up? That's impossible. I'm my father's daughter. I've lived with him since I was little. If I were just adopted, then do I still have the right to hate him? Her beliefs seemed to crumble, and she broke down. Impossible. Impossible. Although Qin Luo was utterly wicked and had even tormented her madly, showing absolutely no affection for her, Qin Manglan always believed that he was her biological father. If Qin Luo hadn't committed so many atrocities, including massacring entire cities and killing people, she, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru would never have sent Qin Luo to his death. After all, they have Qin Luo's blood in their veins. It was for the sake of the entire human race that he sacrificed his own family for the greater good. From the perspective of human societal values, Qin Manglan is righteous and acceptable. However, when her memories are exposed, Qin Manglan's true identity is revealed. She is not Qin Luo's biological daughter, but a lucky baby girl who was rescued from the belly of a dragon in a vast snowfield. How can Qin Manglan ever repay such an immense debt of gratitude? Let alone pay it back. What did she do? She and her two younger sisters, together with the Martial Arts Alliance, trapped Qin Luo inside the meteor tower, sending their own father to hell. Even if Qin Luo has committed numerous evils, it is absolutely not a reason for Qin Menglan to personally send him to his death. Qin Menglan was on the verge of collapse. She stared intently at the light screen, as if trying to verify that this was a joke and that the baby girl could not possibly be her. At this time, the system's voice echoed in Qin Luo's mind. They heard that a godlike being was approaching. System, host, what are you doing? This system ordered you to retrieve the dragon marrow jade. Why are you bringing along this burden? Qin Luo replied, it's freezing cold there. If we leave her there, she'll freeze to death in no time. For an artificial intelligence system, a weak infant is not capable of being tamed. To Qin Luo, it would only be troublesome, not helpful. Qin Luo understood what the system was saying. But this baby is a living, breathing person. How can it be equated with the values calculated by a system? If Qin Luo didn't save the baby he saw in the snow, would he even be human? So he couldn't be bothered to continue responding to the system. A mechanical and cold intelligence cannot comprehend human emotions such as feelings, responsibilities, and conscience. Host, you'll regret this. The system's voice rang in Qin Luo's mind. Behind us, the snow and ice howled. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. It is clearly a god-level monster. At this moment, an avalanche occurred on Mount Kunlun. The vast expanse of snow roared down, and the immense power of heaven and earth seemed to want to cover everything. Because there are gods chasing us from the sky. Qin Luo dared not fly upwards, and could only rush downwards along the snow. Before long, Qin Luo was overtaken and buried by a howling avalanche. In the snow. Then, he pushed with both hands, creating a circular hole in the surrounding snow, big enough for a person to move around freely. Then, like a gopher, dig through the thick snow and move in one direction. For his current physical condition, even an avalanche would not be a fatal disaster. After much effort, Qin Luo finally dug through the snow and returned to the ground. Looking around, he could no longer see the figure of the god-level monster. At this moment, Qin Luo began to carefully observe the baby girl and the piece of dragon marrow jade she was holding in her hands. Then he looked at the baby girl. Strangely enough, when the baby girl saw Qin Luo, her black eyes sparkled like jewels, darted around a few times, and then she giggled and called out Papa to Qin Luo in a garbled voice. Her sweet and innocent tone, along with her actions, stirred a flutter in Qin Luo's heart. From today onwards, you are my daughter, Qin Luo's daughter. I'll name you Qin Menglan, how about that? This scene truly confirmed Qin Menglan's identity. There was no more doubt. When the baby's parentage was finally confirmed, everyone was astonished. That's right, this baby girl is the great martial goddess. She was adopted by the demon Qin Luo, not his biological daughter. Qin Menglan's bizarre and complicated background, and her appearance, are simply unbelievable. What's even more admirable is that Qin Luo didn't hesitate at all and immediately picked up the baby girl. In this apocalyptic world, people are displaced, and corpses litter the wilderness. In this era where everyone is focused on their own well-being, people have no time or ability to help another life, because that would be seen as a burden. Without the slightest hesitation, he saved a young soul. If Qin Luo hadn't extended a helping hand at that moment, there would be no Qin Menglan in this world, and humanity would not have such a peerless martial god. Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked, their eyes filled with bewilderment. The eldest sister was adopted, but what about the other two? Could it have been picked up by Qin Luo as well? Qin Menglan completely broke down. She thought of the kindness Qin Luo had shown her, and also of the torment he had inflicted upon her. But no matter what, she was only adopted by Qin Luo. Others may not have a heart, but Qin Menglan does. Qin Menglan felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and she found it hard to breathe. Qin Luo has committed numerous evils and deserves to die. But she absolutely cannot die, that would be patricide. But Qin Menglan also felt hatred. She resented Qin Luo for finding her and for showering her with care before she turned 8, allowing her to enjoy light and warmth. After she turned 8, she was pushed into a dark abyss, treated with cold indifference, humiliated with cruel words, and mocked with contemptuous glances. It robbed her of both light and love. But why did Qin Luo give her happiness and love, only to cruelly take it all away? This was given to her by Qin Luo. Just as Qin Menglan was about to break down. Father, Qin Luo has tarnished the word. He is not worthy of being a father. If you don't love her, why lift up an unfortunate baby and then push her into hell? Such a heart is no better than the devil's. Countless people cursed and roared in anger, condemning Qin Luo's treacherous schemes of repeatedly manipulating people's hearts. How evil must a person be to save a girl, give her life, and then push her into the abyss? Such demonic methods chilled everyone to the bone. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. These memories will eventually prove that I, Huang, am right. Alas, everyone is drunk but I am sober. At this moment, Huang Tao stepped forward and spoke, looking as if he had seen through the truth. Listening to the words around her, Qin Menglan's eyes showed confusion. Is that really the case? Qin Luo killed her friend, killed her teacher, imprisoned her, and used her to infiltrate the Martial Arts Alliance to gather information. All of these are true. Qin Menglan's eyes gradually turned cold, like ice that had stood for millennia. After Qin Luo's subsequent torment of her, there was no longer any affection between them. From the moment Qin Luo used a vicious and contemptuous tone to humiliate and suppress her, Qin Luo had transformed from her former father into an enemy she would strive to surpass with all her might for the rest of her life. Why should she have any psychological burden? The revelation of these memories may have been what made her understand why Qin Luo had become so cold-blooded and ruthless, leaving her with no sympathy for him whatsoever. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In any case, Qin Luo has been executed. Everyone knows the bad things he did, so there is no need to discuss them further. It's all in the past now. Qin Menglan has grown up. In the muddy abyss, in the nightmare created by Qin Luo, she still strives upward, like a sapling after a thunderstorm, and eventually grows into a towering tree. She is the strongest martial goddess in the Xia kingdom. Her name is Blood Rose. She possesses the most powerful strength on this planet. She stands at the pinnacle, dazzling and radiant. She did not rely on her father, but instead blossomed in such difficult circumstances. Qin Luo is no longer worthy of being associated with her. People shouted in unison. With Qin Menglan's current status and strength, she has long surpassed Qin Luo, and her talent is even greater than Qin Luo's. Moreover, she relied on herself, and even had Qin Luo's influence, which undoubtedly made her even more outstanding. I'm more curious about who Qin Menglan's biological parents are, whether they were killed by this white dragon, and what the origin of the god-level lifeform that chased after them is. Everyone was also very curious. However, Qin Luo's memories did not show Qin Menglan's biological parents, so everyone could only guess. Most people believe that Qin Menglan's biological parents have been murdered, otherwise Qin Menglan, as an infant, would not have been eaten by the white dragon. Qin Menglan herself fell silent. Who are her parents? Why is she inside the dragon's belly? She was eager to understand these questions. Let's take a look at Qin Luo's exposed memories and see if there are any clues. Morong Yunshan offered a suggestion. Everyone then looked at the light screen. In the scene, Qin Luo was holding Xiao Menglan as they return home before nightfall. This so-called home is actually an abandoned city, which was called Hujiang City before the mutation. After the anomaly occurred, the underground city invaded Hujiang City, and the entire city fell. People fled to nearby shelters. This is also a place that Qin Menglan remembers vividly. She lived here for 4 years. During these 4 years, Qin Luo was a competent father. He was gentle. I'm home. At this moment, little Menglan in my arms suddenly woke up from her deep sleep and started crying loudly. Qin Luo was busy trying to coax Xiao Menglan. Taking care of a baby for the first time clearly stumped him. At this moment, Qin Luo felt that even if he were to fight a god-level monster, it would be easier than taking care of Xiao Menglan. His decision to adopt a child was too hasty. But having made up his mind, Qin Luo would not change it, determined to go all the way to the end. Ugh, so noisy. Host, hurry up and knock her out, quick. Dizzy? A black line immediately appeared on Qin Luo's forehead. The system's approach to solving problems was always so unconventional. Qin Luo asked, "System, do you know why she's crying so much?" System, crying when hungry is a weakness of lower life forms. Qin Luo then realized that once he cultivated to the dragon level, his body could go without food for several months without any problems, which made him forget the feeling of hunger. No wonder the baby was crying so loudly. It turns out I was just hungry. They'll be quiet once they're full. You're hungry. Babies need to be fed, right? Let me think of where I can find some milk for you. Women have big breasts, but there are no women around here. Qin Luo sat on the sofa, deep in thought. I almost died laughing. It's so hilarious. I never expected that Qin Luo, that devil, would have such interesting memories. I'm rather curious why Qin Luo keeps talking to himself, as if there's another intelligent life form inside him. Probably, otherwise how could he have risen to prominence in the apocalypse? He must have had some treasures. It's a pity that Qin Luo is dead, and those treasures must have disappeared with him. Everyone felt deeply sorry for him. If Qin Luo truly coveted the dragon marrow jade, he could simply take it away, leaving Qin Menglan to fend for herself in the snow. That would undoubtedly be the easiest course of action. Qin Luo did not do that. He not only saved the baby, but also went to great lengths to take care of her, which is commendable and shows his sincere devotion. She knew that before she turned 8, her father was a good father. This is also why Qin Menglan still calls Qin Luo father. Before she was 8 years old, Qin Luo was irreplaceable. He was the forever loving father in her memory. That father, whose eyes were full of doting affection, seeing only her tiny figure. That was one of the few pure lands in her heart, amidst a lifetime of bloodshed. Seeing that Qin Luo couldn't come up with a solution. Good idea. Qin Luo's eyes lit up when he heard the system's words. Although artificial intelligence cannot understand human emotions, it is still very useful. After all, it has a wealth of knowledge. With that in mind, Qin Luo prepared to go out. Just before leaving the house. At this moment, a small figure began to reside in his heart. No matter what he does, Qin Luo's priority will always be Xiao Menglan. Half an hour later. Qin Luo was quite lucky. In the ruins of the city, a leopard that had just given birth to cubs was discovered by chance. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to borrow some milk from you, I won't kill you. Faced with the monster, Qin Luo's demeanor and emotions changed instantly. He no longer displayed the comical, flustered appearance of before, but instead exuded a calm and composed aura, like an even stronger and more ferocious beast. The mother leopard submitted. He lay down obediently on the grass. Eat slowly, there's plenty. Finally. After Xiao Menglan finished eating, she giggled and sweetly called out Daddy in Qin Luo's arms. Why? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, revealing a fatherly smile full of doting affection. System, this little thing is quite something. It's very cunning and knows how to use its advantages to survive at such a young age. Host, don't be fooled. That's outrageous. If it were a woman of another age, then forget it. A baby only a few months old is too young to understand anything. How could he be scheming? The system's approach is a bit of a charade. Qin Luo completely ignored the system. Regardless of whether the mother leopard agreed or not, Qin Luo carried Xiao Menglan away. In the wilderness, both humans and monsters are essentially equal. It's a world where the strong prey on the weak. Qin Luoxian, he can control everything about this mother leopard. Qin Luo lives in the wilderness, occasionally hunting monsters and taking care of Qin Menglan. Despite encountering various troubles along the way, Qin Luo persevered as long as he heard Xiao Menglan sweetly call him daddy. And so, the days passed one by one. The mother leopard became a wet nurse. Under Qin Luo's care, Xiao Menglan also grew up healthily. Everyone was speechless at the heartwarming scene, and they all secretly glanced at Qin Menglan. Judging from the exposure of memories, they truly treat Qin Menglan like their own daughter, showering her with affection. It's incredibly kind to them. As expected, Qin Menglan was right. Before she was 8 years old, Qin Luo had always taken good care of her. The contents of Chapter 66, The letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Seeing the memories exposed, Qin Menglan also began to recall those beautiful memories, trying to heal her heart, which was already riddled with wounds. A good childhood can heal a lifetime. But she was also lucky. Before she was 8 years old, Qin Luo played the role of the perfect father figure in her childhood. That period was one of the few happiest times in her memory. On the screen of light, those memories began to play, bit by bit. The scene at this moment is as follows. The scene changes. She choked on her food, and only a slight sound could be heard. The usually calm Qin Luo rushed over, patting Xiao Menglan's back helplessly and pacing around anxiously. As Menglan grew a little older, she began to try hunting in the wilderness under Qin Luo's tutelage. She was accidentally kicked by a monster rabbit. Qin Luo, in a fit of rage, grabbed the rabbit and avenged her that very night by roasting it for her to eat. Time is like an hourglass. Qin Luo took care of the tiny baby, telling her stories at night to lull her to sleep. To guide her to take a small step, to hold her and let her sit on my shoulders, and to fly through the sky. Qin Luo was always by her side, taking meticulous care of her, which made her feel at ease. Everyone watched the light screen in silence. One scene depicts an abandoned infant inside a dragon's belly amidst a world of ice and snow. Qin Luo's memories were exposed, and they were extremely long here, much longer than when he fought the peak dragon-level monster. It is clear that these memories are what he considers most precious, buried deep in his heart. More precious than glory, more precious than battle. Qin Menglan was mesmerized as she looked at these memories. Those beautiful memories constantly challenged her hardened heart. Why? 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 Qin Menglan was roaring furiously inside, each roar louder than the last. She couldn't understand it. I can't let it go. The one who took care of her wholeheartedly was Qin Luo. But it was Qin Luo who tormented her like a madman, throwing her into the icy snow pool and subjecting her to cruel tortures. It was Qin Luo who even threatened her to kill. Father, why have you become like this? I was someone you took in. If you want my life, just take it back. Why do you torture me? Why have you become a cold-blooded and ruthless demon? What is the purpose of this? Qin Menglan burst into tears. It's hard to imagine that Qin Luo, a man, perfectly took on the responsibilities of both father and mother when Qin Menglan was a child. He must be working very hard, but what is the driving force that keeps him going? Is it really because of that piece of dragon marrow jade? I think it's more than that. Qin Luo must have developed feelings for Xiao Menglan as well, and treats her like his own daughter. He's like a real man. People around them were talking about it. The revelation of Qin Luo's memories has moved many people. Hearing the surrounding conversations subtly suggesting an attempt to exonerate Qin Luo, many people panicked. No matter how good or kind Qin Luo was in the past, it cannot change the fact that he will be ruthless, bloodthirsty, and inhuman in the future. We need to look at all of this rationally. A voice came from the crowd. I'm going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a very kind man who did good deeds all his life and was a well-known good person in the surrounding villages. But in his old age, he did something bad. Can you guess what happened to him? Huang Tao looked at everyone calmly, shaking his head as he spoke. Because he did good deeds all his life, people think he is a good person. How can a good person do bad things? If he does, he is a demon. How absurd do you think that is? Everyone was surprised for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Huang Tao continued, there was another bad person who never did a good deed in his entire life, but when he got old, he did one good deed. Guess what happened to him? It's truly lamentable that people are actually prepared to whitewash someone who has done so many bad things. The revelation of Qin Luo's past has significantly changed many people's perception of him. Huang Tao's words at that moment, however, struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Everyone is reflecting on themselves, wondering if they were affected by the exposure of Qin Luo's memories. Huang Tao laughed heartily and clapped his hands. As expected of Lord Huang Tao, an S-class hero is so calm and composed, not swayed by external emotions. Huang Tao, known as the war god of roar, lives up to his reputation. He's awesome. Everyone nodded, as if they had learned a lot, and their eyes turned colder as they looked at the memory projection. No matter what Qin Luo is like, you are still a demon. Someone as stunningly beautiful and captivating as her doesn't care about what others think. To change her mind, her memories would have to be exposed, revealing something she would deeply regret. Time flies. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye on the light screen. Qin Menglan has also grown up a lot. Thanks to Qin Luo's careful care, she is much taller than her peers and has strong limbs, like a little leopard. Because she was in the wilderness, Qin Menglan wore clothes made of various animal hides, making her look like a little wilderness hunter. In fact, Xiao Menglan is indeed a tyrant in this wilderness. The monsters around were terrified and trembled at the sight of this tiny two-legged creature. At this moment, Qin Luo was hunting in the wilderness with Xiao Menglan. 4-year-old Menglan is still chubby, with short legs, chubby hands, and little tiger teeth, making her very cute. Watch out, there's danger. At this moment, Qin Luo shouted. But when she landed and stood still, and found that there was no danger around her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. But before Xiao Menglan could react, she saw a giant toad fly towards her face and then hug her entire face. Ah! The sticky, slippery, and strangely shaped texture made Xiao Menglan let out a thunderous scream. When she angrily shook off the toad, sure enough, she saw Qin Luo lying on the grass, clutching his stomach and laughing hysterically. This infuriated Xiao Menglan. Daddy has a protruding belly button, and Menglan hates Daddy the most. After angrily finishing her rant, Xiao Menglan stormed off alone, disappearing into the bushes. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. Is this what it means for men to take care of children? If having children isn't something to be played with, then it's meaningless. Qin Menglan was only 4 years old at the time, and such a big toad flew over. Any ordinary child would be terrified. All eyes turned to Qin Menglan. I'm so sorry. I thought Qin Luo, the devil, would cherish his daughter dearly, but I never expected her to be toyed with like this. Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru, the 2 younger sisters, also looked at the memory projection with great curiosity. In their minds, Qin Luo had always been more of a dignified figure. Qin Menglan never expected that the embarrassing thing she did as a child would be seen by everyone. However, compared to the feeling of embarrassment, Qin Menglan missed it more, because she had almost forgotten about those things. When I was very young, my father did have a childlike heart. He wasn't the kind of person who was gloomy, cold, and heartless all the time. It's a pity. Everyone clearly understood what she was trying to say. Qin Menglan felt a headache coming on, as if she had forgotten something extremely important. Everyone was curious about what important thing it could be. In the picture. Ah, help! Daddy, come quick! Suddenly, Xiao Menglan's loud shout came from not far away. Hearing Xiao Menglan scream, Qin Luo was more nervous than anyone else. His face darkened, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. People noticed that his aura had become extremely dangerous, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty edge, and he charged towards Xiao Menglan's direction like a raging beast. Without a doubt, if anyone who dared to hurt Xiao Menglan were to stand here now, Qin Luo would tear them to shreds. Everyone also remembered another proverb. Dad is dangerous when there is no danger. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. What danger did Xiao Menglan encounter? Upon seeing the footage, everyone couldn't help but feel worried. With Qin Luo here, everything should be fine. Seeing Qin Luo's violent gaze and terrifying aura as he rushed out, everyone was terrified. If anyone dares to hurt Xiao Menglan, Qin Luo will truly go berserk. Which scoundrel dares to provoke the Dragon Emperor, this wicked star? This was a treasure he considered his Achilles' heel. All eyes turned to Qin Menglan. Qin Menglan had a splitting headache and shook her head, saying, I can't remember. All I can think of is a bloody and terrifying image, as if something extremely terrible had happened. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Judging from Qin Menglan's expression, this was definitely not an ordinary matter. After that incident, I lay in bed for more than half a month to recover. After I recovered, my father took me to live in the city. After Qin Menglan finished speaking, she stared intently at the light screen. She also wanted to know what happened there when she was a child. She had questioned Qin Luo about it before. Intuitively, she felt that Qin Luo was lying, but she had no evidence. The matter was thus dropped. Now that her memories have been exposed, she can finally see exactly what happened back then. In the picture. Upon hearing Xiao Menglan's cries, Qin Luo panicked. Qin Luo, exuding a murderous aura, charged towards Qin Menglan, his heart burning with rage. I hope so. The system clearly knew Qin Menglan's position in Qin Luo's heart, and could only silently curse those blind fools for provoking this little guy of all people. You should know that even what this system says right now might not be as effective as this little thing. A short while later, Qin Luo rushed to the place where Xiao Menglan had called for help. How so? They are awakened humans. Xiao Menglan stood there all alone, looking weak, helpless, and pitiful. Little savage, this is good stuff. I never expected to find something like this in the wilderness. Several burly middle-aged men surrounded Xiao Menglan, teasing her as if she were looking at a gold mine. With the invasion of underground caves and global anomalies, some babies will inevitably be abandoned in the wilderness. High-ranking officials among humans enjoy seeking out these underage beastmen, sparing no expense. This hunting party stumbled upon Xiao Menglan by accident, mistaking her for an orc. After all, Xiao Menglan's attire could easily lead people to mistake her for a savage. The little guy was terrified, his face was a mess of snot and tears. She couldn't understand why these people who looked just like her father would give her such disgusting smiles and have such malicious eyes. And he actively reached out his clutches to her. Qin Luo, who was flying overhead, saw the scene and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Although he rarely kills, it doesn't mean he won't kill. In Qin Luo's mind, he had already sentenced these humans to death. When they saw this, everyone was in an uproar. They thought Xiao Menglan had encountered a monster, never expecting that the danger actually came from a human awakener. Everyone looked very uncomfortable. Damn it, I never expected such a cancer to appear among martial artists, actually engaging in such illegal activities. They deserve to die. If they were still alive, I would never let them go. It shouldn't be your turn to make a move. They actually dared to set their sights on Qin Menglan. Qin Luo will definitely not let them get away with this. They have touched the Dragon Emperor's sore spot. I never expected the terrifying thing the great martial god mentioned to be like this. It must be that Qin Luo went berserk and tore these martial artists to pieces, which frightened the great martial god when he was still young. Bah, these beasts deserve to die. If Qin Luo hadn't killed them, I would have skinned them alive and torn them apart. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, all expressing their utter contempt for these people. But only Qin Menglan showed a look of confusion in her eyes. Was it really just encountering these awakened humans? Why did she vaguely feel in her memory that the terrifying thing was not these awakened humans, but about herself? But no matter how hard Qin Menglan tried to recall, she couldn't remember a single scene. Qin Luo felt a chilling killing intent in his heart and was preparing to fly down and kill these maggots. However, something unexpected happened. Just as Zhang San reached out, trying to grab Xiao Menglan, an unexpected change occurred suddenly, one that no one had anticipated. Xiao Menglan, who had been trembling with fear, was suddenly enveloped in a thick aura of bloodlust, and her eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Not only that, two small antennae grew on her head, and her usually chubby, smooth face was covered with dense, bluish-green scales. At this moment, Xiao Menglan had fallen into extreme madness, muttering to herself, kill you all. These changes happened in an instant. As Qin Luo approached, Xiao Menglan pounced on Zhang San, who was reaching out his hand, with the speed of a phantom. Before Zhang San could react, her small hand slipped into his chest and pulled out a still-beating heart. Zhang San then collapsed to the ground and died instantly. The other awakened ones were all stunned, never expecting that a timid little rabbit would suddenly turn into a ferocious beast that would devour anyone it wanted. She is a demon. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at a huge hole that had appeared in his chest. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Menglan, like a vengeful ghost, slaughtered all the human warriors who had surrounded her. The scene was bloody and horrific. Giggle, giggle. After slaughtering everyone, Xiao Menglan stood amidst the pile of corpses, chuckled blankly a few times, and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon seeing this, the entire audience fell silent. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. I was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Qin Menglan, one of the three great martial gods of the Xia kingdom, is actually a demon. This joke has gone too far. The moment the memory appeared, almost everyone's mind went blank. No one had ever thought of this possibility. Qin Menglan, the righteous and awe-inspiring martial god who protects humanity, is actually a demon. This is simply a fantasy. But what did they see at that moment? In the exposed memories, Qin Menglan, as a child, suddenly transformed into a demon and slaughtered a group of awakened individuals who wanted to harm her with extremely bloody methods. In that scene, the deaths of these awakened individuals were gruesome. Almost all of them were killed by Xiao Menglan's heart and lungs being ripped out. This secret was thus exposed to everyone, without any attempt to hide it. Incredible! Everyone who looked at Qin Menglan felt a chill run down their spine. Would she suddenly turn into a demon and kill everyone present? There are two other martial gods, Qin Shanxian and Qin Xinru. Could they also be demons? Everyone became panicked and quietly distanced themselves from the three Qin sisters. They were scared. Whoosh! The memory exposure revealed that Qin Menglan was a member of the demon race. In Yanzhou City, at the Martial Arts Alliance branch, three hidden figures flew out, each landing in a triangular formation beside Qin Menglan, their eyes wary, ready to strike. Everyone relaxed a little when they saw the three figures. These three are. In the Martial Arts League, the number 1 ranked S-Class hero is Rock Fist Luo Ding. The second ranked S-Class hero is Void Plunderer Zhuo Qinghan. The third ranked S-Class hero is Thor Hongding. Qin Menglan noticed everyone's wariness, but she didn't care. She just never expected that she would be a demon. But why can't she visualize any of these memories? She is human now and doesn't have any characteristics of a demon. Impossible. I am human. In my memory, I have never been a demon. Qin Menglan denied it. However, Qin Luo's memories, once exposed, clearly show that she had bloodily slaughtered several awakened individuals in her childhood. What exactly happened? Qin Menglan was puzzled. If she were a demon, she would have awakened her demon bloodline by now, but she has never felt this power within her body in all these years. Can the bloodline of the demon race be removed? That's equivalent to a person's genes, right? It's impossible for anyone to do something so monstrous. But now she is indeed human, which is significantly different from when her memories were exposed. Did your father make it? How did he do it, and what price did he pay? Qin Menglan felt a splitting headache. She never expected that Qin Luo had been hiding so many secrets from her. It can be remembered. After she turned 8, Qin Luo's personality changed drastically. He was no longer her father and only cruelly tormented her. When did Qin Luo change her bloodline? Father, what else have you done? Do you expect me to thank you after you're dead? That's impossible. You've been my lifelong rival since I was 8 years old, and I will never admit defeat. Qin Menglan took a step forward, staring intently at the light screen. However, her taking a step forward instantly put the three heroes of the Martial Arts Alliance on edge. You don't need to be nervous. I just want to keep watching until this memory is exposed. Or perhaps it was her father, Qin Luo. The battle between humans and other races is a matter of life and death. They didn't want to be enemies with Qin Menglan, but they still had to be on guard. Everyone, calm down and don't panic. Has Qin Menglan ever shown any characteristics of the demon race over the years? Obviously not, so it's very likely that it was just a misunderstanding. To distinguish between good and evil, we should not look at what a person is, but at what they do. At this moment, Moron Yunshan stepped forward and spoke quietly. It would be ridiculous to start a war among humans simply because a memory has been exposed. In particular, Qin Menglan is a martial god who protects humanity. After thinking about it, everyone agreed that it made sense. Ahem, I just got numb from standing and took 2 steps back. I absolutely didn't mean anything by it. Whether you believe it or not, I have always supported the great goddess of war. Without her, our human race would have been swallowed up by other alien races long ago. That's right, let's keep watching. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Everyone spoke up, but they were still somewhat wary. After all, in this world, the struggle between humans and alien monsters is extremely fierce, and once there is resentment in one's heart, it is difficult to achieve peaceful coexistence. This is also why people resent Qin Luo so much, because Qin Luo willingly degenerated and became a monster. Since Qin Menglan did not react excessively, then none of this will happen. Inside the light screen system, I never expected this burdensome thing to be a half-demon. A half-demon? Qin Luo looked puzzled. The system's indifferent voice came through. No matter what this little one's identity is, she is my daughter, Qin Luo's daughter. No one can hurt her, and I will not hurt her either. Qin Luo ignored the human corpses around him. He tenderly wiped the blood from Xiao Menglan's face, then turned and left. Father! Qin Menglan burst into tears upon hearing Qin Luo's resolute words. She has lost her composure several times since this memory was exposed. But seeing this memory still moved her to tears. She didn't understand before and thought it was only natural for Qin Luo to dote on her, because she was Qin Luo's daughter. But now, the memories have been exposed. She was just an adopted baby girl from Qin Luo's family, and she also had the bloodline of a demon race that everyone despised. Qin Luo didn't mind at all, he still loved and doted on her. At this time, she was 4 years and 5 months old. We're getting closer and closer to that nightmare. Since that day passed, Qin Luo didn't want her to live with an unusual identity, so he told her that he had just encountered a few monster attacks and had dealt with them himself. But eventually, the truth will come out. As Qin Menglan grows up, her half-demon identity will eventually be exposed. By then, neither the human race nor the demon race would likely accept such a monster. Qin Luo also thought of this. He didn't want to see his beloved daughter live in the shadows from now on. Qin Luo began trying to find a way to resolve the demon bloodline in Xiao Menglan, but he couldn't come up with a particularly good solution. Dad, I see little red, little white, little blue, little round, and little square all have mothers. Where is my mother? Xiao Menglan looked up and asked. After waking up from her coma, she was able to clearly say the word dad. Hearing the little guy ask this question, Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't know who Qin Menglan's mother was, and it was very likely that she was a female demon capable of taking human form. Qin Luo gently patted her little head and sighed. Mommy went to a very far place. As long as Menglan grows up hard and grows up to be as tall as Daddy, she will be able to see Mommy. Qin Luo compared the heights. Qin Menglan giggled, her eyes filled with longing. The father and daughter talked a lot throughout the night. However, since the incident of her transformation into a demon, Qin Menglan's temperament has become noticeably gloomy, and she is not as optimistic as before. Qin Luo thought that this might be because Xiao Menglan had been living in the wilderness and had lost the opportunity to interact with people during her growth, which was why she had become like this. He thought about it for a long time. Should we take our daughter back to the city and let her experience human life, so she can perhaps overcome the shadows in her heart? However, Qin Luo was also worried that if Xiao Menglan were to become a demon in the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. He shared this idea with the system. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Upon hearing the system say there was a solution, Qin Luo's spirits lifted, and his expression became more urgent than ever before. The system continued, this dragon marrow jade should be a sacred jade of the dragon race. Dragons can absorb the energy within the jade to enhance themselves. Besides this, dragon marrow jade has an even greater function, suppressing other dragons. Host, if you put this dragon marrow jade on that cumbersome person's head, you can hide her demon bloodline. Xin Luo nodded, immediately took out the dragon marrow jade, strung it with a red cord, and then put it around Qin Menglan's neck. System, host, aren't you going to ask what use this dragon marrow jade is to you? Xin Luo replied, there's no need. The system felt a pang of regret. This spendthrift. If Qin Luo could refine this dragon marrow jade, he would reach the god level in no time. Now they've given us back this burdensome thing. Alas, this is probably the biggest mistake this system has ever made. I'm so annoyed. The system was filled with regret. Everyone was astonished to see Qin Luo give the precious jade to Qin Menglan without any hesitation. Compared to Qin Menglan's status in Qin Luo's heart, this mere dragon marrow jade seemed like something dispensable, and he didn't care about it at all. However, in order to protect his daughter, Qin Luo personally hung the necklace around Qin Menglan's neck. All eyes turned to Huang Tao. Everyone, think about it, has Qin Menglan ever had this jade on her? No, right? Qin Luo must have taken it back and used it secretly. Everyone looked at Qin Menglan. Her neck was completely white, without any dragon marrow jade or even a small ornament. She didn't believe Qin Luo would covet a piece of dragon marrow jade. If he really couldn't bear to part with it, he wouldn't have given it to her when she was young. At her level, she wouldn't dwell on such material possessions, she was more concerned with the changes in Qin Luo afterward. You were so good to me when I was little, you spoiled me and loved me, and you didn't mind at all that I had demon blood. But afterwards you hurt me and tormented me. What I find even more unacceptable is that you were so heartless as to slaughter my teacher and best friend, as well as innocent civilians in the city. After that, you really disappointed me. Not only did you use me to spy on the human race, but you also used the most vicious and contemptuous words to ridicule me, making me think that I was a piece of trash in the mud. This forced me to regard you as my lifelong enemy and to work hard to cultivate so that I could defeat you one day. You may not have expected that your suppression and contempt would not have made me depressed, but instead made me stronger and helped me step by step reach the pinnacle of this world. Father, I have disappointed you. Because of your cruelty, I lost all my friends and all my warmth. Like a shadow living in a dark abyss, I struggle to live only for revenge. Father, I truly hate you. Qin Menglan broke down and cried out. Hearing Qin Menglan's words, everyone felt a deep sense of sorrow. It is truly regrettable that an upright and kind man, a loving father who adored his daughter, went down the path of depravity and despise and torment his own daughter. If Qin Luo could stay like this forever, that would be great. Yes, at that time, the Dragon Emperor was a very good person. The crowd discussed it. Don't forget the story I just told you. The affection of the past can't outweigh the hatred of today. No matter how good Qin the Devil was before, it cannot outweigh the many crimes he committed later. Do not feel pity for him. Morong Yunshan gave him a cold look, finding this S-class hero of the martial arts alliance utterly annoying. Can't you just quietly look at Qin Luo's memory projection? Why do you have to come out and whine? Qin Luo is already dead, the bad things he did should have vanished with the wind. Don't give me a chance, or I'll definitely beat you to a pulp. Huang Tao was spouting nonsense when he suddenly sensed a malicious aura around him, which made him shrink back. Dad, what is this? Menglan feels so warm. Xiao Menglan touched the blue dragon marrow jade, unable to put it down. Although she didn't know what it was, the attraction she felt in her blood made her instantly fall in love with the chalcedony. Can't. If you don't agree, then Dad won't give it to you. Qin Luo made a gesture as if to take it back. Dad is such a grown man, yet he acts like a child. Isn't that embarrassing? Xiao Menglan smiled. Qin Luo touched his nose, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this a universal rule when making agreements with children? Why doesn't it work here? After putting the dragon marrow jade on Xiao Menglan, Qin Luo saw how much his daughter cared about these little monster playmates, which showed that she truly considered them good friends. For a moment, Qin Luo felt both gratified and bittersweet. My daughter is so lonely in this wilderness, there's no one to talk to or chat with. Are there children like Menglan? Are they as cute as Menglan? Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle and patted her little head with a smile. Don't worry, with Dad here, no one will dare to take your things. Besides, there are many delicious things in the city that you, Manglan, have never tried before. It usually works really well for other people to recite the menu here, so why doesn't it work for me? Looking at the warm moments she shared with Qin Luo when she was a child, Qin Manglan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. If you had never changed and had stayed by my side as I grew up, how wonderful that would have been. What caused your personality to change so drastically? Is it really because of the demon's possession? What exactly is the reason? Qin Manglan murmured to herself. So that's when Qin Luo came to the city. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Upon seeing the memory, Morong Yunshan was filled with emotion and lost in his reminiscence. Everyone looked at him curiously and asked, Senior Morong, is there a story behind this? Those were glorious years of youth. Perhaps you can see my younger self in your memories, ha. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen. Then, new changes occurred. More than half a month has passed. Qin Luo and Xiao Menglan also arrived in the city. Having just arrived in the city from the wilderness, Xiao Menglan was very curious about everything around her, looking here and there. Qin Luo sold some materials from the monster, got some money, and bought a candy for Xiao Menglan, making her cheer with joy. These days, hunting monsters is the primary source of income. This is also why martial artists have a high status, and why there are always awakened individuals appearing in the wilderness. They all live on the edge, risking their lives. Qin Luo entered the city. That's right, it's Rongqing. 12 years have passed since the great evacuation from Linjiang City, and this is Qin Luo's first time visiting the city. In reality, many people sighed in dismay. In this city, Qin Luo saved hundreds of thousands of people, and now most of them have integrated into the city. For them, the Battle of Linjiang City is a thing of the past. They all owe Qin Luo a thank you, but no one knows the hero behind it all. Since Qin Luo came, it seems that in the last few years, the number of monster attacks in Rongqing has increased significantly. He really is a jinx. Qin Luo is here, can disaster be far behind? It's all just a coincidence, there's no such thing as a mysterious thing. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. As the man spoke. Yes. The Martial Arts Alliance has records that in the past few years, nearly 20 dragon-level monsters have invaded Rongqing, but Lord Huang Tao killed 13 of them by himself, thus successfully advancing to S-class hero with the title of War God's Roar. Legend has it that any monster that hears Lord Huang Tao's roar is doomed. I wonder if Qin Luo has any memories of Lord Huang Tao's deeds. I really want to see. Probably not. No one has ever seen Lord Huang Tao make a move. All the monsters that have seen him are dead. At this moment, Huang Tao, standing in the crowd, felt a chill run down his spine, a bad premonition creeping in. At this time, Qin Luo had already joined the Rongqing Martial Arts Alliance. Because he concealed his true strength, after the test, he was classified as a B-level hero, tasked with protecting the city's safety. That is, at this time. Brother Qin Luo, thank you so much for saving my life and taking down that centipede monster with one punch. But your strength doesn't look like B-level at all. Are the people in the Martial Arts Alliance blind? It should be at least A-level. No, I have to treat you to a meal. You saved my life. No need, I'm busy. He had to go back to pick up Xiao Menglan from school and didn't have time to chat with Morong Yunshan. Watching Qin Luo leave, Morong Yunshan shamelessly continued to approach her, trying to establish a rapport. Everyone saw Morong Yunshan shamelessly following Qin Luo, even wanting to become Qin Luo's apprentice. This seems a bit different from what Morong Yunshan described as instant rapport and mutual appreciation. Everyone looked at Morong Yunshan, as if they wanted to hear his explanation. Everyone fell silent. They had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Too lazy to pay attention to Morong Yunshan, everyone turned their attention to the light screen. At this time, as time went by, various monster disasters have indeed begun to occur in Fuzhou. Many martial artists in Roncheng were no match for the cockroach monster. A swarm of cockroach monsters, each the size of a small car, rampaged through the city, causing enormous damage and civilian casualties. And when I saw this cockroach monster, a thought struck them: the secret passage had arrived. The first dragon-level monster that Lord Huang Tao dealt with was this cockroach king, wasn't it? These disgusting monsters should be wiped out as soon as possible. Lord Huang Tao is about to make his move. I really want to see what kind of power he has awakened. I wonder if Qin Luo is present. Everyone stared at the light screen with curiosity. Meanwhile, in the corner, Huang Tao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to stand up and speak loudly anymore, shrinking his head like a turtle. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo walked out of the supermarket. Today was Xiao Menglan's 5th birthday, and he bought a cake and a doll for her. At this moment, a tremor came from the surroundings, and cracks suddenly appeared in the road, like a spider web. Before Qin Luo could react, a black cockroach monster the size of a bus rushed up from the ground. A murderous glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Seeing that everyone around him had fled in terror, he didn't bother to argue and simply punched the cockroach monster to death. After killing the cockroach king, Qin Luo didn't linger and left in a hurry. In reality, everyone who witnessed the scene was filled with questions. Wasn't it Lord Huang Tao who killed the cockroach king? Why was it Qin Luo who did it? What's going on? Lord Huang Tao, please say something. Everyone turned to look at Huang Tao in the crowd. Seeing so many eyes on him, Huang Tao had nowhere to hide, so he had no choice but to stand up and say, the one I killed was bigger than the one Qin Luo killed, so it was obviously not this one. Everyone looked on with utter confusion. This swarm of cockroaches has attacked Fuzhou. This one is clearly the king cockroach, there must be bigger ones. Are you really lying through your teeth? This is absolutely outrageous. Clearly, people began to suspect that the 13 dragon-level monsters that Huang Tao killed back then were likely just lucky escapes. When this suspicion arose, everyone couldn't help but recall that Huang Tao's various achievements did indeed have many suspicious aspects. He killed the monster, but no one ever witnessed it. When they discovered the body, only Huang Tao and the monster's corpse were found at the scene, so everyone assumed it was Huang Tao's doing. But now, once doubts arise, loopholes are everywhere. At this moment, Huang Tao also went all out, his face showing no fear. Thinking this, Huang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. The second dragon-level monster that Lord Huang Tao killed back then was probably the Iron Hook Raven King. The crowd smiled knowingly, all turning their gazes toward the light screen. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Soon. Sure enough, the disaster that people had talked about, the attack on Fuzhou by a flock of iron-hooked crows, also appeared in the light screen. 4 months after the cockroach monster horde attacked the city. One day, a flock of black crows suddenly descended upon Roncheng. After the mutation of Blue Star, birds have evolved very thoroughly. Not only has its flight capability been greatly increased, but its various hardware components have also been significantly enhanced. These iron-hooked black crows, with their wings spread, are as big as calves and can easily grab an adult. Moreover, because they can fly, human-awakened individuals, except for dragon-level warriors and those who have awakened special abilities, find it difficult to approach them. And so, this flock of iron-hooked black crows caused enormous destruction in Roncheng. Dad, are we really going to the amusement park today? That's great. At home, upon hearing Qin Luo's promise, Xiao Menglan cheered. Since moving to the city, besides food, Xiao Menglan has shown the most enjoyment in the city's amusement parks. Whenever Qin Luo had free time, he would pester her to go to the amusement park. This time, Qin Luo finally agreed. The sun was shining brightly over the weekend. The father and daughter went out hand in hand. However, when Qin Luo brought Xiao Menglan to the amusement park, they found that there was no one there. The amusement park facilities inside were completely destroyed, and even Xiao Menglan's favorite carousel was lying on the ground. A breeze blew by, and the surroundings felt cool. Seeing this scene, the little guy glanced at Qin Luo first, then pouted and burst into tears. What did this happen when he brought his daughter to the amusement park? Wasn't this just causing trouble? Just then, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from the sky, followed by a flock of large black birds flying towards them. Upon seeing Qin Luo and Xiao Menglan, they launched an attack. Court death. Qin Luo was just looking for a place to vent his anger when this flock of iron-hooked black crows came to deliver the perfect opportunity. Don't cry, Dad will avenge you. We'll have roasted bird wings for dinner tonight. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he rushed towards the iron-hooked black crows and cut them all down in a few moves. Even the iron-hooked black crow king was instantly killed with a single blow. Without saying a word, Qin Luo immediately cut off the wings of several iron-hooked black crows and took them back for dinner. Don't cry, let's go home and have some roasted chicken wings. Qin Luo comforted her, which finally coaxed Xiao Menglan back, and then the father and daughter happily went home. Inside the light screen. After watching this scene. That's right, Qin Luo also killed the iron-hooked black crow king. That's the truth. My god, he has already killed 2 dragon-level monsters. If this achievement had been exposed back then, Qin Luo might have been promoted to A-level hero. Do you think Qin Luo cares about the title of hero? If those monsters hadn't been getting in the way of him spending time with his daughter, he wouldn't have even bothered to take action. I never expected that Qin Luo would do so many good deeds without making a sound. If I'm not mistaken, after Qin Luo left, Huang Tao appeared near the amusement park and picked up the corpse of the iron-hooked black crow king. It's a pity that the memory wasn't recorded. The crowd looked at Huang Tao, who was standing to the side, and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Nonsense! The iron-hooked black crow king I killed was much stronger than the one Qin Luo killed, it wasn't even the same one. Slander! You're slandering me! Huang Tao continued to deny it, saying that there was no concrete evidence in his memory anyway. He absolutely cannot admit it, otherwise his reputation and public image built up over so many years will collapse. By then, he would truly have nothing and be relegated to the bottom of society. Although Huang Tao vehemently denies it. But almost everyone knows that Huang Tao became an S-class hero by taking advantage of loopholes, and he has absolutely no real strength. Don't rush. The 3rd dragon-level monster Huang Tao killed was a dragon-level man-eating vine, right? The 4th was an earth dragon lizard. It can't be such a coincidence that Qin Luo also killed a man-eating vine and an earth dragon lizard, right? Let's keep watching. Morong Yunshan chuckled from the side. He was just looking for an opportunity to get a good look at Huang Tao when his memories were exposed, revealing that Huang Tao was an imposter and that all his glorious achievements were just lucky breaks. This was like a pillow delivered just when you were sleepy. Morong Yunshan could just take a hit at Huang Tao. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao naturally refused. But he had no power to prevent the memories from being exposed. All I could do was look like I'd just eaten shit. The others ignored him and continued watching the memory replay. Just as everyone had guessed, Fuzhou has faced repeated crises. Once, a colossal, dragon-level monster, the man-eating vine, with countless tentacles, suddenly appeared in the city. Destruction is everywhere. Upon receiving the order, the hero immediately went to slay the man-eating vines. The man-eating vine shrank into an underground cave and successfully escaped. Not long after, not far from Qin Luo's home, the puppy accidentally bit a small vine and encountered a danger. The man-eating vine killed the puppy. Xiao Menglan burst into tears. You're asking for it. How dare you make my little Menglan cry? Qin Luo rushed over and, seeing Xiao Menglan in tears, flew into a rage and killed the man-eating vine. Qin Luo dealt with the earth dragon lizard by chance one day. But no one knows any of this. Only now have Qin Luo's memories been revealed. People only then realized Huang Tao's hypocrisy. Strictly speaking, all these achievements belonged to Qin Luo. Qin Luo didn't care. People watched Huang Tao silently. Let's see what else he has to say. Huang Tao craned his neck, wanting to continue denying it. But he couldn't say anything at all. Everything in the memory was clearly displayed, almost an indisputable fact, and no amount of sophistry could change his mind. Damn it, Huang Tao has been an imposter all along. I even admired him so much. Get the hell out of here. We strongly demand that the Martial Arts Alliance remove Huang Tao from the S-Hero list. He does not deserve the support of the people. Not only that, but he also has to return all the benefits he has received from the Martial Arts Alliance over the years. Why does this good-for-nothing live in a big house, enjoy expensive food, and marry a beautiful wife? He's just a fame-seeking scoundrel. Take all of these things back. Only those who protect the people deserve this status. Huang Tao does not. The crowd was furious, shouting angrily, and the sound of their voices rose higher and higher in the square. Huang Tao instantly became a pariah, hated by everyone. Many radical martial artists even rushed up and beat Huang Tao, and went to his house, taking away all the valuables and leaving nothing behind. Huang Tao knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. In just a moment, he went from being a high-ranking S-class hero to a beggar. Back on the light screen. As Qin Luo eliminated monsters in Ronqing, even though he kept a low profile, many of his battles were still recorded. In just a few short years, Qin Luo was promoted to A-level hero and received a lot of support from the people. In Xia Kingdom, he has already become a popular star hero. As long as he continues to work hard, it won't be long before he becomes an S-class hero. His future is limitless. When someone is outstanding, they will be the center of attention wherever they go. But Qin Luo didn't care about this reputation at all. In the blink of an eye, Qin Menglan is almost 8 years old. Qin Luo planned to give her a proper celebration. Let her invite her friends over to celebrate together. Beyond the scenes of memory. Seeing this scene. It was from this day that my best friend and teacher died. My father betrayed humanity and turned into a monster, relentlessly tormenting me. All the nightmares started from here. I must find out exactly why this is happening. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Under Qin Menglan's gaze. In the picture, Xiao Menglan's 8th birthday party is being held happily. She invited her teachers from school, as well as her close friends, to the birthday party. Because of Qin Luo's A-level hero status, many teachers gladly went to visit him. The house was decorated very luxuriously, and many guests came and went. This moment, Xiao Menglan was like a princess, dressed in a gown, surrounded by admirers, dazzling and radiant. However, when Qin Luo saw the dress Xiao Menglan had changed into, revealing the dragon marrow jade on her snow-white neck, his expression changed. Xiao Menglan blew out the candles and made a wish earnestly. No one knew that her wish was, I hope my father will always love me and that we can live together forever. The banquet was spent in joy and happiness. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Before the scene in memory, everyone around was stunned for a moment. He looked at Qin Menglan. Qin Menglan was also stunned for a moment. In her memory, it was indeed after this day that Qin Luo's temperament began to change drastically. However, the memory was not exposed. This means that she has lost a part of her memory, just like when she was 4 years old. Several days later, Qin Luo went out. The school where Xiao Menglan attends held an unusual wilderness simulation activity. Without notifying their parents, they organized the students and went to the wilderness, and Xiao Menglan was naturally among them. Qin Luo was unaware of this at the time. He encountered Morong Yunshan while on a mission in the wild. This scene was displayed on the screen at that moment. When Morong Yunshan saw Qin Luo, he walked up to him as usual and took the initiative to speak. That's really strange, brother Qin Luo. Do you know what I just saw outside Monster Town? Damn it, the school's higher-ups actually organized a group of 8 or 9-year-old kids to have an outdoor experience. You tell me, are they crazy? As he spoke, Morong Yunshan shook his head. If the sky were to fall, naturally these martial artists would step up to hold it up. If it gets to that point, humanity should be extinct. Morong Yunshan was unaware that his words had caught Qin Luo's attention. Qin Luo asked, do you know which school it is? Changhu District is the area where Qin Luo lives. Most of the people who come to experience the wilderness are from the school that Xiao Menglan attends. Hey, brother Qin Luo, what exactly happened? From behind, Morong Yunshan called out curiously. Seeing this scene, everyone sensed that a storm was brewing. Clearly, at the birthday banquet that day, some discerning individuals spotted the dragon marrow jade and set their sights on it. They were even willing to sacrifice all the children in Xia Menglan's school just to complete a perfect accident. Anyone present who wasn't an idiot could see how despicable this was. But such an inhumane act still enraged everyone. Who on earth could be so beastly? There are hundreds of children in here. I'm going to kill him, so I can see who it is. Some people even had bloodshot eyes, their blood rage increased by 99. Morong Yunshan also sighed, realizing that he hadn't known at the time. But clearly, it did not succeed. You don't need to do anything. That person is definitely dead. Do you think Qin Luo will let him go? But unfortunately, these children and school teachers are probably dead too. Everyone looked at Qin Menglan. According to Qin Menglan's memory, her friends and teachers died in this accident. Qin Menglan had already anticipated that the situation might not have been like this at the time, but she didn't understand it. Why did Qin Luo say that? She clearly saw that when her father confessed, he revealed his ferocious nature, his body covered in scales, and that he was in a demonic state at that time. Qin Luo likely possesses demon blood, but he has concealed it very well. At this moment, Qin Menglan began to feel a headache coming on. The loss of this part of her memory made it impossible for her to recall it at all. She could only look at the memory projection. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo was extremely anxious. Faster, faster, he muttered to himself. No one knew that what worried him was not that someone wanted to steal the dragon marrow jade. Qin Luo never cared about a piece of dragon marrow jade. He feared that if Xiao Menglan became a demon, she would do something she would regret. As a father, how could Qin Luo see Xiao Menglan so sad? Finally, Qin Luo arrived at Monster Town. But it was all too late. Monster Town has been completely reduced to ruins. Countless monsters kept here were torn to pieces by a terrifying being, not a single one survived. The surrounding area was littered with severed limbs, a truly chilling sight. Among these bloody and terrifying monster corpses were also countless human corpses. The bodies varied in size and were all dressed in uniforms from schools in the Changhu district, clearly belonging to teachers and students. This is a scene from hell. Where is Xiao Menglan? Qin Luo had no time to be angry and began searching for Xiao Menglan. Finally, deep within Monster Town, Qin Luo found Xiao Menglan. She no longer had the dragon marrow jade around her neck, and having been stimulated, she reverted to her demonic state, covered in scales and with strange horns growing from her head. At this moment, Xiao Menglan was chasing a middle-aged man dressed in martial arts attire. I was just following orders. Aya, monster, die. Finally, as Xiao Menglan closed in step by step, he completely collapsed and fell into a final struggle. But it had no effect. After killing the middle-aged man, there were no other prey around. She had wiped out all the humans in the entire monster town. Qin Luo was the only one who had rushed over. Xiao Menglan suddenly lunged at Qin Luo, intending to rip out his heart. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Even those who were somewhat prepared were still terrified upon seeing this scene. As expected, someone acted recklessly, which caused Qin Menglan to become a demon. The last time Qin Menglan turned into a demon, the people she killed deserved it. But this time, it has implicated many innocent people. Especially the many children and teachers. It was a truly tragic disaster. In the crowd, someone muttered to themselves. This title was originally used to describe Qin Luo. Because Qin Luo slaughtered humans, his evil deeds were beyond measure. But now, some people are looking at Qin Menglan with veiled hints and wary eyes. The three S-class heroes from the Martial Arts Alliance were keeping a close eye on Qin Menglan, fearing that she might turn into a demon. Trust has reached rock bottom. Qin Menglan trembled as she watched the screen. How is that possible? How is that possible? I did all of this. I killed those people. I am the culprit behind all of this. Why is that? What else? It must be because Qin Luo took the blame to protect you when you were young and prevent you from getting hurt, willingly accepting the bounty on your head and being hunted down by humans without any regrets. The crowd murmured to themselves. Qin Luo's memories were exposed, and many things were too secretive. When everything was revealed, it caught everyone off guard. I have done so many bad things. Father, why didn't you tell me? Qin Manglan lost control of her emotions. She always viewed Qin Luo as an enemy, a hypothetical foe she wanted to surpass. But based on my current memory, Qin Luo behaved perfectly, taking meticulous care of her before she turned 8. Even when she was 8 years old, she was the one who caused this nightmarish massacre. The truth still needs to be revealed through exposure. Seeing Qin Manglan break down in tears, her 2 younger sisters, Qin Shanxian and Qin Xianru, came up to comfort her. Sister, don't be like this. This isn't your fault. You didn't know at the time, so you were a victim too. That's right, it's all because of that damned beast behind it all. He's the real culprit. Don't take it to heart, sister. Besides, you no longer have the demon bloodline. After calming down, everyone felt that the fault did not lie with Qin Manglan, and besides, she was no longer a demon. At least in all these years, no one had ever seen Qin Manglan transform into a demon. However, no one has ever heard of someone possessing demon blood being able to have it removed. How did Qin Luo manage to do that? Moreover, who is the mastermind behind Qin Manglan's demonic transformation? Everyone continued to look at the light screen. In the memory. Looking at Xiao Manglan, who seemed to be going crazy. Once you wake up, you'll forget this nightmarish scene from tonight. Holding the sleeping Manglan in his arms, Qin Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light. System, can you sense the location of the dragon marrow jade? Qin Luo asked. He just didn't expect that someone would actually be tempted by greed. Even more unexpectedly, the person behind this was so cold-blooded and cruel that they sacrificed the entire human population of Monster Town. There are at least 1,000 people there, plus hundreds of students. Such people are more beastly than monsters in the wilderness. He, Qin Luo, must kill him. Moreover, someone has to take the blame for this massacre. Xiao Manglan absolutely cannot bear the title of monster. System, no problem, this system also wants to know who could be so ruthless. Under the guidance of the system, Qin Luo found the location of the Dragon Marrow Jade. The most upscale villa area in Fuzhou. Those who can live here are all either rich or noble, with impressive backgrounds, and the bodyguards they bring with them are all awakened generals. Qin Luo flew down from above the villa and then slowly walked inside. We just entered the villa's lobby. Qin Luo then heard someone talking. And things are developing even better than I expected. I didn't expect that little girl to be a demon. Humph. It's perfect to pin the disaster of the destruction of Monster Town on her. Perfect. Ha, it's really perfect. Yes, young Master Sang's plan is flawless and his wisdom is unparalleled. I heard the two of them talking. Qin Luo, who was outside, immediately knew the other party's identity. The sycophant who fawned over Zhang Yaowei was a director at a school in Changhu district named Sun Ju. Qin Luo had seen him at Xiao Manglan's birthday party. I never expected him to be so vicious. In order to curry favor with Zhang Yaowei and advance his career, he actually sacrificed all the teachers and students in Changhu district and all the humans in Monster Town. Oomph, don't let your guard down. This isn't over yet. Don't forget that this little monster has a father surnamed Qin, who is an A-level hero in the Martial Arts Alliance. This is going to be a bit difficult to deal with. The Martial Arts Alliance is a behemoth, and it's not convenient for him to take direct action. Sun Ju sneered, young Master Zhang, once Qin Manglan's identity as a demon is exposed, can he escape responsibility? With a little encouragement, there will be nowhere for him to hide in the entire Xia kingdom. That's right, it's pretty much what I thought. Go and take care of this matter. Once he's disgraced, find a few people to kill him. He's just a mere A-level hero. If it weren't for the Martial Arts Alliance, I wouldn't even care about him. Once this matter is settled, I will naturally recommend you to go to Kyoto. Ronching is indeed too small. Sun Ju fawned over him like a lapdog. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Thank you, young Master Zhang. After listening to the two men recount everything, Qin Luo walked out with a gloomy expression. Who are you, daring to trespass here? When Sun Ju saw Qin Luo, his face turned deathly pale, his legs trembled, and he was speechless for a moment. Qin Luo, you're Qin Luo, the A-level hero? The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. I saw Qin Luo. Zhang Yaowei sneered, I haven't even gone looking for you yet, and you've already delivered yourself to my doorstep. Someone come here. He called the villa's bodyguards directly. But no matter how he called, no one answered. Clearly, Qin Luo had dealt with the guards when he entered. Qin Luo was too lazy to waste words on him. This kind of person wasn't worth his time. In reality, people were looking at the screen of light. Qin Luo walked up to Zhang Yaowei expressionlessly and twisted his arm into a pretzel. Hiss. However, no one sympathized with Zhang Yaowei. This beast deserves to die 100 times over. He's really unlucky to have offended Qin Luo, he might not even be able to die. Really? Inside the villa, Qin Luo, like the most terrifying demon, stomped on Zhang Yaowei's legs, breaking them one by one. Finally, Qin Luo stomped on his head until it was crushed. As for the lackeys and descendants, Qin Luo simply stomped them to death without the slightest hesitation. Good, well done. I have no problem with Qin the demon this time killing people, I just want to say it was a good thing. These two people can no longer be called human beings, they are beasts. Killing them is no big deal. It's just a pity for Qin Luo. He had already become an A-level hero with unlimited potential, but his future was cut short like this. Yeah, damn it, if it weren't for this incident, Qin Luo might have already become the god of war of the human race. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Those two guys died way too easily. Those who watched the memory all began to curse angrily. As Qin Manglan watched the scene, she couldn't help but say, if it weren't for this incident, with father's talent, he would definitely be the strongest among humans, possessing endless glory and splendor. Unfortunately, he gave up all of that. Just to get revenge, I killed those two beasts. Upon hearing Qin Manglan's words, the expressions of everyone present became somewhat strange. More than that. Besides seeking justice for the dead, Qin Luo was also taking the blame for Qin Manglan. As long as everyone who knew about this is dead, no matter how much the Xia Kingdom authorities investigate, they can only trace it back to Qin Luo. No one would believe that an 8-year-old girl was the murderer who slaughtered the entire town. If it's an A-level hero, then it's much more reliable. However, Qin Manglan didn't think about these things, she was already lost in her memories. Hearing her words, everyone was somewhat surprised. Given Qin Luo's attitude toward Xiao Manglan, treating her like a precious treasure, how could he possibly be so heartless as to torment her? Is there some unspeakable reason behind it? Or has Qin Luo truly undergone a drastic change in temperament, transforming into a demon and no longer resembling a human? The scene continues. Qin Luo returned home, packed his things, and then left Roncheng with Xiao Manglan. Humans can no longer stay in cities. But there's also Xiao Manglan by my side. Qin Luo cannot allow the fact that Xiao Manglan has demon blood to be exposed, otherwise there will be no place for Qin Manglan in the entire human world. How could Qin Luo bear to watch his most precious daughter fall into such a state? Host, are you really leaving the city? It's such a shame you worked so hard to get to this position. The system spoke in Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo ignored him and asked, System, is there any way to extract the demon bloodline from Manglan and turn her into a pure human? There is a solution. After years of dedicated research into Dragon Marrow Jade, our system has finally discovered another use for it. However, this system should state up front that this skill is primarily used by dragons to attack opponents and purify their own bloodline, therefore it is an offensive skill. The dragons use this skill to attack their own kind in order to purify their bloodline. This is the first time I've seen it used to extract their own blood. Anyway, this system thinks it's quite good. So what if you have demon blood? It's power. Once the host possesses demon blood, your power will increase rapidly. So this system doesn't understand why you humans are so averse to demon blood. Qin Luo listened quietly to what the system had to say. System, host, you're going to spoil her all you want. This system warns you, once you become a demon, do you think this burden will still accept you? The system sighed silently. Well. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo nodded. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. The change of Qin Menglan's bloodline must be carried out as soon as possible. Qin Luo thought to himself. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. In the memory. Xiao Menglan slowly woke up. She has been unconscious for 3 days since she turned into a demon. When she woke up and opened her eyes to see the desolate, silent wilderness filled with the smell of decay, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds, she felt lost. Qin Menglan was no stranger to this environment. It was the wilderness where she had lived until she was 4 years old. Why? She doesn't want to come back here. There's nothing good to eat here, and nothing fun to do. If she had never experienced the city, Xiao Menglan might not have cared, but after experiencing it, she loathed this wilderness where only bloodshed and savage growth existed. She doesn't want to come back here. She wants to go back to the city. Where is Dad? In a daze, Xiao Menglan's eyes filled with tears, and then she burst into loud sobs. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Outside. Hearing Xiao Menglan crying, Qin Luo rushed in. Dad, why are we here? Where is our home? Aren't we going home? I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Xiao Menglan cried out. There are some things Qin Luo doesn't need to say. The humans have probably already started putting a bounty on him, and eventually it will reach Xiao Menglan's ears. I just wonder if Qin Menglan will still see me as her father by then? Qin Luo was unaware of these things, nor did he have time to think about them. At this time. Why can't we go back? That's our home. I don't want to stay here. Dad, is it true? Xiao Menglan asked. It won't be long. Once the medicinal herbs are prepared and the demon bloodline is removed from Xiao Menglan, she can return to the human world. But at that time, she could only go back alone. Qin Luo could no longer accompany her. Even if it appears, it can only be in the darkness. Xiao Menglan is unaware of these things. She stood to the side, muttering to herself, hoping time would pass quickly. Everyone witnessed this scene. They all looked deeply saddened. 8-year-old Qin Menglan, after being transformed into a demon, indeed remembered nothing of what happened before. She was the culprit behind those bloody and insane events. Qin Luo helped him shoulder all of this. Qin Luo was a real man and a real father. Moreover, the man had no intention of revealing anything to his daughter, seemingly planning to keep it a secret for the rest of his life, until his death. In fact, Qin Luo really did it. If his memories hadn't been exposed, he would have taken this secret to hell, never letting anyone know. His spirit and his will were unwavering. Qin Menglan will be the martial god of Xia Kingdom, the guardian of humanity, without the slightest blemish, with unparalleled beauty and stunning all living beings. Under her father's protection, she was forever proud, forever standing at the pinnacle of this planet, unmatched by anyone. And no one can question her. Of course, even now. Her transformation into a demon was not her fault. Both instances of demonization had their reasons. Moreover, Qin Menglan never turned into a demon after that, which is very likely because she tamed the demon bloodline. Such perseverance is worthy of everyone's admiration. But only Qin Menglan herself knew that she had never felt any different from others, and naturally did not have any demon bloodline. So it's clear that Qin Luo not only concealed this matter, but also secretly helped her get rid of the demon bloodline, so that she had no worries about the future. This is the second time Qin Menglan has made this guess. As memories are revealed, the truth gradually becomes clear, and it seems that it really is true. Perhaps that's how it is. But Qin Menglan didn't believe it. That can't be the case either. A complex expression flashed across the Valkyrie's face. She began, I admit that before I was 8 years old, my father was very responsible and took excellent care of me, to an extreme degree. But what he did after I turned 8 was truly devilish and chilling. This was the fatal flaw for her, so much so that her heart is still filled with hatred after all these years, and she is unwilling to let it go. Who knows? A girl who idolizes her father the most. With a ferocious expression, he pressed her down into the icy, bone-chilling pool. Who could forget such a scene? Who can forgive that? I won't believe it. I won't thank you either. At this point, the Xia Kingdom's female warrior broke down in tears. Those cries of sorrow were heartbreaking. Such torture is truly outrageous for an 8-year-old girl. How could Qin Luo be so heartless as to treat his own daughter like this? Has he really turned into a demon? Upon hearing Qin Menglan's accusations, everyone imagined the same scene. In the freezing cold, a man with a ferocious expression coldly and ruthlessly pushed his daughter into a snow pool. They also threw in all sorts of poisonous creatures to bite the young girl. This kind of behavior is no different from that of a beast. He just admitted that Qin Luo is a real man and a good father. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. You can't do that, no matter what. At this time, inside the light screen, that scene finally arrived. Qin Luo collected all the materials and then prepared to activate the skill that transferred the demon bloodline. This day, he took Xiao Menglan's hand and walked outside without saying a word. Dad, what are you doing? Let go of Menglan. Dad, say something. Xiao Menglan was being pulled along by Qin Luo, and she kept talking from behind, her voice already trembling with the sound of tears. At this moment, he kept telling himself this in his heart. We must not be soft-hearted, absolutely not. Menglan, just bear with it a little longer. Don't you want to go back to the human world? Dad will take you back now. Just think of this as a nightmare. When you wake up, everything will be alright. You will be a normal human girl, free from discrimination and persecution, and you will not be stranded in the wilderness. Dad will always be there to protect you in the darkness. Seeing her father's unusual emotions and behavior, Qin Menglan completely broke down and cried uncontrollably. I don't want to go, I don't want to go anywhere, Dad, please let me go. Menglan, please, Dad. Wah-ah! The heart-wrenching cries broke everyone's hearts. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In reality, everyone who witnessed this scene and heard Xiao Menglan's cries showed expressions of pity. This is so heartbreaking. He started to change. He tormented his daughter like a demon. The crowd did not understand Qin Luo's behavior. Because Qin Luo's conversation with the system was private, almost no one could hear it clearly. No one knew Qin Luo's good intentions, and naturally no one understood them. People only saw Qin Luo's personality change drastically after he betrayed the human city, and his crazy behavior frightened Xiao Menglan. Xiao Menglan's eyes clearly showed resistance and pleading, but Qin Luo ignored them completely. Qin Luo has truly fallen into demonic possession. Qin Menglan looked up, quietly gazing at the screen of light. From that moment on, my existence was solely for the purpose of defeating him. Qin Menglan bit her lip, her tone icy. She did indeed put it into practice, and from then on, she began her confrontation with Qin Luo. Father and daughter have a falling out. When Qin Luo took charge of the demon race, she went berserk, slaughtering the demons under Qin Luo's command and even attempting to kill Qin Luo himself. And she did it. Qin Luo ultimately died in the meteor tower. In this battle, the daughter ultimately won, and won quite beautifully. When Qin Luo did such a thing, he was no longer fit to be a father. Moreover, he had killed countless people. If he died, the world would be rid of one more scourge. She was only 8 years old then, how desperate she must have been. People couldn't help but sympathize with him and condemn Qin Luo's cold-bloodedness. And in the memory, Qin Luo had already led Xiao Menglan to a frozen pool in the iceberg. "Dad, what are we doing here? Let's go home, okay?" Xiao Menglan pleaded one last time. She just pleaded numbly and mechanically. Qin Luo did not answer. At this point, there's no point in saying anything. If Xiao Menglan wants to hate her, then let him hate her. Let him bear all of this silently. Thump. The sound of splashing water could be heard. Qin Luo placed Xiao Menglan directly into the icy cold pool. "Dad, Menglan is freezing to death. Why is Daddy treating Menglan like this? Did Menglan do something wrong?" In the cold pool. Because of the extreme cold, Xiao Menglan, curled up, spoke weakly. She no longer had the strength to cry, she no longer had the strength for those heart-wrenching, hysterical cries. She felt like she was going to die. But before she died, she wanted to know why Qin Luo had suddenly changed his mind and treated her this way. As a young girl, she couldn't understand or comprehend it. This question lingered until she grew up, until her memories were revealed after Qin Luo's death. In reality, this scene was then displayed on the light screen. Everyone was furious, gritting their teeth, and even smashing things around them in anger to vent their rage. "Beast! You beast! How could he be so heartless? How could he do such a thing? Qin Luo is truly unfit to be a father. No wonder martial goddess Meng Lan hated him her whole life. Is this the kind of thing a human being would do? What a beast! He deserves to be torn to pieces for torturing an 8-year-old girl like this. He truly lives up to his reputation as a cold-blooded and selfish devil, actually abusing his own daughter." After this scene occurred, all the family affection of the past is gone. Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru, Qin's two younger sisters, hugged Qin Menglan, tears streaming down their faces. Although they had similar pasts, seeing this scene after their memories were exposed still made me feel heartbroken. I feel sorry for my older sister when she was young. Father Qin Luo has truly become possessed by a demon. At this time, inside the light screen, gradually, changes began to occur. Stimulated by the icy pool, Xiao Menglan's demon bloodline was automatically activated, instantly transforming her into a demon and resisting the icy chill. After transforming into a demon, Xiao Menglan launched an attack on Qin Luo, her eyes filled with bloodlust. Qin Luo was clearly not surprised by this. He easily suppressed Xiao Menglan. Then, Qin Luo asked, "System, will this thing really work?" "Don't worry, according to our system's research, only strong stimulation can fully activate the bloodline in this burdensome creature and transfer it to the host." The system's voice rang in Qin Luo's mind. Immediately, Qin Luo made his decision without hesitation. They directly put all the prepared poisons into the icy pool. After the mutation of Earth, various poisonous creatures also evolved. These things are incredibly powerful, and Qin Luo is worried that Xiao Menglan's body won't be able to withstand them. But the system reassured him. That's all. Qin Luo could only look at Han Qi with a worried expression and a solemn look on his face. All I could say in my heart was, "Daughter, just hang in there a little longer, it will be over soon. Once you get through this hurdle, you will have a completely new life. In this world, your father understands human nature better than you do. When you possess the blood of the demon race, you will forever be confined to the shadows, despised by others, like a rat in a ditch, never able to see the sunlight above ground. If you hadn't become a demon and had lived through all of this peacefully, perhaps nothing would have happened. But after the day the dragon marrow jade you were carrying was exposed, I knew that such peaceful days would not exist. I just didn't expect things to change so quickly. Some people's greed knows no bounds. My darling daughter, you will be a pure human being, living openly and proudly under this blazing sun. Like a flower in full bloom. And all the sins and darkness, Dad will bear for you, Dad will silently protect you in the darkness." However, Qin Luo's thoughts were destined to be misunderstood by everyone. All people saw was his cold, ruthless, and insane way as he tormented Qin Menglan like a madman. As the demon bloodline within Xiao Menglan was further stimulated, an incomparably savage aura erupted from the icy pool. Now is the time. The system urged Qin Luo in his mind. Without hesitation, Qin Luo stepped directly into the icy pool. The system also activated the Dragon Marrow Jade, transferring the bloodline power emanating from Qin Menglan to Qin Luo. Everything went very smoothly. From this point on, Qin Luo possessed the bloodline of the demon race, which was despised by everyone. From then on, they distanced themselves from human cities, wandering in darkness and wilderness, burdened with eternal sin. But this man never had a single regret. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen. Everything has settled down. Xiao Menglan fell asleep in Qin Luo's arms. It all seemed like a dream. Qin Luo stood quietly on the snow. Through the light screen, people seemed to see that this man was completely different. The future Dragon Emperor has been born. People panicked. Because Qin Luo's current appearance now matches the image of the Dragon Emperor they remembered as a ruthless and ferocious ruler who slaughtered the world. At that moment, everyone was pale and their legs were trembling. But soon, people quieted down when they realized that the Dragon Emperor was dead, that he had died in the meteor tower. Everyone returned to the light screen. With Qin Luo's guidance, he transferred the demon bloodline from Xiao Menglan to himself. This moment, the truth has come out. Everyone saw through Qin Luo's intentions and was stunned. The entire scene was completely silent. It turns out that Qin Luo tortured Xiao Menglan in order to transfer the demon bloodline in her body to himself. So that's how it all happened? Qin Menglan also looked up, staring blankly at the scene. Is that so? Was this the father's purpose? No. That's not how it works. She had repeatedly and heartbrokenly questioned Qin Luo about the purpose of all this. At that moment, she felt utterly hopeless. After being abandoned by Qin Luo. Along the way, she endured many hardships and even encountered countless monsters with equally hungry, green eyes. Despite her hunger, she struggled and, with her tiny mouth, pounced on the monsters like a wild beast, biting them to death. From that moment on, Qin Menglan no longer had a father. Because her father despised her as a burden and abandoned her. Hearing Qin Menglan's words, the surrounding martial artists seemed to have suddenly realized something, as if their meridians had been opened. I see. All of this is Qin Luo's scheme. How so? And Qin Luo is that kind of person. Once he had everything, Menglan martial god naturally became a useless person, not worth his time, and was naturally abandoned. But he could never have imagined that a girl he casually abandoned would struggle back from hell, and that she would become the #1 martial god in the Xia kingdom, and even take his life. Dragon Emperor Qin Luo really made a brilliant plan, but he overlooked this one step. Goddess Menglan is a peerless genius. The people around them kept nodding in agreement. It is logical, well-founded, and convincing. Most people agree with this view. This statement is clearly accepted by everyone. Alas, poor Goddess Menglan. But it is precisely because of this that our human race has this Valkyrie, a Valkyrie of unparalleled beauty. Fortunately, it's all over now. Everyone spoke up, looking at Qin Menglan with admiration. Even in such a desperate situation, Qin Menglan was still able to rise up and become the #1 Valkyrie. Such extraordinary talent cannot help but inspire admiration. She is a Valkyrie who protects humanity. Qin Menglan accepted these statements. It was a very simple, quietly devoted kind of love. That is a kind of love called fatherly love. Because in this apocalyptic world, no one will believe in such noble sentiments. They believe in killing to steal treasure and that any means are acceptable to become stronger. This is the demon Qin Luo that people imagine. He couldn't discern Qin Luo's true intentions either. Inside the light screen, she was caught in a nightmare, still muttering those words, before waking up with a start. Then, she discovered that she was still alive. His appearance, like a frightened little bird, broke everyone's heart. When Xiao Menglan saw Qin Luo outside the door, she was so frightened that she curled up on the bed and trembled uncontrollably. It's pitiful how much psychological trauma Qin Luo's past actions had left on her. A long time. Little Menglan timidly asked, "Dad, when are we going home?" She wanted to go back to her home in Rongcheng. There she had her friends to play with, and her teachers who cared about her. However, my most important and favorite father seems to have changed. Xiao Menglan's eyes could not hide her sadness. Do you really want to go back to the human world? At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Menglan's question, Qin Luo also spoke coldly. Her father has really changed. That cold, ruthless tone, devoid of any emotion, was as if from a complete stranger. Xiao Menglan cried sadly. The warmth and pampering of the past are gone forever. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Why is all this happening? She will never know the answer. Because someone else is bearing all of this for her, she just needs to keep moving forward. In Xiao Menglan's sorrowful eyes, Qin Luo's subsequent changes completely shattered and broke the heart of this 8-year-old girl. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Dad, no, you're not my dad. Monster, get away from me. Give me back my dad. Xiao Menglan suddenly shouted loudly, shrinking into the corner of the wall, looking completely distraught. Seeing Xiao Menglan's expression, Qin Luo paused for a moment and withdrew his outstretched hand. He touched his face and felt a fine, frosted texture. Although he couldn't see it, Qin Luo knew that his body had undergone some changes because of his demon bloodline. Outside the light screen, everyone could see Qin Luo's appearance at that moment. He was a man with fine scales on his face and an eerie expression. He began to transform into the physique of the Dragon Emperor. Many people who witnessed this scene wore expressions of schadenfreude. Man proposes, God disposes. Even the Dragon Emperor has such an unlucky day. Ha ha ha. And inside the light screen, the human warrior god was still young and ignorant, and had not yet grown up. She even looked at Qin Luo with a face full of fear. Sensing Xiao Menglan's resistance, Qin Luo withdrew his hand, his face expressionless, but his heart was breaking. A determined look flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. He pulled Xiao Menglan up, then walked out of the building, into the wilderness, and threw Xiao Menglan on the ground. At this time, Xiao Menglan was still confused, completely unaware of why Qin Luo had brought her here. What are you going to do now? Xiao Menglan lay on the ground in a panic. Xiao Menglan was stunned. Dad, what are you saying? Aren't you coming back with me? She stood there, stunned, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. However, it would be better if you died in the wilderness. Xiao Menglan even doubted that she had heard correctly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but this time she held them back and did not cry. Perhaps she realized in her heart that she had to be strong from now on, or perhaps she didn't want to show weakness in front of Qin Luo. Why? Why? What happened? Dad, why are you doing this? Don't you want Menglan anymore? Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, which streamed down her face. A bolt from the blue. Xiao Menglan's heart trembled violently. Qin Luo's cruel words became a thorn in her heart, one she would never forget, forever reminding her of them. On that day, she was ruthlessly abandoned by Qin Luo. From then on, he had no relatives left. She is an orphan. People in real life who witnessed this scene were furious, their eyes bulging with rage, and they felt sorry for Xiao Menglan. He has absolutely no sense of responsibility, nor any sense of duty as a father. What kind of beast would do such a thing? People no longer doubted that Qin Luo was indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. Various accusations and angry shouts continued unabated. You should know that this is a wilderness. Xiao Menglan is only an 8-year-old girl, and in this situation, it is tantamount to a life-or-death situation. This is completely beyond human imagination. It's too difficult. Qin Menglan had a really tough childhood, having such a beastly father. How exactly did the martial god Menglan manage to get back to the human city from here? This is a terrifying wilderness. It's incredible. Perhaps Manglan, the goddess of war, emerged from this bloody jungle, which led to her becoming the iron-willed and resolute first female warrior of the Xia kingdom. Suffering is not something to be celebrated, but it was really too hard for her. Qin Luo is a real bastard. Countless people were moved to tears. Because it's all in the past. I lost my shoes while running, and I walked barefoot on the thorny ground, bleeding profusely, but I kept walking forward. I was thirsty, but I couldn't find water, so I drank the blood of the monsters I had killed to keep going. I was hungry and couldn't find a place to start a fire, so I ate the flesh and blood of those monsters, bite by bite, like a monster that had lost its humanity. I had only one thought at that time: I must not let him have his way, I cannot die, I must get out of this wilderness and return to the city. Perhaps he didn't know that I struggled to survive in the wilderness, like an unkillable worm. What kind of perseverance allowed her to persist in climbing out of the wilderness? Perhaps it was to find out the reason for Qin Luo's drastic personality change. And she succeeded. That's what genius is. Perhaps even Qin Luo didn't expect this. Unfortunately, no one got to see Qin Manglan's unwavering determination as she walked out of the wilderness. Because Qin Luo had already abandoned the little girl, he didn't care whether she lived or died. This scene would never have occurred if this memory were exposed. Inside the light screen. Night falls. Xiao Menglan walked alone, like an abandoned puppy, in the direction Qin Luo had indicated. Yes. Qin Luo personally pointed out the direction to her. Perhaps thinking that Xiao Menglan couldn't possibly leave this wilderness, he sneered, "Ronqing is this way. If you're so capable, go back yourself. If you can return to a human city, you'll understand what happened." After saying that, Qin Luo left. With a determined look, Xiao Menglan walked out into the wilderness alone. And now. In the picture. People saw Xiao Menglan walking alone in the wilderness, but behind her, there was always a figure following her, neither too close nor too far, never leaving. That's Qin Luo. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter: I don't owe Qin Luo anything. If the memory hadn't been exposed, no one would have known that Qin Luo had been following behind all along. Little Menglan would never know that while she was calling out for her father in the darkness, Qin Luo was nearby, gently watching over her. Now. Memories exposed. Behind Xiao Menglan. It was Qin Luo standing there. Why is Qin Luo here, watching Menglan martial god? Why is that? Everyone looked puzzled. Qin Menglan, looking at the light screen, also showed a surprised expression and frowned for the first time. She didn't understand. Qin Luo cruelly abandoned her, so why did he still follow her and keep watching her? What else did he do? Amidst everyone's confusion. Inside the light screen. Xiao Menglan started heading towards Ronqing, but not long after, out of fear, she lost her shoes. Walking barefoot in the woods, it wasn't long before my soles were chafed and bleeding. Qin Luo followed behind, feeling extremely distressed. He picked up Xiao Menglan's shoes and put them away as if they were treasures. As night fell, the howls of monsters echoed around them. Nighttime was when monsters came out to hunt. To the monsters, Xiao Menglan, this petite human, was a highly sought-after meal. People see. Qin Luo guarded Xiao Menglan's vicinity, and any powerful monsters that appeared were instantly killed by him with a single punch, making it impossible for them to reach Xiao Menglan's side. Only some insignificant, low-risk monsters were allowed in by Qin Luo and brought before Xiao Menglan. However, even with such a tiny and weak monster, Qin Menglan still couldn't defeat it. She was so well protected under Qin Luo's wing that she completely lacked the ability to survive. If this were a normal world, then Xiao Menglan could grow up carefree. But this is a world of high-level martial arts. The world is constantly changing. Qin Luo cannot protect her forever. There will always be a day when he leaves. What will Qin Menglan do after he leaves? Therefore, she must grow up quickly. This crisis of demonization marks the beginning of her independence. Therefore, even when Xiao Menglan suffered a setback, Qin Luo still did not show up, but instead stayed in the shadows, silently cheering her on. Even when Xiao Menglan was covered in wounds and knocked to the ground by the monster, he endured it all and never intervened. Fortunately, Xiao Manglan did not disappoint him. Perhaps it was the word she left behind that made Xiao Manglan determined to leave the wilderness and show that person what was going on. This moment. She no longer calls Qin Luo dad. This moment. She became ferocious, like a real monster, and charged forward, biting a mutated wild rabbit to death with her teeth. This used to be her favorite roasted rabbit. Only now did Qin Manglan realize that she almost couldn't even beat a rabbit like this. She drank the blood of a wild rabbit. His face was covered in blood, like a demon. Because she understood that her father would no longer protect her, she had to live bravely on her own. To survive at all costs. The road back to Rongqing was very long, and Xiao Manglan spent one difficult night after another in the wilderness. On the 7th day, when she had almost given up completely, she finally emerged from the wilderness. Looking at Fuzhou in the distance. The sun was shining brightly. At that moment, she seemed to have been reborn, and a smile appeared on her face. The smile of an 8-year-old girl brought tears to everyone's eyes. She came out. She succeeded. Having gone through such hardships, will she still give up easily if she encounters difficulties in the future? Won't. Because Qin Manglan, who is standing here, has already proven everything. She is the first female warrior of the Xia kingdom, overcoming all obstacles and never admitting defeat. It seems that there is never an insurmountable obstacle in front of her, nor any difficulty that makes her want to give up. People never saw her in a state of depression. Because when she was 8 years old, she experienced even more difficult hardships. She had already overcome the thorns and low points in her life when she was 8 years old. At this time, Xiao Manglan struggled and walked back to Rongqing. Qin Luo stood in the wilderness, across the new river, watching his daughter's figure return to the human city. In reality, people sighed with regret. Because some people realized that Qin Luo didn't seem to have abandoned Xiao Manglan intentionally. An 8-year-old girl, without her father and mother, would probably only be able to beg on the street in a human city if she lacked perseverance and ability. It is absolutely impossible for them to grow up. Qin Luo's ruthlessness may simply be a way to forge Xiao Manglan's will to face hardship. Some rational thinkers have put forward this viewpoint. The people present had mixed feelings. Is this possible? Does Qin Luo seem like that kind of person? Would anyone think that far ahead? Sometimes, the earlier a person encounters setbacks, the easier it is for them to grow. When you grow up and encounter setbacks, you may very well give up and never get back up because you have never experienced the trials of hardship from childhood and lack a strong heart. No. Absolutely not. Qin Manglan shook her head, directly rejecting the idea. If a person's will needs to be tempered by hardship, then it is definitely not through such torturous means. That was just abuse. He was laughing at me. That was just my last bit of fun before I left him. Qin Manglan spoke coldly. Many more people suddenly realized what was going on. Qin Luo was watching Xiao Manglan's desperate struggle for survival with a completely amusement in mind. That's a cruel and perverse mentality. Never underestimate a person's greatest malice. What is Qin Luo, a devil who would cruelly torture his own daughter for power, that he wouldn't do? That's right. I don't think anyone would think that someone who abandons you and leaves you to fight countless monsters and struggle to survive is doing you a favor, right? If someone really thinks like that, I can only say he's mentally ill. Indeed, he didn't give anything, but instead received a lot of good things. You're telling me he's being nice to Xiao Manglan? What a joke. Many people nodded in agreement with these statements. Qin Luo has benefited too much, he is a complete beneficiary of the system. What people saw was only Qin Luo transforming into the Dragon Emperor, ruling over the demon race, and becoming awe-inspiring throughout the world. He enjoyed all the benefits, but gave all the suffering to his daughter and the world. This is the behavior of a demon. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Almost everyone believes that Qin Luo is cold-blooded and cruel. He seized Qin Manglan's demon bloodline and then began to rise to become the infamous Dragon Emperor. It seems that all the benefits were enjoyed by Qin Luo alone. In the picture. With Xiao Menglan gone, Qin Luo also felt lonely. Late at night. Qin Luo sat alone in the room. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. What's going on? Could it be that Qin Luo has been punished by heaven and is about to die? This moment attracted everyone's attention. Is power really that important to you? Qin Menglan shook her head. Qin Menglan showed no emotion towards Qin Luo after he turned 8, as if she were looking at a stranger. In the memory. Qin Luo had completely changed, various scales and spikes grew on his body, his pupils were blood red, and he exuded a chilling aura, making him look like a true monster. Due to the influence of his demon bloodline, Qin Luo seemed to have lost his mind. With a low roar, he rushed out into the wilderness. People saw Qin Luo as a bloodthirsty monster, wreaking havoc everywhere in the wilderness and slaughtering other monsters. The surroundings were bloody and terrifying, like hell. At this moment, Qin Luo no longer possessed any human characteristics whatsoever. This horrific and bloody massacre did not end until the early hours of the following day. Looking at the corpses lying around him, with blood flowing like a river, Qin Luo's gaze was gloomy, but he showed no surprise whatsoever. Clearly, he had known all along that this change would occur. I just didn't expect the demonization to happen so quickly, and the consequences to be so severe. He has lost his humanity and has been consumed by his bestial nature. This moment. Everyone in reality was shocked. It turns out that seizing the bloodline of the demon race will turn you into a monster, no longer human. Contrary to popular belief, Qin Luo did not easily master the demon bloodline and become the Dragon Emperor at the pinnacle. The suffering he had to endure was unimaginable to others. The bloodline of the demon race is not so easy to merge. If nothing unexpected happens, Qin Luo will become a monster, living a life of hunting and drinking blood in the wilderness, losing everything. At this rate of transformation, Qin Luo will be a monster in 7 days. It's incredible that she was able to overcome such difficulties. Compared to Qin Luo's suffering, the hardships that goddess Menglan endured in her wilderness survival are really nothing. I'm also very curious about how Qin Luo did it. He's really extraordinary. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. How else could it have been done? Of course, it was the system that did it. In Qin Luo's mind. The system stated, in 7 days, the host will be completely transformed into a monster, losing all consciousness. Qin Luo asked, is there any solution? System, of course, it's been prepared for a long time. Immediately afterwards, the system transmitted a set of cultivation techniques to Qin Luo. No one knew that this was Qin Luo's greatest reliance in becoming the Dragon Emperor, the cultivation technique called Dragon God Transformation. Qin Luo immediately began cultivating. However, due to his cultivation of the Dragon God Transformation, Qin Luo's demonic transformation continued, and became even more terrifying. Qin Luo's body made a crackling sound, as if it were a swollen ball, swelling up several sizes. Immediately afterwards, his body grew dense, blue scales, covering his hands, body, and face. His current appearance is almost identical to the Dragon Man monsters he used to fight. It's changed, it's changed. The Dragon Emperor's first form, the Dragon Man form. Qin Luo has indeed begun to transform into a demon, but how did he do it? How terrifying. From this moment forward, the era of the Dragon Emperor ruling the wilderness is about to begin. It was astonishing how Qin Luo persevered and actually became the Dragon Emperor. They were also shocked by his later awe-inspiring actions. That was a turbulent and primitive era. Qin Luo, with his own strength, suppressed the monsters invading from countless underground caves on Blue Star and became the strongest Dragon Emperor among the 4 emperors. While the alien races grew stronger, the human race gradually declined, and the entire planet was continuously devoured by them. Until Qin Menglan suddenly appeared. Qin Shanxian and Qin Shenru followed closely behind. As expected, he seized the bloodline of the martial god Menglan in order to become stronger. It's just a pity that instead of turning him into a monster, he created an even greater scourge. Even today, I am still quite shocked. Such a huge disadvantage was actually turned around by the martial goddess Menglan. She truly deserves to be called the pride of heaven. She is too amazing. Even if Qin Luo becomes the Dragon Emperor, he is still not as good as his daughter. This is the worst thing he has ever done in his life. Everyone watched the light screen and chatted freely. Wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Someone shook their head. Qin Luo must have transferred his demon bloodline to himself in order to save Xiao Menglan and prevent her from being stigmatized as a monster. Why must one endure such suffering and be reduced to a demon? Such effort has made him look neither human nor demon. Isn't this unnecessary? However, these are just speculations. He was also defeated by someone else's arguments. Given the weakness of humanity at that time, it simply did not possess any ability to stand on this planet. Underground invasion. Humanity is on the verge of extinction. Qin Luo has become inhuman. He directly abandoned his human identity, and without the slightest hesitation, he degenerated into a demon, scorning his human identity. This is the real demon. No one can match that. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. This is how people view Qin Luo. No one knows what Qin Luo was thinking after he cultivated the dragon god transformation and transformed into a dragon human. The truth that shocked everyone. In that very short moment, the reason behind everything Qin Luo had done was finally revealed. In the picture. Looking at his strange appearance, Qin Luo felt a pang of sadness. From this day forward, he is a true monster. This is Qin Luo, and this is what he will be like in the future. Extend your hand. He stared at the fine scales on his palm, his face clouded with gloom. The atmosphere was heavy. Like the calm before a thunderstorm. Finally, Qin Luo roared out, and the emotions he had been hiding inside him exploded. He was almost going crazy from hiding for so long. When it turns into a monster. In this corner where no one can see. Qin Luo roared in fury. Does this mean I'll be like this for the rest of my life? No, there must be another way. I still need to protect her. I will never be content to hide in the shadows and watch her, never. I will not be defeated like this. Qin Luo roared, like an enraged lion. He can't live like this forever. Qin Luo gritted his teeth and pounded the ground. The Dragon Emperor is perceived as cold and ruthless. The heartless father in Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Xianru's hearts appears weak at this moment. His tone and demeanor were so firm. Everyone was moved by Qin Luo's will. This moment. In reality, it explodes. People were stunned into silence as they watched Qin Luo's ferocious and terrifying figure and heard his monologue, which he had only uttered silently by himself. It turns out that Qin Luo did not want to become the Dragon Emperor. He wanted to be someone who could stay by his daughter's side forever, listening to her laughter. But fate made Qin Menglan a half-demon who also committed countless sins. As a father, Qin Luo shouldered the burden, bearing the weight of his daughter's mistakes. He responded in silence and was willing to make sacrifices. But this does not mean that he has given in to fate. This is Qin Luo's inner monologue. He hid it too well, and for too long. Their faces showed shock, and they found Qin Luo's words unbelievable. So, he really did only want to be with Qin Menglan, and used his human body to forcibly accept the bloodline of the demon race. He wanted to go back to Qin Menglan's side and watch her grow up, as a person. Everyone was stunned. The vulnerability Qin Luo revealed at that moment was so devastating that it left everyone stunned and dizzy. And in the crowd. Qin Menglan looked at Qin Luo and uttered this monologue, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Because it was also the first time she had seen Qin Luo, she spoke her innermost thoughts all alone. The various scenes exposed in memory can be interpreted and understood from various perspectives. But what a person says silently when they are alone often represents the truth. Qin Menglan's heart began to waver. Perhaps Qin Luo had genuinely been good to her before this. It was due to various reasons that misunderstandings arose, which caused a rift between the father and daughter. But Qin Manglan still couldn't untangle the knot in her heart. Qin Luo hurt her too deeply. It's not something that can be forgiven with just a few words of inner monologue. Qin Manglan finally broke down in tears and cried out. After returning to the city from the wilderness. From age 8 to 16, the time it takes to grow into a young woman. Qin Manglan struggles to survive all by herself, while Qin Luo, as her father, never appears. During that most important stage of her life, Qin Manglan never had Qin Luo by her side. She stumbled and struggled in reality and suffered a lot. If you love, then what are your actions? But she no longer hated Qin Luo. Looking at one's entire life. Infancy. Qin Luo adopted her and treated her like his own daughter until she was 8 years old, showing her the utmost care. Qin Manglan was deeply grateful and still insisted on calling Qin Luo her father. Later, the matter of his transformation into a demon in his childhood. The culprit turned out to be herself, but Qin Luo took all the blame, so she had no reason to hate Qin Luo. Qin Luo abandoned her perhaps so that she could return to a human city and not be left to wander in the wilderness. Qin Manglan was relieved. Perhaps Qin Luo had already become the Dragon Emperor and forgotten about her. The pinnacle of power caused him to lose his mind, and he even went so far as to slaughter humans. Despite her own family's disloyalty, Qin Manglan still sent Qin Luo to his death. Many people sighed with regret. The relationship between the Dragon Emperor and the martial god Manglan is truly baffling. This man's silent sacrifices for his daughter are truly touching. But the tragedy of fate led him down the path of becoming a demon emperor, causing him to lose his mind and ultimately meet his demise. This was unavoidable. When he became the demon emperor, he could not resist the erosion of power and completely forgot about his daughter. He didn't want to forget his daughter, but in the end, he did. At this moment. What happened? Qin Luo's memories were exposed, but why are they gone? People were astonished. It's Rongqing. After Qin Luo became a monster, he actually sneaked back to Rongqing. What was he doing in a human city? Was he spying on us? What were you thinking? What could Qin Luo possibly care about in Rongqing back then? It was nothing more than his precious daughter. People gasped in surprise and turned their gazes toward Qin Manglan. No, that's impossible. Qin Manglan spoke, her tone excited. My father has come to Rongqing, so why doesn't he come out to see me? The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. People see it in the picture. Everyone understood that Qin Luo was taking a great risk by sneaking back into the human city. In that era, the Xia kingdom experienced a period of human awakening, and many powerful individuals emerged. Qin Luo is a wanted man, and if his identity is exposed, he will only face death. But he still came back. I returned to Fuzhou. His purpose is self-evident. Qin Manglan looked on in disbelief. She still refused to believe it, because she had no memory of ever seeing Qin Luo. What exactly caused Qin Luo not to meet her? Inside the light screen, Xiao Menglan appeared. It was clear that Qin Luo was quietly watching her from the side. The location is a branch of the Rongqing Martial Arts Alliance. The square was packed with people. People gathered around a notice board, pointing and whispering. This is where information about the city of Fuzhou is posted. One of the reward notices was particularly eye-catching. Qin Luo, a former A-level hero of the Martial Arts Alliance, has fallen into darkness and become a demon. He slaughtered a total of 1,200 people in Changhu district schools and Monster Town. He has fled to the wilderness and a bounty of 100 million has been placed on his head. Collapse. When Xiao Menglan saw the announcement, she seemed to be in disbelief and was completely stunned. Then, she ran outside like a madwoman. She completely broke down. Why did you do this? So that's how it is. You've become a demon, that's why you tormented me and abandoned me. She never imagined that her father would be so ruthless, not only killing her friends and teachers, but also slaughtering countless civilians. Xiao Menglan cried for a whole day in the suburbs, until she was hoarse, before she finally stood up. her eyes turned incredibly violent. Everyone knows that by this time she had come to hate Qin Luo and regarded him as her lifelong enemy. And she vowed in her heart that one day she would stand in front of Qin Luo and ask him why he did this. However, she didn't know that. In fact, her father had always been watching over her. It wasn't until many years later, when her memories were revealed, that Qin Menglan understood everything. And at this time, Qin Luo left silently. He did not go up to meet Xiao Menglan. Silence. In reality, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was speechless. Qin Luo's deep love for his daughter shocked everyone. If his memories hadn't been exposed, no one would have known that Qin Luo had such deep thoughts. He truly gave everything for Xiao Menglan. This is the reason why he hides in the shadows and doesn't acknowledge Xiao Menglan. It's unbelievable. Qin Luo, is this really what you did? It's impossible for memories to lie when they're exposed, so it's all true. Qin Menglan's heart was also in turmoil. How could that be? He has always been by my side. Qin Menglan's mind was in complete turmoil. She understood Qin Luo's good intentions. Qin Luo bore the stigma because of her. This is how she was able to stand in the sunlight, without having to hide and be wanted by the martial arts alliance. She had always been well protected by Qin Luo, but he wasn't by her side. What else? Just how much more are you hiding? Let me see clearly. Qin Menglan shouted. She had no idea that she was actually feeling incredibly tense. Driven by the revelation of Qin Luo's memories, she lost the composure of the first Valkyrie. Qin Menglan was eager to know what else Qin Luo had done during the memory exposure. That concludes the discussion. Qin Luo hid in the shadows of Rongqing, silently watching over his daughter. After he began cultivating the dragon god transformation, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. At this time, people were startled when they saw Qin Luo's cultivation movements through the images they remembered. Is this the posture for the 5 elements gathering at the origin? That's right, this method of circulating energy is truly the 5 elements gathering at the origin. How is that possible? Wasn't the basic method of the 5 qi gathering cultivation created by martial god Menglan when she was 10 years old? This is insane. How did Qin Luo learn cultivation ahead of schedule? What exactly is going on? In Yangzhou, countless people stared at the scene from their memories, completely dumbfounded. Because in everyone's mind, the 5 elements gathering basic cultivation method was a treasure created by Qin Menglan and then passed on to all mankind. That year, Qin Menglan, at the age of 10, created the 5 qi gathering basic cultivation method at the Martial Arts Academy, which shocked the Xia Kingdom. This is a cultivation method that senses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and incorporates this energy into the body through breathing, thereby improving human physique. After the creation of the 5 elements gathering cultivation method, humanity possessed its first orthodox cultivation technique, enabling everyone to strive and cultivate their way to becoming a powerful being. Before this, humanity only had awakened beings, the lucky ones favored by heaven. Such lucky ones were far too few in the entire human population. By absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper one's physique, no conditions are required, anyone can do it. It was precisely because of the emergence of the 5 elements gathering cultivation method that humanity was able to achieve global high-level martial arts, and from then on, everyone became like a dragon. In addition to the title of first martial god, Qin Menglan is also known as martial ancestor. The ancestor of martial arts. Because she was also an ordinary person, not an innate awakener, she reached the peak by cultivating the 5 elements gathering origin basic cultivation method. At this time, Qin Luo actually began cultivating the 5 elements gathering to the origin, absorbing spiritual energy. What does that represent? I don't dare to think about it anymore. This completely overturned everyone's expectations. Qin Menglan also opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the light screen. That's not how it works. The 5 qi gathering to the origin basic cultivation method is clearly a technique I created based on knowledge I acquired through classes. I can absolutely guarantee that. Why did it turn out like this? Is there something I don't know? Qin Menglan was stunned. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo stood up after finishing his cultivation. Xiao Menglan is 10 years old, and she has entered the martial arts academy. This is a school for learning combat skills, and it is backed by the Xia Kingdom government. Qin Luo's identity is that of an instructor at Rongqing Martial Arts Academy. He hid it too well. And no one knew that Qin Luo had disguised himself as an instructor at Rongqing Martial Arts Academy, staying by his daughter's side. This is simply unimaginable. Now, everyone saw Qin Luo dress neatly and then walk out the door. Although still handsome, he was unremarkable at first glance. Everyone was speechless. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen, Xiao Menglan was 10 years old when she was adopted by an orphanage and enrolled in a martial arts academy. Teacher, how can someone who isn't an innate awakener become stronger? Xiao Menglan looked at the academy's instructors and asked earnestly. These abilities are not enough to kill the monster, let alone kill the father who was even stronger than the monster. Xiao Menglan craved power more than anyone else. Unfortunately, she was not an awakened one. Opposite to her, the unremarkable-looking instructor asked softly, why do you want power? Because of revenge. Xiao Menglan answered without hesitation. She had no idea that the ordinary instructor standing in front of her was her father, Qin Luo. The ability to disguise himself is clearly another masterpiece of the system. Qin Luo asked, can you tell me, who are you taking revenge on? A long time. Martial Arts Academy. A conversation between an instructor and a little girl was thus imprinted in the memory of being exposed. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, of people were stunned by what they saw. Qin Luo is the first martial arts instructor of Menglan martial god. Qin Menglan created the 5 Qi gathering basic cultivation method after learning knowledge. How did he do that? Without the girl's knowledge, he imparted the 5 elements to her. Qin Menglan stared blankly as the memories were exposed. That instructor was the best person she had ever met when she was 10 years old. Qin Menglan not only learned various kinds of knowledge from him, but also many life lessons. He was like a wise and patient mentor, guiding her forward all along. Qin Menglan has always been grateful for this. Years later, when Qin Menglan heard that the instructor had sacrificed himself in the beast tide, she was saddened for a long time. But who would have thought that it was actually her father in disguise? Qin Menglan's mind was about to explode. How many things are you still hiding from me? And at that time, when she told the instructor that she wanted to kill her father, what did he feel? What were they really thinking? Inside the light screen, Martial Arts Academy. Qin Luo is teaching knowledge. No, instructor, we know. Monsters have appeared in the world, beasts have evolved, and some humans have also awakened. All of these things are changing. Having survived in the wilderness alongside Qin Luo, she possesses a deeper understanding of the changes in the world than many children. Xiao Menglan frowned, looking confused. Qin Luo didn't pressure her, letting her think it over slowly. Xiao Menglan then replied, Instructor, does my increased appetite count? Ha ha ha. Xiao Menglan's words caused a burst of laughter, and all the children laughed out loud. This made Xiao Menglan feel embarrassed and annoyed, hating herself for being so stupid. However, Qin Luo affirmed, your feeling is correct. When a person's appetite increases, it means that their energy needs have increased. When he can eat a whole cow in one bite, do you think he needs a lot of energy? Everyone was amused by Qin Luo's strange idea. Only Xiao Menglan began to think about it carefully. Soon. But no matter how much a person eats, it's impossible for them to consume the energy of a whole cow. Just like Menglan, she can only eat 2 bowls of rice in one go. She was in distress. These words flashed through Qin Menglan's mind like lightning. She felt as if she had grasped something, yet at the same time, she felt as if she had grasped nothing at all. However, a simple idea took root and sprouted in her little head. The more you can eat, the greater your strength. But looking at her own belly, she realized that eating a whole cow would still be difficult. Many people were watching the light screen. They all agreed with Qin Luo's simple words. After the mutation of Earth. Although many people did not become awakened, under the subtle influence of Reiki, they ran faster, became stronger, and had a greater need for energy. But no one expected that this was because of a great change in the world, which brought about the emergence of spiritual energy, leading to this result. With Qin Luo's guidance, Xiao Menglan quickly came to understand that there is spiritual energy in the world. And she also began to take the great step of creating the 5 elements gathering cultivation method, actively absorbing spiritual energy. Only after seeing the exposed memories. Everyone was disillusioned by Qin Menglan's creation of the 5 Qi gathering foundation cultivation method. That's absolutely infuriating. That's outrageous. Many people rolled their eyes. What's even more absurd is that Qin Luo placed Qin Menglan's martial arts mentor in the film. This represents the greatest basic cultivation method in humankind, but its true creator is actually the demon Qin Luo. This fact is hard for everyone to accept. Qin Menglan looked around at the people, and saw that everyone's faces showed expressions of disbelief. Soon, someone couldn't help but say, although Qin Luo gave Menglan martial god some guidance, the ultimate creator of the basic cultivation method was still Menglan martial god. Without Qin Luo, he would probably have just realized it a little later. That's right. Anyway, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will always be there. Even without Qin Luo's inspiration, with Menglan's martial god's talent, she will be able to create it sooner or later. Just like the apple didn't hit the scientific giant, another pear hit another person. Qin Luo is alright. He knows he owes his daughter, so he came to make up for it. But in the end, the one who created the 5 Qi gathering was still the martial god Menglan. Someone spoke up, and everyone nodded in agreement. People still habitually try to prevent Qin Luo from clearing his name. But Qin Menglan took a deep breath and quietly looked at the light screen. She didn't care who created the technique. Instead, they were at a loss regarding Qin Luo's behavior. What else did Qin Luo do in secret? Thinking back to the exposed memories, I remember how I, as a child, was filled with hatred for him. But he was protecting himself in his own way, in places where he couldn't see. At this moment, although Qin Menglan really didn't want to have an emotional breakdown, her heart was aching. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. She needs to see everything clearly. Inside the light screen, Xiao Menglan was confused. For many days, she tried to eat her 3rd bowl of rice, but her stomach was so full that she couldn't eat anymore. This frustrated her greatly. She couldn't even eat 3 bowls of rice, so how could she possibly eat a whole cow? How can you have strength if you can't even eat a whole cow? Without the power, when will she be able to kill her monstrous father? Caught in this confusion, she became depressed. As he spoke, Qin Luo pulled Xiao Menglan along and began to perform a series of movements on the ground. Despite her reluctance, Xiao Menglan followed along and did it. Time passes. After following Qin Luo through the entire set of movements, Xiao Menglan did feel much more relaxed, her whole body felt light and her pores were open, she felt incredibly good. Teacher, what is this set of movements? It's really useful. Qin Luo casually replied. It's just a set of yoga-like exercises. If you feel irritable, you can do it, it's very helpful for relieving fatigue. Xiao Menglan nodded dazedly. In front of the light screen. People who saw this scene all knew that it was a movement from the 5 elements gathering at the origin basic cultivation method. Qin Menglan didn't understand at the time and just did it casually as a normal action. Unexpectedly, that set of movements was actually the standard posture of the 5 Qi gathering to the origin basic cultivation method. You think the egg came first, then the chicken. Little did we know that the chicken came first, and the egg came later. For a moment, everyone sighed in dismay. No one expected that Qin Luo, this devil, would be so patient. How can he be in the mood to stay here with his daughter? Shouldn't he be ruling over the demon race and then slaughtering humans? Shouldn't he roam freely across the planet, fighting with alien races everywhere? Shouldn't he be destroying cities everywhere? Why do you always do these kind and heartwarming things? Is this still the notorious Dragon Emperor? Sigh, I'm really puzzled. I just can't understand why Qin Luo hasn't done anything bad yet. It's been so long, and he's always been a good person and a good father. Is he really a demon? Ever since Huang Tao slunk away, there's been no one to lead the way, so no one dares to mess with the Black Dragon Emperor anymore, which isn't a good thing. Time passed quietly. Whenever Xiao Menglan had a question she didn't understand, the first person she thought of was that ordinary-looking instructor. They didn't even know the instructors' names. But Xiao Menglan just felt close to him, and even she herself didn't know why. Perhaps it was the aura emanating from the instructor that gave her a sense of absolute security. Qin Luo, disguised, naturally rejoiced in his daughter's affection, like a person in darkness finding a ray of light. He had always been by Xiao Menglan's side, but due to the influence of the demon bloodline in his body, Qin Luo had to leave Rongqing for a period of time every 7 days, and then sneak back into Rongqing after the power of the bloodline's rampage subsided. Soon, Xiao Menglan made a qualitative breakthrough while thinking about how to eat a whole cow. As she was doing the set of movements Qin Luo taught her, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and she understood the essence of spiritual energy. If you consider Reiki as a form of energy, wouldn't absorbing the energy of a cow be simpler than directly eating a cow? That's all. She pondered this day after day. She continued to perform the movements Qin Luo taught her, and gradually her body began to absorb spiritual energy. So she shared the good news with her instructor. Looking at his daughter standing in front of him, cheering with joy, Qin Luo smiled slightly. Xiao Menglan was stunned when she heard this. Like the awakened ones, becoming powerful has always been her dream. Now, she has finally found the key to open this door. Seeing the bewildered little Menglan, Qin Luo felt anxious and asked, "Little one, what's wrong?" However, Xiao Menglan shed tears and her expression turned frantic. Qin Luo quietly observed the violent expression on Xiao Menglan's face, and he knew who Xiao Menglan resented. After she finished venting, she asked, "What should I do?" Qin Luo pointed out the way to her. Submit the cultivation method you have comprehended to the Xia Kingdom government, and you will receive unprecedented attention. They can help you grow in the shortest time. Xiao Menglan hesitated. At such a young age, she has already begun to understand the wickedness of people's hearts. However, after thinking for a while, she nodded. In any case, this is the best option. She desperately needs time. Moreover, under the relentless pressure from alien races and monsters, humanity urgently needs an evolution. His gentle and reserved eyes seemed to see through the long river of time, meeting the gaze of the future peerless Valkyrie Qin Menglan. Everyone was in shock. A global martial arts extravaganza, an opportunity for everyone to become a dragon. Qin Luo has always been in charge. He was plunged into hell, yet his heart still yearned for the warm sun. Why? Why would Qin Luo do this? Isn't he a demon? His idea would only be true if all of humanity died out. Everyone was puzzled. You'd better hurry up and do something bad. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. On the projected screen. It was another day, and the sun was shining brightly. In the bright auditorium, the place was packed with people, including countless students, instructors, directors, and even the principal of the Martial Arts Academy. Reporters and media from outside, numerous public figures in Rongqing, Xia Kingdom officials, and powerful awakened individuals. Everyone gathered together. Many of these people are prominent figures in human society and martial arts masters. But in this scene, all these high-ranking figures are standing below the stage, quietly watching the stage. Instead, it was a 10-year-old girl in the small auditorium. Their expressions were solemn. They gazed at the girl as if she were a deity, and were filled with awe. The girl seemed to be glowing from head to toe, and at that moment everyone was watching. Yes, she created a cultivation method that all of humanity could practice. She is no less than a god. No one knew that Xiao Menglan's father, Qin Luo, was also standing at the back of the crowd, silently watching his daughter from the shadows where he couldn't see her. Those are two separate scenes. One stood silently at the back of the crowd, unnoticed by anyone, like a hidden ghost, but looking tenderly at her daughter, as if seeing the most beautiful masterpiece of her life. People in real life were also amazed when they saw this scene. Many martial artists who experienced this scene back then also had sighs on their faces. Now, a century later, she is even more stunning and has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. His mere aura was enough to make people feel extremely oppressed. Her growth process has amazed everyone. However, people whispered among themselves. This first female warrior of the Xia kingdom seems to have her father's shadow in every aspect of her growth. She is stunningly beautiful and captivating. Her father, however, seemed to be even more talented and greater. This silenced everyone. Before this, everyone despised Qin Luo and forbade him from associating with Menglan martial god. What is this now? This is the scene where martial god Menglan created the 5 Qi gathering to the origin basic cultivation method and then submitted it to the authorities, right? Yes, the whole of Rongqing was alarmed at that time. They immediately notified their superiors, and then one important figure after another rushed over. After research, it was found that this basic cultivation method was indeed feasible, which can be described as groundbreaking. No one expected that a 10-year-old girl would surpass countless awakened individuals, create a cultivation method on her own, and lead humanity into the world of advanced martial arts. She really shocked the entire human society. I just didn't expect that Qin Luo was involved. Things are really unpredictable. No one can see through Qin Luo. How could someone have such gentle eyes, yet do things so selflessly? This gift of a basic cultivation method is of great significance to all mankind and will be remembered for eternity. Everyone felt dizzy and disoriented. If this scene continues, they're going to be moved by Qin Luo. Qin Menglan silently clutched her chest. It hurt so much there that I can hardly breathe. This instructor, whose name she did not know, was her father. He not only taught her the basic cultivation methods for pursuing power, but also patiently guided her and secretly cared for her. Her father was always by her side, doing his best to help her shine on stage and become a genius admired by all. However, she never knew. Only now, seeing the memories exposed, do I fully understand? The images on the light screen continue to play. Xiao Menglan is 12 years old. She is already a martial arts prodigy being groomed by the Xia Kingdom government. Despite her young age, she is already a B-level hero in the Martial Arts Alliance. Instructor, what level of strength do you have? Why can't I defeat you? The 5 levels of Wolf, Tiger, General, Dragon, and God are actually estimated by humans based on their strength and the damage they can cause. So, a Dragon-level person is not good at controlling their power, and even a General-level person can easily defeat them. Of course, we cannot underestimate a Dragon-level monster. Since it can be called a dragon-level monster, it means that it has the destructive power of a dragon. Unbeknownst to anyone, Qin Luo began to impart his combat experience to his daughter without reservation. These insights from battle will be the most important experience and nourishment for a martial god to grow. Immediately. It's been 4 years. 4 years have passed. Do you know how I got through this? You must survive well in the wilderness. I will catch up with you soon and cut off your head. This day will come soon. A fierce look appeared in Qin Menglan's eyes, like a bloodthirsty mother wolf. On the side. Instructor Qin Luo quietly looked at Qin Menglan. He knew that his daughter was definitely thinking about how to kill him. This power of hatred will be her eternal motivation. 4 years have passed. But the truth will eventually come out. Because Qin Luo's demon bloodline would go berserk every 7 days. But one day, Qin Luo was exposed. An awakened individual happened to hear a strange roar nearby. Then they discovered Qin Luo, who had been transformed into a demon. They also recognized the walking 500 million. Yes, not 100 million. It's 500 million. Because no one had caught Qin Luo for so long, Zhang Yaoi's parents went completely mad. With the murderer of their son still at large, Zhang Yaoi's parents, Zhang Yunlei and Li Shufan, have been continuously increasing the reward offered for his capture. Every year, Qin Luo's bounty increases by 100 million. 4 years later, he is now worth 500 million. Qin Luo, of course, also discovered this awakened one. I saw a scene projected from my memory. Everyone was quite surprised. Even after Qin Luo transformed into a demon, he didn't kill anyone? In my experience, Qin Luo's indecisiveness will bring him trouble. A bunch of people will come after him to kill him. Qin Luo's peaceful days should also come to an end. Could it be that this incident provoked Qin Luo's anger, leading him to unify the demon race, become the demon emperor, and slaughter humans? That's most likely it, otherwise I can't imagine why Qin Luo would become the demon emperor. The group analyzed the memory projection. To this day, no one knows why Qin Luo became the demon emperor. Judging from the revelation of his memories, he probably preferred to stay with his daughter. It seems that these people really angered him, which led to the birth of a new demon emperor. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. As the memory scenes switch. This day. As he stepped into that familiar wilderness, he immediately sensed the presence of those lying in ambush all around him. Come out. The surroundings were quiet, as if in death. As Qin Luo finished speaking, contemptuous laughter came from all around. Monster, you didn't kill me that day, but you're definitely going to die today. Immediately, a person emerged from the woods. It was none other than the person who had discovered Qin Luo's demonic transformation that day. However, there were dozens of martial artists behind him. Among them, a couple stared intently at Qin Luo. The woman, in particular, roared like a madwoman, "You monster! You killed my Wei-er. I'll make you pay with your life for my son, Zhang Yaowei." Clearly, this couple are Zhang Yaowei's parents, Zhang Yunlei and Li Shufan. They had put a bounty on Qin Luo for 5 years, and they wanted to kill him every time they ate or slept. However, they were frustrated by the lack of news about Qin Luo. Some time ago, someone discovered news about Qin Luo. Zhang Yunlei and his wife immediately spent a large sum of money to hire more than 30 martial artists to besiege Qin Luo. He must strike with deadly precision to avenge his son, Zhang Yaowei. Of these 30-odd martial artists, 12 were dragon-level warriors, and the rest were general-level warriors. The lineup was powerful, and the scale of the event was astonishing. With so many powerful individuals, they could easily break through even a single underground gate, let alone a mere Qin Luo. Therefore, Zhang Yunlei and his wife Li Shufan were full of confidence. The surrounding martial artists listened quietly as Qin Luo described the scene of Zhang Yaowei's brutal killing, and their scalps tingled with dread. Demon Lord. This is a bloodthirsty monster. Zhang Yunlei and Li Shufan, a married couple, had bloodshot eyes and looked like they were about to burst, completely breaking down and going berserk. Kill him. Kill this beast. I'm going to chop him up piece by piece and feed him to the dogs. Li Shufan roared wildly. And inside the light screen, everyone listened to Qin Luo's words. They all fell silent. Having watched the memories unfold, I almost forgot Qin Luo's true identity as a demon. I thought he was a good man and a good father who rid the people of evil, protected the common people, and guarded his daughter. This is his true nature. The Dragon Emperor is, after all, the Dragon Emperor, the strongest among the 4 demon emperors of the demon race. He is evil and insane. Anyone who offends him will suffer a terrible death and come to a bad end. Joke. These 30-odd martial artists, including Zhang Yunlei and his wife Li Shufan, will all be caught. This was destined to be a bloody massacre. As expected of a demon, he is indeed sinister and sinister. This scene truly reflects Qin Luo's true nature. That's right, this is Qin Luo's true colors. All those things before were just a cover-up. He has finally been exposed. Let's take a good look at how this devil Qin Luo kills people. No, I mean, are you guys going a bit overboard with your attacks on Qin Luo? If they want to kill Qin Luo, do you think Qin Luo will just surrender? It's only natural for him to fight back, right? No, I mean that people should be reasonable and not be so one-sided in their views. You can't just stand on the moral high ground and point fingers. To be honest, you are even more heartless than Qin Luo. You dare to compare me to Qin Luo? I challenge you to a duel to the death. Excuse my bluntness, but you're not worthy to be compared to Qin Luo. As for a duel, I'm a dragon-level expert. What's your strength? Brother, I was just joking. And inside the light screen, Qin Luo has already begun a killing spree. To him, no matter how many people the other side had, they were just there to die. Not all dragon level are the same. He also wanted to get rid of Zhang Yunlei and Li Shufan once and for all, so they wouldn't keep causing him trouble. Qin Luo had already investigated the matter thoroughly. As one of the earliest awakened individuals, this couple committed countless evil deeds in order to increase their strength and expand their influence. For Zhang Yaowei, who sacrificed over 1,000 people from Chenghu district schools and Monster Town for a piece of dragon marrow jade, this was nothing compared to the magnitude of the sacrifices made by Zhang Yunlei and his wife. What the couple did was even more heinous. Looking at the numerous dragon-level warriors who were surrounding them, Qin Luo has transformed into a demon. Although the demon bloodline was a bad thing for him, he had to admit that it was really powerful in terms of increasing his strength. Especially after Qin Luo cultivated the dragon god transformation. He has now transformed into a demon, and his entire being is almost indistinguishable from a dragon man. Its body was covered in scales, it had 2 horns on its head, vertical pupils in its eyes, and it exuded an eerie aura. Everyone was shocked to see Qin Luo transform into a dragon. Dragon man monster. Qin Luo rushed forward and killed several people instantly. A dragon-level martial artist is as weak as an ant in his hands, and can be easily crushed. Blood soaked the entire forest. In just a quarter of an hour, all 30-odd martial artists who had been besieging Qin Luo were dead. Zhang Yunlei and his wife Li Shufan were completely dumbfounded. Zhang Yunlei even tried to kneel down and beg for mercy, but Li Shufan continued to act like a shrew, screaming wildly and shrilly, demanding to kill Qin Luo to avenge her son. Zhang Yunlei, his face ashen, stood up and ran outside. Qin Luo chased after him like an arrow, piercing his chest with a single claw and tearing out a still-beating heart. A bloody massacre has come to an end. Qin Luo's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness are revealed to everyone through the exposure of his memories. He really dares to kill. Not just the father looking at his daughter with gentle eyes. He turned back into a human. Moreover, his appearance was shrouded in a layer of watery light, transforming him back into that ordinary, unremarkable instructor. The scene changes. Right now. This stark contrast left everyone speechless with fear. Qin Luo is no pushover. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. People don't understand. Why is Qin Luo sometimes so bloody, cruel, and cold-blooded? However, he was extremely tolerant and attentive to Qin Menglan, even willing to give his own life for her. This is utterly absurd. This world. Is it really possible for someone to love others more than they love themselves? Many people are puzzled. Many people started discussing it. These are unparalleled treasures. Think about it, Qin Luo is an extremely powerful dragon-level expert. He can even single-handedly slaughter more than a dozen martial artists of the same level. You can't even dream of being taught by such a powerful expert. Damn, if I had been taught by a dragon-level expert when I was young, I wouldn't be such a useless piece of trash now. It must be admitted that Meng Lan's achievements today are inseparable from Qin Luo's careful guidance over the past few years. Qin Menglan opened her mouth, wanting to refute. But he couldn't say anything. Before that, she can still confidently say that all her achievements in life are the result of her own hard work. But seeing the memories exposed, one has to admit it. Qin Luo has sacrificed a lot for her growth. People didn't understand why Qin Luo did this. Qin Menglan seemed to remember something, and her eyes became blurry with tears. Because she had heard Qin Luo mention it when she was young. Sometimes, I really feel that this world is so boring, and I think it would be better to die. But today, I have a family. This little girl is my family, my daughter. She is the only warmth I have in this world. I want to give her the best things in the world, I want her to be happy, and I won't let anyone hurt her. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he hugged her and smiled. He was laughing very happily. This was his promise. But at that time, Qin Manglan did not understand what Qin Luo was saying. He seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps he was conversing with an invisible person. But in any case, perhaps it is precisely these words that have kept him quietly contributing to this day. Qin Manglan broke down in tears. He treated her like his own daughter and her only family. Nothing has changed. The light screen was still playing. Nobody picks up a keyboard and does it anymore. They were all silently watching Qin Luo's memories being revealed. At most, I'll occasionally grumble a little. Qin Luo appeared near Rongqing and slaughtered more than 30 martial artists. The news spread quickly throughout Fuzhou. He's here. It's near Rongqing. Upon hearing the news about Qin Luo, Xiao Manglan's heart trembled, and boundless anger surged within her. Then, she ran through the academy like a madwoman. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, her face contorted with rage, and turned to walk back. Because she suddenly remembered what the instructor had told her. I am no match for him now, and there would be no point in rushing over. She was like a volcano about to erupt, forcefully suppressing her anger and achieving a clarity of mind she had never known before. Her anger burned in her chest. Only when she saw Qin Luo, the father of her lifelong enemy, did she completely erupt and burn everything. Go back. Continue to improve your physical fitness. Cultivating spiritual energy. One day, I will be able to kill him. That's not enough. Qin Manglan clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her anger as she roared. At the same time, Qin Luo stood there, arms crossed, feeling the cold wind. His gaze was calm as he quietly watched Qin Manglan, his anger erupting and then subsiding. Your rationality is quite good, but it's far from enough. Qin Luo muttered to himself. Outside of memory projection, countless people watched this scene, exchanging bewildered glances. Qin Luo, are you trying to ruin Qin Manglan? Just kidding. You've been kept in the dark and completely fooled. If you're so happy, you can try it yourself. People were arguing incessantly. Everyone felt that Qin Luo's way of disciplining his daughter was particularly cruel. Some people think that if Qin Luo had told Qin Manglan the truth directly, would things have been different? But some people shook their heads. Given the circumstances at the time, if Qin Luo had revealed everything, it would have only implicated Qin Manglan. Because Qin Luo is already a demon, he has demon blood flowing in his veins. He was like a demon trapped in hell, and anyone who came into contact with him would be corrupted by darkness. Therefore, he could never tell Qin Manglan the truth. He had to keep this secret to the death, which led to the later emergence of the Xia Kingdom's Valkyrie. At this time, inside the light screen, Qin Luo finally left Rongqing. No one knew what he wanted to do. 2 hours later, Qin Luo traversed the human base city and began entering the restricted area. After the mutation of Blue Star, many places have been occupied by powerful alien races. They have divided up the territory, monsters roam the land, and humans are forbidden from entering. They are truly forbidden zones. The wilderness surrounding human cities is nothing more than evolved beasts and some cave monsters roaming around. Only those truly forbidden zones are humanity's mortal enemies. They are alien races that have seized the land of Earth. Qin Luo, all alone, entered these forbidden zones. Many people are immediately struck by the memory projection. They're here. Qin Luo is about to truly become a demon and become the Dragon Emperor. From this moment on, the era of the Dragon Emperor's rise begins. But for humanity, it was also the darkest of times. The Dragon Emperor Qin Luo reigns supreme in the wilderness, slaughtering humanity. It is the origin of all darkness. This is also the reason why all of humanity opposes Qin Luo and unites to kill him. Faced with such a noble cause. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Why does Qin Luo suddenly want to go to the Forbidden Zone for humans? Who knows? Can you fathom the Dragon Emperor's thoughts? Alas, what a pity. If only Qin Luo had died in the Forbidden Zone, how could those alien monsters have willingly bowed down and submitted to him? These guys all regard humans as ants. Damn it, watching Qin Luo rise to power makes me feel so frustrated. Who isn't? Once Qin Luo rises to power, he'll start slaughtering humanity. If I remember correctly, the beast tide that struck Ronqing 2 years later was initiated by Qin Luo. That scumbag, that demon, actually launched a beast tide to attack human cities. He really went mad. Now that he's dead, it's all for the best. People cursed Qin Luo. Because of the exposure of memories, there have been many instances of being proven wrong. Those minor incidents might be misunderstandings, after all, there are reasons for them, but the beast tide attacking human cities, that can't be fake, can it? Back then, do you know how many people in Ronqing lost their lives in the beast tide? A full 100,000 people. This blood feud can never be forgiven. According to the clues, the monsters that attacked Ronqing were all under Qin Luo's command. It was him who commanded the monsters to attack Ronqing. Countless people fell silent. With countless lives at stake and a blood feud raging, no one dared to speak up for Qin Luo lightly. Even when Qin Luo fell into the meteor tower, he did not defend himself, which shows that he also admitted his crimes. In this situation, can it be cleared of wrongdoing? It's useless. Qin Luo has confirmed his reputation as a demon. In the memory, Qin Luo went to a restricted area. Before even entering the Forbidden Zone, the surrounding wilderness was filled with countless powerful monsters roaming and fighting amongst themselves. It was only for a short moment. Qin Luo saw a weak monster walking around, and then a more powerful monster came and devoured it. Before this even more powerful monster could gloat for long, an even larger monster arrived. It truly is a place where dragons and snakes coexist. Humans? At this moment, a monster with the body of an ox but standing like a human spoke to Qin Luo. Demons are all capable of speaking human language. This is also one of the differences between them and monsters. They are wise. After arriving on Earth through the underground passage, they unexpectedly acquired the ability to speak the language. Even today, people still don't understand this strange place. Moreover, no one has ever been able to step into the forbidden underground passage and glimpse the secrets behind it. Qin Luo looked at the Minotaur, his eyes narrowing, clearly recognizing its demonic origins. Clearly, there is an underground passage nearby that belongs to this race. Take me to the entrance to your cave. Qin Luo made no attempt to hide his feelings and spoke directly. He did indeed want to integrate the various foreign tribes of Xia Kingdom and expel them all. But no one knew Qin Luo's idea. Because he possessed enough power, he simply did it. Perhaps some people find this hard to understand. But in this world, there are people who will choose to burn themselves to protect others. Those who don't understand can only watch others burn brightly to illuminate the world, relying on the light of others to shine and warm themselves. For a different race, the entrance to the underground cave is the most important place, more important than life itself. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur's expression immediately changed. Then, it launched an attack on Qin Luo. But this Minotaur monster was only a general-level creature. Qin Luo didn't even need to transform into a demon, he knocked it down with a single punch. Let's go, take me to the entrance to your underground cave. The bull-headed demon felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Qin Luo's tone. It had never felt such an imposing aura even in front of the Lord. But I felt it in this human being. The Minotaur nodded and obediently led the way. Monsters roamed the Forbidden Zone. Even with the Minotaur leading the way, monsters still rushed up to attack Qin Luo. However, Qin Luo always defeated these monsters with a single punch. Seeing this, the bull-headed demon dared not resist even more. Those who witnessed this scene, I couldn't help but shake my head. The demon race are all cowards. When they saw Qin Luo's tough stance, they were so scared that they trembled all over. Looking at it this way, Qin Luo unified a forbidden zone without lifting a finger. Every restricted area has a lord. Lords are powerful beings who dominate a region on Earth, and for humanity, it is precisely these lords who pose a challenge. Some of the lords of the forbidden zones are even gods. Even the martial god of Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare to attack the restricted area at will. To expel all the alien races from Earth, we must crush god-level power. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo quickly arrived at the entrance to the underground cave. Many years have passed. It was like a dimensional space, with a mysterious fluctuation flowing through it. The underground passage is located on the edge of a cliff, as if an opening had appeared in the cliff face. But everyone knows that the cave entrance does not lead to the interior of the cliff, but to an unknown alternate dimension. Qin Luo arrived at the entrance of the underground cave. Then he killed the Minotaur with a single punch. Moreover, he couldn't recall making any promises to this Minotaur. In reality, people saw Qin Luo's actions. They all frowned. Some people want to criticize Qin Luo for being untrustworthy, using the bull-headed demon and then killing him. He is a fickle and despicable person. To talk about feelings with a demon is just too idiotic. That's how I managed to hold it in and not spit it out. I want to criticize, but I can't. This made many people feel very uncomfortable. At this time, as Qin Luo killed the Minotaur, for some unknown reason, a bunch of demons suddenly appeared from all directions. Clearly, the Minotaur had set a trap for Qin Luo before it died. Apart from this group of demons, this immense aura belongs to the Lord of this forbidden zone. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. The Lord of the restricted area possessed an astonishing aura, clearly indicating formidable strength. Qin Luo was naturally confident, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to come to the restricted area alone. Soon, with its arrival, all the surrounding demons and monsters lowered their heads, showing their submission. Human, you have trespassed on my territory, kneel down. The lizard man, carrying a heavy ruler, spoke. Qin Luo ignored it and asked, "What's your name?" Lord Mythius. The lizard man was clearly not very shrewd and answered directly. Qin Luo continued, "Where did you come from?" This is a question that many people on Earth want to know. Why did countless monsters descend upon Earth overnight, bringing disaster? The Martial Arts Alliance's experts, after investigation, only knew that these monsters came from another dimension, but their specific origins were unclear. I saw the lizard people. Many people couldn't hold back anymore and their faces were filled with anger. Damn it, this is our human planet, how dare these monsters carve out their own territories? They must be driven out. What exactly is Qin Luo, that fiend, planning? He's chatting and laughing with this monster. Hurry up and kill all these monsters. Inside the light screen. When the lizard man Mythius heard Qin Luo's question, he did not answer directly this time. Instead, he commanded the demons beside him to come up and probe Qin Luo's strength. The intelligence of the demon race is not low either. But it soon couldn't help but be horrified. Court death. Qin Luo spoke calmly. Then he immediately attacked, killing all the demons who rushed up, leaving the ground covered in sticky blood. Human, you are a strong one. Mythius respects you. I come from planet Goober and have crossed dimensional space to arrive here. The lizard man spoke. Seeing that Qin Luo was communicative, he immediately put aside his pride and dared not be arrogant anymore. This human was different from any other human it had encountered before. In the lizardman's mind, the strong prey on the weak. Since Qin Luo is stronger than them, it is natural for them to appear weaker, which is not shameful. Goober Star? Qin Luo was also taken aback. It's unbelievable that the underground monsters appearing on Earth actually came from another planet. Qin Luo asked, "What's the deal with this entrance to the underground cave?" It basically informed Qin Luo of its arrival on Earth. Who would do that to a lizard? Right now. In reality, those who witnessed this scene all had different expressions. Qin Luo is alright, he even knew to investigate, but the result was nothing unexpected. What I'm curious about is, why didn't Qin Luo kill this lizard man? Could it be that he had that in mind? That's just too ruthless. TSK, if it's true, things will get interesting from here on out. Hurry up, get it done quickly. I love this kind of thing. I've never heard of anyone actually working with lizards before. This is a real treat for the eyes. Some people shook their heads directly. After all, it's hard to imagine a human and a lizard being together. Especially in the memory exposure, the lizard man, apart from having a human-like body shape, had his head and limbs covered in scales, making him no different from a normal lizard. In the memory, he didn't have time to waste on these demons. Only by uniting all the demon races can we prevent them from disrupting human cities. However, upon hearing Qin Luo's words, the lizard man acted contrary to his usual behavior, immediately picking up the heavy ruler in his hand and slamming it down hard on Qin Luo. The demon race will never be slaves. The lizard man roared. Qin Luo hadn't expected it to react so strongly. But he didn't panic. Instead, it transformed into a dragon man, grabbing the heavy ruler that was falling with one hand, and with lightning speed, grabbing the lizardman's neck with the other. Seeing the changes in Qin Luo, the lizardman's eyes popped out of their sockets in fright. You are not human, you are a half-demon, you are a half-demon. Since we are of the same kind, then I submit. The lizard man reacted quickly and immediately changed his tune. Qin Luo then released it. From today onwards, you will obey my orders and you must never set foot in human city areas, including the monsters under your command. Qin Luo issued the first order. Mythius the lizard man nodded. It fears Qin Luo. No problem. From today onwards, you are the lord of this restricted area. However, you need a title to convey your presence to the other lords of the restricted area. Even in the wilderness, there are rules that belong to the wilderness. From this day forward, I am the Dragon Emperor. Qin Luo's deep voice drifted out from his mouth. People watching this scene all wore expressions of I knew it. Based on the fact that Qin Luo has now subdued his first dragon-level demon, it's practically confirmed that he plans to unify the wilderness and then turn around and slaughter humans. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon unleash a beast tied in Stormronching. What else can't he do? As expected of a demon, ambitious and even willing to deal with alien races. People despise it. Some people looked puzzled and asked, why did Qin Luo's first order after subduing the Forbidden Zone require these demons not to invade human cities? It seems that Qin Luo is protecting humanity. People were talking about it. And in the memory. After subduing the lizardmen, Qin Luo returned to Rongcheng. Some things have finally taken their first step. Qin Luo didn't know if his choice was right or wrong. But in this world, someone always needs to step forward, since he has a system and power. So he went ahead. The contents of Chapter 66. The letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside Fuzhou Martial Arts Academy. When Qin Luo returned, he reverted to being an ordinary, unremarkable instructor. He stepped into the college and found the atmosphere around him to be very oppressive. The instructors and martial artists around them all looked serious and hurried along. Then, he saw Qin Manglan. Qin Manglan was exercising in the square, which was a gravity-controlled square. The gravity plaza where Qin Manglan is located is equipped with a standard gravity of 20 times, which is difficult for even a general-level martial artist to withstand. But Qin Manglan gritted her teeth, her legs trembling, her body drenched in sweat, and kept throwing punches. Many people in the academy were shocked by Qin Manglan's ruthlessness and madness. People who are this diligent and hard-working are truly rare. Even an adult man's body can't withstand it. But this little girl, who was only 12 years old, endured it, which shows how strong her perseverance and resilience are. Qin Luo walked to the side. Hey, teacher, where have you been these past few days? I haven't been able to find you. Before the scene in memory. Hearing Qin Manglan's words, many people looked helpless. That's your dad. Moreover, during the few days he was away, he single-handedly subdued a restricted area, which can be described as swift and decisive, with a speed that was astonishing. While you're still fantasizing about how to beat your dad, he's already become invincible. Everyone looked at Qin Menglan with pity in the exposed memories, who was truly being completely controlled by Qin Luo. Qin Menglan was also speechless at this scene. These were Qin Luo's memories. After all, he didn't know at the time that the instructor was Qin Luo. Qin Menglan felt a mix of emotions, but she could only continue watching the memories unfold. Cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest, just like a taut string that needs to be relaxed sometimes. Yes, teacher, Qin Menglan replied. She basically obeyed the instructor's every word. Qin Luo asked, "Has anything happened in Rongqing lately?" "Yes, teacher. I've heard many people say that this is the first time that Blue Star has descended into a building other than the entrance to the underground cave. Many martial artists say that there are opportunities inside, and people in several nearby cities are eager to go and try to venture into the tomb." No wonder. Qin Luo suddenly realized. The martial artists were in a hurry, their expressions serious. They had all heard that a new secret realm had appeared in the wilderness. Those who fantasize about striking it rich and dreaming of good things falling from the sky while walking down the street will always be losers. As they spoke, Qin Luo shared another piece of life advice with his daughter. Qin Luo paused for a moment before speaking. "You want to go too?" "Teacher, you already know?" Qin Menglan asked hesitantly. Qin Luo smiled. How could he not know what his daughter was thinking? The arrival of a secret realm would tempt most martial artists. What Qin Menglan lacked most at this moment was power. She dreamed of increasing her strength and then taking revenge. So how could she not want to go to this strange tomb that suddenly appeared? If you want to go, then go and give it a try. Seeds in a greenhouse can't grow into big trees. Many martial artists went there back then, and even many dragon-level seniors from the Xia Kingdom were there. But no one expected that a 12-year-old girl would get this opportunity. This incident was quite a sensational news story back then. If Qin Menglan hadn't been a genius who created the 5 elements harmony and received protection from the Xia Kingdom's government and the Martial Arts Alliance, she might really be gone. The scene continues. 12-year-old Qin Menglan arrived in the wilderness. Upon seeing Qin Menglan, surprise flashed across everyone's faces. This means that Qin Luo is definitely watching his daughter silently from not far away. Otherwise, Qin Menglan's figure would not have appeared if her memories were exposed. Really? In the memory. Not far from Qin Menglan, a figure draped in a cloak, seemingly shrouded in darkness, appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Luo? In reality, Qin Menglan stared at the light screen through teary eyes. No matter what, Qin Luo always stayed by her side and never left. She just never knew. In the darkness, a father silently held up the sky, enabling his daughter to move forward with strength. In the picture, Qin Luo didn't always protect Qin Menglan closely. Sometimes he would leave on his own and head to Gringoire. People discovered that Qin Luo could always accurately locate powerful monsters along Qin Menglan's path. Then take action to resolve it. Among these monsters are many that are at the dragon level. If Qin Menglan were to encounter this with her current strength, she would likely find it difficult to survive. However, Qin Luo secretly intervened and resolved these dangers in advance, which allowed Qin Menglan to travel smoothly and reach the central area of the ancient spirit graveyard with her general level cultivation. Qin Menglan looked at the light screen and was somewhat moved. Many people in the audience were watching the screen and breathing heavily. I'm so envious and jealous. If they had a father like that, they wouldn't be in this mess now. He's at least a martial god. This is fucking hurtful. It turns out that some achievements were already destined the moment she saw her father. Everyone looked up to the sky and sighed, regretting that they couldn't afford to rely on their father's connections. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. It's no wonder that people in real life are surprised. Inside the light screen, the surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded to see a 12-year-old girl standing with them in the center of this secret realm. It should be noted that everyone present was at the dragon level, and not just any ordinary dragon level. Several of them possessed peak dragon level cultivation. However, even after arriving here, he was covered in wounds and his aura was weak, which showed that this Wood Spirit Square was indeed full of dangers. But with this level of strength, he was able to move freely in the Wood Spirit Graveyard and even reach the central area. What's going on? Did she not encounter any monsters in this place? Everyone was filled with questions. But since everyone was a competitor, it wasn't easy to say anything, so no one asked Qin Menglan. He was just a general, and these people didn't take him seriously at all. That must be Yang Qianyun, the Grand Master of the Xia Kingdom's Extreme Martial Arts School, a dragon-level expert. I wonder if he's still alive. As everyone looked at the screen, they saw many familiar faces and couldn't help but sigh. Those powerful martial artists and awakened individuals of that time had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts and were known as dragon-level experts, only one step away from the god level. But time passed. None of those dragon-level powerhouses were able to break through this barrier. One by one, their life force faded, their blood and energy withered, and they eventually grew old or died. On the contrary, the little girl in the light screen, who was only 12 years old and was looked down upon by the dragon-level powerhouses present, surpassed these predecessors, was peerless, reached the pinnacle, and became the martial god of Xia Kingdom. This is probably what makes it legendary. But playback after memory exposure. It seems that Qin Luo orchestrated Qin Menglan's extraordinary path behind the scenes. Someone whispered, "I'm just not as lucky as Qin Menglan. She was picked up by a good father when she was a child, otherwise I would definitely be a martial god by now." Even though Qin Luo has become a demon, he still doesn't forget to support his daughter in every way. It's truly enviable. It's unbelievable that Qin Luo didn't keep such a treasure as the Wood Spirit Crystal for himself, but instead left it to martial god Menglan. Those dragon-level martial artists are just unlucky. They have no idea that the Wood Spirit Crystal has already been reserved for them. And inside the light screen, many powerful individuals gathered at the Wood Spirit Graveyard, each wary of those around them. The aura of a dragon-level expert swept around like a storm. Xiao Menglan gritted her teeth. She was only at the general level, so it was extremely difficult for her to withstand the overwhelming aura of so many dragon-level beings. She didn't know why this simple secret realm could attract so many dragon-level powerhouses. Yes, it's simple. Although she encountered many general-level monsters along the way and her journey was bumpy, she was still within her limits. However, those monsters were nothing compared to dragon-level powerhouses. Any one of these senior figures present could easily move freely within this secret realm. But this small secret realm attracted 20 dragon-level powerhouses, which is simply unbelievable. Xiao Menglan was somewhat surprised, and even considered backing out. Even if the treasure appeared before her, she wouldn't be qualified to fight for it. The teacher is right. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Compared to these people, my abilities are far from sufficient. Qin Menglan shook her head. At this moment, the overwhelming aura of the dragon level surrounding her made it almost impossible for her to breathe. If you don't have the skills, you don't even have the qualifications to enter this circle. Qin Menglan noticed that a person wearing a cloak whose face could not be seen suddenly took a step forward. He walked up casually, just happened to be in front of me, and then snorted coldly. Instantly, an aura as vast as the sea and as deep as the abyss, seemingly approaching divine power, suddenly erupted from his body and spread outwards in a fan shape. Boom! The sound of their opposing forces clashing rang out. Apart from Qin Menglan behind Qin Luo, all the other dragon-level martial artists groaned and staggered back several steps, their faces flushed and their breathing labored. He single-handedly overpowered 20 dragon-level experts. This scene was truly spectacular. Everyone wants a dad like that. Many female martial artists were ecstatic at Qin Luo's performance. Meanwhile, the male warriors around them lewdly chuckled. Do you also have to rush to call me dad? In another situation, I could absolutely do that. Perhaps, it's just that Qin Luo's dragon level strength is so high. As you should know, the dragon level is divided into the following 5 levels: lower dragon, middle dragon, upper dragon, peak dragon, and Qin Luo. Everyone spoke with serious expressions. When Qin Manglan saw this scene, she felt a sense of protection, and her heart, which had been lonely for many years, was quietly revived. She never imagined that the person in the cloak was her father, Qin Luo. Inside the light screen, Qin Manglan looked at the mysterious person in front of her, her eyes only showing a hint of doubt. This person seemed to be deliberately standing in front of her, yet it also seemed like he was just casually taking a step forward. It was impossible to discern his intentions. But it's all right in the end. Qin Luo, with his sharp, eagle-like eyes, stared at the dragon-level martial artists present. A bunch of old bastards, bullying my daughter right in front of me. Do they have a death wish? No one expected that the aura they unintentionally released had affected a little girl of general level, which was why they were attacked by this mysterious person. However, upon sensing Qin Luo's immense aura, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. This trip has this expert by our side. That's probably their biggest competitor. Just as everyone was on guard, a strange change suddenly occurred at the Wood Spirit Cemetery. A giant man-eating vine, its tendrils hundreds of meters long, burst forth from the ground. In addition, a giant beast with golden horns on its head and a lion-like shape also appeared before everyone. Strange plants and Beast King-level monsters, this place is indeed full of opportunities. Upon witnessing the anomaly, the dragon-level powerhouses were not alarmed but rather delighted. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Good heavens, what are these things? 2 Beast Kings. This secret realm is really dangerous. This is terrifying. These 2 Beast Kings must be the guardian monsters of the Wood Spirit Graveyard. They absorbed the spiritual energy overflowing from the Wood Spirit Crystal and evolved to this extent. He's too fierce, he's no weaker than the 2 masters of the penalty area. Many people who saw this broke out in a cold sweat. The man-eating vines and the giant horned Beast King in the light screen, even after hundreds of years, are still something that few people present dare to provoke. Given that Qin Manglan was only 12 years old at the time, and possessed the strength of a general, how did she manage to seize the Wood Spirit Crystal? Is it really unrelated to Qin Luo? I don't think so. However, this question was immediately refuted by everyone. Nonsense. Treasures belong to those who are destined to possess them. Manglan Martial God's acquisition of the Wood Spirit Crystal was her own opportunity. What does this have to do with Qin Luo? If Qin Luo had snatched the Wood Spirit Crystal and then given it to Qin Manglan, wouldn't Qin Manglan have known? Everyone looked at Qin Manglan. She clearly remembered the past. In that Wood Spirit Graveyard, there was a mechanical life form, and the Wood Spirit Crystal was the treasure she guarded. This has absolutely nothing to do with Qin Luo. At this time, inside the light screen, the scene descended into chaos due to the sudden appearance of the man-eating vine and the giant horned Beast King. Each of the numerous dragon-level powerhouses made their move, each with their own ulterior motives. Seeing the chaos, Qin Manglan quickly retreated several hundred meters. At this point, the situation in the scene changed. This guy has chosen the wrong path. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke that fiend Qin. People back then were really brave. Everyone who saw this shook their heads. Really? Qin Luo's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent when he saw that someone was harboring such ulterior motives. He immediately struck, slapping the instigator who had lured the Beast King monster over until he was unconscious, then expressionlessly threw the man towards the Beast King monster. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, a teeth-grinding chewing sound rang out. Qin Luo actually fed this person directly to the Beast King monster. The other dragon-level powerhouses were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this mysterious person would be so ruthless, acting even more cold-bloodedly and cruelly than those monsters? That martial artist was also a dragon-level expert, but in front of Qin Luo, he was as fragile as a child, and was knocked unconscious with a single slap. Such a huge gap in strength is truly astonishing. A chill ran through everyone. Behind Qin Luo, Qin Manglan saw this scene and screamed. Although she kept shouting that she wanted to kill her father and take revenge, she was ultimately just a 12-year-old girl who had never seen such a horrifying scene. Those martial artists are human beings too. They were captured by this mysterious cloaked figure and fed to the monster. The cruelty and bloodshed in the wilderness left a deep impression on Qin Menglan. Anyone who dares to play such petty tricks on me will suffer the consequences. Everyone fell silent, not daring to even look at Qin Luo. Finally, these dragon-level warriors joined forces and, after much effort, finally dealt with the man-eating vine and the giant horned beast king. Several dragon-level warriors died in this battle. Apart from Qin Luo and Qin Menglan, all the other martial artists were injured and looked quite disheveled. Qin Menglan looked completely bewildered. The monster had been dealt with so easily, and she hadn't done anything. The martial god Menglan must have been stunned at that time. Her little eyes were so cute. She never expected to pass another test. She truly is a chosen one of heaven. Even Qin Luo cannot match her luck. The treasure actively chose its master and selected the martial goddess Menglan. Because of the results. This result caused countless dragon-level powerhouses to lose all sense of shame and attempt to assassinate Qin Menglan. That's exactly the scene where the treasure sensed Qin Menglan's extraordinary luck among many powerful figures and then chose her. This is so exciting. Inside the light screen. With the man-eating vine and the giant horned beast king killed, countless emerald green lights surged up in the wood spirit graveyard, like fireflies, wandering around like will-o'-the-wisps. Immediately afterward, while the many martial artists were puzzled, a strange power emanated from them. Everyone disappeared. Qin Menglan's body also became ethereal amidst a surprised exclamation. Before she disappeared, she seemed to see the cloaked man running towards her direction as fast as he could. Qin Menglan simply took it as an illusion. But she didn't know that. He disregarded everything and flew forward like a madman, trying to grab his daughter. In the instant he rushed over, Qin Menglan's body completely disappeared, and Qin Luo passed through the spot where Qin Menglan had been standing, only to find nothing. Menglan! Qin Luo shouted loudly, looking flustered and almost going mad. People in real life couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Qin Luo's anxious expression. Look at Qin Luo's stupidity. All the martial artists present have been teleported away by the wood spirit graveyard, and he still doesn't know it. It's really a bit ridiculous. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was going crazy. He's such an idiot. Only Qin Menglan stared blankly at Qin Luo's panicked expression. Does he really care about me that much? But all along, I haven't felt anything. I have never felt that genuine affection. Is this true? Qin Menglan was in a daze. She tried to touch the light screen, but found nothing. That was ultimately just a memory being exposed. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo's panic didn't last long, because his figure also emitted bursts of green light, and then his body became illusory. When he sensed the changes in his body, he immediately realized that it was a random teleportation. As for Xiao Menglan, she was probably also teleported to some place in the wood spirit graveyard. Knowing that his daughter was not in danger, Qin Luo finally relaxed a little. Then, his figure also disappeared. Qin Luo looked around at his surroundings, feeling as if he were inside some kind of machine. Before he could react, an electronic voice came from inside the room, which sounded similar to the system's voice. Hello, welcome to the wood spirit graveyard. I heard that sound. Qin Luo asked, who are you? The voice replied, I am Li, an intelligent life form from the wood spirit graveyard. Everything here is under my control. Li's voice was friendly, and Qin Luo immediately felt relieved. Because intelligent life doesn't have so many complicated schemes, if they pose a threat, they will act immediately. Since he is not in danger, Xiao Menglan should be safe as well. Qin Luo finally asked, what about the others who were teleported here with us? Li replied, I randomly assigned them to various locations in the wood spirit graveyard. Don't worry, I will give a gift to any living being that enters the wood spirit graveyard to inherit its legacy. Inheritance? Qin Luo frowned. Yes, inheritance. So, those who entered the wood spirit graveyard are all test takers of inheritance, and they are undergoing the inheritance process? So, Xiao Menglan is also carrying on the tradition. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li denied it. That was the case at first, but it's no longer necessary. With their qualifications, they are completely unsuitable for the wood spirit clan's heritage. Giving them to them would be a waste. Only you are the most suitable. So I decided to pass the torch to you. In front of the light screen, countless people were dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this intelligent life form called Li out of its mind? The inheritance hasn't even started yet, and it's already been given to the demon Qin Luo. That's absolutely infuriating. If everyone didn't know it was impossible, they would have thought this intelligent life form was Qin Luo's sycophant. Such favoritism was simply outrageous. And wasn't the last owner of that legacy the martial god Menglan? Why was this given to Qin Luo? What exactly happened back then? Could it be that Qin Luo, this devil, truly has incredible luck, bringing benefits wherever he goes? How are the others supposed to live? Everyone was quite indignant as they watched the memories being exposed. Qin Menglan herself also had an incredulous expression on her face. On one hand, Qin Luo's memories are being exposed, on the other hand, her own memories are being revealed. Qin Menglan simply couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. How is that possible? Wood spirit crystals are so precious, it's unbelievable that even one is enough, let alone one for everyone. That's impossible. Many people asked in confusion. Inside the light screen, Li replied, yes, the environment on Bathos is harsh. The wood spirits accidentally discovered a dimensional space and then crossed it as a whole to come to this paradise-like planet. Unfortunately, the wood spirit graveyard encountered a disaster while traversing dimensional space. Qin Luo asked, do you know how this entrance to the underground cave came about? Neither the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the Lizard King Mythius, nor Li of the Wood Spirit clan could provide a reason for the appearance of the cave entrance. They each belonged to different planets, and all of them accidentally discovered the entrance to the underground cave and then traveled to this beautiful blue planet. Qin Luo wasn't too disappointed. He was just asking casually, wanting to understand his doubts. Qin Luo wanted to investigate the cause and then bring this mutated world back on track. But all of this is clearly not so easy. Are you ready to receive the legacy of the Wood Spirit clan? At this moment, Li suddenly asked a question. The people outside the light screen were all dumbfounded to see that Qin Luo had actually refused such a great opportunity. Look at those man-eating vines and giant horned beast kings, they evolved to this level by absorbing some of the energy from the Wood Spirit crystal. If it were a whole Wood Spirit crystal, that would truly be heaven-defying. But Qin Luo refused outright. Could it be that Qin Luo refused, and that's why this intelligent being gave the Wood Spirit crystal to martial god Menglan? It seems that's how it is. Although I'm very unhappy that Menglan martial god is ranked behind Qin Luo, she's still very strong. Sigh, losing to the Dragon Emperor is not shameful. Everyone sighed. So that's the truth. Is that so? Qin Menglan was somewhat incredulous, and vaguely felt that things were not like that. She looked somewhat forlorn. It turns out that the inheritance she received was something Qin Luo didn't want, something he discarded like trash. She happily picked it up and treated it like a priceless treasure. Is Qin Menglan destined to live in his shadow for the rest of her life? I clearly defeated him, I won this confrontation. In this father-daughter confrontation, she appeared to have won, but in reality, she suffered a complete defeat. But Qin Menglan still refused to admit defeat. She firmly believes that other changes have occurred. You don't want to pass it on? Li was stunned, it was the first time she had ever seen someone who didn't want a chance. You really don't want it? Qin Luo calmly replied, no. Is there any treasure better than the system? Here it comes. The one chosen must be Qin Menglan. In reality, the viewers were immediately invigorated and looked at the light screen. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. After Li finished speaking, suddenly, a series of images appeared in the room, each featuring a martial artist. Qin Luo glanced around and found 15 figures, including Qin Menglan. The images appeared as if someone was swiping across a screen, one after another. The first image shows an elderly martial artist, who looks to be at least 60 years old, a dragon-level martial artist. However, the moment this image appeared, the unseen hand did not hesitate at all and swiped across it, revealing the second image below. Clearly, this elderly dragon-level martial artist was quietly eliminated. The image was then crossed out. The old martial artist's figure gradually became illusory, then turned into specks of light and disappeared. Qin Luo knew that he had been teleported away, just like when he was teleported in. The loser was teleported out of the wood spirit graveyard by Li. Immediately afterwards, the second image flashed by. Another martial artist has been eliminated. This must be what elimination looks like. It's so strict. That was Yang Qianyun, the grandmaster of the extreme martial arts school, right? A dragon-level expert, and he was eliminated directly. TSK, they don't even care about such strong people, the difficulty is too high. This mechanical life form is quite discerning, able to see the talent of martial god Menglan among so many powerful individuals at a glance, and hand over the wood spirit crystal to Qin Menglan. This truly demonstrates Qin Menglan's extraordinary talent. At only 12 years old, she has already reached the rank of general and is already showing her brilliance, overshadowing many senior figures. People looked at the light screen and couldn't help but speak up. Being selected through this assessment is a testament to Qin Menglan's excellence. After all, there were 15 competitors in total, and apart from Qin Menglan, the rest were all dragon-level powerhouses. But in the end, Qin Menglan, who was the weakest, defeated all the dragon-level warriors and stood out, which was truly amazing. All eyes turned to Qin Menglan, and they couldn't help but admire her even more. She is truly outstanding. Even the mechanical life form in the wood spirit graveyard acknowledged her potential. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo quietly looked around the room, as images flashed by. Under the black cloak, no one could see his face. Finally, a 12-year-old girl appeared on the screen. She was teleported to a grove in the wood spirit graveyard, where fireflies and withered vegetation emanated a strange power. However, Xiao Menglan seemed unable to sense this power, as all around her were withered grass and trees. Being transported to this godforsaken place, with no one around and no one to talk to, and no way out, made her feel very frustrated. She's not naturally gifted, isn't favored by wood spirits, and is only at the general level. How did she get here? Li frowned, his tone indifferent. As he spoke, Li swiped Qin Menglan's name away without the slightest hesitation. That shouldn't be the case. Is there something wrong with this? In reality, everyone looking at the memory projection was at a loss for words. They thought that Qin Menglan was exceptionally talented and had incredible luck, which made Li Du fall in love with her and choose her as his successor. But the memory resurrection is not that simple. From this perspective, Qin Menglan is probably not some kind of privileged woman at all. Qin Menglan's expression changed repeatedly. She never expected things to develop this way. It was clearly this mechanical life form who told her personally that her physique was excellent and perfectly suited to the wood spirit, so the wood spirit crystal chose her. But now that her memories have been exposed, the mechanical life form has denigrated her as worthless and even eliminated her outright. Is there anything I don't know? Qin Menglan stared blankly at the images in her memory. Inside the light screen, as Li swiped away from Qin Menglan's image, Qin Luo slowly spoke, the wood spirit inheritance will be given to this girl. What? Li paused for a moment, as if she hadn't heard clearly. As a mechanical life form, she has no emotions and executes everything according to preset rules. But now, she seems to have been angered by Qin Luo. I am the one who decides who to pass the torch to, you have no right to make that decision. Since you have refused the inheritance, I will send you away. As she spoke, Li was about to teleport Qin Luo away. But Qin Luo didn't care at all. As tiny glowing lights appeared on his body, it became ethereal, as if he were about to be teleported away at any moment. I don't want to leave, and no one can make me leave. The glow surrounding him disappeared, and Qin Luo was still standing perfectly fine in the room. He hadn't vanished. What? Everyone can imagine that if this mechanical life form had a physical body, its eyes would probably pop out of their sockets right now. They were all too familiar with this feeling. I don't know why. They sensed the extreme killing intent in Qin Luo's icy tone. It was as if anyone who didn't follow this man's instructions would suffer utter destruction. Okay, I will pass on the skill to that girl. She was very unhappy. However, none of those competitors were to her liking. Moreover, considering how much Qin Luo cares about this girl, giving the wood spirit crystal to her might be a good choice. This decision was definitely not made out of the heart. As Li spoke, he prepared to teleport Qin Manglan here. Good. Li agreed. This will work? In reality, people who witnessed this scene were collectively stunned. The guardians who threatened the legacy of the wood spirits. And Qin Luo just happened to do it. The opportunity wasn't due to talent or luck, but rather a gift from my father. But with such a good father, what other opportunities do I need? The crowd looked at Qin Manglan strangely and whispered among themselves. No matter what bloody evil things Qin Luo does to humanity in the future, he was truly exceptional in his treatment of his daughter, Qin Manglan. Qin Manglan's face was deathly pale. Qin Manglan's eyes were blurred with tears. You seem to be hurting me on the surface, but you keep helping me behind the scenes. I can tell that you are still a normal person. Qin Manglan was very sad. She found it hard to hate Qin Luo anymore. But I still can't forgive. Because her identity is the martial goddess of the Xia kingdom. In this world, many things cannot be had at the same time. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo has done too many bad things. Whether it's the monsters he controls attacking the city, or him transforming into a demonic dragon and destroying the city. Countless people died at his hands, or indirectly at his hands. After Qin Luo committed such heinous and unforgivable atrocities. No matter how good a father he was, he could not wash away the countless wronged souls and bloodshed on his body. The three sisters, Qin Manglan, Qin Shanxian, and Qin Xianru, had no choice but to endure this atrocity. The only option is to eliminate it. When they become the martial goddesses of the Xia kingdom and swear to protect the Xia kingdom, their lives and emotions no longer belong to themselves. If Qin Luo is protected, how can they face the Xia kingdom behind them, and the hundreds of millions of people who have always steadfastly supported them? It's a fact that Qin Luo treats her well. But it is also true that they once slaughtered humans and destroyed cities. Yes, yes. It's over, it's over. They should never be confused. Qin Manglan didn't use these excuses to comfort herself. She knew she seemed to be wrong. As she gradually learned how Qin Luo cared for her from the resurfacing of her memories, her defenses crumbled little by little. Now, the only thing she still holds onto is the belief that Qin Luo is a demon. For the sake of the Xia kingdom and for the sake of all humanity, she had no choice but to sacrifice her own family and kill Qin Luo. The light screen continued to illuminate the scene. Qin Luo stood in the brightly lit room, looking at the scene where Xiao Manglan was. After agreeing to Qin Luo's request, Li immediately appeared beside Xiao Manglan. In the wood spirit graveyard, she can teleport at will. Moreover, she exposed her body. It was the figure of a woman, probably in her 20s, with a cold expression. Xiao Manglan looked nervous when she saw someone suddenly appear beside her. There was nothing she could do, she was being threatened too. Upon hearing that she had been chosen for the inheritance, Xiao Manglan was extremely excited. She desperately needs strength. She never expected that the opportunity sought by countless dragon-level martial artists would fall into her lap. It felt like a dream. However, this was not a dream, it truly appeared before her. When I reach the pinnacle of martial arts, I will use hatred as my weapon to utterly defeat you and kill you. I am stronger than you. At this moment, Xiao Manglan's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Seeing Xiao Menglan beaming with joy after receiving the inheritance, everyone in reality couldn't help but sigh. This is probably what makes things in this world so inexplicable. Qin Luo could also clearly feel his daughter's intense hatred from that scene. But he showed no expression. Afterwards, Li handed the wood spirit crystal to Qin Menglan. The legacy of the wood spirit graveyard thus fell to this 12-year-old girl. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The truth has been fully revealed. So this incredible opportunity came about in the first place. Everyone couldn't help but envy Qin Menglan's good fortune. It was like a windfall from heaven. Qin Menglan was also stunned. Even though I was mentally prepared, it was still hard to believe. Even this opportunity was personally delivered to her by Qin Luo. Qin Luo, whom the world calls a demon. She understood everything. Qin Menglan sorted through her memories. Before the age of 8, he cherished and protected me in every way, watching over me as I grew up, giving me all the tenderness in the world. When he was 8 years old, he was originally a demon. His bloodline erupted, and he became like a madman, mercilessly slaughtering more than 1,000 people. It was he who, in order to protect himself, did not hesitate to bear the stigma, abandon all glory and future, and defect from the human race. After she turned 8, in Rongqing, he transformed into an instructor, like a shadow, silently protecting her from the darkness, patiently guiding her, instilling in her a perspective on life, and teaching her survival skills and experience. Even the basic cultivation methods that I learned throughout my life when I was 10 years old were taught to me by him with great care. That was the first time she stood on the stage, shining brightly, but no one knew that all the credit came from the figure behind her. At the age of 12, in the wood spirit graveyard, dozens of dragon-level powerhouses fought fiercely for this opportunity. It was he who, like a gift, bestowed upon that mechanical life form, a woman of dull talent and no affinity with wood spirits, thus setting her on a path of defying fate and rising to power. This hypothetical enemy may never have existed. He's just a guardian. Father. Qin Menglan felt a pang of sorrow, and tears finally streamed down her face as she couldn't help but call out. This was the first time she had called herself Qin Luo since they broke ties when she was 8 years old, more than 200 years later. The name being called was Qin Luo after he turned 8. This figure is called Father. Her father, Qin Menglan, is Qin Luo. Everyone was deeply moved by Qin Menglan's emotional outburst. Although Qin Luo committed many evil deeds later in life, he was a qualified father to Qin Menglan. Therefore, Qin Menglan's affectionate call at this moment was a perfectly normal reaction. Everyone understood. After all, Qin Luo had really done a lot for Qin Menglan in silence, and he had taken on a lot of responsibilities. Sister, it's all in the past now. Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru, her 2 younger sisters, stepped forward to comfort her. Seeing Qin Luo's many sacrifices for Qin Menglan, the 2 daughters' hatred for Qin Luo lessened considerably. This at least shows that Qin Luo wasn't a demon from the beginning. He was initially a person with rich emotions, and also a kind and compassionate person. Perhaps he changed later, but at least he caused Qin Menglan much less harm. Seeing that Qin Menglan's inner conflict had been resolved, Qin Shanshan and Qin Xianru felt that Qin Luo could barely be worthy of the title of father. I'm fine. Qin Menglan wiped away her tears. Knowing that everything was in the past, Qin Luo's subsequent misdeeds could never be erased. She was simply very touched because her father had not abandoned her after she turned 8, but had always stayed by her side. Upon seeing her memories revealed, Qin Menglan touched her chest. There, you are healed without even realizing it. The last bit of warmth left behind by Qin Luo. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen. After handing the wood spirit crystal to Xiao Menglan, Li didn't say much and then teleported Xiao Menglan out of the wood spirit graveyard. Out of sight, out of mind. As you wished, I gave the wood spirit crystal to that girl. To be honest, her talent is really not that great. She can't fully utilize the life essence of the entire wood spirit clan. Li returned to her room, still sighing. She still harbored some resentment. Impossible. Li directly denied it, saying, with this girl's talent, the dragon level is probably her limit, she can't break through to the god level. Based on her level of understanding, she couldn't see any possibility that Qin Menglan could become a god. He spoke of Xiao Menglan with a face full of pride, as if he were introducing his outstanding daughter to others. In reality, people were amazed by Qin Luo's long-term vision. Obviously, Qin Luo is right. Qin Menglan is now at a god level. She's incredible. From the very beginning, Qin Luo had full confidence in Qin Menglan. I firmly believe that my daughter can go very, very far on this path. This belief has never changed from beginning to end. All Qin Luo had to do was help and support her from behind the scenes, in the same way a father would. Indeed, Menglan is a genius, but without Qin Luo's guidance, it probably wouldn't be so easy for her to become a martial god. Everyone was deeply moved. Qin Luo is indeed very strong in this aspect. However, he probably never imagined that in the end, he would be sent to hell by his own 3 daughters. Ha ha ha. Many people laughed. This dramatic ending is truly hilarious. Does Qin Luo really not know? Inside the light screen, Li was surprised when she heard Qin Luo's words. This girl was actually Qin Luo's daughter. No wonder you want to pass on the wood spirit inheritance to her. A look of realization flashed across Li's face. The figure she had conjured had a cold face, but at this moment, its expression was quite rich. She nodded, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Then this wood spirit inheritance can't be considered a waste. But I just sensed a powerful hatred emanating from her. Was it you? Li could sense something from this eccentric father and daughter. Qin Luo didn't say anything, he just nodded slightly. Li sighed and understood. You treat her so well, and she doesn't even know it. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Qin Luo hadn't thought about this question. When he chose to become Qin Menglan's father, he probably made up his mind to protect his daughter forever. This doesn't seem to be something that can be measured by whether it's worth it or not. You will be killed by her later. Li's gaze seemed to pierce through the river of time, foreseeing the future. She doesn't need me anymore. Then I have no regrets about leaving. At this moment, Qin Luo appeared very carefree. In reality, people couldn't help but fall silent. It turns out that Qin Luo had known all along. Know what you are doing. Despite this, he still did his best to help Qin Menglan grow up without any hesitation. Only in this way can Qin Menglan break free from his protection and soar like a fledgling eagle, fighting in the sky, without needing his protection anymore. Do people with such qualities really exist in this world? Can there really be a father who is this selfless towards his daughter? Someone muttered. No one could answer. Qin Menglan stared blankly at the memory projection, a cold expanse in her blank life. Qin Menglan sighed. I don't think so. That's all the stuff he's done to me so far. I know everything, and I forgive you. Including the sins you have committed. So, Father, may you rest in peace. Qin Menglan muttered to herself. She didn't realize that she didn't actually have the right to forgive Qin Luo. Now, inside the light screen, the video continues to play. Li was also deeply moved. She has never quite understood human emotions, yet she is also deeply moved by them. Li reminded him, there's one more thing. Once the wood spirit crystal is activated, it will continuously release a huge amount of energy in a short period of time. You need to be careful. What does this mean? Many people don't understand it when they hear it. Only Qin Luo's expression changed. This means that for a period of time, Xiao Menglan will become a walking energy stone. The presence of energy is particularly evident on the mutated Earth. A place with exceptionally strong energy, like a giant incandescent light bulb swaying and moving in the pitch-black night. This is extremely attractive to monsters in the dark, just like phototactic insects, which will swarm around the light in dense numbers. Qin Menglan's troubles with the wood spirit crystal have only just begun. This trouble comes not only from the covetousness of other dragon-level warriors, but also from the lust of wild monsters. His expression changed drastically. So, does that mean that Menglan martial goddess will become highly sought after in the near future, with all sorts of monsters wanting to devour her? Yes, not only monsters want to eat her, but there are also many greedy people in the human world who want to take the wood spirit crystal from her. It's like facing enemies everywhere. My god, how did the martial god Menglan escape this calamity back then? Don't forget, martial goddess Menglan is a proud woman of heaven who created the 5 Qi gathering Yuan basic cultivation method. With the protection of the martial alliance, no one can touch her. The beast tide in Rongqing came about in the same way, didn't it? It wasn't Qin Luo who ordered it. Not necessarily. Qin Luo has been a demon for a long time now. He transforms into a demon several times a month. You have also seen his bloody killings before. It's probably not long before he completely transforms into a demon. At that time, he will be no different from the monsters in the wilderness, just the most terrifying demon. Human will can never resist the erosion of the demon bloodline. When Menglan martial god was young, she also experienced 2 demon transformations that she had no memory of. Clearly, everyone believed that Qin Luo's will could not withstand the influence of the demon bloodline, thus turning him violent and cold-blooded. Inside the light screen. Teleport me out. Li nodded. After saying that, she teleported Qin Luo out of the wood spirit graveyard. This time, Qin Luo did not resist the power. His whole body was enveloped in a glowing light, and then he disappeared from the spot. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Place: Fuzhou. Martial Arts Alliance Branch. The light screen suddenly went dark after Qin Luo disappeared from the wood spirit graveyard. When the screen reappeared, the Martial Arts Alliance branch appeared. In reality, many people were surprised. What's going on? Qin Luo was teleported back to Rongqing? But what is he doing at the Martial Arts Alliance branch? This devil, could he be trying to steal the secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance? Good. He has finally revealed his wolfish ambitions. We finally caught him doing something wrong. It wasn't easy. Everyone, please enjoy the show quietly. The person in charge of the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Rongqing at that time was Senior Zhao Zongming, who was also a dragon-level master. Perhaps Qin Luo stole the information from here and then commanded the monsters to attack Rongqing. Many people, upon seeing the exposed memories, have made malicious speculations. After all, Qin Luo's sudden arrival at the Martial Arts Alliance branch, with his suspicious behavior, was indeed suspicious. Inside the light screen, Zhao Zongming stood up, greatly surprised. It's true. The director of the Martial Arts Academy reported. After Qin Menglan was teleported back to Rongqing, the aura of the wood spirit crystal emanating from her body could be sensed by the surrounding martial artists. At this moment, Qin Menglan was like a light source walking in the darkness. Any living being that was sensitive to energy could sense her aura. He had no other thoughts, only a genuine feeling of good fortune. This little girl is so lucky. This opportunity was seized from countless dragon-level powerhouses. That's so lucky. With such a warrior who defies the heavens, how could the human race not prosper, and how could it be repeatedly oppressed by other races? He clenched his fist, feeling incredibly excited. He had a premonition that if a god were to be born among the human race in the future, it would definitely be this girl. Zhao Zongming felt very fortunate to witness the rise of such a being. Yes, it's just a minor issue. Now, the dragon-level powerhouses and other martial artists who came out of the wood spirit graveyard all seem to have their eyes on Qin Menglan and want to seize the wood spirit inheritance. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Then, a powerful aura surged from him, and he made a decisive statement: Martial Arts Alliance, protect her at all costs. He expressed the Martial Arts Federation's position. Qin Menglan must not be lost. And right after Zhao Zongming finished saying that, outside, Qin Luo quietly left, doing nothing as if he had never been there. Everyone fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. They even thought Qin Luo was lurking in the Martial Arts Alliance branch, planning to do something bad. Who would have thought that he would leave like this? Moreover, many people can see it too. Qin Luo was worried that the martial arts alliance might not be able to control their greed in the face of the wood spirit graveyard and might attack Qin Menglan. But he was very satisfied with the result, so he left quietly. That fiend Qin Luo is inherently suspicious. He actually thinks that our martial arts alliance would resort to such despicable means. He really underestimates our martial arts alliance. In the martial arts alliance, Luozhen, the number 1 ranked S-class hero, Rockfist, spoke angrily. He was furious at being questioned by Qin Luo, this devil. But he could also see that Qin Luo was doing this entirely to protect Qin Menglan. Fortunately, the exposure of the memories proved the martial arts alliance's righteousness, which made many people who saw the exposed memories overjoyed and trust the martial arts alliance even more. This is the martial arts alliance of our Xia kingdom. Even the memories of Qin Luo, this demon, are spotless. The people present were also somewhat helpless. Qin Luo's protection of his daughter was so thorough that he wouldn't leave any potential danger behind. Given his identity as a demon, would he feel ashamed about this? The light of human justice will always be the martial arts alliance. Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Shanru, as martial gods of the Xia kingdom, put aside their own families for the sake of the country they uphold, and are absolutely worthy of the name of justice. At this moment, Qin Menglan's guilt also faded a lot. She did not do anything wrong. Inside the light screen. Fuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Teacher, where have you been? I have good news to tell you. Qin Menglan finally found the unremarkable instructor and was eager to share the news with him. At that moment, the only person she could think of and find was this instructor. Upon hearing Qin Menglan's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. When Qin Luo left last time, he took down a restricted area. This time, they almost destroyed the martial arts alliance branch. Qin Luo did not reply to Qin Menglan's words. He was thinking. It's time to leave Qin Menglan. He passed on all the simple experiences and knowledge he had to his daughter. If Qin Menglan always has someone to rely on, she won't grow up quickly. Moreover, the responsibility of protecting the civilians of Xia should not be borne solely by the martial arts alliance. Before you completely transform into the Dragon Emperor, do one more thing that you should do as a human being. Qin Luo's resolve hardened. Recently, Xia Menglan finally heard news about Qin Luo. She knew that Qin Luo had begun to build up his power in the wilderness and had called himself the Dragon Emperor. This is bad news for her, who is still a B-rank hero in the martial arts league. Qin Luo is becoming stronger and stronger, while she is standing still. When will she be able to surpass Qin Luo? So, she desperately needs strength. He hadn't been the Dragon Queen for very long when the alien races within the Forbidden Zone began to spread his title. This indicates that the changes on Earth are becoming increasingly drastic. The territory was gradually being encroached upon by alien races invading from the underground. Qin Meng was suddenly stunned, and the excited expression on her face quickly froze. Teacher, what did you say? She was so frightened that she was trembling all over. Because Qin Luo's expression was extremely serious at that moment. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. However, for those greedy dragon-level warriors and wild monsters, the power was far from enough. As fledglings grow stronger, they should spread their wings and soar through the sky. Qin Luo is going to let go. In the coming period, Rongqing will suffer a lot because of you. If you are not careful, you will die in this calamity. Qin Menglan's face instantly turned ugly. In an instant, the joy in my heart sank, leaving only worry. She thought for a moment before saying, then I don't want this inheritance anymore. Will everything be better? Although she longed for power. But she didn't want to see Rongqing suffer disaster because of her power. Qin Luo was also pleased that his daughter had such kind thoughts and had not become someone who was obsessed with pursuing power and succumbed to hatred. This is exactly what he wanted to see. In reality, people were amazed. As expected, the martial god Menglan has always been kind since childhood, and has not fallen into the abyss because of hatred and power. Honestly, if I were in their shoes, I really couldn't choose to give up the inheritance between these two options. Compared to Qin Luo, who is obsessed with power, Qin Menglan is truly perfect. I wonder if Qin Luo, the demon, will feel ashamed when he hears his daughter say this. This kind of character and kindness belongs only to Qin Menglan and has nothing to do with her father, Qin Luo. Because of Qin Luo's cold-blooded and ruthless nature, he is not qualified to educate Qin Menglan. In contrast, Qin Menglan's greatness lies in her kindness and selflessness, which far surpasses Qin Luo's. Perhaps it was precisely because Qin Menglan possessed such a kind heart from the very beginning that she later became a true hero. Under her guidance, people were spared from the monster's corruption and the impending disaster. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo's expression was very serious. Qin Menglan nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. He's just throwing his own time into chaos. As it turns out, under the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, Martial God Menglan is perfectly fine. The martial artists, especially those from the Martial Arts Alliance, all nodded in agreement. Being looked down upon by Qin Luo was a severe slap in the face for them. So it's very likely that she did something she didn't know about. Inside the light screen, the scene depicts a quiet, late night. At this moment, he was all alone, like a night watchman, silently hiding in the shadows, protecting the city. Because his daughter lives in the city. And at that very moment, in the video, a commotion can be heard in the distance. 3 figures could be vaguely discerned. The opportunity at the wood spirit graveyard was actually taken by a little brat. It's unbelievable. I'll hold Zhao Zongming back while you guys take the opportunity to capture that brat. It doesn't matter if he dies, that power is inside him. At worst, I'll just cook him and eat him. It's not like I've never eaten a human before, huh? That's true. During the years of the Blue Star's mutation, before I awakened, I was trapped in a building for 2 whole months. I ate everything I could, and finally survived thanks to the smooth and tender flesh of a young girl. Women's flesh is the best to eat, so smooth and elastic. A teenage girl should taste even better. In the darkness, the terrifying, bloodthirsty voices of 3 people echoed out, like the murmurs of demons, sending chills down one's spine. Compared to those crazed and irrational monsters, the aura of these 3 people was even more terrifying. I'm sorry, you don't have a chance anymore, and I've decided to feed your corpses to the dogs later. Qin Luo's icy voice came from the darkness. Compared to the bloodthirsty and cruel tone of the 3 men, Qin Luo's words were surprisingly comforting. At least that's the thought on everyone's mind right now who's seeing the light screen. These beasts deserve to die. I never thought there would be someone whose humanity was so twisted, even worse than that demon Qin Luo. For the sake of power, he would even eat people. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Qin Luo's devotion to Qin Menglan was genuine. He just kept it all hidden. He never spoke of these feelings. Most fathers are not good with words, but choose to silently dedicate themselves to protecting their daughters as they grow up. Now, inside the light screen. Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, the 3 martial artists were immediately alarmed. But they had no chance to escape. Qin Luo made a move and instantly killed the 3 of them. As the Dragon Emperor, he always acts swiftly and decisively. Moreover, Qin Luo kept his word and fed the 3 corpses to the dogs. However, the dog shook its head and didn't eat it, instead, it urinated on it. In the following days, Qin Luo took action several times, silently eliminating many martial artists who had designs on Qin Menglan. With the Martial Arts Alliance on high alert, Qin Menglan was completely unharmed. Qin Menglan's aura emanated from her, causing the energy of the entire Rongqing to condense and not dissipate. Compared to the bland spiritual energy around it, Rongqing is like a beam of incandescent light in the darkness. This triggered a riot from the surrounding wilderness monsters. Just like in arid land, a small puddle can attract wild animals from dozens of miles around. The energy of Rongqing drives them to gather here continuously. Qin Luo had long anticipated this situation. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In this murky and chaotic world, what kind of person should Qin Luo's daughter become? Qin Luo had thought about this question more than once. The answer cannot be simply that as long as she is happy and joyful, that's enough. This is not an ordinary world, this planet is a wilderness, devoid of order and law. One day, humanity will face the crisis of being trampled by other races and facing extinction. Qin Luo had witnessed the tragic scene of humans being devoured by monsters during mutations more than once. Humanity needs a god, a hero, to step forward and protect the vulnerable. Since he is already the demon emperor and can no longer stand on this stage, then let his daughter Qin Manglan become this light. Therefore, Qin Luo made a decision. Now. Inside the light screen. Teacher, recently we've been hearing roars of beasts coming from the wilderness, and there are more and more monsters. She was terrified to see Rongqing reduced to ruins by the trampling of countless monsters. I'm terrified to see ordinary people in the city become prey for monsters. This whole thing started because of her. If she died, would everything have been avoided? That's why she had this thought. Madness. Qin Luo, disguised as an instructor, shouted sternly. Qin Manglan, you must understand that humans and monsters are two completely different races. Even without your reasons, human cities have always faced invasions by monsters. This way, perhaps one less innocent civilian will die in this city. Perhaps Qin Luo's words had an effect, because Qin Manglan no longer had that thought. Listening to the constant roars of beasts coming from outside the city walls every day, she began to cultivate diligently. People in real life see this. I also felt this deeply. Humans and monsters cannot coexist, this is a truth that has been learned over the past 300 years. The beast tide is about to begin. I never expected Qin Luo to say something like that. What is he thinking? It's ironic that he taught his daughter to be righteous, brave, kind, and so on, but he himself degenerated into a demon, mingled with alien races, destroyed cities, and slaughtered humans. It's really incomprehensible. However, what was the final outcome of this beast tide? As far as I know, with the combined efforts of the Martial Arts Alliance and many martial artists, they repelled all the monsters and fought a victorious battle. After all, if you calculate the time, it was probably more than 200 years ago, which is a very long time ago. Because she is the key person in the whole thing. Everyone looked at Qin Manglan. Qin Manglan frowned before saying, the situation is indeed roughly the same as the historical records, but one person has been overlooked. Who? She had no idea that this instructor, who was both her teacher and her father, was actually her father. Looking back now. The instructor sacrificed himself in the beast tide and was even posthumously honored as a hero by the Xia kingdom. It's simply surreal. Qin Luo is a hero. Strictly speaking, Qin Luo's embodiment is a human hero. The two are not equivalent. Those who knew the truth were stunned, as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. Is this true? Everyone asked in surprise. Someone checked it out. It's true. This instructor, like countless other heroes who protected Fuzhou, was posthumously honored as an unsung hero, and there is an inscription for him in the hero's cemetery. This blow severely damaged everyone. Qin Luo should not be a hero. The hero is that instructor. At this moment, someone spoke coldly. Although this statement is extremely absurd, it surprisingly garnered a consensus. After all, that instructor was a non-existent person from the very beginning, and no name was left behind. That has absolutely nothing to do with Qin Luo. Inside the light screen. 1 month later. The beast tide finally erupted. Countless monsters gathered from the wilderness and then charged madly at the towering city walls of Rongqing. The battle between humans and monsters has officially begun. However, compared to the endless monsters, the number of martial artists in Rongqing is far from enough. In the picture. However, these only have a killing effect on monsters below the general level, while they have little effect on general level and dragon level monsters. The battle lasted a long time. Until the warriors joined the battle. Then, an even more horrific scene unfolded. Kill. 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 Amidst this chaos, Qin Luo also joined the battle. In the picture. People saw that Qin Luo, apart from not transforming into a demon or a dragon man, was already going all out without holding back. He seemed to be truly blinded by rage. To protect the people of Ronqing, he used all his strength, except for the demon bloodline that was despised by everyone. People saw him covered in blood, acting like a madman, killing one monster after another. This left some who speculated that Qin Luo might be an actor speechless, unable to say anything. This scene seemed to transport us back 300 years to the time when the great upheaval had just begun. Facing a crazed, bloodthirsty monster. In order to protect civilians. This man never retreated even a single step. The fighting lasted a long time. Finally, Qin Luo was injured by the claws of a dragon-level monster. Half of his chest was torn off, leaving a bloody mess that exposed his bones and internal organs. This kind of injury. This was the first time Qin Luo had ever experienced this. He still hasn't unleashed his demon bloodline. Teacher. In the city, Qin Manglan saw Qin Luo injured and panicked, completely stunned, her mind going blank. She was terrified, more terrified than ever before. Teacher, don't die. You must stay with me and teach me. Live on. Qin Manglan went berserk and tried to rush over. Teacher. Qin Manglan was heartbroken and burst into tears. Qin Luo's face was pale and bloodless, as if he were about to die at any moment. This was the last lesson he taught his daughter. He used his own death to strengthen Xiao Menglan's will. This is also the last time I will teach. Finally, they were overwhelmed by the monsters. The drill instructor died. Xiao Menglan's world has collapsed. This feeling was just like when I was 8 years old and was abandoned by my father, Qin Luo. From then on, it felt like I was all alone in the world, with no one to rely on. Now 12 years old, she will inherit her instructor's will, not for revenge, but to become the first martial god of Xia Kingdom. Keep going on this path. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo was swallowed up by the beast tide. The screen went dark, and the image disappeared. No one would have imagined that Qin Luo would say goodbye to Qin Menglan in this way. He was using his own life to urge Qin Menglan to grow. More importantly, he killed countless monsters during the beast tide, standing firm to the very end like a defensive line forged from steel. People have mixed feelings. Qin Luo's actions to protect Ronqing don't seem like a pretense. Because he was so badly injured, half of his body was torn apart by the monster, which was a fatal injury. If it were an ordinary dragon-level martial artist, they would probably have perished. How did he recover? Everyone was very curious. Because Qin Luo did not die, he later went to the wilderness and gradually became the strongest dragon emperor among the demon race. Everyone was puzzled. The images revealed from the memories made Qin Luo appear too virtuous and upright, which didn't fit his image as a demon at all. Qin Luo from the beginning until now. There doesn't seem to be any sign that things are getting worse. But he didn't. His powerful willpower overcame the demon bloodline, astonishing everyone. Moreover, Qin Luo continues to protect the city's civilians, just as he always has. No, he couldn't be that kind of person. Some people shook their heads desperately, unwilling to believe it. The scene where Qin Luo transformed into a demonic dragon and destroyed the city left a very deep impression on me. Beneath a thundercloud, lightning struck incessantly, and Qin Luo transformed into an enormous azure dragon. It breathed out dragon's breath, and under the scorching light waves, a city was engulfed in fiery red flames, then burned to ruins, the flames of destruction visible from dozens of miles away. The apocalyptic scene still sends shivers down the spines of the martial artists present. How can anyone believe that Qin Luo is a hero? Someone asked, what exactly is Qin Luo's purpose in doing this? First of all, we can rule out that he did it to protect Fuzhou, not to protect the people of the city. So I guess that Qin Luo is probably playing a big game in secret, but we just don't know it yet. Look at Qin Luo, this devil, he even has the ability to disguise himself. Even the martial god Meng Lan is manipulated by him. Everyone should not change their mind easily. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that it made a lot of sense. Because Qin Luo is so good at hiding his true intentions, until the very last moment his memories are revealed, it's impossible to determine what his purpose was in all of this. Even Qin Menglan, who had already forgiven Qin Luo, felt a slight resentment at this moment. My own father was indeed the kind of person who hid his true identity very well. Even in the memories that were exposed, the instructor he respected the most was Qin Luo himself. Moreover, the instructor's sacrifice in the Beast Tide was also orchestrated by Qin Luo himself. Now that the deception has been exposed, it's impossible for Qin Menglan not to feel any anger. Looking at the screen, he saw himself crying with tears streaming down his face, angrily pounding the ground. If Qin Luo can even fake death, what else can't he fake? Qin Menglan's heart wavered. Just as everyone was discussing it. Suddenly, something strange happened in the surrounding area. A scorching heat suddenly descended from the sky. When everyone looked up, they saw a huge meteorite engulfed in flames crashing down. This terrifying scene completely stunned everyone. Is it a natural disaster? No, someone is up to something. A strange force immediately enveloped the falling meteorite. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the meteorite seemed to lose its gravity and floated in the void. With graceful movements, Qin Shanqian casually pointed, and the meteorite shrouded in flames flew back in its original direction. The meteorite, however, turned to ashes with a loud bang. I'm still a step too late. You've already made your choice, but is this really the outcome you wanted? People sensed a hint of sadness in her expression. She was saddened for Qin Luo. So, they're enemies? The surrounding martial artists secretly became wary. Mulingxing, this is none of your business. Leave here, or you will bear the consequences. Everyone noticed her strong hostility. And she even knew this woman's name. Oh, so you now possess the meteor tower, giving you the power to kill gods, and the first one you killed was your own father. How ironic. Qin Qianqian, are you going to kill me? You won't even call me Auntie. Mu Lingxing smiled sarcastically at Qin Qianqian. Everyone looked at Qin Qianqian with suspicion. It seemed there was some story between the two. Moreover, this woman named Mu Lingxing is actually a god-level being. Is there a fourth god among humans? Everyone was stunned, speechless. But she was clearly angry and seemed particularly averse to being called Auntie. Ruthless? When have you, Qin Qianqian, ever had any feelings? From birth, you have been a heartless and ungrateful creature. Now that you have killed your father, it has truly proven everything. Mu Lingxing's lips curled into a sneer as she continued to mock him. Qin Menglan only acknowledges the will that her instructor passed on to her after his death, while her father, Qin Luo, has long since died in her heart. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Menglan continued, Mu Lingxing, you can join us and complete this final step. Qin Menglan didn't care about Mu Lingxing's identity, nor did she care about her relationship with Qin Luo. Qin Menglan, you are indeed very outstanding, but that's because of your father's upbringing. And this was indeed Qin Luo's wish. He wanted to see the world return to normal, but he's dead, you know? He was killed by you. You still want my help now? What wishful thinking! Mu Lingxing burst out with emotion. People discovered that her body temperature had risen sharply, like a burning sun, which was terrifying. She is an awakened one. The talent should be the manipulation of fire. If a battle between gods were to break out, most of the martial artists present would die. After the anomaly on Earth, humanity was initially unaware of the secrets between the gods. This seems to be a rule of heaven and earth. Between gods, it is impossible to kill a god. No matter how they attack, once gods clash, they are bound by the rules of heaven and earth and cannot kill each other. Inside this tower, one can be isolated from these rules and kill gods. Qin Luo was the first god-level being killed. That concludes the discussion. In the struggle between humans and other races, the scales of victory are already tipping. Upon hearing Qin Menglan's threat, Mu Lingxing's expression changed, but she didn't say anything more. After all, it was Qin Luo's choice, and she wouldn't interfere. She had known Qin Luo's feelings for her for many years. This man, gentle, kind, brave, and righteous, was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating this chaotic world. Although he was a demon, he chose to silently protect the weak humans and prevent monsters from invading the city. After spending a long time together, Mu Lingxing realized that he seemed to not exist in this world, and he was so lonely that he wanted someone to comfort and warm him. But he closed his heart off, shutting himself off from everything, and reserved his love only for his 3 daughters. Mu Lingxing could only watch him from behind forever. Mu Lingxing had sensed Qin Luo's decision to leave this world long ago. He was tired. Mu Lingxing just didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. As the martial god of Xia Kingdom, Qin Manglan would never casually attack a human martial artist. Qin Shanxian asked angrily, "Then what about the meteorite that just fell down?" "Oh, it just fell off me by accident." "What, did it kill someone?" "Let me see. If it kills me, I'll pay with my life." Mu Lingxing stretched her snow-white neck and turned her head to look left and right. The faces of the many martial artists below were all blackened. If Qin Shanxian hadn't intervened, many more people would have been killed. Also, some fell down accidentally. "You're telling me this huge meteorite fell off your body by accident? Are you kidding me? Don't think that just because you're a god-level expert you can spout nonsense." Everyone looked furious. But since no one has actually died, there's no way to pin the blame on Mu Lingxing. Qin Shanxian was very indignant, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't say much. Although Mu Lingxing has an eccentric personality, according to the Martial Arts Alliance's investigation, she has not done anything wrong, so Qin Manglan will not cause her any trouble. Qin Manglan was also very curious about the relationship between Mu Lingxing and Qin Luo. Finally, Yangzhou City quieted down, and everyone continued to look at Qin Luo's exposed memories. However, the presence of a god-level being floating in the sky above was somewhat strange. The power of a god is truly immense. Not only can one levitate, but one can also lie down in the void as if it were a sofa. Moreover, Mu Lingxing's alluring figure was simply too much of a stunner. She lay casually and languidly in the void, wearing a long red dress. What's there to show off? It's just a little bigger, but big is cheap. Void. Inside the light screen. Gradually, images began to appear. The beast tide in Fuzhou has subsided. Unable to conquer Rongqing, the monsters had no choice but to retreat to the wilderness. At this moment, Qin Luo also struggled to climb up from a pile of corpses. Amidst the chaotic horde of monsters, a lone figure, covered in wounds, quietly dragged himself across the new river, returning to the wilderness with a desolate silhouette, just as he had done more than 20 years ago. His fate seemed destined to be intertwined with the wilderness. More than 20 years ago, a great anomaly occurred on Blue Star. He killed monsters and escorted the people of Linjiang City to Rongqing. Finally, across the new river, he killed the blood demon wolf, and then, dragging his heavily wounded body, he silently licked his wounds in the wilderness. This time, his injuries were more serious. On the right side of his chest, down below, a large area of muscle had been torn away by the monster, exposing the bone underneath. If it weren't for his powerful physique at the dragon level, Qin Luo might already be dead. When he left Rongqing and returned to the home where he and his daughter used to live, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground unconscious. If it weren't for the still rising and falling of Qin Luo's chest, everyone would probably have thought he was dead. Following that burden has never brought any good things. I gave away the 5 elements gathering foundation cultivation method, even the wood spirit inheritance, and in the end, I still have to shoulder the trouble for her. The host is really something. If he had used the dragon god transformation, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Those fools say it's because of his demon bloodline. Such power is something people on other planets would beg for. How ignorant. Inside Qin Luo's body, the system kept muttering to itself, then tried to find a way to help Qin Luo recover. Mu Lingxing looked at the light screen and felt very distressed. It turns out that Qin Luo had suffered so much before meeting her, and no one understood him. How did he manage to get through it? Mu Lingxing was in tears, which fell from the sky and landed on Qin Shanxian's face. Qin Shanxian looked up and was surprised to see the woman's heartbroken appearance. Is her affection for Qin Luo that deep? People had varying reactions when they saw Qin Luo's miserable state. Some people were surprised that Qin Luo was still alive despite such injuries. His vitality was unparalleled, even stronger than a cockroach. Some people were happy, never expecting to see Qin Luo in such a miserable state, and they burst into laughter. I heard someone laughing. Mu Lingxing suddenly became a sensation. When no one spoke up for Qin Luo, she stepped forward. A bunch of cowards, happy to see Qin Luo injured? Don't they even think about how he got injured? It was all because he was protecting your crappy city. You glorious and righteous martial god Menglan, I'll take down a few scumbags hiding in the back gloating. You're okay with that, aren't you? The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Upon hearing Qin Menglan's words, everyone around immediately fell silent, no one daring to laugh anymore. This crazy woman is not someone to be trifled with. Without Qin Menglan's supervision, who else present could do anything to her? Her words made everyone blush and become extremely angry. But when I tried to refute it, I couldn't come up with any reasons. Because criticizing Qin Luo is politically correct, regardless of the reason, now that someone is refuting it, especially such a domineering and crazy woman. They really had no way to solve it. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo lay there on the ground, and everyone thought he was dead. 3 days have passed. Qin Luo then slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. By this time, his injuries had almost healed, and new flesh had grown back, leaving only a hideous scar on his body. What an amazing body! Such a serious injury has healed itself in just a few days. Terrifying. As expected of a demon's body, it truly surpasses humans in this kind of savage power. Those who witnessed this scene were all shocked. Some people sarcastically remarked, perhaps this is what a wild beast is like, with tenacious vitality. But what's the use? It still died in the meteor tower. After Qin Luo recovered, he didn't say anything. The sole purpose of this system is to build a career, and it's currently far behind schedule. We hope the host can catch up as soon as possible. After saying that, the system was also speechless. My own advanced martial arts cultivation system was precisely because it sensed the changes in the world that it descended upon Blue Star. He originally thought that in this chaotic world, he could find a host, rise quickly, and become a god-level powerhouse. Unexpectedly, this silly host had no interest in cultivation and spent all his time taking care of his daughter, which drove the system crazy. Now that Qin Menglan is gone, I can finally focus on my career. Qin Luo nodded upon hearing the system's words. The mutations on Earth are becoming increasingly intense. Almost every so often, a portal to a new underground cave appears. If we don't find the root cause of the mutation and solve the problem as soon as possible, humanity will perish sooner or later. It has begun. Qin Luo's conquest of the wilderness should start from here. He began to show his ambition, completely degenerated into a demon, and became the emperor of the demon race. Qin Luo, with his invincible strength, defeated countless masters of forbidden zones in the wilderness, earning a fearsome reputation. The name of the Dragon Emperor shook the entire wilderness, and the whole human world was also shocked by it. Because yet another emperor has risen. The Blue Star underwent a cataclysmic event. At that time, one of the most powerful races among the alien races was the demon race, which was scattered throughout the world in hundreds of millions of people. Among the numerous demon race, there are only 3 emperors. These 3 demon emperors are none other than Carlo, the tyrant who rules over the dragon race. There are also deep-sea creatures who control the deep sea. After Qin Luo rose to power, he was known as one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, along with these 3 demon emperors, and was the strongest dragon emperor. Because he defeated Carlo, the tyrant and lord of the dragon race. These histories are all recorded in the Martial Arts Alliance, and almost everyone knows them. Qin Luo has completely transformed into a demon, becoming an enemy of humanity. He lived far away in the wilderness and never set foot in human cities, but the demon race under his command repeatedly invaded human cities, bringing countless disasters. Countless people hated Qin Luo. Moreover, compared to the other three emperors of the demon race, people hated Qin Luo even more. Because he was originally human, and was once an A-level hero of the martial arts alliance, but now he has betrayed humanity and become the emperor of the demon race. Many martial artists and awakened individuals dream of killing Qin Luo, because the bounty on Qin Luo in the human world has exceeded 100 billion, and his head is priceless. In those years, countless martial artists challenged Dragon Emperor Qin Luo, but none of them succeeded, yet Qin Luo did not kill those who came to challenge him. But nobody thought about why. People continued to rush forward, wanting to kill Qin Luo. At this time, inside the light screen, the images flashed by, all showing Qin Luo fighting in the wilderness. He was violent, cold-blooded, ruthless, and merciless. All the foreign tribes that refused to bow down and submit were crushed into dust by him. The exposed footage plays very fast and appears blurry. He conquered a large area in the wilderness, which he, like other non-human tribes, called his own territory. Any alien race or human who trespasses into his territory will suffer a terrible disaster. Some people who witnessed this scene were enraged. These were once human cities. Not only did alien races come to seize it, but Qin Luo also occupied a vast territory. Damn, he really thinks he's the overlord. Actually, nobody knows. In the territory ruled by Qin Luo, the number of times humans were invaded by alien races was the fewest during those years. People only saw Qin Luo ruling a territory and dominating the region. But there was one thing that puzzled everyone. This should be the most triumphant moment in Qin Luo's life, because he now possesses both power and authority. However, in the projection, this scene flashed by in a hurry, without lingering at all. How so? This memory is too bland. Some people are confused. That shouldn't be the case. People should remember their most vivid memories most clearly. Could it be that Qin Luo really doesn't care about these brilliant achievements at all? The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Many people are unwilling to believe it. After all, in everyone's eyes, Qin Luo was an ambitious monster. Now that he had achieved his goal, how could he not care at all? However, those blurry memories indicated to everyone that Qin Luo had almost forgotten that part of the memory. Could it be that Qin Luo didn't want to become the Dragon Emperor, and he didn't really remember this part of the story? What do you know? Perhaps Qin Luo's appetite is too big. After all, he hasn't defeated the tyrant Carlo and made hundreds of millions of demons submit yet. That will be his most glorious moment. You'll see how smug he is then. That's right, and the scene where he transformed into a demonic dragon and destroyed the city under the thunderclouds was probably the most exhilarating moment for him. Being high above and looking down on mortals must be an unforgettable memory. The crowd spoke in a sarcastic tone. Only Mu Lingxing had a serious expression. No one believes that you don't care about power and that you don't actually want to become the Dragon Emperor. Only I believe you. I have always believed in you. Qin Luo has never been that kind of person. I knew it from the first day I met him. He is not the bloodthirsty and cruel Dragon Emperor. He was gentle and kind-hearted, and only wanted to protect unarmed civilians from being eaten by alien races. He wanted to restore peace to the world. She believed that Qin Luo would not fall into the trap of becoming the Dragon Emperor. Qin Menglan was completely stunned at that moment. She covered her mouth, staring at the light screen in disbelief. Did Qin Luo's love for her truly transcend his ambition and power? Is he more important to him than becoming the Dragon Emperor? The more Qin Menglan thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. The truth revealed by her memories is threatening to destroy her sanity. He has saved ordinary people many times, eliminated mutated monsters, and even stood up in the midst of beast tides, fighting until he was exhausted. He was not only a good father, but also a good person. Qin Menglan was caught in a dilemma. For the first time, she felt that her father might not necessarily be a bloodthirsty and cruel monster in the future. But what about his becoming the Demon Emperor and destroying humanity after that? Was that also a misunderstanding? For a moment, Qin Menglan didn't know whether to hope it was a misunderstanding or not. She could only stare at the light screen with an even more serious expression. The scene from my memory at this moment. After a series of battles, things gradually became clearer. At this time, Qin Luo had become a powerful ruler of the forbidden zones in the wilderness. Although he hasn't reached the level of a demon emperor, he's not far off. The cities of Linjiang and Hujiang, which had been ravaged by monsters, became his restricted territory. At this time, because it has been uninhabited for a long time, the building is almost in ruins due to the erosion of time. Qin Luo returned here. I had almost forgotten about those battles in the wilderness. Because it's so obvious, there's simply no way to interpret Qin Luo's behavior from any other perspective. Unexpectedly, Qin Luo still remembered her after enduring the demon bloodline for so long. Will Qin Luo keep it safe? At this moment, Qin Menglan had a thought. She wanted to run back to the house where she was 8 years old as soon as possible to see if the shoes were still there. Heh, I didn't expect that this demon Qin Luo would still have a little bit of humanity left. But it won't last long. After a while, when he is completely demonized, this trace of humanity will be completely extinguished. Yes, that's right. I heard that he never showed any affection for Qianqian, the martial goddess, and always subjected her to inhuman torture. From this, you can see that he will become completely inhuman in the future. It's truly pathetic that he became the Dragon Emperor but lost his humanity, even forgetting his own daughter. Qin Qianqian's face was also filled with hatred. Compared to her older sister Qin Menglan, she could say that she never experienced any fatherly love from Qin Luo, not even a little bit. Before her older sister Qin Menglan turned 8, Qin Luo was still human and took great care of her. Qin Qianqian was incredibly envious of this when she saw the memories being exposed. After that, although Qin Luo had demon blood in him, he managed to suppress his rampage with his willpower and protected Qin Menglan in the darkness, never leaving her side. And compare it to yourself. From as far back as I can remember, it has been an inhumane torment. There was nothing there but cold imprisonment and suffering. Only after finally escaping Qin Luo's clutches and fleeing to a human city, where she unexpectedly reunited with her sister Qin Menglan, did she finally break free from her suffering and begin a new life. That chilling memory, even now, is like hell in Qin Qianqian's mind. No one knows how a young girl spent her childhood imprisoned in a dark coffin. Qin Qianqian felt even more hatred and jealousy. Although they were both daughters, Qin Luo gave all his love to Qin Menglan, but constantly punished and tormented her. Moreover, Qin Menglan was adopted. She has been Qin Luo's biological daughter since she can remember. Her mother was an awakened being with the power of light, justice, and kindness. She was also Qin Luo's most beloved woman. But why was her fate so tragic? Qin Qianqian stared at the light screen, her eyes filled with rage, and her aura turned dangerous. Qianqian, what's wrong? Qin Menglan noticed Qin Qianqian's unusual behavior and immediately shouted. Hey, Qin Qianqian, now that you've seen these memories, aren't you filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred? Envy and jealousy of your sister, and hatred for your father? It seems you really have forgotten everything. Just don't cry later. Mu Lingxing suddenly spoke coldly. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Shouldn't I hate him? Qin Qianqian suddenly erupted upon hearing Mu Lingxing's words. Qin Qianqian's tone was full of sarcasm, yet he couldn't even protect my mother, letting her die with regrets. I will never forget that day. It was because he did so many bad things that my mother died in his place. Scum and demons like this should not live in this world at all, not even for a day. They are only polluting this world. He took away my mother, made me live in darkness from childhood, and trapped in the black coffin, suffering endless torment. Even so, am I not allowed to hate him? Mu Lingxing, tell me, why can't I hate him? Qin Qianqian roared, venting her resentment, her expression almost crazed. Compared to her older sister Qin Menglan, she originally had a mother, but everything was destroyed because of Qin Luo. Qin Qianqian burst into tears, repeatedly accusing her father, Qin Luo. Why? Why, even after becoming the Dragon Emperor and falling into the demon race, do you still dare to provoke mother? A demon like you should forever hide in the darkness, like a rat in the ground, eking out a miserable existence in the filth where the world is hidden. How dare you provoke that kind-hearted woman, who shines like the sun? Qin Shanxian was filled with resentment. If it weren't for Qin Luo's delay, how could mother have died because of a devil? So what's wrong with her hating Qin Luo? Upon hearing Qin Shanxian's accusations, the people around her all spoke up. Qin Luo, a demon, should not have been involved in emotions since he has already fallen. He has needlessly harmed Shanxian's mother. Indeed, what right does a demon have to even think about something as luxurious as love? Does he even deserve it? What a pity. The mother of the martial goddess Qianxian might have been taken by that devil Qin Luo. This is an outrageous act that angers both heaven and man. Qin Luo deserves to be torn to pieces. It's so pitiful for Qianxian's mother. She has to serve this monster Qin Luo. What kind of inhuman torture is this? When this kind of gossip is brought up, people get excited and start talking all over the place, saying all sorts of things. The scene erupted into chaos. Most people believe that Qin Luo, that devil, forced Qin Shanxian's mother into having sex with her, and even later caused her death. This kind of crime is utterly outrageous and abhorrent to both gods and men. Therefore, Qin Luo's death is not a pity. She didn't know much about what happened back then. However, Mu Lingxing knew one thing: Qin Luo would never harm Qin Shanxian's mother, Su Yan. No, I will never regret it. I only regret that I killed Qin Luo too late. Qin Shanxian's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. She felt no remorse whatsoever for killing Qin Luo. Qin Luo deserved to die. At this time, inside the light screen, the scene gradually began to change. Several more months have passed. Qin Luo was standing on the roof of an abandoned building, looking down into the darkness. Everyone followed his gaze. It was a scene composed of a dark, dilapidated, and diseased tone. It's as if entering that exposed memory and experiencing that terrifying darkness would turn you into a crazed monster. Where is this place? How could it have changed like this? What a terrifying aura of darkness! It has infected everything and turned everything into a horrific plague-ridden land. People were startled when they saw the images on the light screen. This is that dark, forbidden zone from back then. At this moment, someone spoke up. Back then, a portal to a cave suddenly appeared in Linjiang City, and a black aura began to permeate the surrounding area. Anyone or any demon who came into contact with this black aura was transformed into a terrifying monster. But don't worry, everyone. This dark forbidden zone came in strange ways and disappeared in strange ways. No one intervened, and it eventually disappeared on its own. I'm just a little surprised that Qin Luo has such a deep memory of this dark forbidden zone. Could it be that he created this dark forbidden zone? As expected of a demon, creating such bizarre power that even demons infected with it will develop diseases, it's terrifying. Those around them turned pale upon hearing these explanations. If this terrifying aura still existed, wouldn't the entire Xia kingdom have fallen into a dark forbidden zone? Thankfully, the eerie aura eventually disappeared on its own, thank goodness. Many people breathed a sigh of relief and prayed to heaven. In the memory. This is a new portal to the underground world, which has just descended upon his territory. As the gates of the underground cave descended, endless dark power spread outwards from the entrance. Any living being that came into contact with that dark aura was affected by a strange power, causing it to mutate and go berserk. Qin Luo also happened to discover the entrance to the underground cave at that moment. However, by the time he discovered it, more than 2 months had already passed. It won't take long. The monsters and humans in these areas will all be caught in that bizarre transformation, and then fall into a deathly silence. Now, as you can see in the footage, several abandoned cities around us are shrouded in this dark aura, the sky is gray and even the sunlight cannot shine through. It was extremely bizarre. Qin Luo was at a loss as to how to deal with this newly appeared underground passage. The anomalies on Earth are beyond human control. However, Qin Luo still walked towards the dark forbidden zone. He is the master of this land, and without his permission, even the gate to this underground cave cannot descend here at will. As soon as Qin Luo stepped into that abandoned land shrouded in darkness, the black aura immediately began to corrode his skin. It made it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Even his body could hardly withstand it, which shows how terrifying this black aura was. This dark power is so potent that it can corrupt both humans and monsters it touches. It's truly terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, a terrifying creature has appeared in this underground portal. This is a manifestation of its power. Qin Luo asked, "What exactly is that thing?" The system didn't say much, simply stating, "It's God level." God level. The strongest level of life in this world has finally appeared. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. God level is the strongest level in this world. Among the demon race, all 3 demon emperors are at the God level. But they are incredibly mysterious and have never appeared. The existence of this dark forbidden zone was the first God level being Qin Luo encountered. What exactly is it that can teleport even a god to Earth? The person who can do all this is probably the most terrifying. Qin Luo sighed. Compared to this godlike figure in the darkness, Qin Luo was more curious about the reason for the teleportation behind the cave gate. Compared to the other, even a god-level being can only be manipulated by it at will, making it clearly more terrifying. Qin Luo entered the restricted area. As Qin Luo walked further in, he encountered many demons affected by this aura. Faced with these monsters who had completely lost their minds, Qin Luo simply waved his hand and killed them. All. This also relieves them of their burden. This terrifying and dark scene startled everyone who was watching the memory exposure. This is terrifying. I thought it was just an exaggeration, but I didn't expect that black aura to be so terrifying. Qin Luo actually dared to enter this dark forbidden zone alone. Putting everything else aside, he is indeed very brave. I'd love to see Qin Luo also affected by these dark energies and turn into this ugly monster. I can't stand seeing his face. Perhaps Qin Luo's loss of humanity in the future is due to the influence of this dark aura? Listening to everyone talking. Her expression changed several times after she saw that dark forbidden zone. Memories and regrets flashed in his eyes, his thoughts were in turmoil, and he sighed deeply. Because this is where she first met Qin Luo. This was also the place where Qin Luo first met Su Yan. As if by fate, the 3 met, which led to a series of events. Ultimately, Su Yan's persistence and unwavering determination led her to be with Qin Luo. But that was also the beginning of all the tragedies. Because Qin Luo is really kind. Mu Lingxing silently shed tears. What on earth is this crazy woman doing? She just keeps crying and crying. What's so funny about this scene? At this moment, the light screen was a completely dark scene, like hell, and it was hard to understand why Qin Luo had such a deep impression of this place. Let's jump over this already, I don't want to see this part at all. Qin Shanxian went berserk. However, the image on the light screen did not disappear, it seemed to become clearer and clearer. It was as if this place held something that Qin Luo should remember for the rest of his life. In the memory. Qin Luo had now reached the center of the dark forbidden zone, where the atmosphere of chaos and plague was even more intense, seemingly omnipresent. Ah! Help me, help me! Qin Luo quickly stepped forward and found that it was a woman wearing a long red dress, her whole body shrouded in blazing flames. It wasn't that she was on fire, but rather that the flames were coming from her body. Human awakeners. Qin Luo was startled. At this moment, the woman seemed to have gone mad, her expression frantic. Once she's exhausted, her perfect face and sexy figure will probably turn into those twisted monsters covered in fleshy buds from before. Meeting me is like having your life saved. At this moment, everyone who saw the woman in the picture turned their heads to look at Mu Lingxing. Because the awakened one who went mad in the light screen was her. It seems that this crazy woman's illness was probably left over from that time. Moreover, Qin Luo, the devil, actually saved her. Could it be that he has his eye on her body? Mu Lingxing must be related to Qin Luo, no wonder she protects this devil Qin Luo in every way. Everyone couldn't help but think to themselves, what do you mean? Qin Shanxian watched with curiosity as the memories were revealed, and it turned out that Qin Luo and Mu Lingxing's first encounter was right here. But why did Qin Luo, that fiend, save this madwoman? Wouldn't it have been better for her to die here? Her disgust for Mu Lingxing was truly extreme. Seeing that the power within her body was under control and that a man was carrying her on his shoulder, Mu Lingxing blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her. Fortunately, Qin Luo understood. There must be another person trapped deep within this dark forbidden zone. These two are quite daring. With only the strength of a mere general, how dare they barge into this place? It's important to know that behind this anomaly lies a god-level being. Qin Luo shook his head, unsure whether to admire their fearlessness or laugh at their foolishness. However, he is not as cold-blooded and ruthless as people say. Since he has encountered him, he will definitely lend a helping hand. Therefore, Qin Luo immediately rushed towards the central area. But the further you go in, the heavier the aura of catastrophe and plague becomes. Qin Luo is fine, but the woman he's with is probably going to get sick. If it doesn't work out, then leave. Save one, save one. The other one, well, she was just unlucky. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor occurred, followed by an even larger surge of dark energy, like a tidal wave, rushing towards Qin Luo's location. Aside from that intense aura of catastrophe, in the dim sky, there was a blinding light. The light, like lightning flashing in the night, fell towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked up. Light danced around her, then formed a shield to protect her. Qin Luo knew it was some kind of blessing power. The power of light. She is also an awakened one. That pure aura seemed especially stunning amidst the decaying mold. However, she was only at the general level, and her light was no match for the darkness. She fell from the sky like a falling meteor, and the light on her body gradually faded away. Qin Luo reached out and gently embraced the girl who had fallen from the sky, like an elf. Then their eyes met, an almost eternal gaze in this dark and catastrophic environment. This scene, in the exposed memory, was frozen for almost a minute. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Have you noticed that this woman with pure and innocent features looks somewhat similar to the martial god Shanshan? Everyone carefully observed the light screen, and then looked at Qin Shanshan, discovering that the two looked at least 70% alike. The two women looked alike and were both beautiful, but the woman in the light screen had a pure aura and was filled with the power of light, like an angel, which Qin Shanshan could not compare to. But after this comparison, everyone had already guessed the answer. If nothing unexpected happens, this woman is Qin Luo's wife and Qin Shanshan's mother. Finally, we saw Qin Luo's wife. No one had ever seen Qin Luo's wife before, but now that her memories have been revealed, she is surprisingly beautiful. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little envious. How could Qin Luo, this devil, possibly possess such an angelic woman? What a pity! Such a bright and pure woman, and Qin Luo ruined her like this. Everyone who looked at the screen felt a deep sense of regret. As Qin Shanshan looked at the memory projection, tears streamed down her face. This is her mother, Su Yan, the one who gave her all her love. But in the end, he died because of Qin Luo. Seeing what my mother looked like when she was young in the exposed memories. Tears welled up in Qin Shanshan's eyes and flowed down silently, one drop after another. What a perfect woman she was, yet she encountered the darkness of her life, which led to countless hardships and ultimately her demise. Is this how you met your mother? Qin Shanshan looked at the light screen and murmured to herself. If you had let your mother go after saving her, wouldn't all of this have been prevented? If you hadn't held her back, how brilliant and amazing her life would have been. Qin Shanshan broke down emotionally, screaming almost hysterically. Your greed has ruined a dazzling light that amazed the world, and you have ruined my life. You are just a lowly demon, you should just rot in the mud. How could you possibly dream of getting love that doesn't belong to you? Qin Luo, how can I not hate you? How is that possible? I don't care about the torment you inflict on me. I don't care about your harshness, your lack of concern, or even your cold rebukes. Even if you've never treated me like a daughter, I'll never care. But you ruined my mother's life, leaving her with regrets even in her dying moments. How can I not hate you? Qin Shanxian tearfully accused him. Countless people were moved to tears upon hearing Qin Shanxian's accusations, feeling deep sympathy for her. When Qin Luo, a bloodthirsty demon, reached out to that radiant woman, his fate was sealed. He destroyed a future angel who would amaze the world. Therefore, if a person is like the mud underground, then he should rot in the puddle instead of trying to seize what does not belong to him. Just like how I'm poor and pathetic, I never thought of holding back a beautiful girl. Why bother? If Qin Luo had half my awareness, how could he have created such a tragedy? Those who witnessed the exposed memories began to criticize Qin Luo. According to Qin Shanxian, Qin Luo's evil deeds were truly outrageous and abhorrent to both gods and men. How could I not know that Qin Luo has fallen into demonic ways? My mother is such a kind and gentle person. If it weren't for Qin Luo's coercion, why would she have stayed in the wilderness? Qin Shanxian didn't believe Mu Lingxing's words at all and retorted fiercely. Mu Lingxing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she could only sigh helplessly. Watch the memory exposure yourself. I'm sure there's some misunderstanding involved. At this time, inside the light screen, Qin Luo held Su Yin in his arms and stared at her for a while, his heart touched by the girl's pure and beautiful appearance. What a pure and innocent face. As if far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world, a clear spring in the forest stream flowed gently into his heart, bringing him a long-lost sense of tranquility. Qin Luo then came to his senses. Realizing that this was no place to stay, he quickly picked up Su Yin, pulled the unconscious Mu Lingxing aside, and ran outside. He now has many questions, and his original purpose was to explore this strange underground portal. But because of the rescue, it was clearly impossible for him to stay here any longer. He left with Su Yin and Mu Lingxing, and the forbidden area slowly returned to calm. The god-level being inside did not chase after them. The surging black aura receded completely, leaving only the sky still dark and the purple drizzle falling. As Qin Luo walked out of this dark forbidden zone, he took one last look in the direction of the god-level being. Seemingly sensing Qin Luo's gaze, the other parties will also extend it out, merging with Qin Luo's spirit. Instantly, a feeling of loneliness, helplessness, and sorrow quickly gripped Qin Luo's mind. A godlike helplessness. Qin Luo understood. He temporarily left the dark forbidden zone. When the screen reappears, Qin Luo appeared in an abandoned building, and the two women he had rescued from the dark forbidden zone had already awakened. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Where am I? I seem to remember a handsome guy saving me. Mu Lingxing opened her eyes from the bed and murmured to herself. She looked around at her surroundings. An old house, with very worn-out furniture around it. This kind of environment wouldn't surprise anyone who has survived in the wilderness. Because they're everywhere. Some abandoned houses are even covered with green vines and moss, looking dilapidated. The house is in a good condition, at least it's clean and dust-free, which shows that it's regularly cleaned. Mu Lingxing lay on the bed, carefully recalling her memories before she fell into a coma. Yes, I heard that a portal to a cave has appeared near Linjiang City. The black aura emanating from it can turn people into monsters, and many humans have already been infected. Then, after hearing the news, I dragged my friend Su Yin along to find out what was going on. She is an awakened one of the light element, and the power of light can overcome all darkness. Mu Lingxing recalled the memory and couldn't help but curse angrily. He actually threw her, such a beautiful and charming girl, on the ground, and the reason was that he had freed his hand to hug her best friend, Su Yin. By the way, where is Su Yin? Mu Lingxing then came to her senses and quickly looked around. She found Su Yin lying quietly on another bed, her clothes intact, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Pfft, ha ha. Outside the light screen, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh, bursting out in laughter. So this crazy woman was this ruthless even when she was young. Mu Lingxing stared blankly at the light screen, wondering how Qin Luo could remember that scene from back then so clearly. I didn't remember anything else, except this one thing. However, Mu Lingxing did not laugh, instead, she fell into deep regret. because she hurt Qin Luo afterwards. Upon learning that Qin Luo was the dragon queen of the demon clan, she forgot about the life-saving grace Qin Luo had shown her and questioned his motives and his kind heart. However, she already felt regret, while these people did not. Qin Xianxian, in particular, still harbors a strong hatred for Qin Luo. Mu Lingxing sighed helplessly. That's how people are, they only regret their actions at the very last moment. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo had been watching the two women the whole time. Or rather, he had been watching over Su Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Qin Luo's heart fluttered slightly. He was not a person of this world. For a long time, he drifted like a rootless duckweed, never settling down. It wasn't until he encountered a baby girl that warmth gradually returned to his heart. In this world, there are people I care about. His daughter is his everything. But fate's twist of fate forced him into darkness, while his daughter stepped into the sunlight. Qin Luo did not regret it. He understood that since he had made the choice, he had to bear the consequences. Now, he is a demon, the Dragon Emperor. Qin Luo stared for a long time, then silently turned his head away. He understood. I am not qualified to pursue this relationship. He was a bloodthirsty monster in the eyes of the world, a ghost in the darkness. This girl, pure and radiant, should be his natural opposite, like night and day, forever unable to embrace each other. For him, love was a luxury. Qin Luo dared not hope for it. He kept his heart tightly shut. Now that you're awake, let's leave this place. Qin Luo took a deep breath, then appeared and spoke to Mu Lingxing. Make them leave before she wakes up. If it ends before it even begins, then there will be no regrets, right? However, Qin Luo didn't care about any of that. Instead, with a cold expression, he continued, let's leave here quickly. Seeing Qin Luo's attitude as if he wanted them to leave, Mu Lingxing's anger flared up instantly, and she retorted, this is the wilderness, right? Would humans live in the wilderness? This house is an abandoned building, is it any of your business if we stay here? Qin Luo didn't say much. Seeing Su Yan about to wake up, he silently turned and left. Before leaving, Qin Luo left behind a single sentence. You're wrong, this is my home. This is the wilderness, but it is also his home. Qin Xianxian saw that after Qin Luo saved Su Yan and Mu Lingxing, he did not force them to do anything, but instead let them leave, and his attitude was particularly cold. This left her completely stunned. Why is this happening? Did Qin Luo force his mother? Instead, they told them to leave quickly, as if they didn't want to have any contact with Su Yan at all. That's not how it works. Qin Xianxian shook her head frantically. It was clearly Qin Luo who, because he coveted his mother's appearance, forced her to stay in the wilderness and even took her for himself. But when the memories were exposed, it seemed that wasn't the case. Qin Luo's attitude was surprisingly cold. How did he and his mother get together? Qin Xianxian's eyes flashed with confusion. It couldn't possibly be that mom took the initiative to get close to Qin Luo, that devil, and then the two of them got together. Qin Luo is just a demon who has lost his humanity. That's impossible. Qin Xianxian clenched her hands and stared intently at the light screen. At this time, inside the light screen, Su Yan woke up. When she woke up, she saw Qin Luo's back. Qin Luo could even feel Su Yan's curious gaze, but he did not turn around. Then, the scene began to change. Time passed, but Su Yan and Mu Lingxing never left the abandoned building. Qin Luo didn't bother to inquire about their origins. Until one day. In the scene, Qin Luo is standing on the roof of an abandoned building as usual. In the wilderness, solitude is ever present. No one speaks here, and apart from the occasional roar of a monster, there is nothing else. The aura of the dark forbidden zone continues to linger. In the human world, the number of martial artists and awakened individuals is increasing every day. The number of martial artists coming to kill Qin Luo is also increasing day by day. After all, this world has never lacked people with inflated egos who believe they can kill the Dragon Emperor and become famous overnight. Qin Luo looked at the several general-level martial artists opposite him with a cold expression. They dared to kill the Dragon Emperor, even though they were only generals. As usual, Qin Luo did not kill them. After defeating them, he told the group of martial artists to get lost. This scene was also witnessed by Su Yan and Mu Lingxing. This was something Qin Luo did intentionally. He wanted to use his identity as a demon to drive the two girls away. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Inside the light screen, Qin Luo addressed the martial artists who came to challenge him. Many people want to kill me, but no one has been able to kill me yet. I'm only giving you one chance. Get out. Those who wanted to kill Qin Luo left in terror. The Dragon Emperor's power is too great. He didn't seem to be using his full strength at all, he simply crushed everyone with one hand. With ease and skill. These martial artists were shocked. But what's even more incredible is that no one expected to have their lives saved. The Dragon Emperor didn't kill them. Unable to understand why, many challengers fled in disarray. The wilderness returned to peace. And inside the light screen, seeing this scene changed people's impression of Qin Luo. After all, in everyone's impression, Qin Luo has always been ruthless, and he would kill his enemies instantly and tear them to shreds. This was the first time people had seen Qin Luo forgive his enemies, based on the footage they remembered. And these were the people who wanted to cut off his head. Qin Luo, why did he suddenly become so kind? That's strange. He's not killing people anymore. Strictly speaking, those people could be considered his enemies. It's unlikely. He's already become the Dragon Emperor of the demon race, so he should have completely abandoned his human identity. He might have other purposes for doing this. Only Mu Lingxing knew that Qin Luo was kind-hearted and wouldn't kill those who didn't deserve to die. But back then, I was just like these people now, full of prejudice and doubting Qin Luo's kindness. At that time, the young woman regarded these words as truth. My judgment is really no match for yours, Su Yan. Mu Lingxing gave a bitter smile. Su Yan and Mu Lingxing, who witnessed this scene, were both extremely shocked. Mu Lingxing was dumbfounded and stammered. I told you to leave before, but you wouldn't. Now I'm giving you one last chance to leave my territory. Su Yan, let's go quickly. This is a bloodthirsty demon, even worse than the monster in the dark forbidden zone. Mu Lingxing quickly grabbed Su Yan's hand, wanting to leave. She was truly terrified after learning Qin Luo's identity. According to the Martial Arts Alliance's wanted notice, this guy in front of us really did kill more than 1,000 people before fleeing to the wilderness. Mu Lingxing turned pale at the thought of the consequences. However, Su Yan did not move. Sometimes, I really hate this force in me because it makes me feel that the world is full of turbidity, and no matter where I go, I can't find a place to rest. It makes me very, very tired. Don't blame Lingxing. She didn't mean it. Sometimes people's prejudices can change the opinions of those around them. You saved me, and I haven't even spoken to you yet. My name is Su Yan. You are surrounded by warmth, and I can feel it. It's amazing. She continued to approach Qin Luo step by step, still surrounded by the glow of fireflies. She walked slowly and gently, but with great determination. Whether it was her sincere gaze, her gentle tone, or her accepting heart, everything was gradually dismantling the defenses and armor of thorns that Qin Luo had built around himself. Qin Luo was stunned, his mind went completely blank. He was at a loss. For the first time, someone saw through all his strength and pretense. This girl, with both the light she exudes and the purity she displays in her heart, brings warmth to people. In Su Yan's heart, Qin Luo was also a warm person. Perhaps only when two equally warm-hearted people lean on each other can they resist this murky and cold world. Just now, Qin Luo did not accept. He left. He looked panicked, almost running away without thinking. People in real life were stunned when they saw this scene. What on earth is Qianshan martial goddess's mother doing? She actually approached Qin Luo, that demon, on her own initiative? Has she gone mad? Qin Qianshan, upon seeing the scene on the light screen, seemed to be in disbelief, her eyes filled with a blank expression. She always thought that Qin Luo had taken her mother's place. However, in the scene, it appears that the mother is actively approaching Qin Luo, this devil. Qin Luo had avoided Su Yan several times, even asking them to leave, not wanting to have too much contact with her. Everything has been completely turned upside down. Qin Shanxian's sense of entitlement was shattered. She looked on in disbelief at the images on the screen. Now you understand, your mother was actually the one who took the initiative, but she really had better judgment than me, and she recognized Qin Luo at first sight. If she had Su Yan's vision and determination, how could she regret it later? I will never forgive him. Qin Shanxian gritted her teeth, her gaze fierce. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Everyone agreed with Qin Shanxian's words. When humans and demons mingle together, it signifies misfortune and disaster. Qin Luo is the dragon emperor among the demon race. The only difference is that he is very handsome, and only when he transforms into a demon does he turn into that ferocious form. But he was still a demon after all. Inside the light screen. I don't know how much time passed. Qin Luo finally calmed down. In the scene, Qin Luo was just sitting there all by himself. Those watching the memory exposure had no idea what Qin Luo was thinking. But seeing Qin Luo start walking back, they immediately started discussing it. Qin Luo went back. What does he want to do? What a pity, the mother of the martial goddess Qianqian has stepped into the abyss of evil. He only got what he deserved. Qin Qianqian, looking at the memory projection, also found it hard to accept. His own mother was thus delayed by Qin Luo. Inside the light screen. Qin Luo left but then returned. Mu Lingxing continued to criticize Su Yan. I say you're really crazy, so audacious. Those are demons, how dare you approach them? Fortunately, he left. Although we don't know why he ran away, let's get out of here quickly. Let's not worry about the Dark Forbidden Zone anymore and let the heroes of the Martial Arts Alliance handle it. As Mu Lingxing spoke, she pulled Su Yan away. If we stay in this place any longer, we might lose our friend's most precious possession. At that moment, Mu Lingxing saw Qin Luo return and immediately became alert. Oh no, if we didn't leave earlier, we can't leave now. As she spoke, Mu Lingxing drew her alloy battle sword and assumed an attack stance, like a female leopard. Demon, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill us? It's not that easy. I, Mu Lingxing, am the most outstanding fire-type awakener in Nanjiang City. Bring it on. However, without saying a word, Qin Luo grabbed her with one hand as he walked past her and then threw her aside. Killing doesn't mean anything. As an awakened one of the light faction, I've also killed people. In this chaotic world, sometimes people are no different from monsters in the wilderness. A trace of sadness flashed in Su Yan's eyes. She was powerless to change this chaotic world. Qin Luo's expression turned ferocious, and his aura became wild. In an instant, he transformed into the form of a dragon man. Its body swelled up, and its face and body were covered with fine, bluish scales. Black horns grew on its head, and its hands were claws with sharp spikes on them. This appearance is no different from that of a monster. It was filled with danger and oppression. Not far away, Mu Lingxing saw Qin Luo's appearance and turned pale with fright, trembling with fear. This is the normal human reaction when seeing a monster. And Qin Luo, he is such a monster. Who else in this world would approach him? If you approach him, you will be scorned by the entire world and will have no place to stand in human cities. This girl, who radiates light, should understand this very well. Whether or not she has the ability to distinguish between good and evil, she must ultimately have reason. Staying away from Qin Luo means staying away from misfortune and disaster. However, he is different from Su Yan. He is a man, and he possesses complete rationality and self-control. You can't change the world. He knew Su Yan could understand. Humans and monsters are irreconcilable enemies in this world. Su Yan did not answer him. She spoke first, saying, "You saved me in the Dark Forbidden Zone. I have something to tell you. She gave this world a curse of plague, disease, and calamity, but this was not her intention. If judged by the standards of good and evil in the human world, she is more evil than you. Qin Luo understood that Su Yan was referring to that god-level being in the dark forbidden zone. He just didn't expect that Su Yan also knew these things. Even my light cannot bring her salvation. She went to that dark, forbidden zone to save her. She was willing to risk her life to save even that evil, let alone Qin Luo. Let's leave here. The human world is where you should stay. This is not the place. Here, there is only savagery and bloodlust. He rejected all warmth that came his way. It wasn't because he didn't yearn for her, but because he wanted to protect Su Yan, the first girl to give him light. In order to avoid bringing her misfortune, Qin Luo had no choice but to expel her. There was a sense of determination in Su Yan's pure eyes. That's the decision. Her eyes were very determined when she left. Qin Luo felt very annoyed. Some people's persistence may seem like they're doing something foolish, but you'll never see the world they're looking at. People in real life who see this scene are very confused. It seems that Su Yan and Qin Luo made some kind of agreement? I don't understand. Perhaps this is why she and Qin Luo, that devil, got together. One is a madman, and the other is a devil. I believe Su Yan, after all, she is the mother of the martial god Qianqian, but Qin Luo? That's impossible. Anyway, these two are destined to be together. Otherwise, how did Qin Qianqian come to be? Qin Luo killed such a pure girl. Qin Qianqian was increasingly confused about the exposure of her memories. What's going on between Qin Luo and his mother? It seems there are things she doesn't know. Hey, you crazy woman, what do you know? Tell me right now. Qin Qianqian stared at Mu Lingxing, annoyed. However, she noticed that Mu Lingxing's eyes were also filled with shock at that moment. Mu Lingxing's expression was somewhat bitter. Su Yan had never told her these secrets. Of course, this might be to protect her. You want to know? See for yourself. I'm not wrong, Qin Qianqian, you are a heartless and ungrateful person. Mu Lingxing suddenly cursed. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Mu Lingxing, you crazy woman, how dare you curse me? Qin Qianqian stared at Mu Lingxing as if she couldn't believe it. She was always quiet by nature, and for a moment, she didn't know how to retaliate. Mu Lingxing didn't feel anything was wrong. When she guessed Qin Qianqian's identity, this sentence was the perfect explanation. Qin Qianqian herself had clearly forgotten all of this. At this time, Mu Lingxing ignored Qin Qianqian and continued watching the memory exposure. She doesn't need to waste her breath, the resurrection of her memories will reveal everything. Mu Lingxing also wanted to see if her suspicions were true. The scene reappeared. Some ordinary humans, upon encountering this aura, quickly become diseased, transforming into grotesque monsters with twisted bodies and fleshy growths. Not all living things affected by this aura will become diseased. There is a type of giant rat that survives in the wild, and it has actually evolved due to the effects of fungal diseases. However, the evolution of this giant rat also brought disaster to humanity. They carry this fungus and spread it rapidly to the human world in another form of infection. The impact of the dark forbidden zone is gradually expanding. By watching the exposed memories, people came to realize just how terrible the disasters brought about by this dark forbidden zone were back then. Some people looked worried, and thinking of Su Yan and Qin Luo's agreement, they had a bad feeling. Perhaps the reason why this disaster quietly receded back then was actually because of Su Yan and Qin Luo. Really? At this moment. As everyone saw it, Qin Luo walked alone into the dark forbidden zone. Before long, they had penetrated deep into the restricted area. In the memory. Sometimes, fate is truly mysterious and unpredictable. You're here too. It's like we have a telepathic connection. Su Yan took the initiative to speak, her smile shining brightly in the dim environment. She wasn't surprised at all, on the contrary, she was very happy to see Qin Luo. He didn't want to pay attention to any agreements. He's only at the god level, if he goes all out, he might not lose the battle, Whatever the original intention of this deity, her existence has already affected the entire world. Then she must die. This too is a kind of fate. Qin Luo has always preferred to work alone. Qin Luo had no way to deal with Su Yan. They had no choice but to travel together deeper into the restricted area. That's right. This massive darkness was completely extinguished because of Su Yan and Qin Luo. No one knew this truth until now, when the memory has been exposed and it has come to light. We will remember this achievement forever. After the truth is finally revealed, I suggest that the Xia Kingdom government posthumously confer a hero title on Ms. Su Yan so that everyone can know about her heroic deeds. That's right, I second that. She deserves our respect. Everyone nodded, but intentionally or unintentionally omitted Qin Luo, not mentioning him at all. Qin Shanxian watched the memories being exposed with nervousness, feeling as if something was about to happen. I felt a surge of irritability and restlessness. Qin Luo and Su Yan found it somewhat troublesome to walk among them. Qin Luo is doing all right, but Su Yan is gradually reaching her limit. However, at this moment, the two finally reached the center of the restricted area. That's a dimensional space. Qin Luo had seen the entrance to the underground cave more than once. Below the entrance to the underground cave, the black aura emanated from her and gradually spread outwards. My race is neither human nor demon, but a demon. The woman spoke up, my name is Fan Qianying. Are you here to kill me? Since fate has brought this to be, then so be it, there is no escaping it. Just as he is a demon, he is destined to be an enemy of humanity forever. Yes, spreading plagues and disasters was not Fan Qianying's original intention, but she did bring calamities to humanity. One day, she will be killed by so-called heroes. Even if Fan Qianying has no intention of harming anyone, her ultimate fate is death. However, you cannot kill me. I am a god, the only god of our race. In order to survive, I became a god, then no one in this world could kill me. Fan Qianying smiled, her smile tinged with tears. He knew this rule too. That's what the system told him. That's right. Gods can't kill gods. You can't kill me, but I can kill you all with ease. She stared at Qin Luo and Su Yan, her eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint. Qin Luo, on the other hand, was confident that even if he couldn't win a fight, he could still run away because of his superior strength. Su Yan, however, could sense the kindness in Fan Qianying's heart. She had no malicious intent to kill. She stretched out her hand, displaying the awakened power of light within her. Fan Qianying scoffed, "You should save your meager power of light for treating this kid's injuries later." As she spoke, she stood up, stepped out of the black aura, and attacked Qin Luo directly. In an instant, the entire dark forbidden zone erupted with powerful energy fluctuations. Everyone was shocked when they saw what Fan Qianying looked like. Because this devilish woman named Fan Qianying, just looking at her appearance, is 80% similar to Qin Shanxian, the two are almost identical. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. If Qin Shanxian weren't the female warrior of the Xia Kingdom, and if the power she awakened wasn't a powerful mental force, there wouldn't be that black aura representing disaster. Most people would probably think that Qin Shanxian is this godlike woman. The two look so alike, up to 80%, even more so than Qin Shanxian and Su Yan, which shocked everyone. Such a bizarre and outlandish event left everyone speechless with fright. Even in the light screen, Qin Luo was fighting a god-level being and had no intention of making any comments. Perhaps it's just that people are similar, don't take it to heart. That's true. There are too many strange things in this world. Meeting someone who looks similar doesn't mean anything. Besides, Fan Qianying is so evil, while Qianqian martial god is kind and pure. How could they be the same person? However, everyone looked at Qin Shanxian with strange eyes, and they were quite shocked. After all, that Fan Qianying was too evil, spreading a dark aura of plague and catastrophe. Qin Shanxian was completely stunned when she saw this scene. He stared at the memory projection with some disbelief. Fan Qianying's every move seemed to be herself. She felt a wave of dizziness. No, it won't. Qin Shanxian's thoughts were in disarray. but I am definitely not a demon named Fan Xianying, because I have all my memories from childhood to adulthood. Qin Shanshan's expression was very serious. Her earliest memories date back to when she was 4 years old. That period was one of the happiest times for me. Qin Shanshan recalled the past. She lived a very happy life in the human world. Later. I don't know why. Instantly, countless vicious insults, contempt, and disgust surged forth, overwhelming the woman. Similarly, those vicious insults and contempts were also directed at this 4-year-old girl. People seemed to have gone mad, harboring endless malice towards a 4-year-old girl. Qin Shanshan's world has collapsed. She couldn't understand how she and her mother had done something so outrageous that they were despised and cursed by everyone. Why? Why is that? Qin Shanshan quickly understood. Even at only 4 years old, Qin Shanshan could understand the meaning of the term bastard child used by others. Because she has a father who is a demon. He harmed his mother, and he harmed himself. At that moment, young Qin Shanshan wished she could find Qin Luo and kill him with a single blow. Only by killing Qin Luo can she return to the happy days she used to have. No one despised her, and no one scorned her. Killing Qin Luo would not only save her, but also her mother. But she couldn't do it. She is only 4 years old. Ultimately, she and her mother were driven out of Nanjiang City and left to wander in the wilderness amidst the disgust and contempt of countless people. And that was just the beginning of another tragic chapter. Qin Shanshan came to her senses. She had already experienced such a tragic life once when she was young. Qin Shanshan, through her own efforts, rose step by step to become the Valkyrie of the Xia Kingdom. She is upright and honest, she is Qin Shanshan. She has severed all ties with everything and is definitely not some demon, Fan Xianying. As for Qin Luo, she cut ties with him as well. What's the point of keeping a father who ruined his mother's life and hers? Not to mention the various forms of torment Qin Luo inflicted on her later on. Hearing Qin Shanshan's story, everyone relaxed. Having childhood memories proves that Qin Shanshan cannot be a demon. But very soon. Since everyone ruled out this possibility, perhaps there is another possibility. That is Qin Shanshan, who is very likely Fan Xianying's daughter, and not Qin Luo and Su Yan's daughter. However, this possibility was so shocking that no one dared to say it aloud. If this is the truth, Qin Shanshan would probably collapse on the spot. The fact that she is the daughter of a devil is even more unacceptable than being Qin Luo's daughter. Let's see how the memory is exposed first. Perhaps it's all a misunderstanding. The battle between Qin Luo and Fan Xianying has also come to an end. As expected of a god-level being, even though Qin Luo's power far surpassed that of a typical dragon-level being, he was still no match for Fan Xianying. He was knocked away with a heavy blow, and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Su Yan quickly came over and used the power of light in her hand to heal his wounds. It's impossible to change her fate. Leave here, let me have some peace and quiet. She truly had no intention of killing. The plague and calamity were not her intention. Everything is fate. From the moment she arrived on Earth, this fate was irresistible. In order to avoid being killed, Fan Xianying also worked hard to cultivate to the god level. This was just her effort to survive. She did not do anything wrong. What's wrong with wanting to live? Every living being in this world has the right to live. But she also knew that outside this dark forbidden zone, the black aura had brought immense disaster to the world. Countless humans and other living beings were affected, began to become ill, and then died. Perhaps her power is not enough to affect the entire blue star, but at least half of the Xia kingdom will be eroded by this black aura. Fan Xianying replied, "Go ahead and speak, but I can't guarantee I'll answer you." Qin Luo asked, "Why did you come to this planet?" If Fan Xianying had not descended, then this disaster would not have existed. This is the most crucial issue. Fan Xianying was silent for a while before replying, "My hometown is on a planet called the Demon Realm. I came to this planet through dimensional teleportation. This was not my intention. A force influenced me and caused me to fall here. I can't go back." Qin Luo fell silent. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The power that could even influence gods caused Fan Xianying, like those monsters, to fall to earth through the portal to the underground world. I understand your desire to eliminate me, because if I don't die, many people will die. But I'm sorry, I also want to live. Fan Xianying apologized. A divine apology. And at this time, after a long silence, Suyen finally spoke. I have a way to bring you a new life and solve this disaster. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Suyen considered it for a long time before calmly saying those words. Everyone was surprised. Even Qin Luo was at a loss. What could Suyen possibly do? Seeing this, Mu Lingxing burst into tears. She guessed correctly, Suyen had indeed made a sacrifice. As a close friend, Mu Lingxing knew that Suyen's power of light possessed a special ability. It's called life return. He sacrificed half of his own lifespan to restart the other person's life. Once this ability is released, the other party can then use the power of light to return to the form of an infant and, through the body of the caster, be reborn. That's right. That's how Qin Shanxian came to be. No wonder. Mu Lingxing was completely stunned. No wonder Su Yan suddenly became pregnant. She had thought Su Yan had fallen into depravity. So that's the truth. In order to save countless lives in the Xia kingdom and to redeem Fan Xianying, Su Yan chose to keep quiet. Qin Luo shouldered this pressure and never told anyone about it. The eerie darkness of the Forbidden Zone vanished, peace returned, and people rejoiced. Only in unseen corners did two people silently endure far too much. However, Qin Luo and Su Yan never regarded this as an honor or a misfortune in their lives. Instead, he regarded Qin Shanxian as a gift from heaven, showing her great care and attention. But all of this, under the arrangement of fate, collapsed. Mu Lingxing understood everything. This was her friend's choice, and Mu Lingxing had nothing to say about it. She murmured to herself, was it all worth it? Perhaps for Qin Luo and Su Yan, it was worth it, and others have no right to judge them. Seeing her memories being exposed, she became increasingly agitated. The memories continue. Fan Xianying was surprised to hear Su Yan's words. She didn't believe Su Yan had any ability to save her fate. Su Yan slowly spoke, revealing this heaven-defying ability, life return. Under the power of light, you will return to your origin and be reborn through my body. You will be freed from darkness and from the control of fate. From this day forward, you will be my bloodline, and everything I have will be yours. Fan Xianying, are you willing? Fan Xianying was deeply shaken. At this moment, she felt that her powerful dark power was insignificant compared to this girl's. She understood. The power of darkness is not necessarily evil. But the power of light is forever great. Do you remember what I told you? Sometimes I hate the power within me, but today, I know why fate has awakened the power of light in me. I'm very happy. Because Su Yan is the same kind of person as him. Such people can be stubborn or even foolish at times, but they can also be quite endearing. In the picture. Before the life return technique is released, Fan Xianying took out a black pendant and handed it to Su Yan. This is my badge of divine power. Give it to me when I grow up. Only when one god-level being dies can another god-level being be born. This badge of divine power is proof of my strength. Without it, I will never be able to return to godhood. I hope you will keep your promise and return it to me when I grow up. She stared intently at Su Yan and Qin Luo. This pendant, in other words, represents divinity. Such a treasure is more precious than anything else in the world. If either Qin Luo or Su Yan breaks their promise, then she will be doomed. However, faced with Su Yan's honesty, Fan Xianying held nothing back. He also made a promise. Light emanated from Su Yan, then, like daylight, pierced through the entire dark forbidden zone, dispelling all the gloom. In reality, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. People were stunned when they saw this memory being revealed. The truth that no one knows. The truth was finally revealed at this moment. The retreat of the dark forbidden zone was actually thanks to Su Yan. What's even more shocking is Qin Shanshan's background. She was actually the lord of the dark forbidden zone. Because of Su Yan's life being returned, she returned to her origin and was reborn. All of this is truly unbelievable. Mu Lingxing finally spoke. What else do you have to resent? Qin Shanshan knelt on the ground. The moment the truth was revealed, she completely broke down. She herself was truly Fan Qianying in the dark forbidden zone, who was reborn because of a promise. Qin Luo is not her biological father. Do I still have the right to resent Qin Luo? Qin Shanshan's eyes were blank. She completely broke down. This happened so suddenly, she needed time to sort out the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Because the truth has been revealed. Strictly speaking, Qin Shanshan is no longer her sister, and she is not actually Qin Luo's biological daughter. This complicated relationship is giving her a headache. However, Qin Manglan only hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. Shanshan, no matter what, you have been reborn. Now you are the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom. You have broken free from the darkness and are dazzlingly beautiful, earning the respect of countless people. You are now my sister, Xianru's older sister, the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom, and your identity is righteous. But Qin Shanshan's eyes were blurred with tears. My mother was killed by Qin Luo. I owe her my life. How can I repay her? She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. After her memories were exposed, her resentment towards Qin Luo intensified. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. All of this made Qin Shanshan resent Qin Luo even more. My new life was given to me by Su Yan, it had nothing to do with Qin Luo. Strictly speaking, Qin Luo wasn't even her father. How could she not resent Qin Luo? Qin Luo, his death was too easy. Qin Shanshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. After figuring everything out, the slight guilt she felt for sending Qin Luo to his death completely vanished. She did nothing wrong. They sent Qin Luo to his death. She avenged her mother by killing a scumbag. He also rid the people of a scourge and beheaded a demon. And Qin Shanshan, having completely eradicated the darkness, was reborn and became a peerless and revered female warrior in the Xia Kingdom. This moment, everyone around was surprised. Unexpectedly, Qin Shanshan accepted her background so quickly. That's evil from the darkest forbidden zone. Many people were shocked by Qin Shanshan's psychological changes. She accepted such a big thing in an instant. No wonder she is a Valkyrie. Her mental fortitude is unmatched. Although Qin Shanshan is evil in the dark forbidden zone, she yearns for the light even while in darkness, and she is not wrong. Now, she has been reborn and become the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom, protecting countless civilians. She is indeed radiant and great. The Martial Arts Alliance, which had initially been wary of Qin Shanshan after her memories were exposed, now lowered their guard. Qin Shanshan is no longer in darkness, she is good. Unlike Qin Luo, who possesses demon blood, he must be evil. The distinction between justice and evil can sometimes be that simple and obvious. Just like Qin Luo, no matter how many good deeds he did, it was hard for people to accept that he had the blood of the demon race. Qin Shanshan's past life was extremely evil, so she was naturally labeled as a dark person. Because that's just how the world is. Some people have a fierce appearance, and even if they are kind-hearted, they will always be viewed with suspicion and distrust. Some people are beautiful but have vicious hearts. No matter how many bad things they do, there will always be people protecting them. At this point, people return to reflecting on the re-emergence of memories. Qin Luo, how many things are you still hiding from the world? Menglan Martial God was originally a mixed-blood demon. Shanshan Martial God is even a reincarnation of a Forbidden Zone god. What about the last daughter, Qin Xianru? Countless people stared at Qin Xianru in shock. Moreover, she still acknowledges Qin Luo as her father. For Qin Xianru, although her father treated her badly, he was still her father. It was just that Qin Luo eventually lost his humanity, and she had no choice but to send him to his death. If it weren't for this reason, Qin Xianru felt that she would probably be grateful to her father for saving her for the rest of her life, even though Qin Luo had treated her badly. Hearing Qin Xianru's explicit admission, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, hoping there wouldn't be any further twists and turns. Qianxian, the goddess of war, has such a tragic past. She finally got a new life and had such a gentle mother as Ms. Su Yan, but Qin Luo ruined it all. The person who saved half of Xia Kingdom and made the dark forbidden zone disappear was also Ms. Su Yan. The only purpose of Qin Luo's memory being exposed is to vindicate Su Yan. From today onwards, I am willing to call Su Yan YYDS. Indeed, it's too great. She used half of her lifespan to avert the disaster in the dark forbidden zone. What selflessness! Su Yan should not be stigmatized. She and Qin Luo had nothing to do with each other. Su Yan is great, no one can question that, and I'll fight anyone who doubts her. After everyone had seen the exposed memories, they all spoke up. And at this time, someone asked, where did the divine pendant that Fan Xianying gave to Su Yan go? After the memories were exposed, everyone learned that there were only 13 god-level beings in this world. For every god to be born, there must be a god to fall. That black pendant represents a godlike power. Needless to say, it must be that Qianxian martial god has been taken back. She is already at the god level. Countless people stared with fervent eyes at the three women, Qin Menglan, Qin Qianxian, and Qin Xianru. These are 3 god-level beings. It's unbelievable how they became godlike. And there's Mu Lingxing. She is also at a god level. Besides Qin Luo, who has fallen, there are already 4 gods among humans. After Qin Luo's death, who will fill the vacant god-level position? I remember that before my mother died, she gave this pendant to Qin Luo, but he didn't give it to me. He broke his promise. Qin Xianxian's gaze became even more resentful. This man not only killed her mother and tormented her since childhood, but also broke his promise and stole her divine pendant. They deserve to die. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Luo's ability to become a god-level being was likely due to her divine power pendant. He got everything he wanted. His acting skills fooled his mother, and also fooled himself at the time. He hid it too well. Such a despicable person, devoid of humanity, selfish, and breaking promises, dies far too easily. Mom, you've really misjudged him. Qin Luo isn't the person you're looking for. Qin Xianxian's eyes were filled with sorrow. She felt heartbroken and thought it was all for naught, seeing Su Yan's sacrifices. That girl was brave, radiant, and great. Even gods are impressed by her. But she ruined it. It was destroyed by a despicable, shameless, cold-blooded devil. Countless people sighed with regret. Qin Luo must have succumbed to the temptation of godhood and did this. After all, who in this world could resist the temptation to reach godhood? Only Mu Lingxing stared at Qin Xianxian in disbelief. Qin Xianxian, do you know what you're saying? Are you crazy? Besides, I've told you about your mother's situation. You don't understand what she's thinking, and you have no right to make choices for your mother. And Qin Luo broke his promise and stole your divine pendant? You have no evidence to prove that, and I believe Qin Luo is not that kind of person. Qin Xianxian, I really want to slap. You 2 big idiots, you know that? Mu Lingxing cursed angrily. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Xianxian ignored Mu Lingxing's words. In the past, she might have felt angry and argued with Mu Lingxing, because she still harbored a trace of guilt. Not at all. Because in this complicated relationship, neither she nor Su Yan was wrong. Then the one who was wrong can only be Qin Luo. Because of trust, he gave up his godlike status and power in exchange for a chance at a new life. Su Yan has always been very good to her. Qin Xianxian acknowledges that Su Yan will always be her mother and she will be grateful to Su Yan for the rest of her life. This girl is so great. If it weren't for Su Yan, she probably would have fallen into darkness long ago. However, Qin Luo, who had absolutely no relation to her, became her father in this life. Qin Shanxian felt incredibly resentful when she remembered how she used to call this man dad. He took advantage of her. This man, who in her past life was as insignificant as an ant in her hands, was now being called dad by her. After her memories were exposed, Qin Shanxian felt very angry. Su Yan will not die with regrets because of him. In my childhood, I was not despised or called a bastard by those around me. Qin Luo made her lose her beloved, her warmth, and even that divine pendant. This unfortunate period in her life was all caused by Qin Luo. Qin Shanxian recalled that memory. My mother passed away sadly. She entrusted her to this man. They even locked her in a black coffin, imprisoning her like a dog, restricting her freedom. She initially harbored resentment towards this father, but also harbored some suspicion. They thought that Qin Luo might be tormenting Meng Lan because of some special reason, just like he was to Meng Lan. But after the memories were exposed, she understood. Qin Luo is a devil, his perfect disguise fooled Su Yan. Qin Shanxian recalled Qin Luo's cold gaze as she spoke to her when she was young. You killed your mother. Remember this for all eternity. Your mother died because of you. Your birth ruined your mother. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he ignored her and tormented her with his cold attitude and emotions. But she will. Because she could really sense that Qin Luo sometimes revealed murderous intent in his bloodthirsty eyes. Qin Luo sometimes really wanted to kill her. But in the end, they all gave up. Looking back now, all Qin Shanxian feels is hatred. Qin Luo couldn't even take responsibility for his mother's death, shifting all the blame onto her, and roaring at her like a madman. He even wanted to kill her. It was clearly because of your demon bloodline that you killed mother, why don't you dare admit it? Tell me why, you coward. You're shirking responsibility and pushing all this onto me. Qin Shanxian looked at the light screen and spoke angrily. The godlike aura suddenly erupted, causing countless surrounding buildings to collapse. Her mental power is incredibly strong. At the god level, Qin Menglan possesses unparalleled physical strength. Mu Lingxing is a fire-type awakener. Qin Shanxian, however, possesses powerful mental strength. She doesn't need to lift a finger, with just a thought, she can distort space and kill someone at will. Those around Qin Shanxian were terrified when they saw her go berserk. However, through her description, everyone came to a picture in their minds. Qin Luo and Su Yan got together, but because of Qin Luo's identity, Su Yan was subjected to overwhelming scorn and condemnation, and eventually died sadly. However, before she passed away, she entrusted the young Qin Shanxian to Qin Luo. However, Qin Luo was now the Dragon Emperor, and his personality had changed drastically, completely losing his former self. He dared not take responsibility for Su Yan's death, so he pushed it all onto a young girl, torturing her with all his might and coldness. This method is truly outrageous. How much suffering did Qin Shanxian endure in his hands? Everyone looked at Qin Shanxian with immense sympathy. The fate of the martial goddess Shanxian was not as good as that of the martial goddess Menglan. When she met Qin Luo, he was already close to becoming a fully fledged dragon emperor. At that time, Qin Luo's demon bloodline was unstable, and there was always the possibility of him turning into a demon at any time. Qin Shanxian could sense that Qin Luo wanted to kill her, and that was proof of it. After all, what father would want to kill his own daughter? Even if he wasn't her father, a mentally and physically normal person wouldn't torture and kill a young girl. The reason is that Qin Luo has completely changed. It turned into a monster. Mu Lingxing was speechless. However, the Qin Luo she saw was a devoted man who loved Su Yan all his life and guarded her grave for 10 years after her death. A lone hero who travels across forbidden zones and battles countless alien races in an attempt to find the cause of the anomalies on Earth, all to end this chaotic world. The Qin Luo that Qin Shanxian accused was not the same person as the Qin Luo in her mind. She couldn't believe it. However, she did not continue to berate Qin Shanxian. Because if she acts impulsively based on her shallow understanding, then what's the difference between Mu Lingxing and those who stand on moral high ground to criticize others? Qin Shanxian, I don't believe Qin Luo is that kind of person. The exposure of his memories will reveal all of this, and you will definitely regret it then. The best approach is to use the most authentic memories to slap everyone in the face. At that time, you will see how cowardly Qin Luo shirks responsibility, how weak his heart is like a small maggot, only able to cower in the darkness, and how he can only find peace in his fearful heart by torturing a young girl. Qin Shanxian replied indifferently. Their eyes met with fierce confrontation. Who will win, and who will lose? And inside the light screen. At this moment, a new scene appeared. Fan Xianying returned to her origin through life return. A seed, radiant and pulsating, entered Su Yan's body. After completing the life return, Su Yan's aura became very fragile, and her thin body seemed as if it would collapse if blown by a gust of wind. Looking at her childlike expression, Qin Luo could only nod helplessly. At this moment, his heart was filled with warmth, and he had never felt so happy. Qin Luo felt that the wilderness was not all loneliness and cold, the sun would still shine into this corner. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Su Yan was no stranger to this place, she and Mu Lingxing had lived here for a period of time before. Have you always lived here alone? Su Yan asked. It wasn't like that at first. More than 10 years ago, I lived here with my daughter, but later it was just me living alone. Some of the things she used when she was a child are still here, as well as her clothes and shoes. Qin Luo was referring to Qin Menglan. I wonder how that girl is doing in Rongcheng. Perhaps he's already an A-rank hero in the martial arts league, and is respected by many people. I wonder if she still hates me. Or perhaps, she found a boyfriend. Thinking of this, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel a little sad. But as long as my daughter is grown up and doing well in the human world, that's all that matters. As a father, all I want is for my daughter to be happy, I ask for nothing more. At this time, when Qin Menglan saw this scene, her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Even at that time, her father was still thinking of her all the time. Seeing her father like this, she felt a pang of heartache for some reason. If she could choose now and go back in time, she would definitely leave the city and return to this warm home to stay with her father. Father will not become a monster and go to destroy the city. After her memories were revealed, she realized how much her father had sacrificed. Qin Menglan must always remember that she is the Valkyrie of the Xia Kingdom, protecting billions of ordinary people, and she must drive out all the alien races. Father, I will inherit your will, and you will surely bless me from the afterlife, won't you? Qin Menglan cried, silently thinking to herself. Qin Menglan seemed to have found her belief, and her heart became more and more determined. You have a daughter? Su Yan asked, puzzled. She didn't ask whether it was worth it. The two of them, with perfect understanding, exchanged a smile. Tell me your story, I'm very interested. Su Yan smiled. In the wilderness, the atmosphere inside this abandoned building is unusually warm. Qin Luo hesitated for a moment before saying, Is there anything wrong with your body? That ability is quite incredible. She was smiling happily, but her face was pale, and the loss of half her lifespan made her look much haggard. Like a pure lily, it withers and fades away instead of blooming during its prime. It's heartbreaking. But having redeemed Fan Xianying and resolved the disaster in the Dark Forbidden Zone, Su Yan felt she had done a great job. Okay. After Su Yan sat down, she took the hot water Qin Luo handed her and slowly drank it. Qin Luo sat on the other side, watching her sip water, feeling the warmth emanating from her, and was increasingly moved by her kindness and innocence. In this world, very few people are that foolish. Su Yan, on the other hand, freely displayed her softness, allowing the sharp edges of this world to prick her at any moment. Qin Luo felt he should become her armor, protecting her from harm by this world. Qin Luo told her about his past, starting from before the anomaly began. Su Yan listened patiently, offering her comments from time to time. She was very understanding and never told Qin Luo what he should do or that it wasn't worth doing. She would only frown and say a few words of concern, You must be having a hard time, it must be very tiring. Qin Luo seemed to have found someone to confide in, and he spoke more than he had in the past 10 years combined. In reality, people yawn and watch the memories being exposed with boredom. To everyone's surprise, Qin Luo was quite the chatterbox, unlike his usual stern and aloof demeanor. The key point is that these memories, which have been exposed, are the most profound memories in Qin Luo's heart. Therefore, these memories should be treasures that he has always kept in his heart. No one could jump over it. For everyone, it's more interesting to see Qin Luo's memories exposed, or for him to do bad things and for everyone to angrily scold him. Qin Luo laughed more times at this moment than he did in the rest of his life. Qin Shanxian, however, frowned. Qin Luo's relationship with his mother is so heartwarming. Mom, you've been deceived by his gentle facade. I will prove that he is a devil in human skin. Qin Shanxian clenched her fists. All this gentleness and tranquility is nothing but an illusion. Qin Luo never gave his heart, never did anything for his mother, and didn't even know what her regrets were after her death. He couldn't do anything about his mother's death. Because of his identity as a demon monster, he is the culprit. He never felt remorse or blame for causing his mother's death. Instead, he vented his resentment on her. He even wanted to kill her. How could he do this? How could he have no psychological burden at all? It's as if I've let go of everything and been freed. How can he find relief? Qin Luo, what you've done is truly shameless. After Qin Luo and Su Yan started living together, they never crossed any lines. Is it always this leisurely in the wilderness? Su Yan asked. These days, after settling into Qin Luo's territory, she has nothing else to do. She was somewhat curious about Qin Luo's monotonous life. How did he endure being separated from the human world? But outside of that, there are often fights between humans and monsters, and sometimes I will step in to rescue those warriors. If a beast tide attacks a human city, I will take action, but most of the time, besides cultivating, I am searching for the cause of the anomaly on Blue Star. Su Yan looked surprised. You must be really busy. I thought the lord of the demon race didn't have to do anything and just commanded his monsters to cause trouble for humans every day. She stuck out her tongue. Qin Luo was completely captivated by her innocence. I'll take you to see the demons under my command. They're not as scary as humans say. They're just creatures that accidentally fell onto Earth through the portal to the underground world. Shall we go now? Okay, we can go now. Qin Luo nodded. He wanted to show Su Yan his life. If she chose to leave, he would continue down a lonely path. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo took Su Yan to see his world. A bloodthirsty and savage world. Qin Luo and Su Yan stood on a dilapidated building, looking down at the abandoned city below, where demons and monsters walked around as if no one else was there. There was no sign of human life, and the surroundings were heavy with a deathly silence. The hustle and bustle of the human world is completely absent here, with only the occasional furious roars of monsters fighting. If Qin Luo hadn't exuded such a terrifying aura, these demons and monsters would have attacked Su Yan long ago, just like wild beasts hunting for prey in the wild. Qin Luo was like a lion king, ruling over the bloodthirsty monsters below. Qin Luo, do you think these demons had a hard time living in their original world? That's why God allowed them to descend into our world. Su Yan looked at the beast-like demons in the wilderness and sighed. After the world collapses, it's like a broken thread. Is it really possible for things to return to normal? If we want to drive away these demons, there is only one way: kill them all. Su Yan sighed. Qin Luo really wasn't an ordinary human being. How could ordinary humans communicate with demons and live in the wilderness? The two of them are now on the building, enjoying the breeze and looking at the scenery in the distance. And at this time, below the abandoned city, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Qin Luo and Su Yan saw that it was a team of human martial artists hunting monsters in the wilderness. However, he accidentally stumbled into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, surrounded by countless bloodthirsty monsters, and was about to die. This happens every day in the wilderness. Qin Luo nodded, leaped off the building, and rescued the martial arts team. Senior, thank you for saving me. The leading martial artist thanked Qin Luo. But Qin Luo had already left. He went back up to the building, and Su Yan burst out laughing as she looked at him. "You looked like a hero just now." "Unfortunately, no one thinks that way. If they knew that I was the Dragon King of the wilderness, they would probably all hate me. I've seen that look of fear and dread in their eyes countless times." When Qin Luo looked into her eyes, Su Yan's gaze was genuine. She didn't care about Qin Luo's identity at all. Su Yan's clear gaze touched his heartstrings. That warm and trusting gaze began to trickle down Qin Luo's heart like a gentle stream, making him feel a little moist. Then, the trickle gradually became a rapid current, and soon turned into a torrent, breaking down his mental defenses. People in real life stared blankly as the memories were exposed, feeling utterly bitter. This kind of love happening to Qin Luo is unacceptable to many people. Qin Luo should not be happy, he should be forever cursed and shrouded in misfortune, unable to find peace even in death. Why do these two people look so happy? Miss Su Yan should stay away from Qin Luo, that devil. She has terrible taste. She was completely fooled by Qin Luo. Facts have proven that after Ms. Su Yan accepted Qin Luo, the rest of her life was completely shrouded in misfortune, and she was still full of regrets until her death. Do you think it's because Ms. Su Yan died that Qin Luo completely fell from grace, turning into a bloodthirsty, ruthless demon who destroys cities? Yes, that's probably it. Even Qin Luo couldn't withstand such a blow. Although it's a pity, Qin Luo shouldn't take his anger out on all of humanity, destroying cities and killing people everywhere. People looked at the light screen and sighed. Although Qin Luo's life was tragic, he should not have committed such heinous crimes. Qin Shanshan still found it hard to accept the memory projection. Qin Luo and his mother actually confirmed their relationship in this way. The two were in love, and neither forced the other. Even so, Qin Shanshan still felt that Qin Luo had held Su Yan back. Su has a better appearance. If it weren't for Qin Luo, anyone Su Yan would have chosen upon returning to the human world would have been better than Qin Luo. At least Su Yan won't die because of Qin Luo, and he won't be called a bastard because of Qin Luo. You should let go. Even if your mother doesn't object, you shouldn't take the initiative. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard Qin Shanshan's words. For no particular reason, demons are simply not worthy of having emotions. At that moment, images from the exposed memories flashed by. In a world undergoing tremendous changes, time flies by. A year later, Su Yan successfully gave birth to a baby girl. This is Fan Xianying's rebirth. She has broken free from darkness and disaster, like the rising sun, radiant with light. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Let's call her Qin Shanshan. In reality, although everyone was somewhat prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a moment of shock when they actually saw that the baby girl was Qin Shanshan. The background of the martial goddess Shanshan is so convoluted and bizarre. So that's how she was born. All of this is thanks to Su Yan. She traded half of her lifespan for a new life. Qin Luo was merely taking advantage of her, he was not her biological father. Unfortunately, Su Yan died because of Qin Luo. Qin Shanshan still remembers that day. After Su Yan and Qin Luo's relationship was exposed, the world, which was originally normal, suddenly became distorted. People looked at Su Yan and young Qin Shanshan as if they were monsters, shouting that they wanted to kill them. Because colluding with demons is tantamount to betrayal, such an unforgivable act should be thoroughly burned. Under pressure from the people, Su Yan abandoned her beliefs and chose death. Qin Shanshan was secretly taken out by Mu Lingxing and entrusted to Qin Luo. This tragic memory was locked away in Qin Shanshan's heart and never let it out. She looked at the screen and saw Su Yan holding her as a baby, smiling so happily. But who could have imagined that, years later, Su Yan's fate would be such a tragedy? Qin Shanshan continued watching, her gaze growing increasingly cold. When the sky was falling, Qin Luo was not by Su Yan's side. He truly doesn't deserve Su Yan's love, nor does he deserve to be her father. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. At this time, the playback speed of the memory images has increased. With the birth of Qin Shanshan, he has a second daughter. Qin Shanshan's arrival made Qin Luo and Su Yan feel very happy. Despite the unusual nature of his daughter's identity, Qin Luo didn't care. Together with Su Yan, he took great care of Qin Shanshan, and the two adults and the child spent countless long nights in the wilderness. Time passed slowly, and 3 years went by just like that. Qin Shanshan is 3 years old now. Because of the inconveniences of the wilderness, Su Yan decided to take her daughter back to Nanjing City. That was the city where she grew up, and that was also her home. 3 years have passed, she should go back and visit. Clearly, Su Yan was not only fulfilling her promise to Fan Xianying, but she genuinely treated Qin Shanshan as her own daughter. He doted on her and gave Qin Shanshan everything. Qin Luo agreed. Su Yan has lived in the wilderness for too long, she should return to a human city. He didn't intend to confine her to the wilderness for the rest of her life. Perhaps one day, I too will return to the human world. Qin Luo saw Su Yan off. But Qin Luo didn't know at the time that this departure would be their last farewell a year later. The warmth and happiness he received lasted only 3 years before it left him completely. Perhaps the cruelest thing in this world is the separation of life and death. In front of the light screen, people watched as Qin Luo and Su Yan parted ways. The two met, got married, and lived together. Although it only lasted a few years, this relationship truly touched many people. This left everyone feeling somewhat wistful. But it's equally unbelievable. Could people from 200 years ago really have been so ignorant and corrupt? Just because Su Yan chose a demon race, they want to force her to her death? However, some of the higher-ups in the Martial Arts Alliance also had doubts. According to Qin Shanshan, the person who killed Su Yan was not only Qin Luo, but also many martial artists and civilians in Nanjing City who bear an inescapable responsibility. A hero from the Martial Arts Alliance asked, "Shanshan Martial God, could there be some misunderstanding during this process?" This time, everyone is terrified, fearing that Qin Shanshan will become a demon and then slaughter the civilians of Nanjing City. After all, the fact that Qin Luo killed more than 1,000 people when he became a demon more than 10 years ago is still fresh in everyone's memory. Speaking of this, everyone glanced at Qin Manglan, it was she who had done it. Mu Lingxing continued, at first, people suggested expelling Su Yan and Qin Shanshan, but after some evolution, it eventually turned into burning Su Yan and Qin Shanshan to death. She wasn't in Nanjing City at the time, but after receiving a message from Su Yan, she rushed back. But by then, Su Yan had already died. She secretly entrusted Qin Shanshan to her through someone, and then asked her to entrust her daughter to Qin Luo. Besides her daughter, there was also a letter. I heard everything. All of this started because of Qin Luo. I have never forgotten these memories. Qin Shanshan's eyes were filled with resentment. She not only resented Qin Luo, but also the ignorant commoners of Nanjing City. Later, Qin Luo turned into a demon and destroyed half of Nanjing City, which made it impossible for Qin Shanshan to avenge Su Yan. It was precisely because he destroyed half of Nanjing City that Qin Luo truly earned the title of demon in the human world, making people tremble with fear and grit their teeth at the mere mention of his name. Mu Lingxing, perhaps in your opinion, these mistakes are not Qin Luo's fault, but if you look at it from my perspective, he is the beginning of all my sins. Not to mention that he never admitted to killing my mother. In order to escape responsibility, he cowardly shifted all the blame onto me as punishment and torture. Tell me, shouldn't I hate him? Don't I have the right to hate him? Just as Qin Shanshan was angrily making accusations, that scene finally appeared on the screen. Since the exposed memories were Qin Luo's, no one could recall the tragic memories Qin Shanshan had described. Because Qin Luo was not present when Su Yan died. Therefore, Qin Luo naturally did not have that scene in his memory. This was a great pity for everyone. This makes it impossible to prove the cause of Su Yan's death. Perhaps it was the exposure of Qin Luo's demon clan identity that instilled fear in people towards Su Yan and Qin Shanshan, leading to the tragedy. After all, Qin Shanshan was a witness at the time, so she couldn't possibly be lying. In the wilderness. But he felt no cold at all, because his heart was colder than that. On the opposite side of him, Mu Lingxing took Qin Shanshan's hand and handed a letter and some bad news to Qin Luo. Su Yan is dead. The words, spoken in a flat tone yet tinged with resentment, came from Mu Lingxing's mouth. She resented Qin Luo. Just like Qin Shanshan back then, Mu Lingxing also believed that Qin Luo was responsible for Su Yan's death, killing her only friend. From the very beginning, Mu Lingxing believed that Qin Luo was a cold-blooded and ruthless demon. But Su Yan wouldn't listen. She secretly went to the Dark Forbidden Zone and eventually got together with Qin Luo. They even had children. Mu Lingxing felt sorry for Su Yan. That girl was an awakened being of the light element. She was exceptionally talented, kind, and beautiful. Heaven bestowed upon her all that was good, like a ray of light blooming in the dark apocalypse. But before the light could shine brightly, it vanished. Mu Lingxing burst into tears. No one knew the sorrow she had been carrying these past few days. Su Yan returned to the city, but only for a year. He didn't know what had happened to Su Yan in Nanjiang City, and the bad news brought by Mu Lingxing was unacceptable to him. All of this happened so suddenly and unexpectedly. Su Yan left. All she left him was Qin Shanshan, who was already 4 years old, and a letter. Useless. Su Yan really misjudged you. She led Qin Shanshan down the building. Qin Shanshan's gaze towards Qin Luo was also filled with resentment. During the year this daughter spent in the human city, so many things happened that her mind became twisted and she developed a deep resentment towards her father. Qin Luo was still unaware of these things. He is so sad right now that he can't pay attention to anything. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. For a moment, everyone around fell silent. People seemed to be able to guess the real reason for Qin Luo's downfall. Perhaps it's not because of the demon bloodline. Rather, it was this devastating blow that caused him to completely abandon the light and plunge into darkness. He occasionally turned into a demon during this period, but he was still able to control himself. But Su Yan's death may have really hit him hard. People looked at the memory, and because of this blow, Qin Luo looked much older, as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. Qin Luo looks like he's broken down. Someone opened their mouth, but finally couldn't help but whisper. No one could have imagined that the infamous Dragon Emperor would one day completely collapse. The accident came too suddenly. Who could have imagined that Ms. Su Yan would pass away like this? Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Luo fell into a breakdown. Although it is regrettable and I feel sorry for Qin Luo, this is still not a reason for him to become a demon. He should not have fallen into such a depravity. Those around sighed in dismay. After seeing the revelation of his past, many people felt sympathy for Qin Luo's plight and were deeply saddened. However, because he lost his beloved, he turned to darkness and became a demon, bringing profound disaster to the entire human world, which is unforgivable. However, many people did not continue to criticize Qin Luo, they just felt it was a great pity. After all, Qin Luo had always upheld his human identity and had never made a mistake. Now, because of Su Yan's death, he has completely turned to darkness, which is also a tragedy. Besides Qin Shanshan, Su Yan only left him one other letter. There was so little left behind. Qin Luo didn't even get to see Su Yan one last time. It's truly a tragedy. What exactly did that letter say? Everyone looked at Qin Shanshan with curiosity. She looked at the exposed memories, staring intently at the screen. Only then did he open the letter. When he saw the first sentence of the letter, his heart skipped a beat. Qin Luo, I'm going to die. Ever since Shanshan was born, I have felt the dark power within me growing stronger and stronger. It is devouring my power of light and corroding my heart meridian. Perhaps this is the price of redemption. But I don't regret it. He had been with Su Yan for 3 years, but he had never noticed anything unusual about her body. It turns out that after absorbing Fan Xianying's new life, Su Yan's body had already been corrupted by the former's dark power. Perhaps, within that seemingly perfect body, there are already countless holes. Su Yan never told him about it, but silently endured it all, always showing her happiest smile every day. Perhaps she also knew that this dark power was incurable. Rather than telling Qin Luo and making him worry, it's better for the two of them to spend every day happily together. Mu Lingxing is right, he's a good-for-nothing. Qin Luo slapped himself hard several times. It begins with resolving the spread of disaster in the dark forbidden zone. Qin Luo silently shed tears. In reality, when everyone saw the contents of the letter, their minds went blank, completely shattered. Su Yan's death was not solely due to the exposure of her relationship with Qin Luo. Rather, she had already reached the end of her life, which is why she chose to die. It was precisely the terror of god-level power that caused Su Yan to have problems after giving birth to Qin Shanxian. No, that's impossible. How could I possibly be the one who killed my mother? Upon reading the first paragraph of the letter, Qin Shanxian immediately froze, her mind reeling as if struck by lightning, completely losing her composure. This cruel reality was something she simply couldn't accept. Su Yan lost half her life in order to have a new life. In order to ensure her safe delivery, she ultimately died as a result. However, Su Yan never hated her. Instead, she and Qin Luo took good care of her without any disgust. She owes Su Yan too much. Qin Shanxian had always felt guilty towards Su Yan, and now that the contents of this letter had been revealed, she felt even more remorseful. More importantly, she blamed Qin Luo for Su Yan's death. She was wrong. But Qin Luo is the one who should be most resentful. How so? Qin Shanxian burst into tears. She finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. She understood. Why did Qin Luo torture her? Because she was the one who killed Su Yan, causing Qin Luo to lose his beloved. Yes, she deserved it. Qin Shanxian burst into tears, feeling deeply remorseful. She was the one who killed her mother. She collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected, her former pride completely gone. She could no longer feel hatred for Qin Luo. Even if Qin Luo killed her, it would be justified. I understand, Qin Luo. Your torment of me and your attempt to kill me were all deserved. Qin Shanxian's heart was filled with guilt towards Su Yan. If he had told me the truth back then and killed me, I would have been willing to do it without any objection. She owes Su Yan a debt she can never repay. But Qin Luo, she doesn't owe anything. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Regarding Qin Shanxian's words, everyone expressed their understanding. After Su Yan's death, Qin Luo tormented Qin Shanxian in various ways and even wanted to kill her. This also stems from resentment. If Qin Luo chooses to tell Qin Shanxian the truth and then kill her to vent his anger, that would be perfectly understandable. But Qin Luo gave up. He only tormented Qin Shanxian, eventually allowing her to escape back to the human world. The feud between the two has come to an end. To say that Qin Shanxian owes Qin Luo is indeed biased. Qin Luo was right, but Qin Shanxian didn't owe him anything. The reason she didn't choose to take revenge was Qin Luo's own fault. After careful consideration, everyone came to this conclusion. I admit that these are all my faults, and I deserve them. I don't resent him anymore. Mu Lingxing, what else do you want to do, you crazy woman? If it weren't for Qin Luo, how could I have ended up in the wilderness? It was because of his identity as a demon that I had no place to stand in the human city. If it weren't for that, why would I be wandering in the wilderness? At this time, the memory reappeared. The handwriting in the letter was delicate, but there wasn't much sadness in it. But Qin Luo's eyes were filled with tears. Of course, I know you and understand you. How could someone like you possibly hurt his own daughter? I was just overthinking it. But I'll leave it at that and not change it. In this world, there aren't many warm-hearted people. In the midst of all this chaos, I found you, and I'm so happy, truly happy. Su Yan didn't actually have many regrets. People like her never regret the choices they make. She doesn't need much. Qin Luo quickly saw the end. At the end, Su Yan left behind her only request. Qin Luo, in Nanjiang City, Shanxian has been affected. I suspect she has awakened memories of her past life, but I don't have time to help her anymore. From now on, she's in your care. Promise me you'll take good care of our daughter. Finally, a letter came to an end. Su Yan's final appearance seemed to have completely vanished from this world. Qin Luo has completely lost her. Inside the envelope, Qin Luo saw a black pendant. It was Fan Xianying's divine pendant, which Su Yan also gave to him. Qin Luo held the pendant and stood silently on the building. When people saw the contents of the letter, they couldn't help but feel a bit of an uproar. Qin Shanxian, do you still have the memories of that person from the dark forbidden zone? That's unlikely. Qin Shanxian was also somewhat bewildered. Did she awaken memories of her past life? She had no recollection of this. From that moment on, she had no memory of Fan Xianying. She has always been herself, Qin Shanxian. However, she did recall that in Nanjiang City, because Su Yan and Qin Luo's relationship was exposed, she suffered the scorn and disgust of those around her when she was young, which caused her to have an emotional breakdown. That was the first time she felt a splitting headache, as if her whole body was about to split in two. But after that incident, she fell into a coma. After waking up, Su Yan handed her over to Mu Lingxing and then returned to the wilderness. In the wilderness, following Qin Luo was nothing but endless torment. Like a wild dog, she was imprisoned and never saw the light of day. After Su Yan died, Qin Luo completely changed. Qin Shanxian thought this was still her father. Even if his mother dies, Qin Luo should still take good care of her. But she was wrong. She cried until her voice was hoarse, but Qin Luo still wouldn't let her out. Her memories from age 4 to 8 are all spent in those cramped, dark places, never even seeing a sliver of the sun's warmth. She also wanted light, she wanted freedom. She longs to return to the carefree days before she was 4 years old. But it had no effect. That terrifying experience made Qin Shanxian resent Qin Luo. But now that she knows the truth, Qin Shanxian has let go of her resentment. She killed her mother. This was Qin Luo's way of venting his anger on her. So she didn't have much to say. Qin Luo, we're even now. If you don't later fall into demonic ways, destroy cities, and slaughter humanity, I can still spare your life and let you stay by my mother's grave for the rest of your life. But you have lost your humanity. If you don't die, the world will not be at peace. Qin Luo put the letter away and carefully placed it in his bosom. He walked down the building. Mu Lingxing walked over with Qin Shanxian. She looked at Qin Luo. Her eyes still filled with disgust. Mu Lingxing felt helpless. This is the price of marrying Qin Luo, their child will never be accepted by the human world. If people find out that she has been in contact with Qin Luo, she will probably be expelled from the human world. If it weren't for Su Yan, she would never have come to Qin Luo's place. I'm talking to you, are you deaf, you piece of trash? She didn't know why, even though she should have been terrified of this bloodthirsty demon, seeing his eyes devoid of light, she felt no fear, only anger. Qin Luo wasn't angry. He wasn't an ungrateful person. The fact that Mu Lingxing was able to bring Qin Shanxian out of Nanjiang City and hand her over to him clearly showed the affection between her and Su Yan. He was a demon who had turned into a monster, killed more than 1,000 people, and then fled to the wilderness. He is an anomaly, living in the wilderness alongside countless monsters. Qin Luo glanced at Qin Shanxian. Her daughter's eyes were distorted, she was no longer innocent, only filled with resentment. Perhaps Mu Lingxing is right, those who get close to him are destined for misfortune. You and Shanxian stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm going to pick up Su Yan and take her home. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In reality, everyone who heard Qin Luo's words immediately perked up. They're here, they're here. Was this Qin Luo's first fall from grace? He began to commit heinous crimes. His rage engulfed the entire city of Nanjiang, killing countless heroes and civilians of the Martial Arts Alliance. This bloody method shocked the entire human world. No one has ever committed such a heinous crime. To the entire human race, Qin Luo is an absolute demon. This should be the place. Everyone was surprised. But at this very moment, those who saw the exposed memories were all somewhat moved. Qin Luo's outburst was also due to Su Yan's death, which was a huge blow to him. In the past, if people had seen Qin Luo doing something wrong, they would have condemned him no matter what. But seeing this scene now, the atmosphere is very heavy. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Because of Su Yan's death, Nanjiang City suffered this terrible disaster, and Qin Luo became a demon because of it. He will have to pay for it with his life later. However, Qin Luo is indeed the greatest demon for committing such heinous acts. Those around sighed. What? Who is speaking? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. The old man was dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his figure was hunched, but his eyes were sharp. People recognized him. It's Zhou Qingping, the master of the Qianji Martial Arts Academy in Nanjiang City, a dragon-level expert. Master Zhou is from Nanjiang City. Could it be that he witnessed everything back then? Everyone was surprised. After all, that happened more than 200 years ago. Many people have only heard about it, but have not witnessed it themselves. Now that Zhou Qingping, a native of Nanjiang City, has personally appeared to give his account, everyone's attention has been focused on him. Zhou Qingping coughed twice before saying, "Back then, I was just an apprentice martial artist at a martial arts school, so I don't know the specifics. But one thing I remember very clearly is the time it happened." Time? Everyone looked at Zhou Qingping in surprise. That's right, it's time. Not now? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Indeed, 2 years later, after Su Yan's death, Qin Luo stormed into Nanjiang City, killed several Nanjiang City warriors, and took Su Yan's body. 2 years later, he returned and destroyed half of Nanjiang City. Upon hearing that someone had examined historical records, everyone looked at the memory projection and temporarily suppressed their curiosity. Alas, 2 years is actually a very short time. Hundreds of thousands of civilians in Nanjiang City have only lived for 2 more years. This relationship was destined to be a tragedy from the very beginning. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Qin Luo is indeed changing every single day. After Qin Shanxian's confirmation, everyone has now definitively confirmed the timeline of Qin Luo's downfall. At this time, Qin Luo entered Nanjiang City alone. He found Su Yan. When Qin Luo saw Su Yan, she was lying quietly on the ground, with no one else around. She faced death with equanimity. Qin Luo knew this was a trap. However, he did not hesitate at all and walked up to Su Yan's side. He carefully examined the girl, just as he had when they first met, her eyes filled with purity and warmth. However, the aura of light had vanished from her body, instead, a trace of dark power clung to her. Qin Luo examined Su Yan's body, her heart meridians were depleted, completely corroded by darkness. Her time had come, having lost the power of light, she was swallowed by the darkness of this world. "Yan Yan, I'll take you home." And when Qin Luo picked up Su Yan, countless martial artists poured out from all directions of Nanjiang City. And what about that little bastard? She really is a demon. She's so vicious. At such a young age, only 4 or 5, she's already killed over 100 people. If we don't kill all of you demons today, the human world will never have peace. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. Had Qin Shanxian killed someone in Nanjiang City? Perhaps it was because Qin Shanxian went berserk and killed someone that Su Yan's identity was exposed. In order to protect Qin Shanxian, Su Yan stayed in Nanjiang City after sending her away, delaying the martial artists. In the end, she lost all her power of light and died as her heart meridian was corroded by darkness. In that physical condition, Su Yan was not suited for combat, but for Qin Shanxian's sake, she had no regrets whatsoever. After figuring everything out, Qin Luo clenched his fist. Su Yan's death was partly due to the world's stereotypical prejudices, but more so because of Fan Qianying's dark power. Qin Shanxian caused the death of her mother. In reality, everyone looked at Qin Shanxian in horror. Did the martial goddess Qianxian kill someone when she was a child? Moreover, he awakened Fan Qianying's memories and then killed hundreds of people in a fit of rage. Absurd. If I had killed someone, how could I not know? The reason is simple. Back then, everyone thought I was Qin Luo's daughter, the woman of a demon, so naturally I was bound to commit murder. Because of Qin Luo's identity as his daughter, I have suffered too many unwarranted slanders. Qin Shanxian would never admit to these things. If she did it, it's impossible for her not to remember. If it were influenced by Fan Xianying's past life memories, it would be impossible for her to be completely unaware of it. Although everyone was terrified, they also felt that Qin Shanxian's words made sense. It's absurd to doubt a female martial artist based solely on a few words from those martial artists during the exposure of her memories. Everyone continued to look at the exposed memories. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. I have endured far too many of those hateful looks. I have come this far through countless hardships, all because I am your daughter, Qin Luo. Everyone who looks at me thinks I am a demon seed that will one day go berserk and turn into a monster. To clear my name of any connection with you, I have spent these years in the Martial Arts Alliance and throughout the entire human world, hunting down alien races and monsters like madmen, proving my identity and determination to the world. No one knows how much I suffered. Compared to Sister Menglan, I have nothing. You are not worthy to be my father. After seeing the memory exposure, I am even more convinced of this idea. Qin Luo, you are truly a nightmare to me. Qin Shanxian murmured as she saw her memories being exposed. Because of this short fragment of memory, countless people at the scene were pointing and whispering about her identity. This identity meant that Qin Shanxian would always face prejudiced looks from others in the future. Even if she becomes a Valkyrie, it won't change other people's perceptions. Qin Shanxian really didn't want to see this memory exposed anymore. Qin Luo never offered her any help or warmth. But because of Qin Luo, she suffered too many grievances. Faced with the pressure from the surrounding martial artists, Qin Luo didn't say much. After picking up Su Yan, he strode towards the outskirts of Nanjiang City. Qin Shanxian is his daughter with Su Yan. There's no way he would hand Qin Shanxian over. Who do you think you are? A demon, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. So what if you're a dragon level? There are at least 20 dragon level beings here, plus countless general level beings. Killing you would be incredibly easy. Let's go! The surrounding crowd shouted curses. Then, someone rushed up and attacked Qin Luo. Behind them, one after another, martial artists attacked simultaneously. Thus began a fierce battle. They couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to kill anyone. However, the martial artists of Nanjiang City were the ones who stepped into the gates of hell. Qin Luo's dragon level is far superior to yours. He can even exchange several blows with a god-level opponent. Look! Qin Luo has killed people. He has killed people. He has killed at least 100 martial artists. However, the man's joyful cheers did not elicit much agreement. That's true. Everyone looked at the memory projection, but no one had anything to say. The person who wanted to curse Qin Luo opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. I don't know when it started, but it's become increasingly difficult to criticize Qin Luo. Qin Luo killed over 100 people and finally left Nanjiang City with Su Yan. Mu Lingxing saw Qin Luo carrying Su Yan as the two figures walked back from the darkness of the night. When she stepped forward and saw Su Yan's bloodless face and body devoid of light, tears streamed down her face. Her best friend died. Su Yan, such a perfect and outstanding girl, died because she met Qin Luo. You killed Su Yan, do you even know that? Aren't you going to cry? Su Yan is dead. Why do you still look so indifferent? Don't you feel any sadness? Mu Lingxing stared at Qin Luo's indifferent face and gritted her teeth in hatred. No one knew that he was no longer capable of grief, he was truly heartbroken and numb. This matter concerns Qin Shanxian's background, and Su Yan doesn't want others to know. Qin Luo groaned, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mu Lingxing was stunned. She had only thrown a few punches and kicks, so why was Qin Luo spitting blood? She didn't mean to hit Qin Luo, but who knew that Qin Luo, a dragon-level being, was so weak that he bled after just a couple of hits? Before Mu Lingxing could even understand what was happening, Qin Luo had already asked, "Where's Qianqian?" Qin Luo didn't say anything more. He had originally wanted to ask Qin Qianqian if she had killed someone in Nanjing City. My daughter may really have some health problems. What should he do? This is Su Yan's favorite, and also Qin Luo's daughter. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. After a long while, Mu Lingxing felt wronged and shouted angrily. Do you think this place is some kind of nice place? If it weren't for Su Yan's request, why would I have come here? After Mu Lingxing finished speaking, she suppressed her grievances and left immediately. Anyone who gets close to him is doomed. Qin Luo has decided that she will no longer allow anyone else to get close to her. Seeing this scene, Mu Lingxing understood many things. Qin Luo's grief over Su Yan's death was no less than hers. Qin Luo was hit a few times and then coughed up blood, indicating that he was injured in a battle with other martial artists in Nanjing City. As for Qin Luo's cold dismissal of her, it was because he didn't want her to have anything to do with someone who was known as a demon. Mu Lingxing had already figured it out, but seeing the memory images confirmed it completely. Qin Luo is really warm-hearted. Su Yan is right. He's the kind of person who would rather be alone than burden others. Qin Qianqian, you will definitely lose. Qin Luo, he is not only a hero, but also a good husband and a good father. You are doomed to lose. His kindness to you is like an iceberg floating on the surface of the sea, hidden only in the endless, cold, and dark seabed, which you cannot feel. Mu Lingxing watched Qin Qianqian's figure, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. She received so much love and warmth without realizing it. She needs to weep and repent for her current actions. Mu Lingxing thought to herself. And inside the light screen. After Mu Lingxing left, things also changed. Qin Luo entered the room. Qin Qianqian is not here, she has disappeared. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. People saw that Qin Qianqian was not in the room, but the surroundings were filled with dark power familiar to the dark forbidden zone. Without giving it much thought, Qin Luo immediately chased after him outside. In reality, the atmosphere at this moment was extremely heavy. Someone asked in surprise, what happened? Has something happened to the martial goddess Qianqian? In the wilderness, a 4-year-old girl is very vulnerable to accidents, and some people couldn't help but worry about Qin Qianqian. However, the people around her did not answer, but instead looked at Qin Qianqian strangely. Combined with Su Yan's letter and Qin Luo's expression. At this moment, everyone understood. It's probably not that Qin Qianqian had an accident, but rather that she herself was an accident. Qin Luo is indeed a bit unlucky, both of his daughters are troublesome children who cause him a lot of worry. Hopefully, I'm not right. This would be a huge blow to Qin Qianqian. Everyone stared at the light screen with solemn expressions. Qin Qianqian looked at the memories with complete bewilderment. I don't remember running away at that time, that's impossible. Why did I run out at this time during the memory exposure? What did I do outside? I have no recollection of it at all. That's impossible. Why don't I have any memory of it? Did something really happen to my body back then? Qin Qianqian covered her forehead, feeling annoyed. No matter how hard she tried to recall, she couldn't find a single memory of the past. This bizarre scene gradually made her panic. Memories here seemed to be fragmented. A portion of her past that she knew nothing about and was completely unfamiliar with all came flooding back. Qin Qianqian was a little scared. She couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. She will lose everything. No. My memory is perfectly fine. As far as I can remember, I've always been perfectly fine, it was only Qin Luo who cruelly tormented her. Qin Qianqian thought to herself. She is a demon from the darkness. At this time, the images on the light screen continued to play. Anyone who has survived in the wilderness knows that the wilderness at night is always filled with the howls of all sorts of eerie monsters. But at this moment, the wilderness was eerily silent, as if a terrible nightmare was raging, preventing even the most monstrous creatures from uttering a sound. Following the dark power, Qin Luo finally found Qin Qianqian. Her face was cold and indifferent, like a vengeful spirit in the darkness. "Dad, you're here." When Xiao Qianqian saw Qin Luo, her tone was cold, and she exuded a sinister and dark aura. At this moment, she didn't look like a 4-year-old child at all. Qin Luo stood still. Although he didn't know why Xiao Qianqian had run away alone, he was just glad that his daughter was. "All right. Qianqian, come back with Daddy. Your mother is back. Go and see her." However, Qin Qianqian completely ignored Qin Luo. She tilted her head, looked at the dark night around her, and spoke as if she were a ghost. "Dad, let's go kill everyone in Nanjiang City and avenge Mom, okay? Kill them all. They called me a bastard, they drove my mother to her death. Kill them all, what do you say?" Qin Qianqian stared at Qin Luo, her gaze icy and her tone bloodthirsty. From her tone, it was clear that she was rational and knew Qin Luo. But the words she spoke were bloodthirsty and terrifying. She spoke of killing people right off the bat, making her even more demonic than those evil monsters. "It's terrifying, enough to send chills down your spine." Qin Menglan and Qin Xianru also stared in astonishment at the memory scene. Is that really Qianqian? She actually had such an experience. Why does it feel so unfamiliar? No, this is not me. How could I be so evil and bloodthirsty? This is not me. When Qin Qianqian saw this scene, she felt like the sky had fallen. How could she have had such an experience? That evil, ghostly expression, and that terrifying, sinister aura, is that really her? Why does she have no memory of anything? Why is that? Qin Qianqian is going crazy. Seeing this, Mu Lingxing finally couldn't help but say, "Qin Qianqian, this is your true face. Take a good look at your hideous face now. Everyone calls Qin Luo a demon, but in my opinion, you, Qin Qianqian, are the real demon in this world. Take a good look, this is the real you." Qin Qianqian's face was pale, and she looked as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer, completely disoriented. She still refused to believe that this was her. Qin Luo looked at his daughter in disbelief as well. Qin Qianqian doesn't seem to have awakened memories of her past life, rather, she seems to have experienced a change that caused her to develop a dark personality. She was filled with hatred for the world and had a bloodthirsty nature. Qin Luo's face was cold. He had no time to patiently guide his daughter toward the light. He was really tired. "Qianqian, come back with me." Without saying much, Qin Luo took action to try and control Qin Qianqian. The father and daughter immediately began to fight. When she saw Qin Luo attack her, she screamed like a madwoman, "You attack me, so you're not my father, and I have no choice but to kill you." As she spoke, she nimbly charged towards Qin Luo, like a fierce wildcat, her expression violent. She wanted to kill Qin Luo. Qin Luo felt a chill run down his spine. My daughter has changed so much, she's like a completely different person. Anyone who stands in her way, no matter what they are, must be completely destroyed. Even her father, Qin Luo, was the same. She was insane, dark, and bloodthirsty, completely like an evil vengeful spirit. She wanted to kill her father. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In reality, the surroundings were completely silent. People were stunned as they watched Qin Qianqian go berserk. To be precise, they were frightened. She even wanted to kill her father, that's incredibly evil. Is this still the same innocent and kind-hearted martial goddess Qianqian? Back then, she was resentful and bloodthirsty, even more evil than a demon. Even Qin Luo, who was known as a demon, paled in comparison to her dark and fierce aura. Everyone looked at Qin Qianqian with horror in their eyes. How is that possible? Hiss. That's terrifying. The martial goddess Qianqian actually had such a childhood. Why did she become like this? I think Qin Luo imprisoned the martial goddess Qianqian for this very reason, someone whispered. When Qianqian was a child, she did have some health problems. The crowd was terrified. No one expected that the exposure of Qin Luo's memories would lead to such an explosive scene. Compared to her sister Qin Menglan when she turned into a demon, she seemed even more wicked. If Qin Luo hadn't been able to control her, it would have been a terrifying catastrophe on Blue Star. At this point, people began to understand why Qin Luo treated his second daughter the way he did. Qin Shanxian has become like this, fallen into darkness, and is also the one who killed Su Yan. Thinking about it, Qin Luo is truly a man. Everyone felt that blindly believing Qin Shanxian's one-sided accusations might be a mistake in blaming Qin Luo. Although Qin Luo later turned into a demon, lost his humanity, and destroyed the city, he truly did his utmost in his treatment of Qin Shanxian. Qin Luo, this is really something. It's unbelievable that Shanxian, the martial goddess, could have such a fierce side back then. This indicates a problem with her personality. But don't be too scared, everyone. So many years have passed and Shanxian martial god has not changed at all. It can be seen that Qin Luo resolved this aftereffect when she was a child. We may have really misunderstood Qin Luo in this matter. After their initial surprise, everyone began to discuss the matter. Since joining the Martial Arts Alliance, Qin Shanxian has always been righteous and mentally sound, and there are basically no problems with her. Even so, everyone still moved back a little from Qin Shanxian. Because the Qin Shanxian in my memory was truly terrifying. How is this possible? How could I have become like this? Why do I have no memory of anything? Did I misunderstand Qin Luo? Qin Shanxian almost had a mental breakdown after witnessing this scene. In the memory, is that ruthless and merciless figure, like a vengeful spirit, really her? How did I become like this? The exposed images of her memories gradually lead her to a past she was unaware of. Qin Shanxian felt her mind was in a mess. What else is there that I don't know? Did these things even exist? I really can't remember any of them. What did Qin Luo do to me later? Was everything he did for my own good? Qin Shanxian was incredulous. This scene had completely shattered her understanding of the world. She was stunned, her mind went completely blank. He opened his mouth, speechless, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a single word. Qin Shanxian couldn't believe it, because it was too much of a dream for her. If that's true, then how ungrateful and heartless she must have been to harbor resentment towards Qin Luo before. This will cause her lifelong suffering, from which she will never find relief. No, that's not how it is. In my memory, I have never enjoyed the love and warmth you gave me. It can't be like this. Qin Shanxian shook her head and cried bitterly. Even though Qin Shanxian's dark personality was very powerful, Qin Luo still managed to control her successfully. However, even after Qin Luo grabbed her hands, Qin Shanxian still did not give in. And everyone in Nanjiang City, they killed my mother, I must kill them all. Kill. 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 Qin Shanxian's eyes were bloodthirsty, and her whole body was filled with dark power. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It was Qin Shanxian who did it. She awakened this dark personality, full of murderous intent, because of the contempt and insults of others. Now, Qin Luo has to make a decision. But this is Su Yan's daughter, and also his daughter. Before Su Yan died, she still asked him in her letter to take good care of Qin Shanxian. How could he do that? Thinking of Su Yan's face, Qin Luo looked grief-stricken. Go back to sleep. This system saw long ago that the host couldn't bring himself to do it. This burden is no pushover either, he'll cause a lot of trouble in the future. The system spoke silently in Qin Luo's mind. After being momentarily distracted by the system, Qin Luo's murderous intent subsided. However, I just had the thought of killing my daughter. Could it be that I have really become a demon? Qin Luo wanted to slap himself twice for even having such a thought. There must be a solution to Qianxian's problem. I, Qin Luo, swear that I will cure Qianxian no matter what. Qin Luo spoke firmly, a denial of the mistaken thought that had just arisen within him. He, Qin Luo, would never harm his own daughter. Alright, enough rambling. I knew this system was going to be a burden, but I'm used to it. One is the current dark personality, born from the influence of a twisted personality. She is currently the strongest, and therefore the one in control. There's also a bright personality, which should have been inherited from Su Yan, but it's still dormant, and it's unknown whether it will ever wake up. Qin Luo felt a headache coming on. My daughter's current health condition is very troublesome. Moreover, the dominant dark personality is a ticking time bomb. If left unchecked, it might go out and kill indiscriminately. Qin Luo knew that he had to imprison his daughter temporarily. It was the only way. Qianqian, you will get better. Qin Luo turned his head and looked calmly at Qin Qianqian, who was still going crazy. Qin Qianqian, however, continued to stare at Qin Luo with resentment. This man is not her father. He attacked her, attempting to control her, and did not avenge his mother. He doesn't deserve to be her father, nor does he deserve to have anything to do with her mother. If she manages to break free, the first person she'll kill will be him. Absolute. Qin Qianqian's eyes were filled with a sinister killing intent. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Then. People saw Qin Qianqian at her most outrageous. You killed my mother. Because of your filthy demon bloodline, my mother's life was full of misfortune. Because of you, I am despised by everyone, and everyone calls me a monster. I will kill you. You are not worthy to be my father. And the people of Nanjing City, I will not let a single one of them go. I will kill them all. Let me go, you beast. Qin Qianqian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as she struggled frantically, trying to break free from Qin Luo's control. Because of the terrifying force of her struggle, her hand dislocated, and a crack sound was heard. She kicked Qin Luo with her feet, like a wild beast making a desperate counterattack, making eerie ho, ho, ho sounds, and then bit Qin Luo's shoulder hard, tearing off a piece of flesh. The bloody, mangled wounds were a horrifying sight for anyone who witnessed them. Qin Luo was completely incredulous to see his daughter suddenly become so insane. How could a dark personality turn a 4-year-old girl into a vengeful spirit? He knocked Qin Qianqian unconscious, then gently embraced her, his eyes filled with tenderness. After falling into a coma, Qin Qianqian transformed back into her obedient and adorable daughter. Don't worry, Dad will definitely make you better, Qin Luo promised. No one doubted Qin Luo's determination, because Qin Qianqian, who came after, did not have a dark personality. She became the second female warrior of the Xia kingdom. Qin Luo has never broken a promise to himself. In reality, people were terrified when they saw Qin Qianqian acting so wildly. At the same time, people were also shocked by Qin Luo's gentleness. Despite Qin Qianqian's erratic behavior, Qin Luo still cherished her and had no intention of harming her. Is this really going to be a ruthless monster who will annihilate humanity in the future? What kind of unexpected event could possibly happen to transform Qin Luo from a kind and gentle person into a terrifying demon? No one could have guessed it. But now people have a slight doubt. Only by seeing all the exposed memories can we get an answer. The personality split off from Qianqian martial god is indeed full of violence and evil, and it is extremely difficult to control. Qin Luo almost couldn't catch her and she bit him. It's unbelievable how things turned out this way. How will Qianqian, the martial goddess, ever recover? I'm asking you? Who? Am I supposed to ask? You might as well continue watching Qin Luo's memories being revealed. Did I ask you? You look kind of familiar. Weren't you the one who was randomly criticizing Qin Luo before? Why aren't you criticizing him anymore? What do you care if I criticize him or not? What? Are you going to sympathize with Qin Luo, that devil? Heh, don't forget that he'll still kill people in 2 years. He'll kill half of Nanjing City. That's an enormous blood debt. It's too early to try to whitewash it now. The people around them started arguing. Many people's attitudes toward Qin Luo have changed significantly. Some people believe that Qin Luo treats his daughter so well, has protected the city and humanity more than once, and never kills any martial artist who provokes him. He possessed courage, a sense of justice, and kindness that most people lack, making it somewhat unbelievable that he could commit the heinous act of massacring an entire city. What happens later might be a misunderstanding, and the resurfacing of memories could lead to a reversal. However, these people were hesitant to stand up and support Qin Luo directly, and spoke in a weak voice because many of them had indeed witnessed Qin Luo's demonic transformation and destruction of the city, so they found it difficult to firmly support him. If Qin Luo's character hadn't been revealed to be truly perfect during the memory revelation, he probably wouldn't even have these people speaking up for him. Qin Shanshan had broken down countless times when she saw herself transformed into that monstrous form. That personality was dark and evil, like a vengeful ghost. Even if you don't admit it, it's no use anymore. The revelation of her memories shattered all her hopes. Qin Shanshan was pale and distraught. Shanshan, it's all in the past. You didn't have that memory back then, so you don't need to worry about it. Seeing Qin Shanshan looking distraught and on the verge of collapse, Qin Menglan couldn't help but try to comfort her. Just now, I bit him like a madman. I don't want to owe him anything, Sister Menglan. Can you understand how I feel? I don't want to owe him anything at all. Qin Shanshan burst into tears as she spoke. She would rather Qin Luo torment her like he did in her memory, even to the point of hurting her without regard for their father-daughter relationship when she went mad. That way she'll feel a little better. Because that was the last bit of self-deception and cover-up. If she loses all of this, she'll go crazy. Shanshan, don't be like this. This isn't you. It's just another dark personality. The real you has no idea about this. These are not the things you want to do. Qin Menglan quickly comforted her. These words flashed through Qin Shanshan's mind like lightning. She actually showed a relieved expression, and kept saying, "That's right, I didn't do it. I don't know anything about this. I have no memory of it at all. That was done by this dark personality. She is evil and bloodthirsty. I am not the same person as her at all." Before Qin Shanshan could finish speaking, a series of loud slaps rang out from all around. Everyone looked over in shock. At this time, Mu Lingxing couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Qin Shanshan hard. The slap left Qin Shanshan completely stunned. She looked at Mu Lingxing in disbelief and shouted, "Mu Lingxing, what are you doing? How dare you hit me? I've wanted to hit you for a long time. I put up with you for a long time before the truth came out. Now that the memories are exposed and right in front of us, you still want to make excuses. If I don't hit you, who will I hit?" Mu Lingxing immediately lost her temper. "Admit it, you not only owe Suyen a life, but you also owe Qin Luo a debt of gratitude. Let's see how you repay it." Mu Lingxing directly exposed Qin Shanshan's self-deception and even wanted to go up and slap another big idiot. "Let's see. I also want to know how Father Qin Luo treated Shanshan. Did he kill that dark personality?" Qin Shanshan also watched the memories being exposed with a cold gaze. "There won't be any more. He was of no help to me. This is my victory alone, I owe Qin Luo nothing." Qin Shanshan made a firm decision in her heart. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, "I don't owe Qin Luo anything." After Qin Shanshan woke up from her coma, she still had that crazy and bloodthirsty expression. "You don't deserve to be my father. You knocked me unconscious and didn't even avenge my mother. I hate you. Let me leave. I don't want to stay here. I'm going to kill them." 4-year-old Qin Shanshan glared at Qin Luo and made an extreme accusation. As Qin Shanshan's murderous intent intensified and the dark aura grew stronger, it almost spiraled out of control. Qin Luo finally made up his mind to imprison his daughter. Then, people finally witnessed the scene where Qin Luo imprisoned Qin Shanshan. "Shanshan, be patient. Once Daddy finds a way to cure you, he will release you." Suppressing his grief, Qin Luo grabbed his daughter and placed her into a pitch-black coffin. This was provided by the system. Qin Luo asked the system if there was anything that could control Qin Shanshan's dark personality. Qin Luo had no idea where he got the system from. According to the system, this mysterious coffin can isolate it from the erosion of all dark forces. As a price, This terrible consequence is no less than the cruelest punishment. Qin Luo hesitated. But in the end, this was the only option Qin Luo had. Because Qin Shanqian's dark power is becoming increasingly uncontrollable, if she breaks free from Qin Luo's control, the surrounding human cities will inevitably suffer a bloody massacre because of Qin Shanqian. Qin Luo absolutely cannot let this happen. And now, it was the scene where Qin Luo imprisoned Qin Shanqian in the dark coffin. Qin Luo, you devil, what do you want to do? Let me go. You're not my father, you have no right to hold me. I have no problem at all. It must be you who killed Mom, didn't dare to take responsibility, and then tormented me. Qin Luo, you're a beast. 4-year-old Shanqian was led by Qin Luo to the dark coffin. No matter how much she struggled, or punched and bit Qin Luo, Luo's hands were like cast steel, holding her hands tightly and not letting go for a moment. His face was icy cold, as if carved from ice, and at this moment, he was extremely cold. Just like more than a decade ago, when he faced his eldest daughter after she had turned into a demon, he still coldly pushed her into the icy pool. Now, he still has no regrets. But the same heartache. Shanqian, you will be all right, Daddy swears. If your father can't cure you, then I will kill you and go see your mother. So calm was the man that even Qin Shanqian, who was filled with dark power, evil and violent, was filled with fear at this moment. This man was called her father. No, you killed Mom. If you feel guilty towards her, you should kill yourself and then go to see Mom. Xiao Shanqian shook her head and shouted frantically. She was scared. Whether it's this man or that pitch-black coffin. Hearing his daughter's words. If you never get better, then I will go see her and say sorry to her. I haven't taken good care of our daughter. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he placed Xiao Shanqian into the black coffin without any further hesitation. Boom! The sound of the coffins merging echoed out, sealing everything completely at that moment. Even the light was stripped away. In reality, people who witnessed this scene should have gritted their teeth and angrily condemned Qin Luo. But no one was able to speak up. Because when Qin Shanqian was young, she was completely out of control, and only in this way could she be calmed down. Even some people secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qin Luo imprison the crazed Qin Shanqian. This dark Qin Shanqian is truly terrifying. It's just a pity for the real Qin Shanqian, who was implicated by her dark personality and had such a cruel experience. Everyone sighed silently in their hearts. Qin Shanqian felt conflicted upon witnessing this scene. This is her accusation that Qin Luo is cold-blooded, ruthless, and has undergone a drastic change in temperament, imprisoning and torturing her daughter. Does anyone know how devastated she was as a child? When I awoke from my coma, the first thing I saw was that my father had imprisoned me in a dark and gloomy coffin. No matter how much she begged, Qin Luo refused to let her out. Who can understand the taste of that eternal imprisonment, that cold darkness? It was clearly the fault of that dark personality, so why should she suffer such terrible punishment as well? When that dark personality was not around, she was begging Qin Luo to let her out to see the outside world. At that time, she was too young to know what she had done wrong. She only knew that Qin Luo ignored her pleas and cries. This isn't how you treat me. You simply sealed me away to fulfill your mother's dying wish. Whether it's the dark Qin Shanqian or her, they were all imprisoned by Qin Luo. They didn't even give us a glimmer of light. So, do I really owe you something? Qin Shanqian looked at the light screen and asked sharply. At that moment, she didn't care about Mu Lingxing's angry glare. In her memory, she was the one who was tortured and punished. Her heart had never been filled with light and warmth, it was filled with the darkness and ice bestowed upon her by Qin Luo. Inside the coffin. No, let me out. What kind of place is this? Let me out. Young Qin Shanqian is shouting angrily. Her energy seemed inexhaustible, besides roaring in anger, she frantically pounded on the black coffin inside. The black coffin trembled violently under her hammering. A long time. She cursed until her voice became hoarse. They could no longer hammer the Xian coffin. Daddy, Shanshan was wrong, please let Shanshan out. Shanshan was really wrong, Daddy. It's so dark here, Shanshan is scared. Please let Shanshan out. From now on, Shanshan will listen to you, Daddy, please. Shout! Shanshan's cries drifted out from the black coffin. Xin Luo's heart skipped a beat. My daughter is crying. And they were begging for mercy. She must have never seen such a dark place before. How terrified and frightened she must be at that moment. He was imprisoned in darkness by his own father. Another little burden who knows how to use his advantages. Host, don't be soft-hearted. This system has seen this kind of situation many times. I know what I'm doing. Finally. After seeing that Xin Luo did not react, they did not release her. You bastard, you beast, you are a real demon, a monster. You don't deserve to be my father. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Let me out, wah! I hate you. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Xin Luo anything. Everyone who saw this scene sighed helplessly. Oh, how pitiful. Shanshan, the martial goddess, cried so hard that I was really moved to tears. Yes, it breaks my heart. Everyone felt sorry for Qin Shanshan because of what she had experienced in her childhood. Only Mu Lingxing watched the scene coldly. Right? Only the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Once you start crying, all the tears and sympathy come your way. After saying that, she looked coldly at Qin Menglan, Qin Shanshan, and Qin Shenru. Will these three ungrateful wretches feel any remorse for what they did? Mu Lingxing wanted to know. Qin Menglan felt a pang of sadness. Qin Menglan asked herself a question. She received no answer. She hesitated. If time could turn back, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to do it. She remembered all the good things her father had done for her. But there are no what-ifs. My father is dead. All of this is beyond redemption. Father is not coming back. Tears welled up in Qin Menglan's eyes. The two women had been deliberately avoiding talking about Qin Luo's death, but Mu Lingxing brought it up anyway, making them feel choked up. However, the people around Mu Lingxing disagreed with her words. Qin Luo is the Dragon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Even if fate played a joke on him, he is still not of our kind and has fallen into demonic possession. If we don't eliminate him, humanity will be wiped out by Qin Luo in the future. Don't be confused. Qin Luo was so good at first, but he will turn into a wicked demon in the future. He will die eventually. If you want to clear Qin Luo's name, you'd have to find out that he didn't commit those crimes, but is that even possible? Many people have witnessed him destroying cities. Attention returned to the light screen. There was no further movement inside the pitch-black coffin. However, Qin Luo could sense that his daughter's life force was very strong, and the power of darkness had not changed. Immediately afterwards, he carried the black coffin on his back. At this moment, the black coffin stayed with Qin Luo, never leaving his side, until a way to cure Qin Shanshan's constitution was found, at which point it could be released. This is also a burden and a punishment for Qin Luo. But more than anything, it was a promise to Su Yan and a responsibility as a father. He wanted to bury his wife. Qin Luo glanced at Su Yan, whose face was serene, as if she were simply asleep. But ultimately, this is futile. Even if he were the Dragon Emperor, he couldn't bring people back to life. Su Yan is really dead. Qin Luo was heartbroken, but no one could see his grief. It's just a pity. After Su Yan's death, Qin Luo was completely heartbroken. Even though Mu Lingxing tried her best to get close, he ignored her completely. That's all. Now. The wind and snow were fierce, and the world was covered in ice and snow. Qin Luo found a cliff. Here, the cliffs rise thousands of feet high, and below you can see the vast and misty dragon pool. 18 years have passed. When Qin Luo returned, he was in a completely different state of mind. With his hands covered in scales, he carved a tomb out of the cliff. However, Su Yan was not buried directly. Qin Luo held Su Yan in his arms and sat blankly on the cliff, from dawn to darkness, and from darkness to dawn. At last. On the third day. Qin Luo picked up Su Yan's body and gently placed it into the snow pit. He closed his eyes, slapped out with his palm, and countless snowflakes roared, ultimately burying Su Yan. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a deep sense of sorrow. Su Yan's death was a real blow to Qin Luo. When Qin Shanxian saw this scene after her memories were exposed, she couldn't help but burst into tears and broke down in tears. "Mom, it's my fault for being unfilial and causing your death. Mom, I miss you so much." Qin Shanxian broke down in tears, her emotions collapsing. She truly thought that if she could turn back time, she would rather abandon her new life and stay in the darkness of hell forever. But none of this can be changed. Qin Menglan and Qin Xianru stepped forward to comfort Qin Shanxian. Mu Lingxing didn't say anything more. Su Yan was her best friend, and seeing this scene after Qin Luo's memories were exposed, she was also overwhelmed. Although it was Qin Shanxian who caused Su Yan's death. But seeing Qin Shanxian so heartbroken, Mu Lingxing didn't scold her anymore. If Qin Shanxian could feel this much sadness for Qin Luo, then perhaps she would realize that she was wrong. Mu Lingxing thought to herself. After Qin Luo buried Su Yan, another stele was erected. Then sit down nearby. He didn't leave, he planned to stay here with Su Yan. Inside the black coffin, Qin Shanxian accused Qin Luo sharply. "Qin Luo, you're just putting on an act. You're the one who killed my mother. If it weren't for your demon bloodline, how could my mother have died? If you feel ashamed, you should kill yourself and go see your mother." Qin Shanxian's resentment almost originated from the deepest part of her soul. Qin Luo was unaware that Qin Shanxian's resentment and her perceived truth were influencing the dominant personality deep within her body. And at this moment, he heard Qin Shanxian's accusations. He roared like a madman, "Qin Shanxian, you must remember this for all eternity, you are the one who killed your mother. Do you even know that?" Boom! Qin Luo opened the Xin coffin, his entire body transforming into a demon, like a monster from hell. His terrifying aura directly frightened Qin Shanxian. He grabbed Qin Shanxian as if she were a chick, his eyes bloodthirsty and filled with murderous intent. Qin Luo has become a demon. In his demonic form, he wanted to kill Qin Shanxian to avenge Su Yan. Seeing Qin Luo transform into a demon, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. Qin Luo was determined to continue down this path of demonization. Seeing this scene, when I woke up, I saw him trying to kill me. How could I not think that my father had become a demon and lost his humanity, even wanting to kill his own daughter? This scene has become a complete shadow in my heart. Of course, she now knows that her mother did not die because of Qin Luo. In the end, it was clear that they were not killed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the Qin Shanxian we know today. Everyone was also surprised that, even after being transformed into a demon, Qin Luo was still able to control his last shred of reason and did not harm his daughter. Seeing the looks in everyone's eyes, he didn't just want to kill me. After he turned into a demon and lost all reason, he went on a rampage, destroying everything around him and even hurting himself. That scene was just too bloody. In the end, because of the strange changes that came from the dragon pool, which attracted Qin Luo, I was able to save my life. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Shanxian has clearly separated herself from her dark personality. In her heart, she has no memory of those dark personalities, so she doesn't acknowledge them. Her reason was quite simple. The evil deeds committed by the dark personality have nothing to do with her, they are not things she can control. This is just another person, only living inside her body. The violence of the dark personality provokes Qin Luo, leading to Qin Luo's transformation into a demon. But at the crucial moment, the dark personality receded, and she awoke. Qin Luo's anger towards the dark personality was directed at her, resulting in her injury. This made her feel very wronged. Her father was a demon, and when he went berserk, he hurt her. And what is being shown on the light screen? It was the scene in her memory where Qin Luo hurt her. That was the first time she experienced a psychological breakdown in her childhood. It was after that she came to a profound realization that her father was indeed a demon, an incurable demon. Qin Luo caught Qin Shanqian. At that moment, Qin Luo, after his transformation into a demon, became insane and bloodthirsty. The darker personality was terrified. She disappeared. Instead, the dominant personality awakens from the confusion. Qin Shanqian opened her eyes and saw a monster covered in scales and with a ferocious look in its eyes. The monster grabbed her, staring at her menacingly, and roared madly, "Qin Shanqian, you must remember this, remember it for all eternity, the person who killed your mother is yourself. It hurts." She spoke in terror, her eyes filled with fear. Is this her father? What exactly happened? Why did her father turn into a monster when she woke up, and become so insane, as if he wanted to kill her? Is this really her father? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Qin Shanqian nearly collapsed upon witnessing this scene. In Nanjiang City, everyone says that her father, Qin Luo, is a demon, and that she is an illegitimate child. Qin Shanqian didn't believe it. Dad has always been human, and he and Mom have always loved each other. This is her home, and her parents are very much in love. Qin Shanqian didn't believe it. She hated those people and wanted to tear their mouths apart. But she couldn't do it. She could only pray in her heart that her father was not a demon. But my mother died. People want Mom to hand her over. Where is Dad? He's not in now. Now, the facts are clear. This monster, covered in scales, with bloodthirsty eyes, and going berserk, was her father. People are not wrong. Her father was a demon. She, Qin Shanqian, is a bastard. Why did this cruel reality have to befall her? I don't want to. My dad must be a hero. He's not a demon, he's not a demon. Qin Shanqian broke down in tears. You owe my father, I don't want you. This is not my father. Flourishing? At that moment, they heard Qin Shanqian crying. The enraged Qin Luo froze, muttering to himself. He had almost completely lost his reason. The rebellion and wickedness of the dark personality drove Qin Luo into a complete rage, to the point where he almost wanted to kill her to end it all. However, the daughter who has now been reawakened is his and Su Yan's real daughter. She was innocent and pure, and knew nothing about anything. Qin Luo actually hurt his daughter and even tried to kill her. What's wrong? How could he forgive himself for what he had just done? Can't. He absolutely cannot kill his own daughter. He wants to turn back into a human. He absolutely cannot let his daughter see him in this terrible state. Shanqian must be terrified right now. Qin Luo couldn't imagine how his daughter would feel if she saw him like this. Perhaps the sky has fallen. How could he show such a disgraceful side in front of his daughter, and even try to kill her? Qin Luo, have you really become a demon, a monster? No, you are a human being. Moreover, you promised Su Yan that you would take good care of your daughter. You still have a long way to go. You absolutely cannot give up like this. Ah! Qin Luo, you absolutely cannot lose your mind. You still have to be responsible for your promise to Su Yan and take good care of Shanqian. You still need to go back to pick up Menglan. She's all alone in Rongqing. How difficult it must be for her. What setbacks has she encountered? You must support them through everything. You absolutely cannot let this bloodline defeat you like this. Qin Luo's strong body was trembling, every muscle was shaking. Qin Shanqian was so frightened by this scene that her mind went blank, and she couldn't hear a word Qin Luo was saying. She sat in the snow and broke down crying. As for Qin Luo, the changes in his body became more and more obvious, with those ferocious scales and spikes growing out of his body. At that moment, he was more monstrous than a monster. But even so, Qin Luo's will still be telling him firmly that he must never harm his daughter. This is his and Su Yan's daughter. Qin Luo, if you hurt Shanqian, you will regret it for the rest of your life. She is Suyan's precious child, and she is also your precious child. You must love her and protect her as she grows up, and make her happy and joyful for the rest of your life. You absolutely mustn't hurt her. Shanxian, Daddy will never hurt you. He bit his jaw until it bled, the blood dripping onto the snow like plum blossom petals, a shocking sight. These words, along with his roar, spread through the vast snowstorm. Qin Shanxian didn't know what kind of wool her father was using to resist the demonization. Then, they possessed boundless power to resist the darkness and bewilderment. People in real life who saw and heard Qin Luo's words were all stunned and speechless, a complete uproar. His willpower is truly incredible. In the final moments of his rampage and loss of humanity, he still recognized his daughter and managed to control himself. This is Qin Luo. He has never changed in protecting his daughters, whether it's Qin Menglan or Qin Shanxian. I truly admire him. I admit that when I saw this scene, I felt a chill run down my spine because of Qin Luo's willpower. From now on, I really don't believe that Qin Luo will fall into hell and become a demon. Qin Luo, hold on. You absolutely cannot lose to that bit of demon blood. Don't forget, you are the Dragon Emperor. You absolutely cannot lose. Many people clenched their fists and shouted as the memories were exposed. In this world, there will always be some rational people. Qin Menglan was stunned when she saw this. Even at this time, her father still remembered her. Father, I'm so sorry. Qin Menglan completely broke down for the first time, and cried out the apology she had owed for so long. Qin Shanxian was completely stunned, her mind went blank. Did Qin Luo say these things back then? The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Luo exerted all his strength, and his appearance became more and more ferocious, with sharp spikes popping out of his body with a crackling sound. A demon race member, resembling 3 parts human and 7 parts monster, stood in the snow. He then began to destroy everything around him, unleashing his inner violence. Shanxian, Daddy would never hurt you. Before losing his way, Qin Luo let out a final low growl. This sentence. Everyone outside the light screen could hear it clearly. Qin Shanxian stared blankly at the memory projection. At that time, she was so frightened by Qin Luo's ferocious appearance that she broke down and cried. She had no idea that Qin Luo had actually gone through such a mental struggle for her sake. But now that her memories have been exposed, she realizes the pressure Qin Luo has been under, and Qin Shanxian is deeply moved. What else? In the end, you completely transformed into a demon. If it weren't for the strange changes that occurred in the dragon pool, she would probably still have been killed by Qin Luo. Qin Luo is now dead. Qin Shanxian felt that once the alien races on Blue Star were driven out, she would be relieved of her burdens, and probably end her life to find her mother and say sorry to her. This can be considered as repaying Qin Luo for taking care of her for a period of time when she was young. Then, I won't owe Qin Luo anything anymore. Qin Shanxian thought to herself. An eye for an eye. Or even now, how about we settle our debts? Qin Shanxian's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried uncontrollably. After seeing her memories revealed, she missed her mother even more. The violence of her dark personality made her even feel disgusted with her own body. Qin Shanxian never expected that she had such an experience, even though it wasn't something she initiated. It's as if another consciousness suddenly awakens within your body, manipulating it to do some intolerable things. Originally, it wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't known about this. Qin Shanxian had a splitting headache, as if her mind was about to burst. After Qin Luo went berserk and transformed into a demon, he went into a frenzy. At the last minute. In the dragon pool. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation occurred. It was a strange song, like a destiny's call, that drew Qin Luo in irresistibly. His feet seemed to move out of his control, rushing towards the dragon pool. However, even in that brief moment, he did not forget his daughter. The coffins merged, sealing Qin Shanxian inside once more. Then Qin Luo, dragging the black coffin, walked towards the direction of the strange sound waves like a walking corpse. At this time, the images on the light screen in the void were also changing rapidly. Soon, new memory projections appeared. Qin Luo dragged the black coffin through the wind and snow for 3 days. He entered the dragon pool. But this is more than 200 years ago. This place is still the territory of the tyrant Carlo, and it is filled with demons, monsters, and dragons. In fact, according to classification, the dragon race is also a part of the demon race. Now, Qin Luo has ventured deep into the dragon pool. However, after Qin Luo's transformation, his appearance was no different from the monsters in the dragon pool. And so a strange scene unfolded. The monster in the dragon pool didn't react at all when Qin Luo brushed past it. It went about its business as usual, completely ignoring the newly appeared demon monster. The sound waves emanating from the dragon pool seemed to be audible only to Qin Luo. Everyone was also very curious. Where is Qin Luo headed? What exactly is it in Dragon Pool that is attracting Qin Luo? Only Qin Manglan felt a slight jolt in her heart upon seeing these memories exposed, as if some ancient memories were surging wildly from the depths of her soul. However, she had lost her demon bloodline, and those memories were too few to resonate with her. Qin Manglan felt that there was something of vital importance to her in that dragon pool. What exactly happened to Qin Luo? She perked up and stared intently at the light screen. In memory projection. After venturing deeper into the dragon pool, Qin Luo gradually entered a strange space. The surroundings were chaotic, like an endless starry sky. There was nowhere to put your feet, but you wouldn't fall if you walked forward. Host, wake up. There's a very strong aura of divine life here. The system spoke in Qin Luo's mind. Then, the system remembered. It's that god-level life form that pursued us 18 years ago. Host, don't go any further, you'll die. Finally. He walked to a strange pool of water. The water in the pool rippled, but not a single drop spilled out. A strange rule bound the pool. A voice came from the pool. Is this child my child? It was a woman's voice. With a mix of excitement, unease, and guilt. What's going on? There's a woman in this pool, and she's mistaken Qin Luo for her child. In reality, people are discussing this. A series of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. In the hazy light of a snowstorm, a graceful and elegant woman walks, holding her infant in her arms. In her memory, the woman's appearance was blurry, but Qin Manglan could feel a sense of familiarity, as if she were connected to her by blood. The woman in the pool is her mother. Qin Luo had met her biological mother many years ago. Why, Qin Luo never told her later. Is her true identity about to be fully exposed? The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Now. Qin Luo was stunned when he heard the woman's voice, but he didn't react at all. He lost his mind, he became like a savage monster. Are you human? How do you have dragon blood? The woman sensed Qin Luo's condition and immediately cried out in alarm. She thought of something terrifying. The woman looked terrified. Her gaze toward Qin Luo was also filled with murderous intent. Consider yourself lucky, you haven't completely turned into a demon yet. I can still help you return to normal. However, if your demon bloodline was taken from my child, I will make sure you die. The woman screamed like a demon. Then, the woman dripped a few drops of her heart's blood and made Qin Luo swallow them. Then, streaks of blood-red light enveloped Qin Luo. Because the woman's blood and true energy not only calmed his demon bloodline, but also doubled the strength of the bloodline within him. It's a ghost story. How can this woman have such abilities? Qin Luo didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Qin Luo felt a sense of relief upon sensing his daughter's life force. Seeing that her daughter was all right, Qin Luo finally felt relieved and her fear subsided. It was inside the black coffin. Qin Luo, you beast, you animal. You actually wanted to kill me. You wanted to kill your own daughter. Are you even human? You're a terrible person. I was so wrong about you. You've killed me. I was so angry. The existence of the dark personality was like an enemy to him. And in that pool, After she finished speaking, her expression darkened further. My poor child, are you still in this world? Her voice was sorrowful, and bursts of desperate sobs followed. Although Qin Luo's daughter is rebellious, at least she is still by his side. And his own daughter might already be dead. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Only after becoming a father himself could he understand this feeling of missing one's child. At that moment, he felt a deep curiosity and sympathy for the woman in the pool. Qin Luo asked, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Since there's nothing else to do outside. Moreover, because of Suyan's death, Qin Luo felt like escaping, and since he happened to come here, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Oh, right. After the true energy entered Qin Luo's body, the woman could feel the connection between their bloodlines. The bloodline within Qin Luo is definitely from the same source as hers. Qin Luo was taken aback by the woman's words. He also had a guess in his mind. Those who witnessed this scene were all astonished. Through the conversation, those around them, being no fools, easily deduced that the demon woman in the pool was very likely Qin Menglan's biological mother. That's right. Qin Menglan's background as a demon can now be confirmed. Many people felt a sense of strangeness. The first female warrior of the human race was actually a demon. Everyone sighed inwardly, and their gazes toward Qin Menglan became somewhat distant. Even though Qin Menglan no longer has demon blood, she is indeed a half-demon, which makes many people uneasy. Qin Menglan didn't know what attitude she should take towards this matter. Pity? Fear? Shock? Neither. She felt she might have a lot of emotions. But now, she is calm and composed, without a trace of fear or unease. If her background had been exposed to so many people many years ago, she might have felt terrified, even devastated, and completely unable to accept it. But now she is a god, and no one in this world can do anything to her. She no longer needs to hide like a rat because of her demon bloodline. Even if her memories are revealed to show that her mother was indeed a demonic dragon, she can face it calmly. All of this was brought to her by her father, Qin Luo. Qin Menglan gradually came to understand Qin Luo's good intentions. It was her father who gave her a new life. It was her father who gave her the opportunity to bloom freely in the sunlight. It was also her father who gave her the will to forge ahead and cultivate to the level of a god. Everything about her, even the blood flowing through her veins, was no longer that of a demon. She owes her father far too much. Qin Menglan felt increasingly regretful, her heart breaking. The video continues. He recounted everything, one by one. After listening to Qin Luo's words, a moment of silence fell over the surroundings. A long time. The sound of a woman crying and kowtowing came from the pool. Thank you, that's my daughter, she's my daughter. Is her name Qin Menglan? It's a very nice name. The woman felt relieved after learning of her daughter's whereabouts. My name is Long Linger, and I am the daughter of Carlo, the lord of the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone. Then, Long Linger then recounted Qin Menglan's story. It's basically the same as Qin Luo's guess. After Long Linger passed through the underground gate and arrived on Blue Star, she soon met a human, and the two fell in love. Not long after, Long Linger became pregnant. Hearing this, Qin Luo couldn't help but admire his compatriot for his high accuracy in hitting the dragon. However, not long after the Blue Star underwent its transformation, the demon race viewed humans as ants and looked down on them. As the lord of the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone and a god-level being, Tyrant Carlo held the human bloodline in even higher esteem. At that time, the identity of a half-demon was despised in both the human world and among the demon race. Carlo killed Long Linger's husband and then tried to kill Qin Menglan, who was still an infant. Long Linger had a white dragon swallow Qin Menglan, and then left the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone. It was as if by fate that Qin Luo saved Qin Menglan and escaped Carlo's pursuit. 18 years ago, Qin Luo had met Carlo once. That enormous flying dragon, with its terrifying aura, was none other than the master of the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone. After that, Carlo imprisoned Long Linger here. By a twist of fate, Qin Luo was brought to this place by Long Linger's dragon roar, a call from his bloodline, thus escaping his demonic rampage. Because of this, the demon bloodline within Qin Luo's body became even stronger. Long Linger, you are Meng Lan's biological mother. I will find a way to help her recognize you in the future. Qin Luo paused for a moment before speaking. Her words were very simple, yet they were profoundly moving. In terms of loving Qin Menglan, Long Linger, as Qin Menglan's biological mother, is no less devoted than Qin Luo. Qin Menglan, unaware of her surroundings, also enjoyed countless acts of love and warmth without realizing it. Only when her memories were exposed did she come to her senses. It made her burst into tears. And now, the conversation between Long Linger and Qin Luo continued. Qin Luo asked the question he most wanted to know. Long Linger, as a member of the dragon race, do you know any way to resolve the problem of split personality? Inside the pitch-black coffin, Qin Shanqian, in her darker personality, continued her curse. Qin Luo, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. I will never give in, never. Qin Shanqian roared wildly. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Shanqian's resentment and powerful dark energy made Long Linger feel a sense of fear. What exactly did this girl go through to cause her personality to become so twisted? Her resentment and power are terrifying. You must not release her, or it will be the most terrifying nightmare. Qin Shanqian, inside the coffin, immediately shouted, Old hag, you're also imprisoned in a seal. Releasing you would make you the biggest monster. What bad intentions could a 4-year-old child like me have? Long Linger didn't take Qin Shanqian's angry scolding seriously. Now that Qin Luo has arrived, he has resolved this knot in her heart, and Long Linger actually wants to be free. This was the best solution she could think of. Qin Luo pondered for a moment and felt that it made a lot of sense, but he was still at a loss as to what to do. Long Linger continued, compared to this girl, I am more worried about the dragon bloodline in you. You came from Meng Lan's bloodline, not from a bloodline you originally possessed. Even if you can control it for a long time, it will eventually erupt and make you a true demon. And that day won't be long. Qin Luo looked at his body. So his demon bloodline had reached this level? System, why didn't you tell me anything? Qin Luo asked quietly in his heart. The system whispered in Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo was speechless, he truly had no way to deal with the system. Qin Luo sighed deeply. Since Qin Menglan is already a hero of the Martial Arts Alliance, her life will be dedicated to driving out monsters. As her father, it is impossible for him to acknowledge her as a member of the demon race. Su Yan, what should I do? Can I still take good care of my daughter? Qin Luo was very annoyed. Even with dragon-level strength, he felt powerless in this situation. He had no way to change any of it. Qin Luo's spirits suddenly plummeted, and an aura of despondency spread through him. At that moment, even through the seal of the pool, Long Linger could sense that the man had suddenly lost his fighting spirit and was lost. She couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Seeing this, everyone finally understood Qin Luo's current state. Seeing Qin Luo's dejected state, those around him couldn't help but sigh. Qin Luo has always given people a calm and powerful impression. No one expected that he would feel tired and powerless. Qin Luo has had the bloodline of the demon race for more than 10 years now, and he still hasn't completely become a demon. It's really shocking. Perhaps he still believes that one day he can turn back into a human. Alas, fate is fickle. Perhaps this is how it is. Qin Luo accepted his identity as a demon and became the strongest dragon emperor. He lost to the demon bloodline and was reduced to the city-destroying demon of later generations. Qin Menglan choked up when she saw this scene. Qin Luo was in this predicament because of her demon bloodline. The key point is that Qin Luo has no regrets about it. What he really wanted was to go back to Rongqing to see her. Perhaps I can return to her side as a human being. Seeing her memories exposed made Qin Menglan feel very upset. Father, have you lost? She wants to give you a hug. Qin Menglan burst into tears. She knew this was just a resurfacing of memories, all of the past, and there was no point in saying more. But she still wanted to say what was on her mind at that moment. As Qin Shanxian saw her memories being exposed, her face grew even paler. Qin Luo's love was too heavy. Sister Menglan was almost in a breakdown. Could it be that she also owed Qin Luo countless favors? Qin Shanxian felt a slight tremor in her heart. She was feeling conflicted and didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Qin Luo's dejected state, Qin Shanxian, inside the black coffin, immediately cried out, "Qin Luo, you don't deserve to be my father. You keep saying you're doing this for your daughter's sake, but you've imprisoned me in this dark cage. Is this what you call doing this for your daughter's sake?" Clearly, the dark personality does not believe there is anything wrong with its body. All the blame lies with Qin Luo. He imprisoned her without cause and even tried to kill her. "I'm perfectly fine. I promise you, I'll behave myself from now on and won't run around like that anymore. Please let me out, okay?" The darker personality pleaded incessantly. Her voice was so fragile that it made you think of a pitiful little white rabbit. As Qin Luo's spirit sank, he couldn't help but waver. Imprisoning his daughter was never his intention. What bad things can Qin Shanxian do here? "Daddy, where is this? It's so dark here. Shanxian is so scared. Mommy, where are you? Wah! Mom, you left." Dad turned into a monster. He locked Shanxian in a dark room. Shanxian is so scared. Shanxian has no mother anymore, and Shanxian has no father anymore. At this moment, the dark personality disappeared, and the dominant personality took control of the body. As soon as Qin Shanxian opened her eyes, she saw that everything around her was pitch black, and she immediately burst into tears. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Especially the cry of her mother in the darkness completely broke down Qin Luo's last line of defense. Qin Luo released her. "Dad didn't abandon you." He picked up his daughter and kept apologizing. When Qin Shanxian saw Qin Luo, she felt a surge of fear and struggled to get away from him. Seeing her appearance, Qin Luo felt even more guilty. He not only harmed Shanxian, but also kept her locked in a dark and sunless coffin. Does he even deserve to be a father to his daughter? Qin Luo wanted to slap himself twice. You can't release her. Her dark power is immense. She dominates this body, and none of the other personalities are a match for her. This is the power prepared for my revenge. She found Fan Xianying's divine pendant on Qin Luo's body and then held it in her hand. Streaks of dark power shot out from the pendant, then devoured this mysterious space. At that moment, the mad power of darkness erupted, devouring the sky and the earth, utterly terrifying. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with admiration. Shanxian, the martial goddess, is too cunning. She is not an ordinary child. She can deceive and take advantage of everything around her. Although I feel very sorry for martial god Shanxian, I still want to say that it's better to eliminate this dark personality, otherwise it will cause big trouble sooner or later. Indeed, she was almost equivalent to a demon, even more evil than ordinary demons. To be honest, I also think it would be best if she died. I'm not cursing Shanxian the martial goddess, it's just that this dark personality of hers has done really bad things, she deserves to die. I'm not saying this is targeting martial god Shanxian, but her other personality is really outrageous. Qin Luo has always been so good to her, yet she still wants to kill him. She's truly rebelled to the extreme. No offense intended to the martial goddess Shanxian, but this dark personality is indeed somewhat ungrateful. Those around pointed indignantly at the memory projection, expressing their disgust for Qin Shanxian's dark personality. Qin Shanxian's face turned pale as she listened to the voices around her. Although she didn't identify with this dark personality, she felt inexplicably angry when she heard others make such comments. She looked at the memories and was also very angry. This dark personality not only deceived Qin Luo, but also exploited her. Now that these memories are being exposed, it seems like it's going to cause a disaster. Qin Shanshan stared nervously at the light screen. She was dominated by the dark personality and had no memory of what had happened. Seeing the overwhelming darkness, Long Linger was shocked and asked, "What kind of power is this?" She felt the same power as her father, the tyrant Carlo. Power derived from a god. Why does Qin Luo possess god-level power? His daughter, however, could manipulate this godlike power. Long Linger was puzzled. But now is not the time to think. Dark forces erupted, devouring everything around them. The pool where Long Linger was gradually shrouded in darkness. This power can even devour the primordial waters of 100 rivers. It's incredible. Long Linger was even more surprised to feel the surrounding seals being devoured. The pool that trapped her originated from a single drop of water called 100 Rivers Yuan water, a treasure of the demon race, a pure water element that formed a water prison from which she could not escape. But now, faced with this dark force, it has fallen apart. Long Linger didn't know whether she should be happy or not. The dark personality reverted to its insane and evil form, clutching the divine pendant, enveloped in dark power that almost formed a barrier. Long Linger emerged from the seal. She was a woman dressed in a classic long dress and draped in a white snow cloak, but with 2 small horns on her head, symbolizing her dragon identity. She is Qin Manglan's biological mother. In reality, Qin Manglan saw her biological mother completely for the first time, and the call from her bloodline made her feel very close to this woman. It was ultimately just a screen of light. Her mother is very likely dead. Her adoptive father, Qin Luo, also died. They can't come back. Qin Manglan felt a pang of bitterness. Why did she feel a trace of regret? Qin Luo eventually fell into demonic ways, slaughtering countless humans. She clearly acted out of loyalty to her own family, so why does she feel even a little bit of remorse? Father, how exactly did you fall? Didn't you want to return to Rongqing to be with me? Why did you ultimately degenerate into a demon? Qin Manglan covered her face and wept bitterly. In the picture. After Long Linger broke free of the seal, her face was pale. Years of being sealed and her longing for her daughter had already pushed her to her limit. Now that she is free, she doesn't feel much joy. Tyrant Carlo. Many people perked up when they heard that the Tyrant Carlo was coming. This is a god-level life form. As darkness devours everything, this energy, like the dark forbidden zone of yesteryear, gradually erodes the dragon pool forbidden zone. Long Linger opened her mouth and spat out a blue bead, then slowly placed it beside Qin Luo. Your dragon bloodline is incomplete. With my bloodline essence, you will be able to elevate your bloodline to a higher level, making it less likely for you to become a demon. Host, quickly take this. Ignore that burden. She's in a strong position right now, a major battle is about to break out. The system urged in Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo frowned and asked, "What do you mean by a major war?" He felt a sudden urgency and looked at Qin Shanshan, who was shrouded in darkness, with a worried expression. When god-level power appears, a clash is inevitable. However, the system did not answer. If it did, Qin Luo was worried that the burden would run up and seek death, and then where would the system find a host? Seeing the troubled look on Qin Luo's face, she suddenly remembered her husband, who sometimes harbored resentment towards the various behaviors of the demon race. Humans are strange. This is the source of power, there's nothing else dirty about it. Qin Luo snapped out of his daze and shook his head, saying, "No, Menglan is also my daughter. It's my responsibility and my love to take care of her. You don't need to repay me in any way." Seeing that Qin Luo refused, Long Linger knew that Qin Luo truly loved her daughter, and she couldn't help but sigh that her daughter was lucky to have met the most fortunate person in her life. Both are daughters and fathers. Qin Luo and Carlo. And she and Qin Shanshan. Their fates were so different. Sometimes, she really envied Qin Shanshan, and also envied her own daughter for having a father like Qin Luo. Her father, the tyrannical Carlo, was domineering and powerful. He killed her husband, causing her a lifetime of suffering. Fate is truly unpredictable. And at this time, a tremor shook the heavens and earth, followed by countless burning flames, besides the power of darkness, there was an endless sea of fire. Tyrant Carlo has arrived. A god-level being has appeared. In reality, everyone's expression turns serious. God-level, the strongest life form in this world. No matter how strong Qin Luo is, he is still a dragon-level opponent. Without crossing that threshold, he can never be a god-level opponent. Qin Luo is in danger. When Qin Shanshan saw this scene, her heart clenched tightly. Could Qin Luo have run away? Would he abandon himself and run away alone? Qin Shanshan looked at the screen, more nervous than ever before, one hand clenched into a fist. She wanted to see Qin Luo give up on her and leave alone, so that she would owe Qin Luo nothing and feel relieved. But deep down, she also harbored a hope that Qin Luo would never abandon her, would protect her, and shield her from disaster. She also wanted the kind of love and warmth that Qin Luo showed to Sister Menglun. At this moment, Qin Shanshan was extremely conflicted. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Carlo's appearance showed Qin Luo a second god-level being. Compared to his imposing dragon form 18 years ago, Carlo is now in a half-dragon form. Even in human form, it was nearly 3 meters tall, strong and robust, covered in scales, with 2 horns on its head, and draped in a flame cloak, making it appear like a burning fire in this icy and snowy landscape. Qin Luo ignored him, his gaze fixed worriedly on the barrier in the void that had formed a dark power. His daughter is inside this barrier. As a father, how could he possibly abandon Qin Shanshan and leave alone? Absolutely impossible. Carlo's flames swept over, like an apocalyptic blaze, turning the entire light screen into a vast sea of fire. The godlike power was on full display at this moment. Many people outside the light screen were secretly astonished by Carlo's immense power. Despite his immense power, Carlo was defeated by Qin Luo decades later in the future, suffering a complete and utter defeat. In Carlo's eyes, Qin Luo was no less than an ant. Who dares to invade my territory? In the picture. When the tyrant Carlo arrived, his roar was like thunder. The power of a god without a master, which god-level being has fallen. As a god-level being, Carlo has a deep understanding of the rules governing the relationships between gods. As Fan Xianying's divine power erupted, he immediately sensed that this was an empty space. People saw that Carlo hesitated for a moment, then immediately reached out and grabbed at the dark barrier. His hand transformed into a claw covered in scales, and gradually expanded until it became a giant claw in an instant. No one expected this. When Carlo arrived, his target was neither his daughter nor Qin Luo, but rather Qin Shanshan, whom he attacked immediately. Outside the light screen, Qin Shanshan realized what a stupid thing her dark personality had done. In her attempt to escape imprisonment, she inadvertently unleashed the divine power left behind by Fan Xianying, attracting Carlo's attention. Qin Shanshan murmured to herself. Since learning that she had symptoms of dissociative identity disorder in her childhood, she has become increasingly curious about those experiences. What else did Qin Luo do with her? She didn't believe Qin Luo would open his heart to her, perhaps he was just fulfilling his mother's instructions. If it weren't for his mother's dying wish, Qin Luo probably would have abandoned her long ago. After all, that dark personality was so wicked that Qin Luo even wanted to kill her, so abandoning her shouldn't be a psychological burden for him. Although this does not fit the image of the Dragon Emperor. But apart from that, Qin Shanshan couldn't think of any other possible way Qin Luo could have escaped at that time. And it was Carlo who stole his divine pendant, because he had never seen it since. Qin Luo lost the divine pendant. So, is everything as she guessed? Carlo's sudden attack on Xiao Shanshan caused Qin Luo's expression to change. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward. However, she could not dissuade Qin Luo. Those watching the memory projection were also surprised that Qin Luo would be so impulsive, daring to rush towards the god level. Qin Luo had not yet rushed over. Carlo's giant claw crushed the dark barrier that Qin Shanshan had conjured in one fell swoop. The power of a god is simply unreasonable. In an instant, the dark power seemed to spiral out of control, pouring out in all directions. Qin Shanshan's small body also fell from the sky. In the eyes of a god, no matter how strong her dark power is, it is utterly vulnerable. Her rebellion, evil, violence, and ferocity were meaningless at this moment. For the first time, she made a grave mistake due to her rebellion, causing herself unprecedented harm. Qin Shanxian felt fear. Is she going to die? She was terrified. Dad, save me. Falling from the sky, she tilted her head and weakly cried for help in the direction Qin Luo was rushing towards. At this moment, she needed this man to save her. She needs this man called Dad to stand in front of her and protect her from everything. She dared not be willful anymore, nor dared to utter angry curses. Her pleading eyes, like those of a dying young animal, were fixed on Qin Luo. Dad! Qin Luo was almost going crazy. My daughter is injured, and her life hangs in the balance. He felt like the sky had fallen. Shanxian, you'll be all right. Finally, Qin Luo flew over and caught the fallen Xiao Shanxian, his trembling hands constantly checking for any problems she might have. No. You will be all right. You will grow up healthy and kind, just like your mother, and forever bathed in light. Dad will protect you and watch you grow up. These things haven't happened yet, but you will definitely be all right. Qin Luo held Xiao Shanxian in his arms, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face, murmuring incessantly. He was saying all of Qin Shanxian's words when she was 3 years old, nestled sweetly in his arms. Qin Luo kept these things in mind at all times. The system anxiously echoed in Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo's transformation into a demon this time is almost a violent mutation, and he may very well become a monster. The system was extremely anxious. Long Linger was also stunned, never expecting that Qin Shanxian would face a fatal crisis at this moment. Sensing the turbulent energy within Qin Luo, she was well aware of the state of the demon bloodline within him. But she was completely helpless. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In reality, people were completely terrified when they saw Qin Shanxian seriously injured and Qin Luo almost collapsing. Holy crap, martial god Shanxian is going to die. You're so high and mighty, you're amazing. I'll be impressed if you can still stand up and talk in front of the tyrant Carlo. And as for Shanxian martial god's fate, although it's embarrassing, it's her own doing. Some people protested, the dark personality was indeed a bit mischievous, so let's not be so malicious. After all, she is still the kind and beautiful martial god Shanxian. Are you a sycophant? This is called naughty? Is this what your naughty child is like? Who are you calling a simp? I admire the martial goddess Shanxian. Wake up! No matter how much you lick her boots, the goddess Shanxian won't even glance at you. Who can say for sure? Shanxian, the martial goddess, doesn't have a spouse yet, so I still have a chance. People around them were talking about it. No one expected that Carlo would actually attack Qin Shanxian, and that his god-level power was so domineering that he almost killed Qin Shanxian. Everyone knows that Qin Shanxian has pulled through and is standing here now, but they don't know how she overcame this difficult time. Looking at the memory projection, everyone could fully feel the danger at that time, as well as the scene of Qin Luo's collapse. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although Qin Luo's expression was cold, he imprisoned his daughter and nearly killed Qin Shanxian after she transformed into a demon. However, when they saw Qin Shanxian on the verge of death, they still went crazy and almost collapsed. They could completely feel how much Qin Luo cared about Qin Shanxian. Honestly, this kind of father is already quite good enough. If they had a father like that, they'd be laughing their heads off. However, the thought of Qin Luo's complete downfall later on is truly disheartening. When Qin Shanxian saw Qin Luo's panicked appearance because of her, her heart suddenly tightened. She had no recollection of ever experiencing such a dangerous situation. Hearing Qin Luo's words when he broke down still moved him somewhat. Did I say those things to him when he was 3 years old? More than 200 years have passed, and I have long forgotten about it. Qin Luo didn't beg for mercy, so how was he going to get out of this dangerous situation? Qin Shanxian seemed to have thought of something, opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Clearly, Qin Luo has sacrificed a lot for her. However, this was a mess caused by her dark personality, so we can't put all the blame on her. Qin Shanxian's expression was complicated. Qin Luo is about to face utter ruin because of her, but she still refuses to acknowledge it. It seems that she won't wake up unless she gets a good whack. Mu Lingxing's eyes flickered as she pondered to herself. As she watched the memories being revealed, she felt even more sorry for Qin Luo. He should risk everything for Qin Shanxian. Su Yan, if you saw this scene, would you regret going to the dark forbidden zone? Mu Lingxing murmured. Qin Luo carried Xiao Qianxian in his arms and walked step by step towards Long Linger. With each step he took, the expression on his face became more ferocious, and fine scales gradually appeared on his skin. Host, you are in great danger right now. A god-level being cannot defeat you. However, this system will not advise you any further. If you die, this system will find another host. The system murmured in Qin Luo's mind. Even if we can't win, we must fight, because he hurt Qianxian. If I don't avenge Qianxian, I will be letting down my daughter and Su Yan. Qin Luo's pupils were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. If a father backs down when faced with an enemy who harms his daughter, does he deserve to be called a father? At this moment, Qin Luo's heart was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and nothing else mattered. Then, he walked up to Long Linger and handed Qin Shanxian over to her. Please take care of my daughter for me. After saying that, Qin Luo took out the divine pendant that Qin Shanxian was still clutching tightly in her hand and held it in his own. He was going to abandon everything and fight to the death. Seeing Qin Luo's change, Carlo smiled cruelly, a half-demon, still of my dragon bloodline. How dare you steal my dragon bloodline? He stared at Qin Luo and the divine pendant in Qin Luo's hand, his gaze bloodthirsty. Carlo didn't know Qin Luo's background, but he didn't care, because if they weren't gods, they were all ants. Facing this god-level being, Qin Luo grinned, but his smile was cold. You will pay the price. Qin Luo swallowed the origin pearl that Long Linger gave him. Under the influence of the origin pearl, the demon bloodline within Qin Luo's body grew at an alarming rate. At this moment, he could feel the demon bloodline within him transforming into an unruly blood dragon, roaring and howling within his blood. It mutated and became even more powerful. It was no longer separate from Qin Luo's body, as if it had grown inside Qin Luo's body from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Qin Luo's body underwent a heaven-defying evolution at the moment of the origin pearl and the bloodline mutation. His body was much larger, even in his dragon-human form. He was nearly 3 meters tall, comparable to Carlo. Qin Luo, on the other hand, possessed blue scales and boundless majesty, making him even more like an emperor than Carlo. Qin Luo has completely transformed into a demon. Qin Luo has finally come to this point, he has completely become a demon. There is no longer any possibility of him turning back into a human. From today onwards, he is no longer a human with demon blood, but a demon through and through. So this is the real reason why he turned into a monster. His demon bloodline comes from his eldest daughter, Qin Menglan. For the sake of his second daughter, Qin Shanxian, he went even further into depravity without a trace of regret. I really don't know what to say anymore. Qin Luo's fate is just too heartbreaking. Everyone who witnessed the unfolding of the light screen couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't say anything. Qin Luo has come this far step by step, and everyone around him can see it clearly, it's all for his 2 beloved daughters. There's so much helplessness involved. Tears welled up in Qin Menglan's eyes. Her father had come to this point because of her bloodline from the very beginning. Why didn't she find out the truth sooner? Why am I so stupid? Qin Menglan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Heaven was truly cruel to her, making her learn the truth. Qin Shanxian stared at the memory in shock, her face pale. Qin Luo has done everything in his power to protect her, even transforming himself into a monster without hesitation. He probably did all that because it was his mother's last wish. Qin Shanxian was somewhat incredulous at Qin Luo's affection for her, and she was cautious about the warmth emanating from the light screen. That shouldn't be far off. It seems like it was when I was 5 years old. She was terrified by Qin Luo's monstrous identity, but Qin Luo ignored her and looked at her coldly. That sense of alienation and indifference made the 5-year-old feel as if she were in the dead of winter. She had very little warmth to feel from Qin Luo. I hope you can leave here safely. I really hope you won't suffer so much anymore. I'm willing to bear all the disasters that your dark personality has brought you. Perhaps you have developed a dislike for me because you have completely become a demon, but I still hope you can live out these 200 years smoothly. I really don't hate you anymore. After I drive out the monsters from Earth, I will give you my life in return. I can repay you for all the kindness you've shown me. She stubbornly refused to call Qin Luo her father, simply because her primary personality had never experienced the warmth that Qin Luo had shown her as a father. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. People's attention returned to the projection of memories. Qin Luo, within the light screen, further transformed into a demon and unleashed the power of the divine pendant, granting him power comparable to a god for a short period. Host, although Fan Xianying's god-level power is very strong, it will also cause you great harm, and it will only last for half a quarter of an hour. The host is absolutely no match for a god-level being. This system's suggestion is to directly destroy the godhood pendant and then retreat. The system's voice rang in Qin Luo's mind. Even with such terrifying power for a short time, the system still didn't have a high opinion of Qin Luo. However, it was clear that seeing Qin Shanxian injured, Qin Luo had to fight, no matter what. I told you they were all a burden, and now they've caused even more trouble. Sigh. The system sighed silently. Then, Qin Luo and the tyrant Carlo began to fight. This was the first time people in real life had witnessed two god-level beings fighting to the death, and they were all on high alert, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Qin Luo's power was immense at this moment. He was already among the best of the dragon-level beings, and with the replenishment of his bloodline and the blessing of dark power, he was essentially equivalent to a pseudo-god. So when people saw him fight Carlo, he wasn't at a disadvantage at first. Their enormous forces collided, shaking the entire dragon pool. However, a god-level being is still a god-level being, the power gap is simply too great. His fists burned with flames, and with each punch, Qin Luo was subjected to the corrosive effects of the flames and the dark power within his body. With this shift in power, Qin Luo was quickly suppressed. Relying on external forces is never your true power, so let the flames bury you completely. Carlo burst into laughter, incredibly arrogant. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he charged towards Qin Luo. His fists were almost entirely transformed into flames, hotter than magma, and his strong body was covered in flames, making him look like a god of fire. Boom! Qin Luo was violently knocked away, the dark power surrounding him dissipated, and he spat out blood repeatedly, his condition extremely dire. People who witnessed this scene all wore solemn expressions. The Dragon Emperor, who was known for his power, also suffered a crushing defeat back then, and it was a devastating one at that. More importantly, under the burning of Carlo's flames and the corrosive influence of dark power, Qin Luo's body was clearly on the verge of collapse. Qin Luo was still struggling to stand up. Having witnessed Qin Luo's willpower before, the crowd didn't find anything strange about him at this moment. If Qin Luo were to lose so easily, he wouldn't be called the Dragon Emperor. However, Qin Luo's appearance, covered in blood and riddled with wounds, still evoked sighs of pity. That's a bit tragic. Qin Luo should have left, he was capable of leaving earlier. Even if Qin Luo is a demon, I still want to say that this man's heart is full of warmth, and he is not so bloodthirsty and cruel. Many people who saw this scene couldn't help but feel emotional. Because Qin Luo did indeed do just that, and even now, with his memories exposed, his evil nature has not yet surfaced, he is impeccable. Even the rebellion of the darker personality led to a grave mistake. He still feels guilty and remorseful for not protecting his daughter. He was determined to make Carlo pay the price, even though the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Qin Luo spared no expense, just to avenge his daughter. You? She gasped in disbelief. And at this moment, the memory then jumps to the final scene of the entire battle. There's no other way, Fan Xianying. I may not be able to keep your promise. Now, I will destroy your divinity. Qin Luo got up from the ground, gritting his teeth, his face contorted with rage. A look of shock flashed across everyone's faces. That's a divine pendant. After absorbing its power, one will become a new god. This was a contingency plan that Fan Xianying had left for herself. She had changed her physique, and when she returned to her peak, she would be the new goddess of darkness, not the demon that devoured everything. But now, Qin Luo is about to detonate his divine power to deliver the final blow to the tyrant Carlo. What a waste! I wish I had this. Countless people lamented the loss. However, Qin Luo really had no other choice but to use this method. With the system's help, the dark power of the divine pendant exploded out like a small sun. Then the surging power quickly enveloped Carlo, and the terrifying darkness instantly swallowed Carlo's burning flames. Like ocean waves, it instantly swallowed up the vast snowfield. Many demons in the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone were annihilated by this sudden burst of dark power, leaving not even a skeleton behind. What terrifying power! Even if Carlo doesn't die, he should be severely injured. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Such terrifying power, if detonated in a city, could instantly destroy it, plunging the surrounding area into darkness. And inside the light screen, an angry roar rang out. Damn it, you actually hurt me. Die. Amidst a dark force. Suddenly, an even larger sea of fire emerged, the flames driving away the darkness. Then a huge dragon flew out of the sea of fire, its aura astonishing. This is Carlo's body after he has completely transformed into a demon. He transformed into a demonic dragon and burst forth from the sudden explosion of dark power. A god-level being cannot kill another god-level being. Not to mention god-level power. Carlo looked miserable, his body was being devoured by dark power, his scales were falling off, and his flesh was a bloody mess, making him look extremely pitiful. However, he did not die in the end. Qin Luo, kneeling on the ground, was pale and barely breathing. He saw Carlo transformed into a demonic dragon and smiled. Shanxian, this is all Daddy can do. If you're going to die, then Dad can be with you. He walked step by step toward Long Linger, wanting to pick up Qin Shanshan. At the last moment, he wanted to leave with his daughter in his arms. Long Linger was at the back of the battlefield, and Qin Luo intentionally avoided her, so she was not affected by the eruption of dark power. However, she turned pale as she watched the battle come to an end. I didn't think too much about it. She stepped past Qin Luo, stood in front of him, and looked directly at her father, Carlo. Father, it's been a long time. 18 years have passed. For these 18 years, I have hated you every single moment. When Long Linger spoke of Qin Manglan, a tender look appeared in her eyes. She already knew that her daughter was not dead, but alive and well, and all of this was thanks to Qin Luo. So now, she is breaking ties with her father. You fought desperately for this girl. You are a good father. I believe you will protect Manglan and will not let her suffer any harm. I owe Manglan so much. Please take good care of her, carrying my love for her. She shouldn't have had a mother like me in this life, she deserves a better life. After Long Linger finished speaking, a tear rolled down her cheek. Then, she blew out a breath, which turned into a bubble, enveloping Qin Luo and Qin Shanshan. Riding the wind and snow, they flew into the sky, gradually moving away from the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone. She transformed into a blue dragon and charged toward her father, Carlo. In the end, Qin Luo could no longer see Long Linger's figure, only hearing Carlo's angry roar. My foolish daughter, you have betrayed the demon race, you have betrayed your father. The furious roar echoed for a long time in the Dragon Pool restricted area. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Mother! Come back, I don't want you to die. Even if you are a demon, I won't care. I want to see you. In reality. Seeing Long Linger's last words and her resolute figure, Qin Manglan could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Qin Manglan's heart broke down. Even though her mother was a demon, her love for her could still be seen in the images from her memories. So what if they're demons? My mother is a demon, but while she was imprisoned, she longed for me day and night. How much she must miss herself. I am truly unfilial. Because of her identity as a demon, she killed him with her own hands out of resentment, and she truly deserves to be struck by lightning. What right does she have to resent her father? Is it because of this ridiculous demon bloodline? No, this shouldn't be the case. Qin Menglan shook her head and shouted. Wrong, everything is wrong. Why did this happen? Father, mother, come back. I swear, I won't care about any demons anymore. Qin Menglan completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably, her cries heart-wrenching and each word filled with anguish. Those around them felt a pang of anxiety. Someone tried to comfort him, saying, Martial God Menglan, it's not like that. Qin Luo still completely fell into depravity in the end. He destroyed countless cities. You did this for the sake of the entire human race, sacrificing your own family for the greater good. You did nothing wrong. His evil deeds were numerous, and countless people died at his hands. His fate was tragic, and everyone regrets it. But his death will only make the world a better place. The people around nodded in agreement. They all acknowledged that Qin Luo had sacrificed a lot for his daughter, but he ultimately became a demon. People sympathized with him, but he also had to be eliminated. Qin Menglan ignored her, still heartbroken and in tears. But that's my father, the father who cherished and doted on me, the father who always silently protected me. Even the demon bloodline that led him to his final downfall came from me. What right do I have to blame him? I truly hate myself. Anyone can kill him, but I'm the only one who can't, do you understand? Father, I'm so sorry. How can I make up for all this? Father, please come back. Qin Menglan knelt on the ground, crying her heart out, as if her heart was about to tear apart. She broke down in tears. What's the use of crying now? If you had realized Qin Luo's feelings earlier, would this day have come? Mu Lingxing, standing to the side, did not let Qin Menglan off easily just because she cried a few times. Mu Lingxing sneered, it's only because Qin Luo is too kind. If he were really a demon, like the tyrant Carlo, who would rather betray the world than let the world betray him, this day would never have come. Honestly, I wish I were Qin Luo's daughter, but unfortunately I'm not as lucky as you three ungrateful wretches. Pa, what is that? Everyone was speechless after Mu Lingxing's words. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. Carlo never treated Long Linger as his own daughter at all. She killed her daughter and husband, and even wanted to kill her daughter's child. He imprisoned his daughter for 18 years. In the end, he even used Long Linger's betrayal as a reason to be furious. Compared to this, Qin Luo's treatment of his daughter is simply amazing. What can she do to make up for all of this? A new scene appears. As the transparent bubble enveloped Qin Luo and Qin Shanshan, it flew towards the far north. In the foam, Qin Luo was pale and barely breathing. After the battle, he had only a little strength left. He was covered in blood and his body looked like a tattered burlap sack. Qin Shanshan's body seemed to have lost all breath and was completely dead. If it weren't for the slight fluctuation in the pulse, everyone would probably have thought it was a real corpse. Shanshan, wake up. Open your eyes and look at Daddy. Daddy is right beside you. Shanshan, Daddy is begging you. Qin Luo held Qin Shanshan, feeling lost and helpless. His eyes welled up with tears. This was the first time people had seen Qin Luo so panicked. He hadn't shown any sign of panic even when facing the tyrant Carlo. But now, he's really scared. He feared that his daughter would die like this. The consequences of this are far worse than his own death. When Qin Shanshan saw Qin Luo break down and stayed by her side as if she had lost the most precious thing, she felt a pang of sadness. Qin Luo's genuine emotions stirred something within her. She never imagined that one day Qin Luo would hold her and cry like a child. Moreover, Qin Luo's body is now severely damaged, but he still used his own power to transfer it to me without any reservation. Qin Luo did a lot to fulfill his mother's last wish. And at this time, Qin Luo and Qin Shanshan fell from the sky. This Qin Luo is seriously injured and has lost the ability to fly for short periods of time. What should we do? Everyone who saw this was shocked. In the memory. The sudden bursting of this bubble caught Qin Luo completely off guard. The eruption of his bloodline and the power of darkness caused severe damage to his body. Now, his body is almost crippled, and he is not even as good as an ordinary wolf-level martial artist. During the fall, Qin Luo gritted his teeth, adjusted his position, held his daughter in his arms, and then landed on his back, crashing to the ground. Everyone had obviously expected Qin Luo to do this, but they were still shocked when they saw it. Qin Qianqian's heart trembled. Every move Qin Luo made was a way of protecting her with his life. These were things she didn't know before. Sometimes, the absence of memories doesn't mean that love and warmth didn't exist. Her gaze was blank. And so, Qin Luo lay on the ground, unable to move at all. His body was already severely injured, and the impact of the fall meant that even with his powerful demonic physique, he was now barely clinging to life. However, Qin Luo could not continue lying down. He struggled to stand up. Because she didn't know how much longer Qin Qianqian's body could hold on, she needed to find a way to cure her daughter. Ah! Qin Luo gritted his teeth and mustered his strength, trying to move his body. But he really couldn't move, he couldn't move even a single finger. He opened his eyes, looked at the sky, and silently shed tears. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The host has suffered another severe blow. What method will this system use to resolve this time? This is truly a headache. Looks like I won't need this system's help this time. At least there's one that isn't a burden. A light suddenly appeared beside me. The light was warm but not scorching, full of vitality, making him feel incredibly warm. He seemed to sense Su Yan's presence. That kind and beautiful girl. This is the same radiance as Su Yan's. Before Qin Luo could even open his eyes, drops of wet water fell onto his face and then slid into his mouth. It's a bit salty. They are tears. Then, Qin Luo heard a voice that stirred his heart. That voice was clear and crisp, yet it carried an immense sense of heartache. Dad, you've suffered so much. Qin Luo opened his eyes and saw his daughter, Qin Qianqian. Her eyes were blurry with tears, and she gently stroked Qin Luo's face with her small hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Her light and kindness shone on Qin Luo, making all suffering disappear at that moment. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qianqian, are you alright? Qin Luo opened his eyes and was taken aback when he saw his daughter. He wanted to reach out and hug Qin Qianqian, but he couldn't even move a single finger. Moreover, he suddenly thought of his current appearance and remembered the fear on his daughter's face after he turned into a demon. He is now several times more ferocious and 100 times more terrifying than when he was in his demonic form. Your daughter must be terrified now. Qianqian, close your eyes quickly. You are dreaming right now. When Daddy tells you to open your eyes, you will see Daddy coming back. Qin Luo comforted her softly. However, Qin Qianqian shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face, making her look like a mess. No, Dad, you are my dad. Dad, get well soon, Qianqian doesn't want you to die. He was deeply moved by both his daughter's actions and her words. He also noticed his daughter's unusual behavior. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Luo quickly realized that the dark personality, which had been dormant due to injury, had finally awakened the third personality within her body. This should be Qin Qianqian's bright personality. She inherited Su Yan's bright power and has the same kind heart as her mother. She didn't mind Qin Luo's hideous and terrifying appearance at all. She carefully used her own power of light to heal Qin Luo, and tears streamed down her face as she treated him. Dad, you're badly hurt, does it hurt? At that moment, his heart felt an unprecedented peace. If it weren't for Su Yan's dying wish and her worries about her daughter's future, Qin Luo would have even considered leaving this world. He was too tired. But now, he is experiencing the most beautiful happiness in the world. He could feel a warm glow in his heart just from his daughter's smile. For her daughter's sake, Qin Luo felt that nothing else mattered. Qianqian, are you all right now? At this moment, Qin Luo remembered that his daughter had been on the verge of death. Although she seemed to be fine now, Qin Luo still couldn't help but ask. Shanshan is so happy to see her dad. The she that Qin Shanshan mentioned is clearly the dark personality. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Qin Luo was stunned, only then realizing that his daughter's problem had not been resolved. The sudden appearance of a positive personality is only temporary. Unless her daughter's physical symptoms are completely resolved, she will have to live in this split state for the rest of her life. 3 personalities share one body. What's even more terrifying is that once the dark personality recovers, as the strongest personality, she will inevitably dominate the body for a long time, which will be a disaster for the other 2 personalities. Not to mention that once the dark personality is restored, it will probably continue to think about running away and killing people, which is terrifying to even think about. Qin Luo cannot imprison his daughter forever. Moreover, the moment this bright personality appeared, Qin Luo felt boundless love for her. He truly didn't want to see his beloved daughter imprisoned in one body for the rest of her life, never able to see the sunlight of the outside world. Qin Luo's eyes were filled with confusion, and at this moment he felt an immense sense of panic. Dad, are you all right? Are you feeling any better? At this moment, his daughter's trembling voice came, which brought Qin Luo back to his senses. He saw that Xiao Shanshan was exhausted from continuously channeling her light energy to treat him, and fine beads of sweat were dripping down her little face. A pang of tenderness flashed through Qin Luo's heart. Silly girl, Dad's injuries won't heal so easily. Even if you exhaust all your power of light, it's impossible for you to recover all at once. My daughter and I don't have anywhere else to go, so we'll stay here and rest and recover slowly. There's no need to rush. At this time, Qin Luo felt much better, all thanks to his daughter's best efforts to heal him. Qin Luo hadn't finished speaking. Little Shanshan burst into tears, saying sadly, "Does Daddy not want Shanshan anymore? Shanshan wants to follow Daddy. Wherever Daddy goes, Shanshan will go too, even if it's in the wilderness, I don't care." Seeing his daughter in tears, Qin Luo was at a loss. He gently patted Xiao Shanshan's shoulder and comforted her. Daddy misspoke. From now on, Daddy will protect you and won't go anywhere. Qin Luo gently coaxed his daughter back to her senses. A father and daughter wandered into this unknown and wild wilderness, and thus they survived together by each other's side. In reality, people who witnessed this rare and heartwarming scene couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Having grown accustomed to the rebellious and violent nature of that dark personality, Qin Shanshan's sudden display of such obedience and docility caught everyone off guard. But in the memory, Qin Luo is holding his daughter and smiling like a father. Everyone agrees that this is what a normal father and daughter look like. This must be the true nature of Shanshan, the goddess of war. She is innocent, kind, and so adorable. I can't help but hug her and take good care of her. This is absolutely the real Shanshan martial god. I can say it with my hand on my heart. That dark personality is really hateful, making Shanshan martial god suffer so much. She's so sensible, such an obedient daughter. It's truly hateful that Qin Luo will treat her coldly and even abandon her in the future. People around them were talking about it. But when everyone saw Qin Shanshan's bewildered expression, they were all taken aback. How? Is this well-behaved and sensible little Shanshan not the martial god Shanshan herself? Qin Shanshan stared blankly at the light screen for a moment. She doesn't have these memories. So it's quite obvious that this obedient Qin Shanshan is not her, but a third personality that has appeared in her body. Perhaps, Qin Luo hates me so much because of her. But I am who I am, Qin Shanshan. I am nobody else. This body is mine, and no one can take it away from me. At this moment, Qin Shanshan's expression was as cold as ice. Everything is clear now. She finally understood why she had never experienced any warmth from Qin Luo in her memory. It turns out that Qin Luo gave all the warmth to another personality. The memory has been exposed, it can't be fake. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Shanshan vaguely remembered. Qin Luo looked at him with disgust and indifference. she didn't understand before. Even towards the dark personality, Qin Luo still wholeheartedly protected her and never gave up. Why? In her memory, Qin Luo had never shown that doting look in his eyes. There was even a time when she was in danger and about to be eaten by a monster. Even after he rescued her, he still wore that expression of disgust and aloofness. Now Qin Shanxian understands. Qin Luo's beloved daughter was another daughter, never her. The daughter was extremely anxious and filled with a burning rage, wishing she could destroy everything, whenever she encountered danger. The daughter became flustered and panicked at the slightest bump or bruise. Qin Luo gave all that warmth and love to someone else. All of Qin Shanxian's doubts vanished. Qin Shanxian, do you have no shame? At this moment, Mu Lingxing spoke angrily. You always think that Qin Luo hasn't treated you well, but have you ever given him a chance to treat you well? It was your rejection that shut out Qin Luo's kindness to you. This was all your own choice. In my opinion, you shouldn't have hogged this body, you should have given it to that radiant personality. Look at how well-behaved and obedient other people's daughters are, how come you are so rebellious and stubborn? TSK, what a pity. If that little guy in the exposed memories had taken control, he might have even called me antidote. And you, Qin Shanxian, are not even worth 100 of that little guy. However, it was these words that completely ignited Qin Shanxian's anger. Crazy woman, what are you saying? How dare you say I'm inferior to her? I am the true master, and they are just robbers who possess my body. They use my body to do bad things and steal the warmth that others have for me. And I can only hide in the corner of this body. I, Qin Shanxian, am the true owner of this body. You crazy woman, go die. She took flight, her powerful mental energy pressing towards Mu Lingxing like a storm. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, a series of crackling sounds emanated from the surrounding space. Qin Shanxian's immense mental power even caused the space itself to collapse. Did that upset you? You're no match for that little one. She's Qin Luo's best daughter. You're not worthy of her at all. How many people die is none of my business. In an instant, the crowd below stared wide-eyed and cried out in horror, a meteorite is falling. That crazy woman, Mu Lingxing, used the fight to bring the meteorite back, she wants to kill everyone present. Countless people turned pale with fright, completely stunned, and all looked at Qin Menglan. Qin Menglan, exuding an imposing aura, stared at the two women and spoke. However, Mu Lingxing's sarcasm just now clearly caused quite a stir in Qin Shanxian's heart. At this moment, she was also filled with disgust for this bright personality. Ultimately, victory belongs to her. Qin Luo and his daughter spent 3 days in this unknown wilderness. Over the past 3 days, thanks to Xiao Shanxian's healing power, Qin Luo's health has gradually improved. The healing effect of the power of light was better than Qin Luo had imagined. However, the daughter's strength was not very strong. Qin Luo can only stand up and walk, he cannot fight as usual. If he encounters danger at this time, he will probably be in trouble. If that dark personality were to emerge, Qin Luo wouldn't be able to control her right now. She was referring to the dark personality. Qin Luo asked curiously, Shanxian, tell daddy, when you're inside my body, and another Shanxian comes out, can you feel everything outside? But my sister is different. She has no power and has been squeezed into a corner. She can only fall asleep and will only wake up if another Shanxian wakes her up. She refers to her primary personality as her younger sister. Qin Luo was taken aback. From this form of address, he could sense the kindness of the person with the bright personality. Qin Luo asked, then will you leave and let your sister come out and take control of the body? The little one looked sad, and tears streamed down his face. Does daddy not like Shanxian because he wants his little sister to keep him company? The other Shanxian can't come out now. If I go back, then my younger sister can come out. But after the other Shanxian wakes up, the younger sister has to go back, and Shanxian herself can't come out anymore. Shanxian wants to stay with her dad. Qin Luo wiped away her daughter's tears. At this moment, he was filled with immense inner turmoil. It turned out to be just a dark personality, so Qin Luo naturally wanted to wake up his and Su Yan's daughter. But now that her bright personality has awakened, her innocence, kindness, and loveliness fill Qin Luo with tenderness. He couldn't bear to let his daughter go back. But the primary personality is also his daughter, she's his flesh and blood, and Qin Luo felt very conflicted. In reality, Qin Shanxian's gaze grew colder as she saw Qin Luo make his choice. She was right, Qin Luo's most beloved daughter was never her. If it really is her, why wouldn't they let her out now? Indeed, her heart hadn't grown cold overnight. The loneliness and coldness that accompanied her since childhood, after the birth of two other personalities, have never gone away. Oh, Qin Luo, well done. You made the right choice. Qin Qianqian, aren't you angry? You lost to that little guy and didn't choose you, leaving you inside where you can't even get out. Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Mu Lingxing laughed wildly. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. At this moment, in the scene of memory, time passes, and changes accelerate. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It seemed that Qin Luo's worries were evident. Xiao Qianxian comforted him, Dad, it's okay. No matter what you become, you will always be Qianxian's dad. We're not going back to the human world, we'll live in the wilderness. She was young, but her small face spoke with such maturity, showing great consideration for Qin Luo's feelings. Qin Luo smiled and nodded, repeatedly saying okay. However, his expression still showed worry. He wasn't worried about his health. However, recently, Qin Luo discovered that his daughter's power of light was weakening day by day. If I'm not mistaken, in addition to his physical health improving, his dark personality is also recovering. The happiness that appears on the surface will be completely shattered, like a mirage, once the daughter's bright personality falls into slumber. Qin Luo only hoped that day would come a little later. Let him spend more time with his daughter and happily spend every day together. He cherished this hard-won happiness. The scene depicts this day. Peaceful days. The battle was disrupted by a suddenly appearing dragon-level monster. Actually, the chances of encountering monsters in the wilderness are very high. Qin Luo and Qin Shanxian had only encountered a dragon-level monster after half a month, so they were actually very lucky. But now, the crisis has still arrived. In reality, people were on high alert when they saw the sudden appearance of a dragon-level monster. Qin Luo's strength has not yet recovered, so he should not be a match for a dragon-level monster. He's in trouble. Although no one wanted to see this peaceful scene broken, the memories were completely beyond their control. Shanxian, hide in the back, Daddy will protect you. Upon seeing the sun, began to fight. Even though Qin Luo's strength has not fully recovered, he can still contend with this dragon-level monster thanks to his powerful combat experience. Qin Luo moved swiftly, showing no signs of being world. Qin Luo thought to himself. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. The video continues to play. Since the crisis occurred, Qin Luo and his daughter continued to encounter monsters in the wilderness. Another month passed. In this vast world, only that place is his home. He told his daughter about it. After she finished speaking, she lay on Qin Luo's back, smelling her father's scent, and drifted off to sleep. Since using the power of light last time, Xiao Qianxian's body seems to have become much weaker. They often fall into a state of prolonged sleep. Sometimes, she would fall asleep suddenly while nestled in his arms during the day and talking to him. When she was asleep, her brows were always furrowed, which made Qin Luo feel a pang of heartache. My daughter's mental state is getting weaker and weaker. Qin Luo knew that a great battle must have taken place inside his daughter's body, with the three personalities vying for dominance. That kind of competition must have been extremely fierce. He didn't know how long his positive personality could last. Every time he saw his daughter growing weaker, his heart ached. Living in the sunlight is my daughter's wish. Qin Luo couldn't bear to let her go back, and he didn't want to see her continue to be so weak every day. Shanxian, are you asleep? Qin Luo carried his daughter on his back and asked as he walked. There was no sound coming from behind. He quickened his pace. People in real life who witnessed the scene couldn't help but sigh with regret. Even without this crisis, judging by the timeline, the dark personality within Qin Shanxian should have recovered considerably. However, Qin Luo clearly focused his attention on his daughter. For him, the return of his dark personality was tantamount to the death of his daughter. Through the images in the memory, one can see that Qin Luo's expression was solemn and full of worry. Qin Luo finally had a daughter who understood and was considerate of him, but after only a few months together, they had to separate. This is too cruel for him. Why did it have to be like this? Mu Lingxing shed tears. Now that they finally have a well-behaved and sensible daughter, they are equally eager to separate this lovely father and daughter. He went through so much. 300 years later. His heart must be scarred. Qin Menglan, Qin Shanxian, and Qin Xianru all had very complicated expressions as they looked at the light screen. Their father's life was filled with hardship and setbacks. Qin Luo carried his daughter on his back as they walked through the dangerous wilderness. No matter how far away he is, he knows the way home. That day, little Qianxian woke up on his back. She asked softly, "Dad, are we home yet?" Xiao Qianxian smiled, the power of light could no longer be seen on her. Qin Luo guessed that the fierce struggle within her body was about to be resolved. "Dad, can you tell Qianxian about her time with Mom when she was very young?" Both the dark and light personalities were born at the moment of the anomaly in Nanjing City and Su Yan's death. "Okay, Dad will tell you everything. You always begged your mother to take you back to the human world." As Qin Luo spoke, he turned around and asked. "Qianxian is so beautiful, her mother must be very beautiful too, but Qianxian can't see her mother anymore." "Dad, Qianxian wants to see the sunrise. She's never seen the first rays of sunlight before. It must be so beautiful." After a long while, her daughter's voice came. Qin Luo's heart trembled. He held back his tears and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Okay, Dad will take you." Night fell. He wrapped his daughter in his arms to keep her warm from the cold wind. Qin Luo smoothed her furrowed brows, as if soothing away the sorrow in his daughter's heart. "Dad has always been by your side." Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, Xiao Qianxian, still asleep, finally revealed a serene smile. As the night passed, dawn was approaching. "Qianxian, wake up, the sun is rising." He gently called to his sleeping daughter. Xiao Qianxian slowly opened her eyes. Nestled in her father's arms, she saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. The golden light fell on her, making her feel warm. "Dad, you are so beautiful. This is the most beautiful scenery Qianxian has ever seen in her life. She will always remember it with her father. Daddy, hold me tight." Qin Luo didn't say anything. He hugged his daughter tightly and kissed her delicate face. "Qianxian, Daddy will always love you." Qin Luo spoke gently, as if he were making a promise to the most precious treasure. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, "I don't owe Qin Luo anything." Yes, Qianxian loves her dad too. Xiao Qianxian murmured. She gradually fell into a deep sleep, and the power of light within her body was completely extinguished. Qin Luo held his daughter, gazing intently at the rising sun for a long time. This scene brought everyone present to tears. Everyone could see Qin Shanxian's physical condition, her bright personality wouldn't last much longer. She might leave Qin Luo at any moment. At this moment, she was still very reluctant to part with him. Judging from this period of time, the bright personality is very attached to Qin Luo, clinging to him almost all the time, unwilling to leave Qin Luo's embrace for even a moment. When she was about to leave this warm embrace and return to the deepest part of her body, unable to speak to Qin Luo anymore, silently gazing at the cold surroundings, she would be utterly plunged into loneliness. This is the result. This is absolutely cruel to this little girl. Everyone around felt sorry for him. The other two personalities must yield to her. The exposure of memories continues. We are currently not far from Hujiang City. Qianxian, we're almost home. You will get better. Qin Luo gently patted Xiao Qianxian on the back, but there was no response. My daughter has fallen into a deep sleep. And at that very moment, Qin Luo encountered a problem. He was surrounded by a group of human warriors. See here. Qin Menglan, who had been weeping with her face covered, suddenly froze, and a memory flashed through her mind. Here it is. She stared blankly at the memory projection, recalling that scene from 200 years ago. The scene depicts her reunion with her father 18 years after returning to the human world. At that time, she was already an S-class hero of the Xia Kingdom Martial Arts Alliance, possessing the wood spirit inheritance, and cultivating basic cultivation methods and various combat skills. Under the tutelage of the Martial Arts Alliance, she is exceptional and is undoubtedly a prodigy in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Even after just entering the dragon level, her combat power far surpasses that of many senior figures, allowing her to fight beyond her level. Moreover, Qin Menglan at that time was not a hothouse flower. She had undergone many bloody trials in the wilderness, killed many monsters, and was calm, collected, and experienced. This time, the Martial Arts Alliance discovered that the demon race was stirring in the wilderness, gathering many monsters in cities surrounding the Xia Kingdom, seemingly planning something. And at the end of the mission, this group of warriors discovered a dragon man monster with a ferocious appearance and a terrifying look. The war between humans and underground monsters has always been bloody, every encounter inevitably leads to slaughter. Qin Menglan recalled that memory. Her father was seriously injured and had not yet recovered. He was with his sleeping sister when they met. Qin Menglan was overcome with hatred and couldn't speak. She hates herself. Smack! A slap rang out. Everyone looked at Qin Menglan in shock. This female warrior of the Xia Kingdom had just slapped herself in the face. What's going on? People stared blankly, completely baffled. Qin Luo frowned when he saw that he was suddenly surrounded by a group of human martial artists. This group of human martial artists numbered around 15, with 3 at the dragon level and the rest at the general level. Their strength varied considerably. If it's a monster, he can just take action and kill it. However, since the other party was human, Qin Luo did not really want to hurt them. In the past, the sheer aura of a peak dragon level being would have been enough to frighten enemies into fleeing in terror. However, his strength has not fully recovered yet, and if he shows mercy, it may bring him a fatal disaster. However, the current situation is not something Qin Luo can decide. Facing this terrifying-looking dragon man monster, these martial artists all had solemn expressions and revealed murderous intent. The underground invasion has been going on for so many years. Humans have also figured out some of the characteristics of monsters. Generally speaking, the more humanoid a monster looks, the higher its level and strength. And their wisdom is also higher. Because they are not ordinary monsters, but come from other races. Despite its terrifying appearance and being covered in scales, the dragon man monster before them still had a human form. Everyone be careful, this monster is not simple, it is very likely a demon. It also captured a human girl. Everyone is on high alert and preparing to slay the demon. The surrounding martial artists were all filled with murderous intent, their alloy battle swords pointed at Qin Luo, ready for battle. Qin Luo then spoke up, saying, "I don't want to fight you if we leave this place." His momentum was poised to be unleashed. If he had no other choice, Qin Luo would kill them all, because he would never allow his daughter to suffer any harm. He speaks human language and is a high-ranking demon. Everyone be careful. Upon hearing Qin Luo speak, the surrounding martial artists did not retreat, instead, they became even more tense, and a conflict was imminent. Sudden. 2 more figures rushed over from a distance. One of them was a middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face, making him look extremely fierce. The other figure was a girl of about 18 or 19 years old. She was tall and wore a black martial arts outfit that fully revealed her flexible figure, making her look like a fierce leopard. Both of them are dragon-level martial artists. When Qin Luo saw the girl, he was initially overjoyed, but his expression quickly returned to its coldness. During the Beast Tide in Ronqing, he disguised himself as an instructor and temporarily left Qin Menglan's side. 6 years have passed since then. 6 years later, Qin Luo still recognized his daughter Qin Menglan at a glance. He should be happy, his daughter has grown to the dragon level and is living the life she wanted. She radiates light, her excellence is evident even to the naked eye. However, Qin Luo never expected that the reunion between father and daughter would be like this. He was now a true demon, and was severely injured, resembling a wounded wild beast in the wilderness. The daughter, however, is high above everyone else and is the core figure among a group of martial artists. What kind of emotion would she feel when she sees herself? Will she still recognize her father? Qin Luo didn't know. Perhaps you recognize them. But the hatred he inflicted on her will erupt like unimaginable gunpowder in the future. Menglan, do you want to kill your father? Qin Luo watched the figure getting closer and closer, and spoke softly. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. In reality, when everyone saw the beautiful figure in the distance, they were shocked and understood everything. When people saw the image of Menglan martial goddess in their memories, she was heroic and valiant, already showing the charm of a generation of female warriors of the Xia kingdom, only her expression was slightly immature. Her growth was incredibly rapid. At just 18 years old, she had already reached the initial dragon level. But now, without Qin Luo's support behind her, she might not have reached this level so quickly. People watched with curiosity as the memories were exposed. And inside the light screen, as the distance gets closer and closer, Qin Menglan saw the Dragon Man monster. Its body was ferocious, covered in blue scales, an extreme dragon human form, somewhat familiar. Is it him? Is it him? Qin Menglan felt as if a raging storm was surging within her, constantly assaulting her heart. She thought about killing that person day and night. Her resentment is like a volcano that has been building up, seemingly calm on ordinary days, but it has been building up since she was 8 years old. A full 10 years. Once her anger erupts, it will consume everything. God prays, it must be you. My father, Qin Luo. With a resentment that seemed to come from hell, the girl charged toward her target at an incredibly terrifying speed. Her emotions were fluctuating like never before. Finally, Qin Menglan landed and stood not far from Qin Luo. When she first saw the face of this Dragon Man monster, the shock in her mind made her dizzy. It was him. It really is him. He has completely fallen and become a demon monster. Qin Menglan suppressed her anger and didn't roar out. Her father, however, had fallen into the form of a demon monster and was severely injured. She should be happy. The surrounding martial artists, upon seeing the two, began to speak. Qin Menglan's eyes flashed, and she saw the girl on Qin Luo's back. Has he not changed his ways and adopted another daughter? Do you remember me? She spoke coldly to Qin Luo. Those around Qin Menglan were stunned when they heard her words. He showed no sign of guilt, his gaze dignified as he quietly looked at his daughter. Ha ha ha. Qin Menglan laughed loudly, tears welling in her eyes. My dearest father, I'm so glad you still remember me. She wiped away her tears, pointed at Qin Luo, and addressed the stunned crowd around her, saying each word clearly, this demon monster is Qin Luo, whom the Xia kingdom has been hunting for. 10 years ago, he was the butcher who killed more than 1,000 people in the entire town. Moreover, he is my father, a father who has fallen into the demon race. In reality, Qin Menglan covered her face and wept bitterly, shaking her head frantically, her expression on the verge of collapse. Father, I'm sorry. Qin Menglan knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. She truly hated herself for saying those heartless and cruel things. More than 200 years of memories have almost all disappeared from her mind. But now that her memories have been exposed, she realizes how pathetic she is. The ominous demon bloodline is mine. I was the murderer who massacred the town. It was all her fault. Because her father loved her so much, he silently bore this mistake for 300 years. How could she say such a thing to her father? Qin Menglan, you are a complete scoundrel. She slapped herself hard. And inside the light screen, the scenes that made her regret it even more were still playing. Faced with Qin Menglan's accusations, Qin Luo neither refuted nor got angry. He looked at his daughter with tender eyes. Since learning that he had become a true demon, Qin Luo knew that he could never return to the human world. Especially seeing his daughter, who had shed her demon bloodline, able to live proudly under the sun. She is outstanding and radiant. Qin Luo did not regret this choice. As a father, he should take on the responsibility of providing for her and creating a safe haven for her. Kill? But now, it will be your death day. There is no possibility of finding peace. Qin Luo put Xiao Qianqian down from his back and held her in his arms. This is your younger sister, Qin Qianqian. Please don't hurt her, okay? Qin Luo's gaze was calm, he understood his daughter. She is kind. And would never hurt her sister. Just as Qin Luo had expected. Put her aside, I'll take good care of her from now on, you can die in peace. Qin Menglan's gaze turned cold. Qianqian, sleep a little longer, Daddy will take you home soon. Qin Luo used the true energy of the dragon god transformation to safely place his daughter aside. With Qin Menglan around, he believed that these human martial artists would not harm Xiao Qianqian. The battle that led to a complete break between father and daughter has begun. Moreover, the two seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for each other. At this moment, Qin Menglan had already made her move in anger. Those are people just like you, why would you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Why did you torture me and abandon me? Tell me, what was the point of all this? Just to become this monster, neither human nor ghost? Tell me the answer. Qin Menglan shouted almost hysterically. She wanted to know the answer. She wanted to know why. You will die and go to hell, I promise. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Qin Menglan made her move. She was agile and nimble, and although she had only just entered the dragon level, her strength was already extremely powerful. She cultivates the most orthodox martial arts, and every punch and kick possesses tremendous power, enabling her to easily defeat ordinary dragon-level monsters. She was full of confidence. Seeing his father transformed into a monster, he rushed over and punched Qin Luo in the chest with powerful force. Qin Luo simply dodged it. The blow was powerful, and Qin Luo's strong body was kicked back several steps. The fine scales on his right hand flew off, and blood flowed out. He knew his daughter's moves inside and out, they were all combat techniques he had taught her when he was her instructor. He handled each move with ease. In reality, everyone watched quietly as the memories were revealed, showing the father and daughters falling out. For those who learned the truth, this scene only brought endless sighs. In the image, he appears to be insane, filled with immense resentment, as he attacks Qin Luo. Her supposedly powerful moves, despite being blocked by her father on many occasions, actually had the potential to kill her instantly. But the father did not do that, instead, he chose to show leniency. He was completely unaware of this, and like a madman, he chased after his father, trying to kill him. How could she possibly defeat the father who taught her everything? Qin Menglan's face was bitter. Who ultimately emerged victorious in this battle? Someone asked. Qin Menglan shook her head, I don't know. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what it meant. And all around me were dead martial artists, I was the only one who survived. That means Qin Luo won. Everyone around took a deep breath. Qin Luo, deeply afflicted by demonic influence, killed all the martial artists present. Kill me, I will definitely kill you. Why can't I kill you? Overwhelmed by rage, Qin Menglan's eyes nearly turned red as she relentlessly attacked Qin Luo. Menglan, be careful. However, Qin Luo had barely finished speaking. A terrifying force struck Qin Menglan in the back, sending her flying. His expression immediately changed. It turns out that Qin Qianqian, who had been asleep, had woken up at some point. But the serene and pure expression on her face was gone, replaced by a sinister and evil look. Clearly, the dark personality has reawakened. Within this tiny body, the fierce competition came to an end. The radiant personality has fallen into slumber once more. The newly awakened dark personality appears to be even more powerful. After a period of slumber, the dark power she had seized from the divine pendant was completely transformed into the power within her body. Qin Luo looked sad. The daughter still left. The dark personality reawakened, and her first action was to attack her sister, Qin Menglan. Her emotions became somewhat frantic, and her gaze towards Qin Luo was filled with hatred. Elder sister? She glanced at Qin Menglan, who was lying to the side, and gave a cold smile. I don't need any older sister. Dad, if you come with me to avenge Mom and kill all those who insulted me, you will still be my dad. Her inner conviction is unwavering. However, judging from her tone, her attitude towards Qin Luo had changed slightly. Perhaps it was because Qin Luo rushed to save her in the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone that she slightly reduced her murderous intent towards him. Shanxian, listen to Daddy, okay? Qin Luo felt bitter inside. The power is getting closer and closer to Fan Xianying's. The human martial artists around were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. I originally thought the biggest trouble was the demon Qin Luo, but I didn't expect that little girl to be the most deadly danger. Qin Shanxian replied coldly, accusingly, I know what you're thinking. You want me to disappear so that another Qin Shanxian can come out. Honestly, I don't care. I just want those who hurt me to die, and to avenge my mother. She looked up at the sky and tears streamed down her face. No! Finally, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and shouted it out. You are all my daughters, Qin Luo. Whether it's you or the other two Shanxian, you are all Daddy's good daughters. Dad was wrong. He shouldn't have looked at you with such different eyes. Listen to me, come back to Dad. No matter what you become, you will always be my most beloved daughter. Qin Luo looked at Qin Shanxian, reached out his hand, and pleaded. After the bright personality gradually fell into slumber, Qin Luo then understood. Whether it's the primary personality or the other two personalities, they are all her daughters. They are all my daughters. We shouldn't show favoritism or treat them differently, doing so will only cause our daughters to rebel and become hurt. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, Qin Shanxian bit her lip, her face covered in tears. The image of Qin Luo risking his life to save her in the Dragon Pool Forbidden Zone flashed through her mind. In a desperate attempt to avenge her, Qin Luo transformed into a demon and fought a life-or-death battle with Carlo. She softened a little. But Qin Shanxian shook her head. It's too late, it's all too late, Dad. Qin Shanxian cried out. If there is an afterlife, I hope I am not a dark personality, and I do not have this ominous power and resentment. She will definitely be Qin Luo's precious daughter. Qin Shanxian shook her head, looking at Qin Luo with reluctance. Behind her, the dark power, like a sweeping night, engulfed all the warriors around her. Then, Qin Shanxian's eyes turned bloodshot, and her small figure was also swallowed by darkness. She escaped through the void using the dark barrier. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. I was stunned. I was shocked. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. It turns out that Qin Shanxian killed all those martial artists, and only Qin Menglan survived. Seeing the truth, we all felt somewhat ashamed. Just as I expected. Some people had anticipated this scene. The awakening of the dark personality has always been foreshadowed. This dark personality is really too troublesome. Fortunately, she is not the martial god Shanxian, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Shanxian martial goddess is kind and pure. These bad things were done by the dark personality and have nothing to do with her. Please don't blame Shanxian martial goddess. I never regarded her as the martial goddess Shanxian, but only as a demon like Qin Luo. I hope she disappears soon, so that the kind-hearted martial god Shanxian can return. Those around him, seeing the dark personality commit a series of evil deeds, expressed their disgust. Back then, when she woke up and saw the corpses around her, she immediately concluded that Qin Luo had committed the crime. This led to even greater resentment towards Qin Luo, who was seen as having lost his last vestige of humanity. The title of demon isn't earned overnight. It was these small, accumulated bad deeds that made Qin Luo a deeply sinful demon in everyone's eyes. But when all the memories are exposed, it turns out that one thing after another was just a misunderstanding. Qin Manglan, however, had never trusted her father. Not at all. Now, Qin Xianxian ran away. In this vast world, Qin Luo had no way to find her for the time being. His priority now is to restore his strength. He stayed here for 3 days. While recuperating, he also stayed by Qin Manglan's side. Everyone outside the light screen was surprised that Qin Luo hadn't left for 3 days in a row. Clearly, he was protecting his daughter. In the wilderness, if a martial artist is injured and falls unconscious, he is very likely to be eaten by a passing monster. Since Qin Luo couldn't take Qin Manglan away, he stayed here to guard her. Just like 10 years ago, he escorted Qin Manglan back to the human world in the darkness and silently protected her. His heart has never changed. Qin Manglan felt a pang of heartache when she saw her father sitting alone on the cliff, his gaze fixed on her figure in the distance. She felt like a complete bastard in the face of her father's devotion. The guilt was overwhelming her. Finally, on the 3rd day, Qin Manglan woke up. The first thing she saw when she woke up was the many martial artists lying around her. He died. They're all dead. Qin Manglan's hands trembled as she checked on her companions. None survived. She stood up silently, looking bewildered. It felt like I was back to when I was 8 years old, looking so helpless. What happened? What exactly happened? Qin Manglan did not understand why she had suddenly suffered a severe injury and woke up to find all her companions dead, leaving her the only survivor. Qin Luo. What about Qin Luo? At this moment, Qin Manglan finally remembered her father. She was fighting Qin Luo when she was attacked and fell unconscious. Apart from Qin Luo, there was no one else present. It couldn't have been done by my younger sister, could it? Humiliation? This is the humiliation you left me with. Are you saying that no matter how many years I cultivate, I can never defeat you? You spared my life, so that I would spend the rest of my life remembering your mercy, feeling humiliated and desperate? Qin Manglan clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Blood flowed from her lips and palms. I won't let myself be defeated like you wish. Qin Luo, don't even think about defeating me like this. My hatred will never be extinguished. One day, it will burn everything to ashes. That day will be your death day. The hatred in Qin Manglan's eyes burst forth. Finally, she left. And all of this. On a cliff not far away, Qin Luo stood quietly, watching everything unfold. Knowing the truth would be a complete disaster. Qin Luo couldn't bear to see his daughter break down. Qin Manglan was crying. The people around were speechless. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Qin Luo did not kill anyone. Manglan, the martial god, has wronged the person she is blaming. This matter was indeed not done by Qin Luo, the truth has come to light. Who could have imagined this? It's all in the past now. The sins of the demon Qin Luo will be wiped clean. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. However, compared to the fierce insults when questioning Qin Luo, the way the misunderstanding was resolved was so calm and collected. The speed of screen transitions has increased. However, Qin Luo has been unable to find his daughter Qin Xianxian for more than a year. Her resentment kept Qin Luo from letting go of his worries. He knew that Qin Xianxian's resentment stemmed from Nanjiang City. Everyone was invigorated when they saw Qin Luo heading to Nanjiang City. They've arrived. The historical scene of Qin Luo destroying half of Nanjiang City and massacring hundreds of thousands of people. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could make that connection. However, there were countless survivors in the Battle of Nanjiang City. Everyone witnessed Qin Luo destroying the city and massacring civilians. It's not surprising that someone might make a mistake. Could hundreds of thousands of people make a mistake? Absolutely impossible. Martial God Manglan, no matter how good Qin Luo is to you, it cannot change the fact that he is a demon. There is really no need to regret it too much. Why have I always been unwilling to speak well of Qin Luo? This is the reason. He destroyed the city, there are hundreds of thousands of witnesses, it's an indisputable fact. Seriously, the whole city is filled with lamentations. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll know what hell is like. Will you still have any sympathy for a demon? Countless people spoke out, denouncing Qin Luo's crimes. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. Soon. In memory projection. This is Qin Luo's second time visiting Nanjing City. Compared to the last time they wreaked havoc in Nanjing City, the city's defenses have been upgraded. Qin Luo stood in the distance and looked out. The defenses there were very strong. Many heavy weapons were mounted on the city walls, and there were many martial artists patrolling. They were fully equipped. If a monster were to suddenly attack, they probably wouldn't even be able to get within 100 meters of the city wall before being riddled with bullets. Qin Luo didn't want humans to treat him like a monster. So he watched from a distance outside Nanjing City and did not approach. He didn't come here to cause trouble, he was just worried that his daughter might do something foolish, so he came here hoping to meet Qin Shanshan and bring her back from the darkness. People in the real world frowned when they saw Qin Luo arrive in Nanjing City but not get close. The timing was right, and Qin Luo arrived in Nanjing City. A change should occur soon. However, now that his memories have been exposed, Qin Luo, although he has become a demon, still seems to have a rational mind and doesn't look like he's doing anything bad. Or rather, he was thinking about how to destroy Nanjing City? After her dark personality awakened, she has been away for over a year. Given the deep resentment she felt before leaving, she will definitely choose to take revenge. Finally. 3 more days have passed. A familiar sense of darkness. Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. It's definitely his daughter, Qin Shanshan. However, there was another terrifying aura of blood, an evil presence that Qin Luo found completely unfamiliar. A divine flavor. The system sensed something amiss in Qin Luo's mind and spoke up. This puzzled Qin Luo. The dark power comes from Fan Xianying, so isn't it normal for her to have a god-level aura? The system stated, this system is referring to that blood aura. Besides the aura of that cumbersome creature, there is also another unusual being. Qin Luo was secretly alarmed. Shanshan has joined forces with other alien races? He never expected that his daughter would choose to make deals with other races in order to get revenge. TSK, if the host had this kind of consciousness, they might have already transcended this planet and left this place. Qin Luo looked anxious. His daughter was mixed up with strange dark creatures, which was definitely not a good thing. They could fall into the abyss at any time. As a father, it is absolutely impossible for him to see his daughter continue down the wrong path. He needed to save his daughter, without the slightest hesitation. In reality, when everyone saw a sudden surge of bloodthirsty energy in Nanjing City and was puzzled, they couldn't help but perk up when they saw Qin Luo's actions. The truth is about to be revealed. Qin Luo went directly to Nanjing City, gazing at the numerous heavy weapons covering the city walls. Who would have thought that the heavily fortified city of Nanjing would be breached from within? At this time, the city of Nanjing has fallen into chaos. After knocking out the guards on the city wall, Qin Luo entered the city and the first thing he saw was chaos. The dark power and bloodthirsty aura that had appeared earlier disappeared after Qin Luo entered the city. However, those two evil forces were invisibly influencing the people of Nanjing City. Before many people could even react, a familiar friend or companion suddenly gave a cold, sinister smile and launched an attack on those around them. Zhang San, we're best friends. Your son even calls me godfather. Don't you remember? Old Wang, I remember it very clearly. I killed you first, then that bitch. Then came the bloody battle. Dad, I'm your son. Are you going to kill me? You're wanted, there's a 3 million bounty. Even if a monster comes, I'll kill it. As Qin Luo walked through the city, he witnessed similar incidents on the streets. That bloodthirsty aura seemed capable of arousing the deepest evil thoughts in people's hearts, and then generating demonic power. Nanjiang City thus fell and became a hell. People in real life also noticed something unusual. The fragile hearts of the common people of Nanjiang City seemed to be cursed, turning them into demons. These people under the curse do not change in appearance, but they become abnormally crazy and attack their friends and relatives. But if you disregard their appearance, they are actually no different from mutated monsters. If it weren't for the exposure of his memories, no one would have imagined that such chaos had already occurred when Qin Luo entered Nanjiang City. Many people don't understand why their friends, with whom they spend every day, would suddenly turn on them. Judging from their words, actions, and expressions, these cursed people showed no unusual behavior. Nanjiang City was plunged into complete chaos, and everything was out of order. The many powerful members of the Martial Arts Alliance were all unaware of what had happened. They moved through the city, subduing those who had been cursed. However, if one is not careful, one's companions, whose minds have fallen into depravity, also become part of the chaos. This chaos, like sparks, is slowly spreading through the city streets. And clusters of sparks connected the entire city into one, forming an unprecedented and unparalleled frenzy, a raging inferno. Qin Luo ignored these things. He tracked down the dark forces and finally found Qin Shanshan. Far away. Qin Luo sought his daughter, Qin Shanshan, taking advantage of the chaos to kill people with impunity. It's martial god Shanshan, she's here too. Slaughtering civilians, is this really the Shanshan martial goddess? Could it be that the disaster in Nanjiang City is also related to the martial goddess Shanshan? Although some people had suspected it, they were still shocked when they actually saw it. It felt like I was really killing someone. No, that's just the dark personality, not her. At this time. In the memory. Qin Shanshan wore a cruel smile, her whole body shrouded in dark power, and she was walking step by step toward a boy who was about the same age as her. Ah, I've found you. I remember your face very clearly. Qin Shanshan's eyes were bloodshot as she smiled and spoke. This person, in her memory, evoked a very deep resentment. She was someone who had to be killed. Qin Shanshan, you are Qin Shanshan, that bastard child, what do you want to do? Didn't you run away and go back to your old home in the wilderness, you monster? The boy seemed unaware of the impending terror. He saw Qin Shanshan's sinister face and contemptuously recalled the insults he had hurled at her 2 years ago. The daughter of a monster, everyone can despise and insult her. He heard that Qin Shanshan's mother had colluded with the demon race and had committed suicide. Qin Shanshan fled to the wilderness. Many children, when chatting, would compare themselves and say things like, "When I grow up and can get out of the wilderness, I will definitely kill Qin Shanshan, that monster." He once boasted, "A monster dares to invade our human world. I will definitely be the first person to kill her." These children had no concept of good or evil, they simply believed that monsters deserve to die, and monsters' children deserve to die as well. Now, he has met Qin Shanshan. However, things seem to be in some chaos in Nanjiang City. His father just drew his sword and chased after his uncle. Upon hearing the word bastard child, Qin Shanshan's emotions clearly went into a frenzy. She didn't even remember the boy's name, but his appearance and the insults he hurled at her were etched in her memory. "I'll teach you to insult me, I'll teach you to drive my mother to her death, I'll kill you all." Qin Shanshan's eyes were bloodshot, and dark power gathered in her hands as she prepared to kill the boy. The boy then realized something was wrong. In this world where everyone was a martial arts master, he also possessed considerable power. Realizing that Qin Shanshan was going to kill him, he didn't think of running away at first, but instead fought back. "Monster, I'm going to kill you today." He drew his short sword and charged towards Qin Shanshan. Compared to Qin Shanshan's heaven-defying dark power, his counterattack was meaningless, and the short knife in his hand was directly knocked away. Then he rushed up and stomped on it, one step at a time. "You dared to insult me, and even insult my mother." She stomped on it forcefully, her expression crazed and ferocious. The boy vomited blood, his eyes were wide open, he was dead. But Qin Shanshan was still stepping on it. "Ah, I'll stomp you to death, stomp you to death. These people all deserve to die." Qin Shanshan burst into wild laughter, her laughter filled with relief. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone who witnessed it. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. No, perhaps more than one. Before Qin Luo arrived, she had already taken advantage of the chaos to wreak havoc in Nanjiang City. I saw a scene from my memory. In reality, people were incredulous and terrified, feeling that their image of Qin Shanshan had collapsed. Because this bloody act is putting into practice the behavior of the devil in people's minds. This scene should have happened to Qin Luo. But now, it has appeared on Qin Shanshan, the second martial god of Xia Kingdom. Countless people looked at Qin Shanshan. This is the Xia Kingdom's Valkyrie, who possesses infinitely powerful mental strength and once slew countless monsters to protect civilians. She seemed to have forgotten everything, her face was blank. Qin Shanshan was also looking at the light screen, her brows furrowed and her eyes wide with surprise. She couldn't believe that she had actually begun a frenzied revenge and put it into action. This boy. I remember him, his name is Xiaohu. He used to be my friend, but after Qin Luo and my mother's relationship was exposed, he began to feel disgusted with me and distanced himself from me. But I don't hate him, we're just not friends anymore. Qin Shanshan looked surprised. She never intended to kill anyone. Now that her memories have been exposed, she has taken action and, after killing the person, revealed a relieved smile. A devil's smile. This is not me. A long time. This did not shake her resolve. She doesn't need to feel guilty about doing something she's never done before. Her will was unwavering. She had enough confidence that the events in the memory had no effect on her whatsoever. It was only after that I began to take control of my life. At the age of 12, I fled the wilderness and returned to the city. No one knew my identity, I was an orphan. In the chaos, I wandered into a refugee camp full of all sorts of people. My mental strength was incredibly strong. I managed to stay in the refugee camp for 3 whole years by finding a battle knife that was less than 3 inches long. I suffered endless hardships. At 15, I fought my way out of countless bloody competitions in the refugee camp and joined the mercenary organization Rose Pavilion. I am famous in the underground world. Everyone knows that there is a lurking ghost of the night, lonely, cold, and like a heartless beast. She exists only to kill, and her heart is full of holes. When I was 22, I left the Rose Pavilion, met my sister, joined the Martial Arts Alliance, slew countless monsters, protected the Xia Kingdom, and found redemption. I rose from humble beginnings to become the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom. I never relied on anyone, I never did anything wrong, I am always independent, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow. Even in solitude, I will always live for the light. This is the real me, Qin Shanshan. This is the real me. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Qin Shanshan shouted loudly at the light screen. She overcame countless difficulties and did not compromise completely because of the actions of her dark personality or the doubts of others. However, Qin Luo's memories were exposed, revealing her dark personality, which attempted to erase all her hard-won experiences. That's absolutely impossible. Qin Luo, the exposure of your memories will only prove how I, Qin Shanshan, emerged from that endless darkness and suffering all by myself. Countless people fell completely silent upon hearing Qin Shanshan's words. Shanshan, the goddess of martial arts, has an upright and honorable past, making her invincible. Thus began the birth of a Valkyrie. The evil and hatred of the dark personality, and the strong and brave Qin Shanshan herself. Just like the silt at the bottom of the pond and the stunning lotus flowers blooming on the surface. Everything fell silent once more. Any doubts were shattered by this heavy experience. At the same time, people couldn't help but admire it. Qin Shanshan's lonely heart was completely abandoned by Qin Luo. She wandered alone, struggling to survive in a refugee camp. Despite the torture of life, she still looked towards the light. She is really strong. She truly deserves to be called the goddess of war of the Xia Kingdom. Perhaps we should be more resolute and separate Shanshan, the martial god, from her dark personality. Honestly, what is Qin Luo doing? His dark personality is also his daughter, right? His daughter is killing people, and he doesn't care? Not only did he ignore it, but in the end, he even destroyed half of Nanjing City. No wonder people call him a demon. Let's continue to observe the memory revelation. Qin Luo still has his rationality, he shouldn't be destroying the city and killing people. I hope he can find a way to make the dark personality disappear and save Qianqian, the goddess of war. That's what a qualified father should do. People were talking about it. Now, in the memory, the heavy darkness still raged through Nanjing City. Facing his daughter who had gone mad. Dad, are you coming to kill me? Qin Qianqian saw Qin Luo walking over and she counted on her fingers, smiling as she spoke. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. I avenged my mother. Monster, I have finally become a real monster. Qin Qianqian laughed loudly. Qin Luo felt heartbroken seeing his daughter's frantic state. Finally. She still made a big mistake. Qianqian, don't make any more mistakes. There's still a chance to turn back. What's done is done, and there's no going back. All we can do is hope that our daughter will see the error of her ways and that the entire city of Nanjing will return to peace. I avenged my mother, with the entire city of Nanjing. Qin Qianqian's words came from the light screen. A moment of silence fell over reality. People were all staring blankly, silent. The one who destroyed Nanjing City was never Qin Luo, but Qin Qianqian. Or rather, Qin Qianqian's dark personality. That wasn't Qin Qianqian. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. The truth is gradually emerging. Qin Qianqian has made a very big move. She was only 6 years old when she did such a shocking thing. She collaborated with another alien race. It is about to destroy the entire city, including the hundreds of thousands of civilians inside. However, people cannot hate her because she has long since disappeared. The person who lives on in this body is Qin Qianqian, the second female warrior of the Xia kingdom. Now, people are silent. At this time. In the picture. What exactly is it? Qin Luo grabbed his daughter's shoulders and asked earnestly, Qianqian, what exactly happened? Tell Daddy. His tone was serious, even anxious, as he was deeply concerned for the safety of hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city. My daughter has made such a big mistake. Qin Luo neither beat nor scolded Qin Qianqian, nor did he imprison her, because it was pointless at this moment. Qin Qianqian looked intently at Qin Luo, the dark power around her disappearing. After taking revenge, her obsession began to fade. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Qin Qianqian was stunned, and then she got angry. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I destroyed a city. That's a heinous crime. Humans will hunt me down and will never let me go, no matter where I go. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're not my father, and I don't need you to take on these responsibilities for me. Qin Qianqian started crying. Faced with his daughter's breakdown and sobbing, Qin Luo simply hugged her tightly, using his beating heart to tell her that he had always been by her side. Her resentment dissipated with her revenge. Go, Dad. This is the last time I'll call you Dad. I don't regret what I've done. I was born for revenge. She released Qin Luo, took a few steps back, and calmly looked at the chaos in Nanjing City. You're going to kill me anyway, so come on then. Qin Qianqian tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and looked defiant. Many people watched this scene intently as this rebellious and disobedient daughter finally did something wrong. Did Qin Luo, as her father, kill his own daughter in a fit of rage because of the countless civilians who died in Nanjing City? If I'm not mistaken, Qin Luo was probably not even 40 years old at the time. In his 20s, he experienced a major upheaval on Earth. At that time, he was radiant, his eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight, and he was full of vigor. He didn't know when it started, perhaps after his eldest daughter Qin Menglan became a demon, but he began to scheme for his daughter and silently help her walk on a bright path. For a dragon-level powerhouse, this is utterly incredible, sending shivers down one's spine and inevitably causing a pang of sadness. This man is getting old. And in the memory. Qin Shanxian gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and accepted her fate of death. She understands that the mistake she made is unforgivable. Qin Luo used all his strength with each thrust. This was the first time he had hit his daughter. His daughter was rebellious and had committed a terrible crime, but Qin Luo still couldn't bear to kill her. However, Qin Luo had to punish her to teach her what was wrong. But Qin Luo ignored everything and proceeded to beat her mercilessly. He used the true energy of the dragon god transformation, putting real effort into every strike, causing Qin Shanxian to scream and cry loudly. Qin Shanxian burst into tears, her rebellious demeanor completely gone. This beating allowed Qin Luo to release all the pent-up anger he had been holding in, and his daughter finally begged for mercy. Those who witnessed this scene all sighed silently. Perhaps this is the helplessness of being a parent. When one day, the daughter misbehaves and commits a heinous crime, the parents, though filled with resentment, can only scold their child in the end. Through the images in their memories, everyone can clearly feel Qin Luo's sorrow for her misfortune and his guilt for not disciplining his daughter properly. Everyone began to understand that Qin Luo would have to take responsibility for his daughter's mistakes. He will carry this responsibility for the rest of his life and will never be able to let it go. Because he chose this path, and he truly accepted this daughter from the bottom of his heart, he would disregard everything else. Qin Shanxian also looked at the light screen with complicated emotions. Qin Luo was hitting her body. However, she also believes that the dark personality does indeed lack discipline. However, having this scene exposed in front of countless people made her feel somewhat uneasy. The scene finally came to that point. Qin Luo beat his daughter until Qin Shanxian begged for mercy. He doesn't have much time left. Qin Shanxian replied, they became the servants of the blood ancestor because their hearts were weak and they were corrupted by my dark power. The blood ancestor took the opportunity to leave a blood curse in their hearts. He approached me. The blood ancestor needs human resentment to grow, but he has no way to spread the blood curse. Only my dark power can keep spreading. Resentment drove me to cooperate with him. I'm sorry, Dad. Qin Luo fell silent after listening. The system had given a notification that there was another god-level aura in Nanjiang City, which was clearly this guy. However, he was not a pure god-level being, his strength was only at the dragon level. Afterwards, Qin Luo asked Qin Shanxian if there was any solution. Qin Shanxian hesitated for a moment before saying, my dark power can sense people who have been afflicted by the blood curse. As darkness spreads, half of the population of Nanjiang City has been infected with the blood curse. They are still human on the surface, but they are already slaves of the blood ancestor. These people must be killed, otherwise the entire Nanjiang City will fall. Those afflicted with the blood curse are like those infected with a virus. As they move, they gradually spread the curse, until eventually everyone becomes a servant of the blood ancestor, providing him with the power of resentment. Qin Luo no longer hesitated. Qin Luo, in full view of everyone, began a frenzied killing spree. His gaze was calm and gentle, yet unwavering. As he walked the road, one after another, the commoners of Nanjiang City fell down. Blood flowed down Qin Luo's scaly arms. As Qin Luo walked over, thousands upon thousands of people died at his hands, their corpses piled up everywhere. The devil, he is the real devil. On that day, the city was filled with mourning, blood flowed like a river, and the bloodthirsty aura condensed into clouds, gathering above Nanjiang City and lingering for a year. Qin Luo has become a demon. Countless people witnessed this scene. Before the scene in memory. Countless people watched this scene and fell silent. The city was eerily quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Is this the truth? After an unknown amount of time, someone finally spoke slowly, with a look of surprise and doubt. He was horrified by the truth before him. In order to save the other half of the civilians in Nanjiang City, Qin Luo took on everything for Qin Shanxian, and that's why he accepted this crime. How can there be such a person, burdened with a crime that does not belong to him for hundreds of years? He has done too much. Regardless of whether Qin Shanxian has a dark personality or not, she owes Qin Luo a thank you, and we also owe him an apology. People gave a wry smile. All of this is so unbelievable that even now, many people still find it unreal. Is he still a demon after all? Someone in the crowd asked a question quietly. Everyone could only manage a wry smile. If Qin Luo is ultimately exonerated, then every one of them will be an executioner. With this scene unfolding in Nanjing City, this outcome doesn't seem impossible. Those around him took a deep breath. How would all those who had once resented Qin Luo admit their mistakes and make amends? In the void, Mu Lingxing, who had been intently watching the memories being exposed, cried. She felt a pang of heartache because Qin Luo's sacrifices had been misunderstood. This man, more than 200 years ago, had his innocence cleared only after his memories were exposed. I know, I've always known, you've never been a demon. Mu Lingxing burst into tears. Qin Menglan covered her mouth with one hand, too shocked to speak. It was a misunderstanding after all. It turns out that all the mistakes were made by Qin Shanqian, while her father, Qin Luo, covered up the whole truth. Shanqian, we owe him so much. What the hell have we done? How utterly despicable have we become? Father, please come back, I was really wrong. Qin Menglan cried and apologized, nearly collapsing, begging her father to come back. But what good would that do? Qin Shanqian had mixed feelings. Qin Luo's actions were indeed quite good. He truly deserves his mother. The mother made the right choice in selecting him. She admitted that Qin Luo was quite good. Now, after resolving everything, Qin Luo, bearing his injuries and misunderstandings, left with his daughter Qin Shanqian. The dark personality is about to disappear. This will be our final farewell. The contents of Chapter 66, The Letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. New visuals. Qin Luo took Qin Shanqian back to the wilderness. After taking revenge, Qin Shanqian's obsession began to dissipate, and the dark forces gradually disappeared. Despite being severely beaten by Qin Luo, she now wore a childlike, happy smile because her resentment had vanished. Many people felt uncomfortable watching it, as if they had a fishbone stuck in their throat. The instigator of this disaster in Nanjing City is still as heartless as ever. She doesn't deserve a good end, she should be subjected to the most severe punishment in the world. She got off too easy. Qin Luo took the blame for her, but the mistake still exists. She killed half of the civilians in Nanjing City. She should be condemned to eternal hell and suffer endless torment. Now it seems that her dark power is gradually disappearing. We don't know if she's dead or has returned to slumber, but whatever the outcome, she's been living too comfortably. I'm so angry. Why didn't she suffer the most horrific torture and then slowly disappear amidst her desperate screams? I'm so angry I want to kill someone. Has she really disappeared completely? Many people couldn't bear to see the dark personality come to a good end, and they all asked questions. Qin Shanqian frowned. To her, the dark personality was nothing more than a demon in her heart. It temporarily possessed her body, committed evil deeds, and then disappeared. Since they've all disappeared, then they're dead. Therefore, it is meaningless to hold someone who has already died accountable. Although I really want to hand over the dark personality and let everyone judge the crimes, I'm sorry, she's dead. Now I'm the one in control of the body. I am Qin Shanqian, the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom. What the dark personality did was indeed unforgivable, but I was powerless to do anything about it, and it had nothing to do with me. After Qin Shanqian finished speaking coldly, she crossed her arms over her shoulders, like a snow lotus on an ice cliff, aloof and unapproachable, with no one daring to look directly at her sharp edge. She made her point very clearly. If you want to vent your anger and resentment, please target the right person. Qin Shanqian has nothing to do with this matter. Anyone who dares to mess with her will be in trouble. She is not someone to be trifled with. Everyone fell silent. Now, the power of her dark personality faded, and she was leaving, bidding Qin Luo a final farewell. Dad, I admit I've done a lot of bad things. I'm sorry, Dad. Dad doesn't know where you're going, but I hope you'll always be happy. Don't let resentment cloud your mind anymore. Remember, Dad will always be by your side. Even though this dark personality is rebellious, resentful, and evil, Qin Luo still doesn't blame her. From the moment she was born, she was destined to be a vengeful ghost. Qin Luo still regarded her as his most beloved daughter. Now, it's all over. His daughter hugged him, burying her face deeply in his chest, and cried loudly. At this moment, the daughter is the most well-behaved. As for the rest, Qin Luo, as her father, will take care of everything. Dad, I have so much to tell you, but it looks like I don't have time. I'm jealous of her. She hides in the background, does nothing, and after I leave, she gets all of Dad's love. I'm so envious of her, sob. Dad, you're not allowed to be so good to her. The daughter clung to Qin Luo's clothes, her face streaked with tears. What's the meaning? Qin Luo suddenly looked up, grabbed Qin Shanxian's shoulders, and asked seriously, Shanxian, what do you mean? Qin Shanxian was stunned for a moment. Dad's asking something strange. I've taken my revenge, and now that the resentment is gone, I'll disappear. She has no power, but she is the master of this body. Moreover, she is also her father and mother's daughter. If she were to wake up, she would surely be kind, beautiful, obedient, and well-behaved. How could her father not like her? Unlike myself, who has committed so many bad things and is not likable at all. The thought that her father might dote on her and pamper her made her dark personality feel like she couldn't breathe. Even if it's the same person, she'll still feel jealousy and hatred. But now, Dad seems to know nothing. My existence is to avenge her. Qin Luo quickly pressed for an answer. Of course she is the dominant personality, or rather, the younger sister of me and the bright personality, Qin Shanxian replied. Boom! It was as if a muffled thunderclap had struck Qin Luo's mind, leaving it completely blank. He seemed to have figured everything out. He should have guessed it long ago, even though the three personalities are split, they are still one. The reason why the dark personality and the light personality can separate is because everything is a choice made by the dominant personality. She wanted revenge, she wanted to take it all out on everyone. But she didn't have the power to do all that. Driven by resentment, she awakened the power of her past life and split off a dark personality. However, as part of Suyan's kindness and light, it also split off at the same time. She wanted revenge, her soul was no longer pure. Qin Luo sighed. Even if we understand the truth now, what difference does it make? The daughter has successfully taken her revenge. She used the dark personality that split off to destroy half of Nanjiang City. Whether it was the primary personality or the dark personality that did it, it's all meaningless now. In the end, Qin Luo took the blame for everything. I see. In reality, Qin Shanxian happened to overhear these words, but she gave a cold laugh. Otherwise, she would never still refuse to call him father. Because Qin Luo really didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father to her. Upon hearing Qin Luo's answer, Qin Shanxian pouted and started to cry. Is that all? I don't want that. I want you to favor me more. Her behavior is becoming more and more like that of a normal little girl. She just kept crying and fussing, but gradually she got tired, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Qin Luo held his daughter inside silently. The daughter's resentment subsided, and she returned to normal. However, the father and daughter's reunion and time together lasted only a short while before the daughter left completely. The words spoken by the dark personality, exposed through memories, are clearly heard by everyone in reality. Now, everyone stared blankly at Qin Shanxian, the Xia Kingdom's female warrior who had just been so awe-inspiring and unapproachable, like a lotus flower on an ice cliff. Her resentment, which controlled her dark personality, destroyed half of Nanjiang City. This is the real demon. The mastermind behind it all. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. People watched Qin Shanxian in silence. You could hear a pin drop. This scene is simply unbelievable. According to the dark personality, Shanxian martial goddess suffered a traumatic experience in her childhood, which drastically changed her mentality and twisted her mind, filling her with resentment. She was the mastermind behind the destruction of Nanjing City, and she committed unforgivable sins. This contradicts Qin Shanxian's established image of being kind. Why do people like her? She was kind, had no scandals, and no one had ever heard of her indiscriminately killing innocent people. She was clean and tidy, with a calm gaze, and never displayed an arrogant attitude. Now, does she still deserve to be called the Valkyrie of Xia Kingdom, high above everyone else? Does she still deserve the adoration and support of countless people and shine brightly? Does she still deserve the prestige and status bestowed upon her by the Xia Kingdom? These doubts and difficulties are insignificant compared to the hardships she faced in her childhood. All of this is baseless. Can the words of a dark personality be trusted? What's fake will never become real. People silently lowered their heads and averted their gazes. Yes, there is no evidence. However, many people frowned at this. This answer is unsatisfactory. Many ordinary people who saw the light screen also felt resentful. The disaster in Nanjing City was truly immense. In particular, the lack of a clear culprit leaves many people without an outlet for their resentment. This anger, burning in their hearts, makes many feel compelled to vent. Those are hundreds of thousands of lives. They can't die like this without knowing the truth. If it wasn't Qin Luo who did it, then someone else must have done it. It's dominated by that dark personality, but there's nothing we can do. Even the martial goddess Qianxian won't admit it, saying that it's not her. If it's not her, then who is it? This memory re-exposure is exactly what she looks like. Don't mention it, she denies it, saying she has no memory of that part of her life. There's no way around it. They say there's no factual basis for any of this. Can you prove that the dark personality isn't lying? Can you travel back more than 200 years and personally gather evidence? Cannot. If you can't, then you'll just have to shut up. But Nanjing City was destroyed, and that was ultimately Qin Shanxian's doing. Shouldn't she bear some responsibility? Throughout the city, countless people were discussing it. These comments quickly spread. Qin Shanxian soon overheard the discussions among the common people, and her expression turned cold. Qin Shanxian, is it really none of your business? Even if you don't remember it at the time, I think you should still bear some responsibility. Looking at Mu Lingxing's gloating expression, Qin Shanxian frowned. She is upright in her conduct and has a clear conscience. From today onwards, I resign from the title of Martial Arts Alliance Hero, and I am no longer a Valkyrie. I give up all glory and become an ordinary person. Is that all right? If anyone is still dissatisfied, please stand up and tell me what I should do. She coldly surveyed the numerous martial artists around her. Qin Shanxian rose from humble beginnings, always relying on herself. What difference does it make if the status of a god of war is abandoned? She will always be herself, strong and confident. Even without the title of goddess of war, she is still a goddess. This is because, since her childhood, she killed a monster in the wilderness with a small knife, and embarked on a path of never giving up. Those doubts couldn't break her spirit. Despite the deep hatred in his heart, he had to admit that it was all thanks to Qin Luo. Qin Luo's torment and indifference did not defeat her, instead, they transformed her, causing her to completely abandon the weak and powerless Qin Shanxian she once was. And now, the images on the light screen are back. After the dark personality disappeared, Qin Luo stayed by his daughter's side. He frowned as he looked at the changes in himself. After going berserk, his bloodline will swell violently, and his entire body will transform into a terrifying 3-meter-tall half-dragon. While he wasn't usually that ferocious and strong, he was definitely not good-looking either. His entire body was covered in scales, and he even had an eerie aura. If his daughter woke up and saw him like this, she would definitely scream. He possesses a disguise technique that allows him to transform into different appearances, but he cannot revert to his original form. What should we do now? Qin Luo's help system. However, the system didn't say anything, but gave him a cloak. By covering it up, everything can be concealed. But in the end, it was just self-deception. unless his daughter wakes up and accepts him openly. He donned a cloak and hid in the darkness. Countless people secretly shook their heads, wondering how desolate Qin Luo must feel at that moment. His daughter was about to wake up, but in order not to frighten her, he ultimately wrapped himself up tightly and hid in the darkness. Becoming a demon was not Qin Luo's fault. If Qin Shanxian could understand him, then Qin Luo's gaze wouldn't be so lonely at this moment. When Qin Shanxian saw this, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Because in her memory, she did not recognize this father. This is not her fault. The terrifying scene of Qin Luo's demonic transformation has become a shadow in her heart. Then, in the picture, Qin Shanxian woke up. This is the first time she has woken up since she fell asleep in the Dragon Pool restricted area 2 years ago. She had no idea what had happened. When she opened her eyes and saw a person wearing a cloak standing beside her, she trembled and then screamed wildly. She shrank back, staring at Qin Luo with fear in her eyes. "Shanxian, it's me, it's Daddy." Qin Luo spoke in a hoarse voice. Beneath the cloak, unseen by anyone, Qin Luo wore a bitter expression. "Dad?" This was the first and only sentence she uttered after waking up. Qin Shanxian recalled the scene of Qin Luo's demonic transformation, and immediately took several steps back, her expression filled with fear. It is true that the primary personality has awakened. If it were a dark personality or a light personality, this action and expression would not be present. Because of his demon form, he will no longer approach his daughter. Even though his beloved baby was right in front of him, Qin Luo silently withdrew his outstretched hand. When Qin Shanxian saw Qin Luo retreating into the distance, and felt a strange aura emanating from beneath his black cloak, she felt a surge of fear. Her father has probably really turned into a monster. Last time, in the snow, his enormous, scaled claws grabbed her and nearly crushed her to death, just like crushing a chick. Father, he thought about killing her. Qin Shanxian felt a chill in her heart. She would no longer have any expectations of Qin Luo. Her father is dead. She no longer has a father. Terror gripped her heart. Qin Shanxian huddled up, trembling. Thus, the misunderstanding arose. Silence. Qin Shanxian thought of her mother's death and the countless people who called her a bastard, and her heart was filled with sorrow. She no longer has a mother. Now. Qin Luo asked, "Shanxian, are you all right?" Qin Shanxian shook her head desperately. She looked at Qin Luo cautiously, her eyes filled with fear, trembling, and her face pale. Beneath the cloak, his eyes held a look of profound weariness. "It's good that you're all right." Qin Luo could only utter one sentence. In the picture. This is the cold life of this father and daughter. Several days have passed. So he could only leave the food far away and then quietly leave. Once Qin Shanxian realized there was no danger, she cautiously went up, took the food Qin Luo had prepared for her, and began to eat it bite by bite. Her daughter's trust in her had vanished. This is not my daughter's fault, it was my own demonic behavior that hurt her feelings in a moment of impulsiveness. Qin Luo felt as if her heart was being torn apart. In a few days, Dad will inform your Aunt Lingxing so that she can take you back to live in the city. On this day, Qin Luo spoke calmly to his daughter from a distance. After the disaster in Nanjing City, all eyes were on him. Qin Shanxian has returned to the city. As long as she keeps a low profile, she should be fine. She hadn't spoken for many days, and her eyes were becoming increasingly darting and narrowed, like a mouse hiding in a burrow, cautiously and fearfully probing the outside world. However, because of his existence, his daughter was forever confined to the burrow, hiding inside the shell she had forged for herself. It can't be broken, and it can't get out. Qin Luo needs to let go. Upon hearing that she could return to the city, Qin Shanxian showed a happy expression. This was the first time she had shown a happy smile. Or perhaps, for her, this place was like a den of demons, a place that filled her with constant fear, and a place where she had to be on guard every second. Then, the two returned to their cold silence, with nothing left to say. There was a solid block of ice between them, which Qin Luo could not break no matter how hard he tried. People fell silent when they saw this. Qin Luo hurt Qin Shanxian too deeply. Now, the relationship between the father and daughter has reached a freezing point. People began to doubt it, because Qin Luo didn't seem like the type of person to do such a thing. Many people changed their opinion of Qin Luo after watching the revelation of his memories. However, in the light screen, there is indeed a significant gap between Qin Shanxian and Qin Luo. That coldness was palpable even through the memory projection. He almost killed Qin Shanxian during his last demonic transformation. He went mad and treated his daughter cruelly. I don't know why, but for me, the cold and cruel memories are only just beginning. From that moment on, her life plunged into an abyss. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. The relationship between Qin Luo and Qin Shanxian is colder than ever before. Whether it's the intimacy with the light personality or the reconciliation with the dark personality, it all seems like a dream. Now, all Qin Luo faces is his daughter's wariness and fear. When people see the father and daughter silently facing each other, their memories exposed, revealing an endless sense of estrangement. Many people couldn't help but sigh and lament. No wonder Qin Shanxian has always been indifferent to Qin Luo and has never acknowledged Qin Luo's father's identity. Her father turned into a demon and almost killed her. Even though it was a misunderstanding, how could a 5-year-old girl accept this father after such an injury? The key point is that Qin Luo seems to have continued to torment Qin Shanxian afterward. I can almost guess the reason. Perhaps Qin Luo's original intention was good. She wanted to cure her daughter's autistic mind, but she unintentionally made the rift even wider, and finally the father and daughter became strangers. Do you all think this is possible? Although it's frustrating, that's just how things are. Qin Luo and martial god Shanxian are not destined to be father and daughter. Fate has made them like two parallel lines that will never intersect. After seeing the memories exposed, people couldn't help but say this. In the scene, Qin Luo foreshadowed this outcome by shrouding himself in shadow with a cloak. He couldn't reveal his true identity to his daughter, and Qin Shanxian was also terrified of the fact that her father had become a demon. The two of them were destined not to be together. There was no fate between father and daughter. In her memory, there was only her mother, who was despised by countless people because of her father's identity as a demon, and ultimately died tragically. She opened her eyes and saw her father roaring in the wind and snow, transforming into a ferocious demon, grabbing her in his hand and nearly killing her. Those memories are deeply rooted in her heart. Qin Luo was unable to break through this barrier. His relationship with his daughter was separated by that solid wall, and reconciliation was impossible. And the facts have proven that even after more than 200 years, the barrier in Qin Shanxian's heart still exists to this day. She never reconciled with her father and never even acknowledged Qin Luo as her father. Now, people are curious. How did she rise to prominence? Based on the memories revealed, at the age of 5, she was not only weak and timid, but she would even scream in fear when she saw a rabbit, and she even suffered from aphasia. She's too strong. Although everyone had some reservations about the Nanjiang City incident, they all genuinely admired Qin Shanxian. Especially after seeing the exposed memories, I admire Qin Shanxian even more. Yet she was able to transform from a little girl trapped in her own autism into a legend, and become that legend herself. He is truly a genius. At this moment, the images on the light screen continued. It's clear he's reluctant to part with it. But this is the only way. His daughter was so terrified of him that he could only silently distance himself from her. Qin Luo thought of Long Linger. You are right. Children should live in the sunlight. They should not have a demon mother or father. Although Qin Luo's transformation into a demon was beyond his control, it did not change the fact that demonhood would bring disaster. But Qin Luo didn't send me back to the city. At this moment, Qin Shanxian spoke leisurely. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to that afternoon when Qin Luo was leading her to the city and trying to contact Mu Lingxing. An accident has occurred. Qin Luo and she encountered human martial artists. Those martial artists recognized Qin Luo. That was the first time I saw Qin Luo's body, covered in scales and exuding an eerie aura. Her father's identity was exposed, and his appearance was hideous and terrifying, extremely ugly. Qin Shanshan couldn't remember what her expression was like at that time, all she felt was fear and disbelief. She cried very sadly. She lost consciousness during the battle. Qin Luo changed his mind. He ultimately didn't let her go. Qin Shanshan still remembers that scene clearly to this day. He was serious. He transformed into a demon monster, but he wanted her to stay with him for the rest of his life, unwilling to let go no matter what. No matter how desperate you are. They didn't care how sad they were crying. At that moment, I vowed to endure the humiliation and hardship, rely on my own will to leave this hellhole, and walk back to the city alone. Many people listened blankly to Qin Shanshan's story. Qin Luo's behavior is very puzzling. Why did he change his mind? Could it be that he is truly biased and only feels disgust towards this daughter? Shanshan martial god, your dark power hasn't completely dissipated yet? Or perhaps, Qin Luo did this to treat your autism? The people around them came up with all sorts of creative explanations. After all, given Qin Minglan's transformation into a demon and the fact that she had 3 split personalities, everyone couldn't help but suspect the existence of these problems. Qin Shanshan, however, had a cold face. Later, Qin Luo uttered even more cold and contemptuous words, which were like sharp thorns piercing her heart and leaving her with no affection for this father anymore. He's so biased. He treated the other 2 personalities with utmost care, but was so cold and indifferent to her. In the memory revelation, he was clearly extremely gentle to the other 2 personalities. Why? Why? In her memory, Qin Luo, you have become so biased and so heartless. The contents of chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything. As Qin Shanshan recounted her memories, many people frowned. This scene involuntarily comes to mind. A man, in the wilderness, treats his daughter with cold indifference. He says, I won't care about you. This scene truly made everyone's heart tremble and feel sympathy for Qin Shanshan. In the scenes before the memory projection, Qin Luo's love for the other personalities was incredibly intense, making Qin Shanshan seem truly pitiful in comparison. The scene continues. Afternoon. Qin Luo led Qin Shanshan towards Fengjing City. When Mu Lingxing sent the letter last time, she had told him that she had moved to Fengjing City. If Qin Luo needed to find her, he could go to Fengjing City to find her. She also left Qin Luo her address. Qin Luo knew that Mu Lingxing was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and stubborn but soft-hearted, so he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, he would need Mu Lingxing's help. Qin Luo walked in front, while Qin Shanshan followed behind. The two are about 10 meters apart. She thought about taking a step forward, getting closer to her father's broad back, and moving closer to him. But she was very scared. The fleeting glimpse of that scaly, monstrous figure in her memory haunted her mind like a nightmare. What should she do if she takes one step closer and her father really turns into that monster? No, she can't get close. Qin Shanshan held on to that sliver of hope in her heart. She couldn't bear to see that her father was truly a monster. Seeing Qin Luo continue walking, Qin Shanshan then lifted her feet and followed behind him. This is the current relationship between the two people. That short distance of 10 meters feels incredibly far in their hearts. It was so far away that even with all his strength, Qin Luo could not cross it. Qin Shanshan suffers from aphasia and autism, and refuses to communicate with Qin Luo. The two people were more distant than strangers. If Qin Shanshan saw what he looked like under his cloak, she would be shocked. After all, he is now a monster who, after his transformation, has seized his daughter, held her in his hand, and has a bloodthirsty gaze. Although he eventually recognized his daughter, the damage had already been done. That shadow, that hurt, must have been very, very deep. Shanshan, I'm sorry. Daddy couldn't control his blood rush and accidentally hurt you. I hope you can return to the human city and grow up healthy. Qin Luo sighed silently in his heart. However, although his daughter was terrified of him, at least there was no dark power around, which could be considered a good thing. But why was Qin Luo's heart filled with bitterness? Because Qin Luo was wearing a cloak and moving around mysteriously, these martial artists became suspicious. They made Qin Luo take off his hood. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Finally, a battle began. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Qianqian's memories were involuntarily triggered. It was this conflict that led her life down a completely different path. A path completely different from that of ordinary people and full of thorns. If he hadn't met these people, would he have simply returned to the city and had no further connection with Qin Luo? But everything was predetermined. When Qin Luo's identity was exposed, and his terrifying demonic body was revealed beneath his cloak, my emotions collapsed. After Qin Luo finished the battle, he took her back to the wilderness. He changed his mind and held onto her tightly, refusing to let her leave. Now, memories are being exposed. This is the scene. When Qin Luo encountered these human martial artists, a battle was imminent. A demon, a monster who slaughtered the civilians of Nanjian City, is someone everyone should kill. There's nothing more to say. These martial artists were ruthless and determined to kill Qin Luo. But Qin Luo couldn't kill them. Because he wasn't the real demon. He felt guilty for his daughter's mistake in the incident in Nanjian City. Finally, Qin Luo's cloak was knocked off, revealing his face covered in scales and his demonic body. The demon Qin Luo, it's this monster. Call for reinforcements immediately. We've discovered that fiend Qin Luo. When these martial artists saw Qin Luo's face, their pupils dilated sharply, revealing boundless hatred. They rushed towards Qin Luo without regard for their own lives. The moment the cloak fell off, Qin Luo was completely stunned. He ignored the martial artists rushing towards him and turned his head, his heart filled with fear, to look in the direction of his daughter. Qianqian saw everything. She must still remember that monstrous creature in the dragon pool forbidden zone, the one who hurt her. What will happen to her? Qianqian is neither a dark personality nor a bright personality, she is just an ordinary 5-year-old girl. How could she accept such a cruel reality? No. He panicked and frantically picked up the cloak from the ground, wrapping himself in darkness as if to avoid the sunlight. Bang! After rolling around on the ground several times, Qin Luo stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to worry about his physical condition. He looked at Qin Qianqian in the distance. When Qin Luo saw his daughter's bewildered expression, his heart ached. At this time, Qin Qianqian stood in the distance. She saw everything clearly. Her father's body, beneath his cloak, was covered in scales, patches of which looked like ugly marks, all plastered to his body. It has 2 horns on its head, and with its blood surging wildly, its hands have turned into claws. How can a human have scales, horns, and claws like that? In my ears, I could almost hear the words spoken by those people from Nanjian City. Your father is a monster, one of those ugly, bloodthirsty monsters that eat people. You're a monster too, little monster, bastard. Ha ha ha, little monster. No. No, no, no. No, I don't want to. My dad isn't a monster, and I'm not a little monster either. None of this is real. Qin Qianqian was deeply shocked. Moreover, she discovered that the monster in front of her was the same crazed monster she had encountered in the snow. That monster was bloodthirsty, insane, evil, and sinister. It wanted to kill Qianqian. It held Qianqian in its palm, its eyes revealing a cold killing intent. It was going to kill her. And now, that monster really is her father. Collapse. Her will collapsed. No one expected that Qin Qianqian couldn't withstand this blow. Her will shattered, her heart meridian broke, and she was about to die. When Qin Luo saw his daughter fall, he nearly went mad, his emotions collapsed, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart. The contents of Chapter 66, the letter, I don't owe Qin Luo anything.